In the midst of a devastating forest fire, the vine spirit Yin Zhizhi believed she was destined to perish in ashes. Instead, she unexpectedly bound herself to a male lead strategy system. The system, with its peculiar temperament and melodious voice, treated her with kindness. At first, the system urged her to pursue the male lead, encouraging her onward. Later, it insisted she be more hands-on, holding hands, embracing, and even tackling the male lead with urgency. Yin Zhizhi was perplexed. Why did it seem as though the system was more eager than she was to advance the pursuit of the male lead? And why did the system malfunction whenever the male lead was present? Until one day, the system ceased to pretend. Chapter 1. The Scorched Vine and the Contract System. A lightning strike hit a dry tree, igniting a forest fire that raged for an entire day and night. A torrential downpour eventually extinguished the flames, though the rain fell intermittently. In the charred woods, a strikingly handsome young man clad in white silk approached, holding an oiled paper umbrella. He stood before a blackened vine and, lifting the umbrella slightly, coldly regarded the charred plant. "Do you wish for immortality?" As calamity struck, other beings could flee, but the tree spirits remained rooted, awaiting their demise. On the brink of extinction, the vine spirit Yin Zhizhi thought she would vanish. Yet amidst the haze, she heard a melodious voice. "I do not wish to die. Please save me. By signing a contract with me, I can grant you eternal life, but you must serve me. Do you accept?" A scorched vine trembled as it reached out, brushing against the young man's umbrella, leaving a dark mark. "I accept.T. This day." Yin Zhizhi still feels as if she is dreaming. As a vine, she had cultivated for millennia to attain divinity, believing that becoming a deity would place her at the pinnacle of existence, only to discover that beyond her world lay another realm. How much longer will it take for you to comprehend? The soothing yet distant voice of the young man echoed in her mind. Yin Zhizhi inquired, "Have I truly entered into a contract with you? If I follow your instructions to win over each story's male lead, causing him to fall for me, I shall attain eternal life across countless lifetimes?" Within the crimson confines of the system, the young man reclined languidly in a chair, elaborating on the matter. "I am the male lead strategy system. The world you previously inhabited is but one of the myriad realms in existence, each filled with numerous tales, every tale featuring a male and female lead. The Lord of all realms created these worlds and their characters, intending for the leads to unite. However, due to various data discrepancies, many pairs have failed to connect. Your task is to inhabit the female lead's body and, under her guise, pursue the male lead until he falls in love with you. Once we depart, your memories will merge with those of the female lead, who will believe she has experienced it all. By facilitating the union of the world's protagonists, I will earn points. The greater the male lead's affection for you, the more points I accumulate. The more points I earn, the happier I become, thus granting you a longer life." Yin Zhizhi, ever sharp-witted, comprehended the rules immediately. Achieving success means the male lead loves me? How shall I discern whether his affections are genuine? I will determine whether he loves you. Upon successful pursuit, I shall inform you. Very well, I understand. How shall I address you? The young man in the red space paused, contemplating. "You may call me the system. Isn't that rather impersonal? I sense we shall spend considerable time together. Do you have a name?" With a cold smirk, he replied, "First, prove your worth. Should you fail to fulfill your tasks, I will ensure your immediate demise. I do not harbor idlers." Though the system's voice was enchanting, its words dripped with detachment. Yin Zhizhi shrugged dismissively. "System, let us commence our tasks. I will demonstrate that I am no idler, and we shall indeed share a long partnership." A barely audible scoff echoed in her mind. With a flick of his hand, the young man activated a floating screen, and in an instant, Yin Zhizhi's soul was thrust into a black void. "You are rather antiquated. I shall input into your mind knowledge spanning from antiquity to the future, the first world of her traversal task, the modern society. The little ancestor has finally returned home, but who can manage her? I dare not take her on. I certainly could not control her." In the conference room of Xingyao Entertainment, executives and agents were in a state of disarray, deliberating the matter. "Jihuai, he currently has no artists under his wing. Let him take Yin Zhizhi. He has the means to keep her in check. You like it?" support it. Here, I extend a warm welcome to both new and returning readers. I am an author who has penned 6 million words in quick transmigration tales. This is my 4th quick transmigration work, and I assure you of its exceptional quality. Rest assured in following this narrative. Caution, this story features a 1v1 dynamic, with the system versus the host. The male lead's internal system is incapable of deviating from established character traits, so there is no need to worry about the female lead's interactions with him. It is all orchestrated by the system. As noted in the summary, this does not divulge the plot. So witness how the system gradually succumbs to its own entanglements. The chapter titles will adopt a new format. XXXX1, XXXX2, for I am rather lazy to name each chapter individually. Enjoy reading. And please refrain from comparing this narrative to others or mentioning unrelated characters outside of this context. Well then, I adore you all. The main character's CP name, Paper Umbrella, Ji-san. With the paper umbrella as our bond, we seal this pact. Chapter 2. The broker's unusual behavior. 1. Upon awakening, Yin Zhizhi found herself seated within a luxurious van, with a driver at the front and a burly bodyguard in the passenger seat. She closed her eyes, recalling the system's recent utterance. Was she truly antiquated? A surge of knowledge flooded her mind. She instinctively recognized the vehicle as a van and the individual driving as the chauffeur. The system? It informed her that the memories of this body would manifest in her mind within a minute, sparing her the need for a lengthy introduction. Instead, it aimed to provide insights about the male protagonist of this world. The system, seemingly reluctant to engage in idle chatter, nonetheless relayed critical information. The male lead was named Ji-Why, a premier broker at Xingyao Entertainment and a prominent film investor. At 29, he had cultivated an Oscar-winning actor and 3 first-tier stars, consistently propelling the agency's talents into the limelight through his star-making endeavors. After briefly outlining the male protagonist's details, the system concluded, "You will meet him upon arriving at the company. Good luck with your strategy. I shall take my leave for a nap." Wait, did the system just acknowledge her name? No, it couldn't be. It had simply drifted off to sleep. Yin Zhizhi called out several times, but the melodious voice of the system remained silent, indicating it had indeed succumbed to slumber. Remarkably restful sleep, she mused as she leaned against the seat, gazing out at the rapidly retreating skyline. The reflection in the window revealed her own visage, large eyes, a petite mouth, delicate features, and a hint of baby fat lending softness to her otherwise slender face, undeniably attractive. She glanced down at her attire, a crop top that revealed a sliver of her waist, paired with wide-legged jeans, a simple yet stylish ensemble. Oh, had the original owner dyed her hair? It was no longer jet black, but rather tinged with a hint of gold. Just as she pondered this, a sudden influx of the original owner's memories invaded her consciousness. The original owner also bore the name Yin Zhizhi, the sole daughter of the renowned actress Yin, raised by her mother on various programs. She had become a household name as a child star, gaining admission to a prestigious film academy and trending online. Upon reaching adulthood, she signed with Xingyao Entertainment, the largest agency in the country, where the public eagerly anticipated her rise to stardom, akin to her mother's illustrious career. However, in her inaugural year post-signing, the original owner rebelled, opting to forego education and instead indulged in a year abroad, only to return home due to unfavorable reports circulating in the media. It could be said that her life had been largely without adversity, born with a proverbial silver spoon, with her only significant obstacle being her new manager, Ji-Why. At 19, the original owner had grown somewhat spoiled and rebellious, while Ji-Why was notoriously strict, known within the industry for his unwavering demeanor. Yin Zhizhi could easily envision the narrative unfolding between these two characters. As she embarked on her first mission, she felt a mix of anticipation rather than trepidation. The vehicle sped onward, ultimately arriving at the grand entrance of Xingyao Entertainment, where paparazzi lurked in the shadows, waiting with bated breath. At the entrance of this grand entertainment company, celebrities come and go, and those who linger can effortlessly capture a few photographs and draft news articles to make a living. When the bodyguards disembarked, paparazzi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the opulent limousine and its security detail, clearly indicating that a prominent figure was inside. As a young woman exited the vehicle, the photographers unleashed a flurry of clicks. A representative from the company approached her, saying, "Miss Yin, please follow me to the conference room." Yin Zhizhi, acutely aware of the prying eyes, furrowed her brow and glanced in their direction. The bodyguard, following her gaze, quickly spotted the paparazzi and pursued them without a moment's hesitation. The paparazzi, caught off guard by the swift discovery, scrambled to shield their camera, but was apprehended within mere steps. I'm sorry. I didn't capture anything," was their immediate response. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, given Xingyao's esteemed status in the entertainment realm, they were unwilling to jeopardize their livelihood. Imitating the original persona's tone, Yin Zhizhi instructed, "Make sure he deletes all the photos before releasing him." The bodyguard nodded in agreement. Following the representative into the company, Yin Zhizhi took the elevator directly to the top-floor conference room. The meeting was primarily convened to address her recent circumstances. After gaining admission to film school, she had traveled abroad, neglecting her studies for an entire year. Despite being under contract with Xingyao, she had yet to appear on screen, and her overseas social media accounts, filled with posts of her travels, had come to light. A year of silence, coupled with her absence from school and enjoyment abroad, had led to speculation about the daughter of the film queen. Rumors circulated, suggesting that she had taken a leave of absence, that she had not truly gained admission to film school, and various other unfounded claims. While the situation had not yet escalated drastically, her mother and the company had reached out, insisting she return to the country. The conference room door remained ajar, revealing several executives and 2 agents, one of whom, a striking man in a black shirt and glasses, stood out prominently. Just as Yin Zhizhi approached to knock and announce her presence, she overheard him say, "I will not take her on." Why had declined the company's proposal to represent Yin Zhizhi. "Why not?" queried an executive. Yin Zhizhi has been in the public eye since childhood, with a substantial fan base. As long as she promotes herself, she is bound to achieve immense popularity. Her notoriety is already considerable. The agents within the company were eager to be assigned such a promising talent, but the prerequisite was that the artist must be compliant and diligent. Why, unfazed, replied coolly, "No matter how favorable the conditions, I will not take her on. My first criterion for any artist under my management is dedication and hard work." Clearly, Yin Zhizhi did not embody these qualities after a year of being signed. She had brazenly chosen to travel abroad without engaging in any promotional activities. The executives found themselves in a quandary. While other agents were keen to take her on, they feared they could not manage her effectively. Why was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Renowned not only as a premier agent in the industry, but also as a personal film investor, he was unafraid of anyone. Pushing his glasses up, Why stood and stated, "I've said all I need to say. I shall take my leave now." At that moment, a young woman entered the room, blocking Why's path. "I have turned over a new leaf. I shall be dedicated and diligent. Please take me under your wing." Her melodious voice resonated throughout the conference room. The others present were taken aback. Yin Zhizhi had arrived. As Why, the agent, scrutinized her features and figure with discerning eyes, he concluded that she was undoubtedly perfect and photogenic, seemingly even more beautiful than a year ago. Her qualifications were commendable, yet her demeanor fell short. Why gestured towards a certain individual, that is manager Su from the company, rich in resources. "You should seek his guidance. But I would prefer to have you as my mentor. I reserve the right to refuse. Why would you reject me? What have I done wrong that I cannot amend? If you feel I lack dedication and diligence, I will strive to embody those qualities moving forward." Why was aware that she had overheard his earlier remarks, which he had deliberately made to dissuade her and spare himself any awkwardness. However, the outcome seemed to veer in the opposite direction as she stood her ground. "Such words are easily spoken," Yin Zhizhi interjected, "but I can take immediate action." Why chuckled softly, though the smile did not reach his eyes behind his glasses. His dark gaze appraised her. "Weighing over 95 pounds, you need to shed another 5 to be optimal on screen. Your hair must be dyed back. And no midriff-bearing outfits are permitted. Your fashion sense must be elevated." Not only was he keen-eyed, but his words were also sharp. Did Yin Zhizhi lack style? She had merely dressed casually after a 10-hour flight. Before she could respond, Why continued, "Your casual attire must also be coordinated. Maintain your appearance at all times." I understand. Understanding is insufficient. Action is required. Yin Zhizhi narrowed her eyes and leaned in slightly with a smile. "So, are you my agent now? I will adhere to everything you say." "Thank you, Why." Though her tone seemed inquisitive, her words had already sealed the arrangement. The higher-ups, sensing the situation, quickly affirmed, "Why, I am reassured now that Zhizhi is under your guidance." Observing the executive's attitudes, Yin Zhizhi suddenly felt that the original owner of this identity was indeed fortunate, born under a lucky star, truly the protagonist. Yet, why had the original owner rebelled? It was precisely due to this privilege. She had always lived in the shadow of her mother's brilliance. With the circumstances now established, Why saw no reason to argue further. He was somewhat satisfied with Yin Zhizhi's qualifications, though he was skeptical of her earlier claims. Still, he was curious if she could keep pace with his demands. If she could, she would prove to be a valuable asset. If not, she could leave. "Why are you still standing here? I will contact the studio for you. Your hair color must be changed today." "Understood." Chapter 4. The Agent's Growing Unease. 3. Why indeed reached out to the studio on her behalf. After a 9-hour flight, Yin Zhizhi was utterly exhausted as she rushed from the airport to the company. Nevertheless, she would never complain of fatigue. To win over Why, she needed to become the type of artist he admired. She took the company-arranged vehicle to the studio to change her hair color. Restoring her dyed hair to a darker hue would be quite challenging. Without at least 7 or 8 hours, it would likely not turn out well. Yin Zhizhi closed her eyes, resting as teacher Tony worked on her hair. The system? It remained unresponsive. Oh, could it be that the system would continue to ignore her? Would it only speak when the male lead of the world fell in love with her? An influx of new knowledge surged through her mind, seamlessly integrating into her understanding. She took out her phone and began to play with it. Although this was her first encounter with such a device, she navigated it with remarkable skill. The system was indeed impressive. Upon opening her Weibo, she discovered that a post from the previous year had been inundated with comments. Last year, she had shared a photo from the airport, after which her account had gone silent for a year. During her time abroad, she had updated her status using foreign apps, known only to her family and friends. However, somehow, her information had been leaked, leading paparazzi to uncover it. Consequently, entertainment news accounts in her home country began to speculate that she had not continued her studies at the film academy, that she had taken a year off, and that she was, in fact, residing abroad. Yin Zhizhi glanced at the comments below her post. "Zhizhi, are you really planning not to return to the country? We were so excited when we heard you sign with Xingyao. Please, we beg you to make a comeback. We understand Zhizhi wants to relax, but it seems this relaxation period has been rather prolonged. A year without attending school? She must have dropped out, signing with an agency and not working. Thankfully, she has an award-winning actress mother. An ordinary artist would have been sued by the company by now. I suspect she holds foreign citizenship. I also suspect, if she's a foreigner, she should just go back to her own country and not come here to make money." The comments ranged from positive to negative, and after a brief glance, Yin Zhizhi decided to close the app. At that moment, her phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. Child star Yin Zhizhi returns to the country. Yin Zhizhi frowned. Hadn't she already asked the paparazzi to delete the photos taken of her outside the company? How could they create an article without any pictures? Curiously, she clicked on it, only to find a photo of herself emerging from the airport with her suitcase. This was a moment captured of the original owner. She had entered the vehicle after the original had boarded. Yin Zhizhi couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, for the original had even flashed a peace sign at the paparazzi. Despite her precautions, she had not managed to evade the inevitable. This notification had only been posted for less than an hour and already gathered numerous comments, with several particularly prominent. Did she rush back upon sensing trouble? Is she feeling guilty? Yin Zhizhi is so beautiful, stunning from a young age. Her waist looks so fair when she poses. Her mother is an award-winning actress. The genes are undoubtedly exceptional, and her beauty surpasses 90% of the artists in the industry. Does she only return when there is negative news? Would she have stayed away if there were none? Signing with an agency should come with some sense of responsibility as an artist. Missing. We can proceed with the rinse now, Teacher Tony announced. Yin Zhizhi turned off her phone and rose to follow. Midway through her hair wash, her assistant hurriedly brought her phone. Missing, there's a call. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw it was from Why, undoubtedly concerning the incident at the airport. As soon as she answered, she heard the man's deep voice on the other end. Do not respond to anything. Henceforth, I will manage your Weibo account. I understand, she replied succinctly, adopting an exceptionally obedient demeanor. Why recalled the news photos he had just seen, a beaming Yin Zhizhi cheerfully posing for the paparazzi, which hardly reflected compliance. The events had already transpired, and words were futile. Why doubted she was oblivious to this. Yin Zhizhi, if you wish to continue on this path, you must behave more appropriately. The consequences of your rebellion are not solely yours to bear. Your entire team shares the burden. And you're no longer a child. Why's seriousness was intimidating. Even without a harsh tone, his presence loomed over the call. Yin Zhizhi, while washing her hair, lowered her voice and obediently replied, I wish to pursue this path. I will heed your guidance. Why fell silent for a moment before stating, change your hair color and send me a photo. Once your hair is done, return home. You're not to go anywhere. I will resolve this matter, and I will temporarily manage your Weibo account. Understood. You are not permitted to have dinner tonight. Understood. The call ended. Yin Zhizhi blinked a few times and silently handed her phone to her assistant. Her manager was quite strict. Although she had no immediate tasks, she was curious about how Why would handle the situation. In truth, the incident was not overly significant. Marketing accounts had yet to escalate the narrative, and the trending topic on Weibo was not particularly heated. Half an hour later, Yin Zhizhi responded on Weibo. Just a brief note. Last year, for 3 months leading up to the art examination, I was working and my preparation was inadequate. I took the exam under immense pressure. Although I was accepted into my desired school, I felt like a deflated balloon, my spirit waning after such tension. Consequently, I applied for a year off from school. My grandfather, due to his advanced age and heart condition, has been living abroad for treatment. This year, I wish to do nothing but accompany him, hence my departure abroad. As my leave of absence is nearing its end, I am returning. She accompanied her words with several photos of herself and her grandfather, taken in the nursing home, both in his hospital room and the garden. These images clearly were obtained from her mother. Why's statement effectively addressed numerous controversies. Upon seeing the joyful pictures of Yin Zhizhi and her grandfather, netizens were deeply moved. Wishing your grandfather good health. It's wonderful that Zhizhi is spending time with her grandfather. Some people just love to speculate. Indeed, I recall that Yin Zhizhi was exceedingly busy prior to her art examination, having been in the limelight since childhood. She must have endured considerable pressure. I can empathize with such emotions. When I was admitted to a school I cherished after my college entrance examination, I too found myself in a state of collapse, experiencing an indescribable sense of release following a prolonged period of tension. A brief respite outdoors proved quite beneficial. My grandfather appears to be in good spirits, and I sincerely wish for his continued health. Yin Zhizhi briefly perused the comments, recognizing that this incident had passed with little to no consequence. After enduring over 7 hours, her hair color was finally perfected. The assistant waiting nearby was already feeling drowsy. Yin Zhizhi gazed at her reflection with immense satisfaction. Her hair color was not purely black, yet it exuded a remarkable quality. She snapped a selfie with her phone's front camera and sent it to Why, accompanied by the question, "Do I look good?" Chapter 5. The agent's increasing peculiarity. 4. The airport incident was merely a trivial matter for Why, a seasoned agent who could effortlessly handle such situations. He had just communicated with Yin Zhizhi's mother, the esteemed actress Yin Ho. Now, in her 50s, she had given birth to Yin Zhizhi in her early 30s and is currently in a state of retirement from the industry. Why holds great respect for her as a senior figure. Yin Ho instructed him to be firm with Yin Zhizhi, advocating for a stricter approach. Having concluded their conversation, Why received Yin Zhizhi's photo along with her question, "Do I look good?" He opened the image to find that Yin Zhizhi, already possessing fair skin, appeared even more radiant with her new hair color, resembling a delicate porcelain doll, both beautiful and fragile. He generously replied, "You look lovely." In an instant, he received a response. "Where do I look good? Should you provide some feedback?" Why glanced at the message before shutting his phone, needing to strategize her future overall style and persona. Since her youth, Yin Zhizhi had been recognized as a child star, leading the public to perceive her as a well-behaved girl. While the good girl archetype is undeniably appealing, it is a persona that could easily falter given her true nature. It was past 10 in the evening when Yin Zhizhi finally arrived at the original owner's apartment. Though classified as an apartment, it spanned 150 square meters. Spacious and bright, situated in the bustling city center, a prime location indeed. Yin Zhizhi felt particularly famished. The original owner had deemed airplane meals unpalatable and had refrained from eating during the flight. While at the studio dyeing her hair, she had only nibbled on half a salad under the watchful gaze of her assistant. Despite her mind brimming with delectable culinary images, novelties that the original Yin Zhizhi had never encountered, she found herself unable to indulge. Why the sigh when everything seemed to be going so smoothly? A faint voice of a youth echoed in her mind. Startled, Yin Zhizhi widened her eyes in surprise. "System? Yes, you have finally awoken. You slept through the entire day. The system, can you remove all the thoughts about food from my mind? My brain is filled with images of fried chicken, barbecue, and street food, yet I cannot indulge, which is quite distressing." Bali Xiao-san remarked on her dedication. Yin Zhizhi lay on the bed, lamenting, "There's no choice. To win the male lead's affection, I must become the person he adores. Surely, he would fancy someone who orders takeout in the middle of the night." In a crimson-hued space, a youth clad in white silk lay on a reclining chair, gazing at the luminous screen before him, which displayed none other than Yin Zhizhi herself. Bali Xiao-san, upon hearing her words, deemed this host she had signed with to be quite commendable. She was diligent and intelligent, and her performance today had been satisfactory. Time for shower, skincare, and sleep. Tomorrow, we must continue with the tasks at hand. After uttering this, Bali Xiao-san fell silent. "Your tone resembles that of my manager," Yin Zhizhi mused, rising to head to the bathroom for her skincare routine. As a female artist, daily skincare was paramount. She wished to converse with the system, as its voice was melodious. But after a few attempts, she received no response. Had the system fallen asleep again? It must have been a sloth in its past life, she muttered in jest. It was quite uncomfortable to sleep on an empty stomach, and, after tossing and turning for what felt like ages, she finally succumbed to slumber. The following morning, her assistant arrived at the apartment, bringing along tasks assigned by Why. "Missing, we're to head to the gym downstairs for a workout, and afterward, enjoy a cup of black coffee. Since you have just returned to the country and have yet to receive any work, your primary objective these days is to shed a few pounds." Having gone to bed hungry, Yin Zhizhi found it particularly challenging to head to a workout first thing in the morning. Reluctant yet resolute, she rose. The new assistant, handpicked by Why, was especially obedient to his directives, reporting every action Yin Zhizhi took that morning. Why had outlined her subsequent work plan while also negotiating some business matters. Dressed in fitness attire that accentuated her curves, with her long hair styled into a bun atop her head, Yin Zhizhi radiated youthful vitality. "Missing, your workout time has concluded. We may return now." "Wait, let me take a photo," she replied, posing for a few shots in front of the mirror before sending them to Why. In an office within the Starshine Entertainment building, Why's phone vibrated at his side. He picked it up, glanced at the screen, and saved the photo with an impassive expression. Why logged into Yin Zhizhi's Weibo account and posted the photo, accompanied by the caption, "The consequences of eating fried chicken, keep it up." Immediately after posting, comments began to flood in. "Ha ha, is Zhizhi trying to lose weight after eating fried chicken? One meal, one tea, make you gain weight, dear. I can't believe Zhizhi dared to eat fried chicken. I thought female artists shied away from such things. But really, who can resist the allure of crispy fried chicken? The darling has already slimmed down significantly. There's no need for further weight loss. Her figure is truly splendid, with a pronounced curve both front and back." Onlookers might perceive the photo as somewhat contrived, suspecting that she merely posed rather than engaged in actual fitness. Is there something wrong with those above? Haven T, they noticed her hair, damp with perspiration. The signs of exertion are unmistakable. As Yin Zhizhi sat down for breakfast, she opened her phone to discover that Why had posted on Weibo on her behalf, demonstrating a keen sense of personal branding. If one were unaware of the truth, who could tell that this post was orchestrated by her agent? Due to comments suggesting it was staged, Yin Zhizhi's account released footage from the gym an hour later. Although the 40-minute video was fast-forwarded, it was evident that she had been diligently working out since she entered the gym, only taking a few photos upon her departure. She was genuinely there to exercise and lose weight, not merely to pose. The surveillance footage refuted certain netizens' claims. Days passed, and Yin Zhizhi managed to shed 2 pounds. After finishing her morning workout, she received a call from Why. Their SA horror-themed escape room variety show that has invited you as a guest. Would you like to participate? This show had gained considerable popularity recently, and Why thought it might be a good opportunity, but he first sought her opinion. After all, it was a horror-themed program, and as a woman, she might feel apprehensive. Absolutely, she exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Why responded, "Are you sure? Let me inform you that this show has no script. The atmosphere is genuinely terrifying. I can handle it. I'm not afraid." "Very well. Come by the office this afternoon to sign the contract." In the afternoon, Yin Zhizhi arrived at the company in a chauffeur-driven car. Taking the elevator up to Why's office, she knocked softly. "Come in," he called. Upon entering, she found Why seated at his desk, a contract laid before him. He adjusted his glasses and said, "Review the contract, and if you find it satisfactory, please sign." Chapter 6. The Agent's Growing Discomfort. 5. Yin Zhizhi took the contract and sat down to read it carefully. Agents typically safeguard their artists, often signing on their behalf. However, considering their nascent collaboration, Why chose not to sign for her. Instead, he earnestly invited her to review the document herself. As she focused on the contract, her delicate, oval-shaped face betrayed her seriousness. From his vantage point, Why could see the pale nape of her neck exposed as she bent over the paper. It appeared that her recent workouts were yielding some results. He averted his gaze. "I've finished reading. There are no issues," he stated, retrieving a pen from his drawer and handing it to her. "If everything is in order, please sign." With graceful strokes, Yin Zhizhi inscribed her name on the document. Why secured the contract, saying, "We depart for S City the day after tomorrow to shoot. I will accompany you. Are you going as well?" "Currently, I have only you as my artist, and I find myself somewhat uneasy about this," Why candidly expressed. The company aims to transform Yin Zhizhi into a superstar, and Why cannot afford to be lax. He must keep a watchful eye on her. "I appreciate your efforts. You have time to train today and tomorrow, but your food intake should be halved during these 2 days." Yin Zhizhi's expression immediately fell. Why continued, "This is your first return to the spotlight in over a year. It is imperative that you present your most flawless self. The weight you need to shed is merely a few pounds, and once lost, it is essential to maintain it." "Oh," she replied, lowering her eyelids, her extraordinarily long eyelashes casting shadows. Despite her slight reluctance and a hint of grievance, she maintained an obedient demeanor. "Do you wish to act in a play?" "Yes." "Very much so, but I prefer to choose the script." Why nodded. "I will keep an eye out for some scripts for you. Since you have returned to the country, several directors have submitted their works to me, but I found none to my satisfaction. I trust your judgment. You may select for me," she said, resting her chin on the edge of his desk, her small face appearing even smaller in that posture. In that moment, Why thought that perhaps she need not lose weight at all. "The scripts I choose for you may not be particularly comfortable," he cautioned. "That's fine. I am here to work, not to indulge," she replied. Why raised his eyes. "That mindset is commendable. I will keep an eye out for good scripts. But it has been a year since you last acted. How is your skill holding up?" "I believe it is still quite good," she answered confidently. Why, however, was not entirely convinced. He needed to assess every facet of his artist's capabilities. "Show me an impromptu performance," he instructed. Yin Zhizhi paused for a moment. Then her face lit up with a smile. "All right." Her eyes sparkled with inspiration, as if she had already envisioned her performance. Her expression was lively, and Why leaned back in his chair, intrigued by what she would present. The young woman maintained her chin in her hand, but leaned in closer, gazing at him with wide eyes, sweetly saying, "Darling, when will you finish work? We promised to have dinner together tonight. How much longer do you have to be busy?" Huai's gaze sharpened, his brow slightly furrowing. In the next moment, she continued, "It's just that I missed you terribly, so I came a bit early. You have 10 minutes left? After that, you must take me out to dinner. No arguments." Huai recognized that she was portraying a wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return from work, her countenance reminiscent of a newlywed in a honeymoon phase, brimming with affection and anticipation. The playful tone in her words was perfectly pitched. Which husband could refuse such a charming wife? "Darlings, why are you looking at me like that?" "That's enough." Huai interrupted her performance. In an instant, the shy and playful wife transformed back into a triumphant young woman, her face alight with expectation as she looked at him. "Did my acting not regress?" "It was acceptable," he replied. "Just acceptable." "Huai, did I not astonish you? Just a moment ago, you were staring at me in a daze." Huai averted his gaze and remarked coolly, "Your acting is commendable, yet it has not reached a level of astonishment. Do not let pride overtake you. I have a fair understanding of your capabilities and the type of roles you should embody. I shall seek out suitable scripts that align with your talents and image." Was he unwilling to engage with her any further? Very well. Yin Zhizhi rose from her seat, saying, "I appreciate your consideration. I shall take my leave now." With a buoyant spirit, Yin Zhizhi exited the office, her laughter more pronounced outside, unrestrained and joyous. The door to the office remained ajar, and Huai, hearing her laughter, rose with a changeable expression to close it. It is impolite to enter and exit without closing the door. Chapter 7. The Manager's Gradual Unease. 6. Before dawn. As the first light had yet to break, Yin Zhizhi was roused from her slumber by her assistant, who whisked her away to the airport. She was bound for City S to film a variety show, with Huai accompanying her. The airport was bustling with travelers that morning. Yin Zhizhi donned a white hooded sweatshirt atop a pair of shorts. The oversized sweatshirt obscured her bottoms, revealing her slender, elongated legs. Her impeccable figure immediately drew the attention of onlookers. With a mask covering her face, only her large, expressive eyes were visible. She and her assistant quickly queued for security clearance. "She must be a celebrity, right? Her figure is remarkable. She makes even such a mundane sweatshirt look stunning," murmured a few nearby, concerned that she might be recognized and incite chaos. Yin Zhizhi pulled up her hoodie, adopting an air of wanting to evade attention. "She likely isn't a star. If she were, a throng of fans would surround her. Perhaps she is just exceptionally beautiful," someone else speculated. "But we can't even see her face. How can you tell she's beautiful?" Once she passed through security, Yin Zhizhi exhaled a sigh of relief. "Missing, Manager G is waiting for you in the VIP room," her assistant informed her. With half an hour remaining before the flight, and despite the throng of people beyond security, Yin Zhizhi made her way to the VIP lounge. The morning VIP room was sparsely populated, with most individuals clad in suits attending to business matters. The most conspicuous figure was a man seated in the corner, donning glasses. Huai stood at an impressive height of nearly 6'3", possessing the quintessential model physique and a face worthy of stardom. Yet, instead of pursuing a career as an artist, he had made a name for himself as a prominent manager in the industry. He was not merely a manager for Xingyao, but also a personal film investor. All the television and film projects he invested in were major intellectual properties, and the shows he chose to back invariably became hits. A saying once circulated in the industry that if one were to secure a role through dubious dealings with greasy investors, it was termed fair trade. However, if one were to receive a role through Huai's influence, it was considered a fortunate bargain. Yin Zhizhi shivered slightly. "Missing, are you feeling cold?" her assistant inquired. The autumn air had turned crisp. It was no longer the sweltering heat of summer, and a jacket was advisable, especially in the morning. Yin Zhizhi, with her bare legs exposed, appeared rather chilly. "I'm not cold," she replied. Yin Zhizhi approached Huai and took a seat beside him. "Mr. G, you've arrived quite early, haven't you?" she remarked. "Arriving an hour ahead of schedule at the airport is hardly early," Huai replied, engrossed in his newspaper without lifting his gaze. "Is it really necessary to arrive so soon?" I feel like I arrived too early myself, she retorted, surprised that half an hour earlier was considered early. Why set down his newspaper and stated, in the future, unless under special circumstances, you are to arrive at the airport 2 hours in advance. If I find out that your tardiness has caused delays in boarding or work, you may need to seek another ride. Please, why do you threaten me with such phrases about finding someone else to take me? She protested. Is there anything else that can threaten you? Indeed, for instance, if I make a mistake, you could penalize me by forbidding me from eating or require me to work out for several hours. That would also help me shed some weight, wouldn't it? After all, you've mentioned disliking those extra few pounds I've gained, she said, her eyes twinkling with mischief, a hint of playful defiance in her demeanor. Why responded, you already harbor grievances after just a few days of weight loss before work has even begun? Not at all. I bear no grievances whatsoever. I am exceptionally obedient, she replied, her cherubic face adorned with a charming smile. Why, disinterested in engaging further, chose to ignore her. Noticing his indifference, Yin Zhizhi pouted and quietly occupied herself with her phone. An assistant brought over a solitary egg for Yin Zhizhi's breakfast. Is this it? Just an egg? Is there nothing else to eat? She queried. The assistant hesitated. Would you like some fruit or a cucumber? Never mind, she sighed, quietly peeling the eggshell and savoring it in small bites. Once finished, she felt unsatisfied and pressed her hand against her stomach while continuing to play with her phone. As if by merely applying pressure, her stomach would constrict and quell her hunger. Get her a vegetable bun, Why commanded. The female assistant was taken aback but promptly complied. In the VIP lounge's breakfast area, an array of breakfast options awaited. When Yin Zhizhi received the bun, disbelief washed over her. But you think I'm overweight, don't you? The bun's dough is made of starch. If you don't want it, just leave it. Why replied. I will eat it, she insisted. After 2 hours of flight, they arrived at S-City, where the production team sent a vehicle to pick them up. The variety show was scheduled for filming in the afternoon, and after a hurried lunch, the artists proceeded to get their hair and makeup done. Yin Zhizhi, aware of her participation in the show, had spent the previous days familiarizing herself with earlier episodes. This particular variety show revolved around a horror-themed escape room, where participants were placed in a labyrinthine environment filled with various terrifying NPCs. The artists needed to uncover clues amidst the frights to escape the room. The filming of the show was undeniably exhilarating, with ample highlights. The artists' frightened reactions have been compiled into viral videos that garnered over 100 million views. Yin Zhizhi reviewed past episodes to familiarize herself with the regular cast members. Guo Cheng, a seasoned singer with a warm, elder brother persona, Xiao Baran, the leader of a new generation boy band, and Sun Li, a popular actress. Miss Yin, please come with me for your styling, a voice called out. A staff member called out to Yin Zhizhi, who promptly entered the makeup room. Upon her arrival, she spotted Sun Li dressed casually in sportswear. Renowned for her exceptional acting skills and amiable personality, Sun Li often immerses herself in her roles. This is her sole participation in a variety show. Surprised to see Yin Zhizhi, Sun Li exclaimed, I heard you would be coming, but I didn't expect it to be you. I'm Sun Li. Hello, Sister Sun, replied Yin Zhizhi, who was 4 to 5 years her junior and thus addressed her as sister. Your recent drama has been a hit overseas. I followed it avidly. Your acting was truly impressive. Sun Li chuckled. There seems to be a mishap with the staff's arrangements. We met in the makeup room before our on-camera performance. We'll need to act again in front of the cameras later. Yin Zhizhi sighed in jest. Indeed, my agent informed me that there was no script. While games are unscripted, there is at least some dialogue in other segments. Sun Li gave a knowing smile. She had already completed her styling and should have left the makeup room earlier to avoid encountering Yin Zhizhi. Upon meeting her, Sun Li recognized that Yin Zhizhi was not the type to engage in petty drama, making her eager to converse. As the stylist applied makeup to Yin Zhizhi, she fashioned 2 high ponytails, lending her a youthful and vibrant appearance reminiscent of a high school student. Yin Zhizhi sought advice from Sun Li on gaming strategies. Sun Li wore an expression of exasperation. Aside from rummaging around for clues, there are no other secrets. You'll be screaming in fright throughout. It all relies on the editing for comedic effect and highlights. The show's allure lies in their frightful pursuits. Teachers, are you ready over there? Sun Li responded, all set. Here are your microphones. I'll help you with them, said the staff as they brought microphones for Yin Zhizhi and Sun Li before escorting them to the filming location. From a distance, Yin Zhizhi noticed Why conversing with the director. Sun Li moved ahead, instructing, "Teacher Yin, please wait a moment." The staff were courteous, addressing the artists as teachers. Sun Li, Guo Cheng, and Xiao Baran, the three regular guests, were to appear on camera first. Yin Zhizhi waited behind until they finished their opening remarks, at which point she could step forward as the new guest. While waiting, Why approached her, scrutinizing her hairstyle. "Who styled your ponytails? The stylist, why? Is it not good? It looks too juvenile." Why merely made an observation without elaborating further. He added, "While in the escape room, engage more with Guo Cheng and Sun Li. Xiao Baran is the leader of a new generation of male idols, with a fan base primarily comprising female admirers. You're of similar age, so keep your distance to avoid rumors or misunderstandings that might provoke backlash from his fans. There are those who relish in controversial figures." Why held disdain for such antics and required Yin Zhizhi to maintain a pristine image without blemish. Yin Zhizhi nodded. "I will absolutely keep my distance from him. To participate in a variety show, one must engage in conversation frequently, endeavoring to deliver witty remarks. This will ensure that your presence is retained on camera longer." "Ah, I see. The staff has arrived. Teacher Yin, you may exit now." Yin Zhizhi cast a glance at Why, who paused momentarily. "Go ahead." She stepped out. Under the spotlight, before the cameras, she greeted enthusiastically, "Hello, everyone." Sun Li expressed her surprise. "Zhizhi, I didn't expect the new guest to be you." Guo Cheng added, "Yin Zhizhi, welcome. I am curious. Do you have any grievances with the production team? Are you aware that our show is infamous for its frightful surprises? Who will comfort the little girl if she ends up in tears?" His words elicited laughter from all present. Xiao Baran chimed in, "We three will protect our new member well." Just then, the lights abruptly dimmed, startling everyone, accompanied by a loud bang. Yin Zhizhi was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. As she pondered the cause, black-clad figures approached, placing blindfolds over their eyes. Realizing this was orchestrated by the production team, Guo Cheng theatrically exclaimed, "Who are you? What do you want? How dare you attempt to abduct a living person in broad daylight?" Xiao Baran echoed, "Please don't demand a ransom. Someone will come to pay for my release." Sun Li remarked, "Why so theatrical? Yin Zhizhi joined in the play. It's so dark. Who are you? Where are you taking me? I'm so scared." "Sister Sun Li." Sun Li reassured her, "Don't be afraid. Zhizhi, don't be afraid." It seemed that Yin Zhizhi was being portrayed as the protected little sister, and the production team was eager to witness her reactions to the frightful scenarios. Typically, all participants would be sent to a single location to collectively navigate challenges and escape the escape room. However, today, they were each led by the black-clad figures to different corners of the room, with only a communication device left at their sides. The announcement echoed, "Players may remove their blindfolds. The game begins." Chapter 8. The agent is gradually acting strange. 7. Upon hearing the announcement, Yin Zhizhi did not immediately remove her blindfold. Instead, she cautiously inquired, "Is anyone there? Is someone beside me?" Silence enveloped the space. The production team's surveillance displayed that the other three had already taken off their blindfolds. And upon realizing she was the only one still blindfolded, Guo Cheng exclaimed with excitement, "This is intriguing." Sun Li crossed her arms. "Isn't it a bit concerning to be alone? Is Zhizhi alone as well? If the new member is isolated, who would dare to join our show?" Xiao Baran declared, "I need to find the others." Each participant found themselves in a corridor with numerous branching paths ahead, resembling a maze, where bizarre and terrifying NPCs could emerge at any moment. Why curiously leaned in to observe his artist's demeanor, only to find that while everyone else had removed their blindfolds, Yin Zhizhi was still carefully navigating with hers on. Director's team, director, teacher G. Could it be that Yin Zhizhi did not hear the broadcast clearly? The announcement was so loud, it seems improbable she missed it. After some contemplation, the director speculated that it was quite possible the timid girl, aware of the terrifying encounter ahead, simply chose to keep her blindfold on. Thus, Yin Zhizhi wandered about, still wearing her blindfold, while a blood-soaked, chainsaw-wielding maniac NPC stealthily approached her. The director mischievously broadcasted, certain members, please remove your blindfolds. Yin Zhizhi looked up towards the sound and queried, is it permissible to not take it off? There's no rule stating I must, is there? Indeed, there appeared to be no such stipulation. The only requirement was to exit the escape room. Yet, how could she navigate this labyrinth while hindered by her blindfold? Meanwhile, the chainsaw-wielding maniac had drawn nearer, now merely a meter away, standing ominously with a sinister grin. Oblivious to the impending danger, Yin Zhizhi accidentally brushed against the NPC's clothing. Initially startled, she thought, oh, I touched someone? Is it a teammate? Realizing it was not, she mused that it must be something terrifying. I can't discern your gender. If I accidentally invade your personal space, do take care to dodge. Nonchalantly, she brushed past the NPC and continued on her way. The NPC was left bewildered, unsure how to instill fear after such an encounter. In response, the NPC deliberately revved the chainsaw, producing a jarring sound. Anyone would have been startled by the sudden, shrill noise. Yet, Yin Zhizhi remained unfazed, calmly raising her hand to cover her ears. What kind of prop is that? Please turn it off. It's far too piercing. Listening to it too much is detrimental to your ears. With a tone of earnest concern, she shook her head in disdain and leisurely continued forward, her ears shielded. The NPC was left speechless, as was the entire director's team. Haha, these young people certainly know how to have fun, they mused, appreciating the novelty of someone behaving so audaciously on their show. Teacher G was left pondering whether Yin Zhizhi was timid or bold. The other 3 veteran guests, despite having faced numerous scares, still found themselves startled by the sounds and sudden appearances orchestrated by the production team. A scream echoed through the escape room. Yin Zhizhi called out, Brother Guocheng, is it you? Guocheng was being relentlessly pursued by an old woman wielding a knife. With a grotesque, decayed makeup adorning her face, she limped menacingly. Run, young man. You bumped into me just now. Guocheng exclaimed, it's been 3 minutes already. Can you please take a break, old lady? He was out of breath from running. With her blindfold on, Yin Zhizhi's hearing was particularly acute. She navigated by feeling the walls, initially cautious but soon becoming quite adept, quietly advancing with one hand brushing against the wall. Before long, she located Guocheng and, upon hearing his footsteps, called out, Brother Guocheng. He spotted the girl with a blindfold and twin ponytails standing at a doorway, right next to a prop resembling a hanged corpse. Guocheng stuttered in fright. Yin Zhizhi, please step back, there's something beside you. What is it? Without waiting for Guocheng to respond, Yin Zhizhi reached out and felt the prop beside her, probing carefully. Is it a dummy? This feels like plastic. A dummy. She scoffed disdainfully. The director's team observed through the monitor. Let us see you say that after removing your blindfold. You only feel brave because you can't see. Guocheng rushed over. Why aren't you wearing your blindfold? The game has been underway for over 10 minutes. You can't possibly have kept it on the entire time. Well, the production team didn't specify that I had to take it off. With the blindfold on, my hearing is quite acute. I can hear you coming, Brother Guo. Your voice is remarkably loud. Guocheng interjected. Let us not dwell on that. The old woman who is chasing me is nearby. We should find a room to hide until she moves away. He led Yin Zhizhi into a study where they concealed themselves. Yin Zhizhi found a chair and sat down, while Guocheng took a moment to rest. From my experience, there must be clues in a room like this. Zhizhi, let us look for something like a map. All right, she replied, rising to search. Guocheng suggested. You can take off your blindfold. There is nothing terrifying here. You use your eyes while I rely on touch. 2 methods to seek clues, quite effective. The director's team remarked. We suspect you're simply frightened. As Yin Zhizhi fumbled around, she suddenly looked up. Brother Guo, someone is coming. It must be an NPC. We should hide. No, it's the voices of Sister Sun Li and Xiao Baran. Guocheng listened intently. I hear nothing. Is your hearing that exceptional? Close your eyes and listen. Still no sound. After 5 or 6 minutes, Sun Li and Xiao Baran indeed arrived, having opened the door to evade the NPC. The 4 faced each other. Guocheng expressed surprise. Zhizhi, are you sure it's not a coincidence? Did you genuinely hear their footsteps? I did. They were being chased by a chainsaw-wielding maniac. The sound was quite loud. Sun Li nodded vigorously. Yes, we were indeed fleeing from a chainsaw. Zhizhi, why are you wearing a blindfold? Are you scared? Now that we're all together, you needn't be afraid. If you are, just hide behind us. Yin Zhizhi replied, I'm not scared. Not scared, yet still wearing the blindfold. Suddenly questioned. He tried opening many doors, but they all led to NPCs. This place is quiet. Could the clues to escape be here? Xiao Baran suggested. Let us search. They all began to look around, but unbeknownst to them, Yin Zhizhi quietly slipped outside. As she walked, she accidentally kicked something. Little girl, you just kicked my leg. Oh, I'm sorry. Why are you sitting on the ground? Could you help me up? The voice of the old woman was eerily haunting, her hand clutching a knife, and the decay of her flesh was particularly pronounced on her face. Yin Zhizhi gently supported her, saying, Hold on to the wall and don't fall again. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, she patted her hand and departed. Why, observing the scene through the camera, couldn't he help but smirk. The production team was left in a state of bemusement, remarking, she's playing by her own rules. As Yin Zhizhi wandered about, she fortuitously stumbled upon a clue, a groove in the wall, invisible to the eyes but tangible to the touch. She followed the line for half an hour, encountering various NPCs along the way, exchanging casual banter with them. Her hands glided along the wall, tracing the protruding points until she arrived at an open area. A girl wearing a blindfold stood before the exit, surrounded by a flurry of cameras. Yin Zhizhi, unable to see, listened intently, detecting numerous breaths, including a familiar one. Why, are you there? Why, standing behind the camera, hesitated, choosing silence. Yin Zhizhi removed her blindfold with a gasp. Ah, I really made it out. The announcement echoed. Congratulations to member Yin Zhizhi, the first to exit the escape room. Chapter 9. The manager's growing unease. 8. Upon hearing the announcement, the other three were visibly shaken. When had Yin Zhizhi managed to escape? How had she found the clues with her eyes covered? Don't tell me she just groped her way out, one remarked. Should we cover our eyes too? Meanwhile, Yin Zhizhi had concluded her adventure. Feeling a bit parched after her conversations with the NPCs, she approached her assistant for water, took a sip, and cheerfully asked Why, how did I perform? Why, slightly furrowed, responded, How did you know I was here? How did you realize you had reached the exit? The production team was silent, and the only sound was the breathing. Did she truly recognize him by his breath? I heard it, she replied. Why's expression betrayed his disbelief. Who had ears so keen? Yin Zhizhi shrugged. If you were to wander through those winding corridors, then suddenly arrive here, you would notice a significant difference. Why adjusted his glasses and remarked, You performed admirably. Yin Zhizhi had made no mistakes today. Her performance was indeed captivating. Why's impression of her professional abilities had deepened considerably. After approximately another hour, the others finally emerged, drenched in sweat, their once pristine hairstyles now disheveled. Phew, we finally made it out. After encountering those terrifying NPCs, they wouldn't leave until 3 minutes had passed. The production team is becoming increasingly outrageous, Guo Cheng complained. Xiao Baran added, I can't believe the clue was right on the wall. Without a light, the protrusion was utterly invisible. Yin Zhizhi, did you really navigate out by feeling the wall? Yin Zhizhi nodded, acknowledging, Indeed, I approached this with a spirit of experimentation, and to my surprise, I could truly manage to navigate through it. Even after emerging, the production team did not spare us. The directors deliberately replayed the highlights on screen, subjecting the members to social embarrassment. Yet, Yin Zhizhi's remarkable moments stood out, characterized by his calm demeanor while interacting with NPCs, even engaging in casual conversations with them. Guo Cheng and Xiao Baran laughed until their stomachs ached. Sun Li remarked, Zhizhi, you are set to be the first guest in our show's history who remains unfazed. That evening, Why and Yin Zhizhi boarded a flight home. They landed close to 11 o'clock at night, and as they leisurely exited the airport, fatigue was evident. Why instructed, make sure to rest early. Today's filming went exceptionally well, and I will ensure you receive more variety show opportunities. Perhaps fewer variety shows, as I still yearn to act, Yin Zhizhi replied, much to Why's surprise. He had presumed that Yin Zhizhi preferred the ease of such work. Filming a variety show is indeed more relaxed, whereas shooting a drama entails considerably more effort. Yin Zhizhi smiled as she approached Ji Huai, appearing diminutive beside him. Ji, I have heard you recently invested in a fantasy film that features numerous mythical creatures. Do you think I would be suitable to portray a female demon? Such inquiries had echoed from artists Ji Huai had previously managed. He frowned, responding, I am an investor, but I will not intercede on your behalf. If you wish to audition for a role, you must do so on your own merit. Ah, I had hoped for a shortcut, she mused. In this industry, shortcuts often equate to unsavory transactions. Just as Ji Huai prepared to impart wisdom to his young artist, a commotion ahead caught their attention. A crowd had gathered beyond security, many brandishing cameras, jostling for position. Ji Huai furrowed his brow. Yin Zhizhi peered curiously. Is someone of note passing through? There are so many fans here to welcome them. Can we make our way through? Ji Huai surveyed the throng outside and frowned. While it was indeed possible to exit, it would require considerable effort. Even at this late hour, the fans and paparazzi outside remained spirited. Yin Zhiji's sharp eyes caught sight of a fan holding a banner. Xiao Shangyun. Xiao Shangyun's fans, she noted. Wasn't Xiao Shangyun the artist Ji Huai had previously managed? Although he had only guided her for 3 months, she had been poached by a rival agency. A blemish on Ji Huai's record. Yin Zhizhi glanced at Ji Huai, who maintained an impassive expression. Is that her? The one in the hoodie with the disappearing lower half of her outfit? It must be. Our Shangyun has an enviable figure, her legs long and fair. Shangyun, Shangyun, I love you. The fans began to stir restlessly, and as Yin Zhizhi overheard their fervent declarations, her expression shifted. The crowd had completely blocked the exit, rendering her unable to leave. This won't do. Yin Zhizhi lowered her hoodie and mask, smiling as she said, I am not Senior Xiao. He should be arriving soon. Please make way for us. Although some fans were a tad disappointed that she was not their preferred figure, the realization that it was the recently returned Yin Zhizhi prompted a few to approach her for greetings. Yin Zhizhi, why have there been no paparazzi shots of you at night? Where have you been? Are you participating in any programs soon? Passers-by posed questions, while some paparazzi mingled among the crowd, firing inquiries as well. Nearby, a dedicated photographer was relentlessly capturing close-up shots. Yin Zhizhi was accompanied by a female assistant, who was desperately trying to shield her from the throng, yet some individuals still attempted to push forward. Suddenly, a tall man stepped in front of Yin Zhizhi, Ji Huai, his gaze cold as he surveyed the crowd. It is quite late. Yin Zhizhi needs to return and rest. As a fan of Xiao Shangyun, the crowd had already recognized Ji Huai, Shangyun's former manager. Thank you, Ji, for taking care of Shangyun these past few months. Mr. Ji, do you still keep in touch with Shangyun? I've heard you have a very close relationship. Is that true? Ji Huai held back the crowd with one hand while gripping Yin Zhiji's wrist with the other. Stay close to me. Don't get squeezed, he instructed. Yin Zhizhi nodded obediently and followed him. Ji Huai refrained from responding to the questions, swiftly escorting her away. Some individuals, feeling slighted, muttered under their breath. Is Ji Huai now Yin Zhiji's manager? He has only been in the role for a couple of months, and now he is managing a newcomer? Yin Zhizhi is fortunate to have an acclaimed actress as her mother. We worked so hard to have Ji Huai become Shangyun's manager, and now Yin Zhizhi has such advantageous resources right upon her return. Having exited the crowd, Ji Huai and Yin Zhizhi were not oblivious to the hushed murmurs. Ji Huai's expression darkened slightly, but he chose not to comment. Once they reached the airport and boarded the van, he finally released a wrist. In the future, try not to engage in such conversations. Once you fully resume work, we will disclose your schedule, and fans will be there to greet you. When they do, ensure your attire is stylish and appealing, and be amiable towards them. As Ji Huai relayed his instructions, he noticed her expression had shifted. Yin Zhizhi, who had been quite spirited at the airport, now sat in silence, her eyes devoid of their usual spark. What is the matter? He inquired. It's nothing, she replied. There is no need to feel upset over the idle gossip. Yin Zhizhi turned to meet his gaze and asked, if my mother weren't an acclaimed actress, would you still manage me? Ji Huai, having only speculated before, now recognized her sentiments. Many second-generation stars often felt overshadowed by the brilliance of their predecessors. Leaning back with a relaxed demeanor, He glanced out the window and said, "It is indeed due to the influence of the acclaimed actress Yin that the company arranged for me to assist you." Her eyes dimmed further, confirming his suspicions. In the next moment, the man continued, "But the reason I chose you as my artist is because you earned it yourself. Do you not recall what you said that day in the office?" Why turned to look at her. Yin Zhizhi raised her head, and her once dull gray eyes began to shimmer with light. In the following instant, she smiled and sweetly remarked, "I haven't forgotten. I still remember how I persuaded the esteemed the agent, to take me on." Why would never allow personal connections to sway his choice of artist. Typically, it was the artist's intrinsic allure that captivated him. "You wish to audition for a role in the film I am investing in?" Chapter 11. The Agent's Gradual Unease. 10. Yin Zhizhi nodded enthusiastically. "I am very eager to act. I found a brief synopsis of the film online, and I find it exceedingly appealing. Moreover, I have faith in your investment acumen. This film is bound to be a blockbuster. Even if I land a minor role, I will be thrilled." "Very well. There is a banquet tomorrow. Accompany me, for the film's director will be present. Your performance will determine if you can secure a role from him." As an investor and her agent, he showed no inclination to offer her any undue favoritism. "If you desire a role, you must strive for it yourself." "Understood." By the time she returned to her apartment, it was already midnight. Yin Zhizhi slumped into a chair and tentatively called out, "System?" "Yes." A melodious yet cool young voice resonated from the depths of her mind. Yin Zhizhi was enchanted by the system's voice. It was incredibly pleasing and sounded youthful. She recalled the harrowing moment when she was nearly consumed by flames, her consciousness hazy, only remembering a boy clad in white brocade, holding a paper umbrella as he approached her, though she could not discern his features. "System, does the male lead harbor any feelings for me?" "He does." When she addressed Why as husband, she had startled him. Today, during the filming of a variety show, she could sense his presence with just a breath, which was rather flirtatious. "System, how do you know the male lead has feelings for me?" In the crimson space, a luminous screen hovered before the boy. Bailey Xiaosan glanced at the data displayed on the screen and replied, "I possess monitoring data. Continue your strategy. Once the world's male lead is utterly enamored with you, I will inform you." "Well, once the strategy is complete, shall we depart?" "More or less. Your memories will remain with this body. When the female lead awakens, she will believe she has experienced all of this." Yin Zhizhi nodded. Bailey Xiaosan scrutinized Yin Zhizhi's data, frowning slightly. "Yin Zhizhi, when undertaking your tasks, infuse them with sincerity. You must not only win over the world's male lead, but also allow yourself to feel, for your memories are to be bequeathed to this body. If you do not genuinely feel, the female lead inheriting the memories will likewise feel nothing, resulting in a failure to unite the male and female leads." Yin Zhizhi slightly parted her lips. "I must also feel." "Indeed. After all, your memories are to be left for the female lead. We are here to unite the world's male and female leads, ensuring that upon our departure, this couple experiences no upheaval or separation. We must orchestrate a love that is steadfast and eternal." Bailey Xiaosan momentarily lost her train of thought. "However, I found myself captivated by the words of the male lead in this world, reflecting on everything we had experienced together. The notion of becoming the rightful owner of this body and sharing my existence with him felt profoundly strange. This also elucidates why Yin Zhizhi merely engages in superficial gestures, concealing her true emotions." Bailey Xiaosan swiped the screen a few times. "It's fine. If you find it distressing, I will erase your feelings when you leave this world, allowing you to invest your heart anew in the next realm. Each time a task concludes, I will cleanse your emotions." Upon hearing this, Yin Zhizhi felt satisfaction. "This is good. This way, I shall not be heartbroken." Bailey Xiaosan, while initially indifferent, later deeply regretted the erasure of her feelings. "System, why are you always absent during the day?" Bailey Xiaosan replied dismissively, "I sleep during the day. You rest by day and emerge at night. Your time zone is the opposite of mine. I've grown accustomed to it." "System, how old are you? When you contracted with me, I caught a glimpse of your silhouette, yet I have never seen your face. Since we are partners, may I see you?" Yin Zhizhi lay on the sofa, her head supported by a cushion. It was late at night, She needed to bathe and rest. The system refused to reveal its true form. Yin Zhizhi pouted. If you refuse to show yourself, so be it. Chapter 12. The manager becomes increasingly odd. 11. In the morning, as Yin Zhizhi was getting ready, she stumbled upon several entertainment news articles about herself, stemming from the previous day's incident at the airport, where fans mistook her for Xiao Shangyun. Additionally, the news regarding Why being her manager had spread. Why is not a well-known figure in the industry, yet fans have somewhat familiarized themselves with him, many expressing hopes for him to mentor their idol. It must be said that Yin Zhizhi's resources are truly exceptional. Upon returning to the country, she was paired with the best manager. We're likely to see more of her in the future. Seeing her often is not a problem. Yin Zhizhi is quite attractive, and as a second-generation child star, her acting skills are commendable. Am I the only one who noticed Why holding Yin Zhizhi's hand? By the way, does manager G truly have no intention of debuting? His looks and physique are simply remarkable. Sisters above, I share your sentiments. If it weren't for the comments, I would have thought this was a romantic rumor involving Yin Zhizhi. He is so good-looking and holding her hand. It's a bit of a shipping moment. Beauty is justice. Let's embrace this. Am I the only one who finds this awkward? Why was Xiao Shangyun's former manager, and encountering fans who mistake Yin Zhizhi for Xiao Shangyun conjures the idea of typecasting. Does manager G prefer this type of artist? Sisters above, you are overthinking it. It isn't that complicated. Besides, Yin Zhizhi and Xiao Shangyun are clearly not of the same type. One is obedient, the other refined. Yin Zhizhi's docility is perhaps the greatest misunderstanding held by the public. Her hairstyle was exquisite, with long hair elegantly curled, her makeup immaculate. And she donned a dress from a renowned brand. Why had already arrived, and he had not styled his hair. His natural look was impeccably groomed. He merely changed into a suit for the banquet. Yin Zhizhi recalled the system's words, emphasizing that sincerity was paramount to completing the task. Why? The girl suddenly called out to him. Why paused, then realized she was addressing him. What is it? Are you truly not considering debuting? In that suit, you could effortlessly embody the lead character in a modern drama, she teased. If I debut, you will be without a manager, he retorted. Then perhaps you should refrain from debuting altogether. Forever remain my manager, she replied, lifting her skirt to approach him. Shall we take a selfie together? Why was not particularly fond of photography, yet he recognized the potential within Yin Zhizhi. It was likely they would partner for several years, and he hoped to maintain a good relationship with her. All right, you're too tall. I can't reach. He stood at nearly 1.9 meters while she, not wearing heels, barely reached his chin. Why took her phone and extended his arm for a selfie. The handsome man and beautiful woman in their formal attire created a harmonious scene, a visual feast for those who appreciated beauty. At the banquet, Yin Zhizhi linked her arm with Why's as they approached various directors and screenwriters. Why had brought her not only for a film role, but also to explore other opportunities. Even for celebrities, resources do not simply materialize. One must be visible, engage socially, and make an impression. When a role is needed, these individuals may recall you, creating your opportunity. Why? Miss Yin has had a natural talent for acting since childhood. I foresee that in a few years, you will nurture another award-winning actress, a director remarked. Why humbly responded, Zhizhi possesses a modicum of talent, yet talent is merely a foundational requirement. What she truly needs is opportunity. Director Su, I recall you have several upcoming projects. If a suitable role arises, please consider her. I will consider it, the director replied. Yin Zhizhi observed Why's remarkable business acumen. His words flowed smoothly, and he seemed familiar with everyone. After standing for about an hour, she gently tugged at Why's sleeve. Why looked down. What is it? I need to touch up my makeup. Go ahead, be careful, and call me if you need anything. 10 minutes later, Yin Zhizhi finally understood why Why had advised her to be cautious. The daughter of an award-winning actress was not without her admirers, and some even harbored ulterior motives. Sure enough, she found herself cornered at the restroom entrance by a somewhat overweight man in his 40s with a leering gaze. He was an investor. She had encountered him earlier while mingling with Why. Zhizhi, I hear you have yet to accept a role. I just invested in a film that is in need of a leading lady. Would you be interested? Yin Zhizhi replied coolly, for business inquiries, please contact my manager. What could two grown men possibly discuss? You may indulge in your theatrics, yet I prefer a more candid approach. Zhizhi, in terms of seniority, you ought to address me as uncle. An uncle is invariably most concerned for his niece. As long as you're fond of it, I am willing to grant you any role. Even invest in a leading female character for you. The very term uncle nearly made Yin Zhizhi retch. She felt a strong urge to strike him. Though her little tendril was no longer available for such actions, she still possessed hands and feet. She could tear him apart or kick him. As Yin Zhizhi stepped back, the investor immediately obstructed her path. Do not leave. Uncle wishes to discuss serious matters with you. Are you certain you wish to impede my exit? What? He was the one blocking her way. She had not intended to strike him. Yin Zhizhi delivered a kick aimed directly at the most vulnerable area of that man. The pointed heel of her stiletto, both rigid and sharp. The investor's complexion turned ashen, and he could not utter a sound. Yin Zhizhi lifted her skirt. Farewell. Elated, she returned, feeling a sense of satisfaction. After walking a few paces, she glanced back, specifically at the women's restroom, suspecting someone had witnessed her kicking incident. At the banquet, Ji Huai scanned the room and noted the absence of an investor, particularly the one who had previously cast a rather dubious glance at Yin Zhizhi. This was not good. Ji Huai cursed under his breath and turned to leave. Are you all right? Suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in her mind, startling Yin Zhizhi and nearly causing her to twist her ankle. System? You've awakened during the day. What transpired just now? The system seemed genuinely to have just roused, speaking with a certain languor. It was better not to ask, but as soon as someone did, Yin Zhizhi's emotional side surged forth. System, someone bullied me, she lamented, her tone laden with grievance. Chapter 13. The agent's increasingly erratic behavior. 12. This situation could have been brushed aside lightly, but with the system's arrival and inquiry, Yin Zhizhi found it difficult to suppress her feelings. System, someone just bullied me, and he even attempted to touch me, she expressed, utterly aggrieved. Bali Xiao-san hesitated before asking, where is that individual? He.s. over there by the restroom. He just cornered me at the entrance, claiming he wanted to discuss a leading role with me and move closer while speaking. Did he make contact with you? After a moment's reflection, Yin Zhizhi reasoned that kicking that loathsome man could indeed be considered contact. In the red-tinted space, Bali Xiao-san scrutinized the images floating on the screen, contemplating what thoughts might be occupying Yin Zhizhi's mind. Its ability to detect the host's inner thoughts had been disabled by the space station. Otherwise, it would have been able to discern her innermost musings. Bali Xiao-san inquired once more, did he touch you? He did, Yin Zhizhi replied obediently. Bali Xiao-san's expression hardened. Go seek out the male protagonist of this world and relay this incident to him. He will assist you. Will you not help me? Hearing the system suggest she approached the world's male protagonist left Yin Zhizhi feeling somewhat disheartened. A melodious voice resonated in my mind. I am merely a task issuer. I cannot assist you in trivial matters. Today, I happen to awaken. Had I not, I would have remained unaware of your predicament. The system's voice was indeed exceptionally pleasant. A fleeting image crossed Yin Zhizhi's mind. A young man in white standing before her with an umbrella amidst a downpour. Now I comprehend. Yin Zhizhi reigned in her emotions. She did not necessarily require assistance, as she was capable of resolving her own issues. After all, had she not just done so? It was merely the concern of another that had caused her to act somewhat petulant. Now, she composed herself, for throwing a tantrum at the system seemed futile, at best. It would only elicit a few more words from it. She recalled the importance of seeking out the male protagonist of this world, informing him of the events, and staying close to him to avoid encountering such perverts. Bali Xiao-san reiterated this advice once more, after which silence enveloped her mind. System? System? She called out, but it appeared to have drifted back into slumber. This system was indeed a slumbering deity. As Yin Zhizhi entered the hall, she spotted Ji Huai approaching with a serious demeanor. Why were you gone for so long? Did something happen? He inquired. No, she replied, shaking her head. It was nothing of great consequence, and she had resolved it herself, so there was no need to raise a fuss. Ji-Huai frowned. Are you certain there was no incident? Really, there wasn't. It was just that the restroom was rather crowded, and I had to wait a bit longer. Had I known, I would have gone to the restroom upstairs, she smiled. Ji-Huai's expression deepened, but he chose not to press further. With half an hour remaining before the banquet concluded, Ji-Huai introduced Yin Zhizhi to all the necessary acquaintances. During the final moments, they sought out a quiet corner to rest. Ji-Huai took a sip of his drink while Yin Zhizhi sat on the sofa, feeling quite hungry. However, the refreshments at the banquet comprised only light snacks, pastries, and were too high in calories for her to indulge in. Ji-Huai quickly noticed the longing in her eyes. He finished his drink and placed the empty glass on a nearby tray. He then returned with a dainty little cake. Here, but you may only have half. The exquisite cake appeared before Yin Zhizhi, and her eyes sparkled as she looked up at him. Can I really eat this? Go ahead, he replied. Thank you. It was merely a small cake, yet her joy was palpable, her eyes shining with delight, her delicate features adorned with a broad smile. Yin Zhizhi lowered her head to savor the cake. At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly rang out, Ji-Huai. A woman clad in a white evening gown approached. Holding a drink, Yin Zhizhi found her somewhat familiar. After rummaging through the original owner's memories, she finally recalled who she was, Xiao Shangyun. The artist Ji-Huai had managed for a brief period before she was poached by another company. Xiao Shangyun, once a third-tier actress, has risen to prominence as a favored talent of the company. She approached Ji-Huai with a glass in hand, exclaiming, Ji-Huai, it truly is you. I presumed you would refrain from attending such gatherings. Ji-Huai remained silent. Xiao Shangyun glanced at Yin Zhizhi, who was indulging in cake, and suddenly exclaimed, Ah, so you brought a newcomer to the soiree. No wonder. But is it appropriate for her to indulge in cake like that? I recall how strictly you monitored the weight and figure of your artists, especially me back then. Your words still linger in my memory. Although her words were laced with a smile, an undercurrent of tension was palpable. Her tone suggested familiarity, yet Ji-Huai displayed no emotion. Yin Zhizhi was about to speak when Ji-Huai interjected, She is thinner than you. The implication was clear. Her slenderness warranted no such strictness, while Xiao Shangyun's size necessitated it. Xiao Shangyun nearly faltered, taken aback by Ji-Huai's blunt remark. Yin Zhizhi leaned forward, asserting, Miss Xiao, although I'm a few years your junior, I have been in the industry for over a decade, hardly a newcomer. Despite her recent absence from the screen, Yin Zhizhi was certainly no novice. Xiao Shangyun forced a smile before turning back to Ji-Huai. Ji-Huai, may I invite you to dinner sometime? I'm truly grateful for your guidance and have long wished to express my gratitude over a meal, but alas, I rarely see you. Yin Zhizhi, curious, inquired. As a manager, didn't you add each other on WeChat? If you rarely see him, you could always message him. Xiao Shangyun's discomfort was evident. Why had she reached out via WeChat? Because Ji-Huai had deleted her. Ignoring Yin Zhizhi, Xiao Shangyun continued, Ji-Huai, I genuinely appreciate your mentorship, and I would love to treat you to dinner to show my gratitude. If you are grateful, then why breach your contract and switch to another company? Yin Zhizhi interjected. Xingyao is renowned for treating its artists well. They surely wouldn't have compelled you to leave. Xiao Shangyun's composure began to waver. Miss Yin, I am speaking with Ji-Huai. Is it not impolite to interrupt? Ji-Huai is my manager, not yours. Ji-Huai adjusted his glasses and replied, Miss Xiao, my previous mentorship of you was merely a company arrangement. It was part of my job. There is no need for your gratitude. Fulfilling my job responsibilities suffices. Though Ji-Huai maintained a generally neutral demeanor, his expression was notably cold toward Xiao Shangyun. Yin Zhizhi finished her cake in one bite. Ji-Huai, the party is nearing its end. We should take our leave. Wait, Xiao Shangyun called out to them. The reason I sought you out is for another matter. One that should hold significance for you. Miss Yin, your recent behavior at the restroom entrance was quite inappropriate. Publicly striking someone there, what would you do if that were exposed? As an adult, you should consider your team and refrain from causing trouble for Ji-Huai. Chapter 15. The Broker's Gradual Discomfort. 14. Ji-Huai cast a glance back at Yin Zhizhi. Unfazed by the accusations, Yin Zhizhi replied, Miss Xiao, please ensure you comprehend the circumstances before addressing us. Though unaware of the specifics, Why found her treatment of an investor disrespectful. Even resorting to physicality was a troublesome act. During my tenure at Xingyao under Why, such behavior was never tolerated, as it would only burden the team. Missing, I merely offer you a well-intentioned warning. Why maintained an impassive expression. After a moment's contemplation, Yin Zhizhi added, someone harassed me and obstructed my path, prompting me to kick him. Her straightforward account conveyed the essence of the incident to Why. His dark eyes scrutinized Yin Zhizhi, who seemed to grasp his intent. She continued, I assure you that the surveillance footage will unequivocally show that I was the victim defending myself. Miss Xiao's admonition is utterly absurd. Am I not permitted to retaliate when assaulted? Defending oneself does not equate to troubling the team. Her demeanor remained composed, her discourse assertive and well-reasoned. Observing that Yin Zhizhi was gaining the upper hand in the exchange, Xiao Shangyun interjected, all I witnessed was you kicking someone. I merely intended to alert Why to prevent the situation from escalating. Yin Zhizhi was poised to retort further, but Why interposed, pulling her behind him. He faced Xiao Shangyun, stating, thank you for your reminder, Miss Xiao. Your warning has been duly noted. We shall take our leave now. Xiao Shangyun appeared somewhat dissatisfied, wishing to dine with Why. Why interrupted her. The presence of surveillance is fortuitous. Should any rumors arise, the footage will serve as evidence. Zhizhi has asserted that she was bullied, and her response was merely self-defense. He was undoubtedly protective of his artist, fully aware of Xiao Shangyun's background. He had invested 6 months in her promotion, only for her to abruptly switch to a rival company after being promised 10 leading roles. Her fleeting temptation, mere words, had lured her away just as he had begun to elevate her. Xiao Shangyun had indeed secured her first leading role at the rival company. Yet the production garnered only modest attention, merely adhering to convention. The anticipated second leading role had yet to materialize. The momentum she once enjoyed was dwindling. Without a resurgence in her projects and visibility, she risked a swift decline. Everyone recognized Why's recent investment in film, and many were eager to contend for roles in his projects. Why understood her intentions to leverage this incident against Yin Zhizhi, likely having recorded the surveillance. He was not easily manipulated by such trivial matters. Miss Xiao, in the future, I advise you to refrain from such abrupt confrontations. We are not acquainted well enough for that. Dining together is out of the question. Moreover, it is imperative for women to extend empathy towards one another. Your remarks today were quite shocking and, frankly, unacceptable, Why concluded, turning to Yin Zhizhi. Let us depart, Zhizhi. Yin Zhizhi harbored a certain fondness for Why's austere and imposing demeanor, observing the distress etched on Xiao Shangyun's face as she was reprimanded. As Yin Zhizhi passed by her, she remarked, Miss Xiao, even if you are reluctant to address me as your senior, it is rather unbecoming to label someone who debuted over a decade earlier than you as a newcomer. Furthermore, blocking others' agents is quite rude. Farewell. Chapter 16. The agent grows increasingly unsettled, 15, upon disembarking from the elevator in the garage. The driver went to fetch the car, while Why and Yin Zhizhi awaited at the entrance. Why adjusted his glasses, preparing to address the matter at hand. Yin Zhizhi, will you not clarify? Startled by his serious tone, Yin Zhizhi stood obediently and explained, that individual attempted to exploit me, preventing my departure and even reaching out to touch me. In a moment of panic, I kicked him. I assure you, it was purely self-defense, and the surveillance will corroborate my account. Why did you not inform me upon your return? He pressed. I resolved the situation myself, so I felt it unnecessary to trouble you. You have already exerted considerable effort on my behalf, she replied, displaying an obedient demeanor akin to that of a well-behaved student who refrains from causing trouble. However, Why felt a disquiet in his heart. You do not trust me. It was not a question, but a statement of fact. Her silence spoke volumes. Her reluctance to share indicated a lack of faith in him. Observing the man's serious expression, she noticed his furrowed brow, a sign of his agitation. At a loss for words, she hesitated. His annoyance deepened as he removed his glasses, holding them firmly in hand as he stated, in the future, should such incidents arise, you must inform me promptly. What if it escalates into a scandal? If you notify me in a timely manner, we can manage public relations effectively. Xiao Shangyun is thoughtless and lacks credibility. But what if you encounter a more astute adversary next time? Are you prepared to handle it alone? His frustration was palpable, echoing through the otherwise silent garage. Yin Zhizhi bit her lip, responding, "I was quite certain that this would not lead to any trouble, which is why I chose not to mention it. I promise to inform you in the future." She had been mindful of the surveillance angles surrounding the incident, ensuring that she appeared as the victim in any video footage. From the outset, Why recognized that Yin Zhizhi was not merely a compliant girl. Beneath her seemingly docile exterior lay a rebellious spirit. Even now, she argued with him while maintaining an innocent facade. "Very well," he replied, choosing silence for the moment. Yin Zhizhi leaned closer, a smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "Do you think Xiao Shangyun might expose my actions, even though the surveillance footage is inconclusive?" Having grown more comfortable in his presence, she no longer maintained the same distance as before. Why suggested, "Post something on Weibo." Obediently, Yin Zhizhi opened her account, asking, "What should I post?" "Smile. A girl must always protect herself," he advised. "I will have someone retrieve the surveillance footage. Later, I will request the company's Weibo to publish the video. It is better to share the truth than to allow others to distort the narrative. After all, this matter cannot simply be dismissed as a mere kick from Yin Zhizhi. In the grand scheme of things, one should not fear offending a single investor. It is imperative to inform those who have their sights set on Yin Zhizhi that she will not partake in any illicit dealings. She is an individual whom the company intends to elevate above reproach. As for Why, there is no cause for concern. Numerous film investors are eager to forge amicable relations with him, aligning their investments with his direction. The aforementioned investor, having funded a few successful productions, seems to have become somewhat arrogant, presuming that all young women in the industry are at his disposal. This time, however, he has encountered formidable resistance. Yin Zhizhi, following his directive, posted on Weibo. Almost immediately, comments began to flood in. Her fans, upon seeing this post, could only speculate, their anxiety palpable. What has happened to Zhizhi? Oh my, is she in trouble? Is everything all right? Zhizhi, please take care of yourself. Stop reading the comments. The car has arrived, Why interjected. The driver pulled up, and Why opened the door for Yin Zhizhi, who elegantly stepped into the vehicle, her evening gown trailing behind her. There was but one car. Take her home first, Why instructed, then deftly relayed Yin Zhizhi's apartment address. Yin Zhizhi tilted her head, observing him. "You seem quite familiar with my details. I only manage you as an artist, so naturally, I have ample time to familiarize myself with your information." "Oh, you finished the little cake all by yourself?" Why remarked suddenly. Yin Zhizhi's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at him. Momentarily flustered, "I was so engrossed in the confrontation that I lost track of whether I finished it. I believe I left half a piece on the table." She continued to feign ignorance. Chapter 17. The manager's growing unease. 16. I genuinely forgot whether I finished it. Should we go back and check? Yin Zhizhi looked at him with an innocent expression. Why let out a cold chuckle, placing his glasses in the car's console and reclining against the seat. "Tomorrow morning, I will take you for an audition, and in the afternoon, we will have additional training." His words were final. Yin Zhizhi's expression fell immediately, the price of half a cake weighing heavily on her. Oh well, she resigned, choosing to remain silent and occupy herself with her phone. Her Weibo was now inundated with attention, attracting fans and curious onlookers alike. Yin Zhizhi's sudden post that evening, advising young women to safeguard themselves, had ignited rampant speculation among her followers and netizens regarding the nature of her predicament. "Zhizhi, are you okay? Are you safe now? Please let us know, as we are all very worried about you. What on earth is happening? Is someone trying to bully Yin Zhizhi?" I can already envision a scenario of a stalker targeting her late at night. If it were a stalker, it wouldn't have been posted like this. Why do I feel it might be sexual harassment? Aside from announcing a variety show, she hasn't disclosed any other activities, leaving us anxious about her whereabouts tonight. Eating melons. How I loathe half-finished statements. If one wishes to create a stir, they should unleash a significant revelation. What is the purpose of this veiled insinuation? I harbor grave doubts that there is anything of consequence at play here. It seems merely an attempt to generate buzz by invoking the empathy of women on social media. Yin Zhizhi glanced at the comments. Her fans were offering comfort and concern, while passers-by indulged in various speculations, and keyboard warriors unleashed their criticisms. Why? How long until we receive the surveillance footage? Approximately 10 minutes later, Why was engaged in a conversation via his phone with someone from the company. He logged into the official Weibo account of Xingyao Entertainment, preparing to disseminate the footage as soon as it arrived. While Why was preoccupied with his tasks, he paid little attention to Yin Zhizhi, who was absorbed in her phone. Yin Zhizhi logged into another WeChat account, retrieved a paparazzo, and sent an address. After dispatching the message, she noticed that the recipient was typing a response. A fleeting smile graced her eyes as she calmly deleted the contact and exited the app. The venue for this gathering was a 5-star resort hotel nestled in a scenic area on the outskirts, requiring an hour to return to the city center. Feeling fatigued, Yin Zhizhi set aside her phone, leaned back in her chair, and closed her eyes to rest. Why, on the other hand, awaited the arrival of the surveillance footage, which he promptly shared on Xingyao Entertainment's official Weibo along with a statement condemning such behavior, emphasizing the company's commitment to protecting each of its artists. Once the footage was released, the entire Weibo platform erupted, although it was widely known that the entertainment industry harbored underlying rules. There had yet to be any substantial cases brought to light, let alone such compelling evidence. The footage clearly depicted a man cornering Yin Zhizhi at the restroom door. As Yin Zhizhi emerged, wiping her hands with a tissue, she turned only to find herself confronted by this man at the threshold. The surveillance video captured both the image and the audio, revealing the investor's repugnant remarks that disgusted viewers. "Oh my, this is revolting. I've always heard about it, but now I see it firsthand. The way he keeps calling her uncle is so sleazy. Does he really expect Yin Zhizhi to call him uncle? Disgusting. She's only 19, and despite being cornered by such a man, she remained composed. That kick at the end was truly satisfying. Yin Zhizhi didn't panic at all. That kick was utterly exhilarating. If anyone wants Yin Zhizhi for a role, they should negotiate with her agent. Clearly, this man isn't here to discuss acting. To think he would attempt to secure a lead role by targeting a young woman? Has he employed such tactics in the past, succeeding, thus leading to his arrogance? The entertainment industry is incredibly treacherous. Countless individuals vie for the lead roles. Do these capitalists view stars as mere concubines to be chosen at will? Xingyao is impressive. It truly is the largest agency, prioritizing the protection of its artists. This shocking surveillance footage swiftly ascended to trending status. Yin Zhizhi has faced harassment, prompting numerous influential figures to vehemently condemn such behavior. The identity of the investor captured in the surveillance footage has been thoroughly investigated. This investor has successfully profited from several productions over the years, causing concern among the leading actresses of those projects, who hastily issued statements asserting that they secured their roles through standard auditions. Whether the public believes their declarations remains to be seen. However, even if skepticism arises, there is no evidence to suggest that they obtained their roles through improper means. Shortly thereafter, official media subtly ridiculed the situation. Yin Zhizhi's post, urging young women to protect themselves, drew an outpouring of sympathy from her supporters. She's incredible, facing such individuals without any assistance and remaining composed. That kick was so satisfying. Yin Zhizhi, both fierce and beautiful. Even in evening attire and high heels, you still managed to deliver that kick excellently. Our hearts ache for Zhizhi. Watching that surveillance footage made my heart twist. Why set down his phone, realizing he was approaching Yin Zhizhi's residence. He rubbed his temples and adjusted his glasses. Yin Zhizhi, I'm almost at your place. While he was addressing matters, she was surprisingly sound asleep, seemingly unperturbed by the situation. Yin Zhizhi lay with her eyes closed, her skin flawless, and her makeup intact despite the prolonged wear. Even under the scrutiny of a high-definition camera, she remained stunning. The more Why gazed at her face, the more satisfied he felt. Although talent dictates the length of one's journey, beauty undeniably facilitates a swifter ascent. In Zhizhi, Why contemplated waking her. She groggily opened her eyes, stifling a yawn that brought tears to her eyes. Are we there? Yes, Ji-Hwai replied, retracting his gaze. As the vehicle approached the entrance of the community, he noticed a crowd had gathered outside. Reporters and paparazzi wielding microphones and cameras swarmed the entrance. This was a veritable horde of tabloid journalists. Ji-Hwai frowned. You've only been back for a few days. How did your address get leaked? Yin Zhizhi, bewildered, responded, I don't know. What should we do? How can I get home with the community surrounded? But Zhizhi harbors a mischievous side, gradually revealing itself. Clang, clang, clang. My new book has yet to gain traction, with pitifully low reading income. Clang, clang, clang. Everyone, please check out my promotional video and support my work if you can, perhaps with a small gift. Chapter 18. The manager's increasingly unsettling behavior outside the community. A throng of paparazzi and hired photographers, along with some fans, though not the most reputable, had gathered. Despite the community's robust security system, the sheer number of individuals likely meant that a few adept individuals had managed to infiltrate, possibly already stationed at her doorstep. Ji-Hwai's brow furrowed tighter. He anticipated such turmoil this evening. The driver has already halted the vehicle. Mr. Ji, where shall I go now? In such a situation, Yin Zhizhi certainly could not return home. Leaning against the window, she surveyed the surroundings, feeling both dejected and infuriated. In frustration, she kicked off her high heels. My feet hurt, and I long to return home for a relaxing bath and some sleep. How does this person even know where I live? Adorned in a voluminous gown, it was more of an aesthetic illusion than practical attire. Crafted from stiff tulle that had left red marks on her arms and legs. Without hesitation, she discarded her heels, revealing her delicate, slightly reddened feet. Ji-Hwai cast a glance at her. Do you have any other place to go? Yin Zhizhi turned back. Do you think I do? My entire family and relatives reside abroad. What about friends? My friends are not long-term residents of a city for filming, and it would be inappropriate to disturb them at this late hour. With a pained expression, she implored, Ji-Hwai, do you have any arrangements for me? What about a hotel? If my residence can be leaked, what if staying at a hotel leads to the same fate? My assistant isn't here, and I'm fearful of staying alone. Today was a private event, and her assistant was not present. Ji-Hwai's ink-like eyes betrayed no emotion. At that moment, it seemed the crowd in the distance had noticed the vehicle parked nearby. Is that a car from Xingyao? Has Yin Zhizhi returned? Yin Zhizhi, the driver interjected, Mr. Ji, we've been spotted. Ji-Hwai immediately commanded, turn around. The driver executed the maneuver swiftly, and upon seeing their departure, the onlookers were even more convinced that Yin Zhizhi was inside. Some overzealous paparazzi even jumped into a car to pursue them. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror and, irritated, reported, 2 cars are tailing us. Ji-Hwai frowned. The paparazzi had become increasingly reckless. As they drove onto the main road, they soon encountered traffic police stationed at several intersections. At least in the areas monitored by the police, they would not dare to obstruct the vehicle. While being followed was concerning, the real fear lay in the possibility of being cut off. Yin Zhizhi expressed her worry. What shall we do now? They are following us closely. No matter where I alight, they will know. Tonight, due to the harassment incident, you are trending online. They are even more frenzied for first-hand interview material. Ji-Hwai assessed their motives and ultimately decided to head to Shiyun Garden. The driver, accustomed to transporting Ji-Hwai, recognized the address as his residence. Yin Zhizhi pondered, what is that place? It's my home. You will stay there tonight. All right, I apologize for the inconvenience. You are my artist. It is my duty to assist you. Sitting cross-legged on the chair, she leaned closer. If the one in this predicament were another artist, would you do the same? Would you also bring them home? She suddenly drew very close, and Ji-Hwai recognized the scent of her perfume, which had lingered faintly in the air. However, now that she was near, he detected the sweet aroma of cream cake. Indeed, she must have indulged in an entire cake, leaving her enveloped in such sweetness. Ji-Hwai gently adjusted his glasses and replied in a subdued tone, of course. It is the duty of a manager to protect their artist. Moreover, sway, do keep writing. Oh, hold tightly to your little bowl. Your dedication and gifts, along with those little videos urging for updates, our sway's motivation to continue writing, he added, his spirits lifted. Chapter 19. The manager becomes increasingly unusual. 18. Why's response was rather conventional. Yet, Yin Zhizhi smiled brightly, exclaiming, "You must take good care of me from now on. I believe that once I become more popular, I will inevitably encounter such situations again. I shall rely on you." "All right, just make sure to inform me if anyone harasses you in the future," he replied. "Why hold a grudge? It was my fault. I was in the wrong." She sat cross-legged on the chair, beaming, her words claiming fault while her eyes conveyed a daring challenge. Why sighed internally. After all, this was their first collaboration, and had only been a few days. Given their gender difference, it was understandable that Yin Zhizhi might not fully trust him. Evidence suggests that female managers often find it easier to establish friendly relationships with female artists. The car behind them continued to follow at a distance. Yin Zhizhi glanced back. Why dismissed her concern, saying, "It's fine. The driver knows the area well. After a few turns, they won't be able to keep up. Can I take to Weibo to complain about them blocking my home?" She inquired. "No need for a complaint. Someone will spread the word. Silent grievances often carry the most weight," he remarked. Yin Zhizhi's eyes sparkled. Why clearly knew how to play the game, proving himself to be a top-notch manager who had thoroughly mastered the art of strategy. Indeed, there was no necessity for Yin Zhizhi to lodge a complaint. News of her community being besieged had already been reported by others. Without being able to interview the main subject, they could only write about other developments. Thus, the news reported was that female star Yin Zhizhi's address had been leaked, with paparazzi and fans crowding her neighborhood at night, complete with alarming visuals. Just half an hour prior, Yin Zhizhi had trended due to a harassment incident, and now her home address was exposed, propelling her onto a second trending topic. Goodness, what misfortunes has Yin Zhizhi faced today? Why do these troubles keep piling up? It's utterly outrageous that people are gathered outside her door at this hour. It's terrifying. How could her address be leaked? Is it possible that that unscrupulous investor is retaliating against her? Is Yin Zhizhi all right? Extra. Latest gossip. Yin Zhizhi's car was followed by reporters for a full half hour before they lost her trail. She should be fine, but this evening must have been quite frightening for her. Oh, how heart-wrenching it is. She has just returned to her homeland, and some matters are truly pathological. What is there to photograph or obstruct? In the dead of night, they leave her homeless. An hour ago, something utterly disgusting transpired, and after enduring that ordeal, she cannot even return home. It is so sorrowful. Celebrities earn exorbitant fees and must pay the price. What is this? It is not as though they succeeded in cornering her. While you lament for her here, she may very well be settled in a luxurious hotel, one that costs tens of thousands for a night's stay, equivalent to the annual salary of a working-class individual. Please do not obfuscate the issue. If one does not perform well despite receiving high remuneration, they should be criticized. The fault clearly lies with those who surrounded Yin Zhizhi. Those individuals are evidently distorted. I timidly assert that throughout her life, Yin Zhizhi has had no faults in her professional conduct. Why assuredly reported her safe arrival on her Weibo account. Zhizhi, it is so thoughtful of you to check in on us during this time. My heart aches for you. Dear girl, please take good care of yourself and rest well. Zhizhi, stay strong. Do not be disheartened. We will always stand by your side. The driver returned home, and Yin Zhizhi followed Why into the elevator. Xi'an Garden is a community nestled within the Second Ring Road, a precious piece of land with excellent privacy, featuring a direct access elevator to the entire spacious flat. Upon entering, Yin Zhizhi was pleasantly surprised by Why's home. The decor, adorned in soft hues of white, gray, and pale blue, is complemented by expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. The living room boasts a large sofa, beside which lies an ample gray carpet. Being on a high floor, the floor-to-ceiling windows offer a breathtaking view of the nightscape outside. The entire decor exudes a subtle yet sophisticated elegance. Why removed his suit jacket and hung it up, saying, "You still need to return that gown. We shall hang it in the wardrobe on a hanger later." This gown was requested by the brand for Yin Zhizhi to wear. The recent banquet featured renowned industry journalists for photographs and interviews. In just a few days, her image in that gown will grace entertainment news and the latest trend magazines. Yin Zhizhi was eager to remove the dress. I wish to take a shower, but I have no change of clothes. Why, having forgotten this detail, realized his oversight in not buying her toiletries. This was his first time inviting someone home, and he lacked experience. Taking out his phone, Why stated, "I will call the driver to purchase the items you need and bring them over." "All right." Moments later, the call connected. "Mr. G, is there anything else you require?" "Yes. Please go to the mall and buy some items, toiletries, as well as women's sleepwear, lingerie, and undergarments." "Understood." Upon hearing him directly mention lingerie, Yin Zhizhi felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Moreover, Why proceeded to relay her measurements to the driver without hesitation. Yin Zhizhi's eyes widened in disbelief. Why ended the call. "How do you know my measurements so well?" she inquired. "Your agent must naturally be well acquainted with your statistics." Why replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "That is incorrect." "Huh? You're referring to the data from when I signed with the company last year." A year has passed, and suddenly Yin Zhizhi fell silent, biting her lip, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. Why, confused, responded, "I didn't make a mistake. My memory is quite reliable. If it's wrong, it's wrong. A year has passed, and I have matured." Yin Zhizhi retorted sharply. Why was taken aback, his gaze drifting towards her figure. In Chapter 20, the manager becomes increasingly unsettled. 19. Yin Zhizhi noticed a fleeting moment where he averted his gaze from her. Finally, she decided to let him look without reservation, her ears flushing slightly. "Everyone says you made a mistake." Why quickly redirected his gaze, apologizing. He picked up his phone, once more called the driver, stating, "The bra size is incorrect. It should be 75A. The driver on the other end seemed bewildered but promptly replied, "Understood." As Why was about to hang up, he noticed the redness on Yin Zhizhi's arm caused by the fabric of her gown. The silk nightgown she had purchased was of superior quality. After ending the call, he realized Yin Zhizhi was looking at him with a peculiar expression. "What is it? Is there another issue?" she inquired. "How can you determine the size with just one glance?" "It's a professional habit," he explained. Yin Zhizhi's curiosity deepened. Why settled onto the sofa and continued. "When I first started as a manager, I went to auditions where artists would report their height and measurements. However, many would lie. After seeing so many, I became adept at estimating them visually. It's merely a professional quirk, devoid of any disrespect." Yin Zhizhi approached, dragging her dress along. She sat on the sofa, unable to resist tugging at her gown, scratching an itch. Why then noticed a large patch of redness beneath her neck, slightly swollen. "Are you allergic?" he asked, rising to approach her. "Don't scratch, it will only worsen." "But it itches and is uncomfortable. The dress is irritating," she replied, her delicate skin reacting to the rigid fabric. Why frowned, realizing that the designer only cared about the aesthetic appeal of the garment, neglecting the comfort of the wearer. With her long nails, Yin Zhizhi lightly scratched, leaving distinct red marks on her fair skin. Looking up, she inquired, "How long until the driver returns with the items?" "I can hardly wait to shed this dress. I want to take a bath." Why initially considered asking her to endure a little longer, but noticed her skin was indeed reacting. "Your room is over there. The bathroom is inside. You should take a bath first. I'll bring the nightgown to you once it arrives." "Thank you, Why, you are truly kind." After expressing her gratitude, Yin Zhizhi hurried back to her room to bathe. Even the guest room was equipped with a large, smart massage bathtub. She removed her gown, feeling an immediate sense of relief. Filling the tub with hot water, she immersed herself, finding comfort as the heated water soothed her irritated skin. She could not help but emit a sound of comfort. Yin Zhizhi filled the bathtub with foam, concealing her body beneath its frothy embrace, and then inwardly called out, "System? System?" The system was always dormant during the day, only to awaken at night. Over the past few evenings, Yin Zhizhi had often engaged in conversation with the system while bathing. Although it was not particularly fond of idle chatter, it would respond to her. "System, are you there? Can you see where I am? Tonight, I am not at home. I have moved into the residence of the world's male protagonist, making further progress in my strategy." A hint of pride tinged her voice. After speaking for quite a while, however, her mind remained devoid of the familiar, melodious voice of the young boy. She splashed the water lightly, letting her eyelids droop. Was it perhaps because it had awakened earlier that it was now catching up on sleep? The absence of the system left her feeling a tad forlorn. Nonetheless, as her strategy had advanced, her spirits remained high. Yin Zhizhi activated the massage feature of the bathtub, reclining comfortably within it. Time seemed to slip away, and soon, footsteps echoed from outside the bathroom, followed by a gentle knock on the door. Yin Zhizhi, I brought your change of clothes. I'll leave them at the door. Before Why could finish his sentence, he heard the sounds of water from within, and then the door opened slightly, revealing a fair hand, covered in bubbles, extending outward. Please hand them to me. The sweet scent of shower gel wafted through the crack in the door, mingling with the warmth of steam. She was completely unclothed behind the door. As Why's mind briefly registered this, embarrassment washed over him, prompting him to hastily dismiss the thought. The fair, soapy hand continued to grasp at the air. Why quickly placed the clothes into her hand. Thank you. I appreciate your help. It's no trouble, Why replied, turning to leave, but suddenly, a thud echoed from the bathroom, followed by Yin Zhizhi's pained cry. Ouch! Why rushed back, asking what happened. I accidentally brought out some bubbles when I came out. The edge of the bathtub is quite slippery, and I fell, Yin Zhizhi explained, her voice tinged with pain and a hint of tears. Was it a serious fall? What does it hurt? I fell completely. My arm hit the side of the bathtub. It hurts terribly. Why frowned. Can you get dressed and come out? Just give me a moment. All right, be careful of the bubbles. Why stepped into the living room to wait. Indeed, Yin Zhizhi had taken quite a tumble, a deliberate act, employing a strategy to elicit sympathy. Who could resist a beautiful person appearing so pitiful? Fool! A familiar voice echoed suddenly in her mind. Yin Zhizhi's eyes lit up. System? You're awake? In the crimson space, the screen before Bailey Xiaosan was dark, aware that Yin Zhizhi was without clothing. She always enjoyed conversing with it while bathing. Are you at the male protagonist's house? As Yin Zhizhi wiped her body, she internally replied, Yes, moving has brought me a step closer to my goal. As she donned her clothes, she inhaled sharply upon raising her right hand. What a foolish scheme. Not foolish at all. It's quite effective. Just wait and see. Injuring your hand. Couldn't you think of another way to win over the male lead? System, are you worried about me? If you care, you could express it more plainly instead of mocking me. Yin Zhizhi finished dressing. Bailey Xiaosan languidly reclined on a lounge chair, casually swiping the screen, stating, Worried? Not at all. I merely observed your foolish actions the moment I woke up. You saw that. You actually witnessed it. I wasn't even dressed. Yin Zhizhi fumed. Bailey Xiaosan replied, System? Why have you fallen silent? I did not see. The screen automatically goes black when the host is undressed. Yin Zhizhi realized that the system possessed an electronic screen that could view her. Your screen is quite advanced. Bailey Xiaosan ignored her. After calling out to the system without a reply, Yin Zhizhi decided to exit. Why? She cradled her right hand as she entered the living room. The man seated on the sofa suddenly looked up, noticing Yin Zhizhi freeze momentarily before approaching. How is your hand? I struggled a bit while dressing. My arm hit the bathtub quite hard when I fell, Yin Zhizhi said, pouting. Why were you in such a hurry to get your clothes? You could have waited until I brought them to you. Why spoke with a hint of reproach. Hearing your voice made me rush. I never expected a fall. I've never slipped in a bathroom before, so please don't tell anyone about my embarrassing moment today. Why found it amusing yet exasperating. Is this truly the thought process of youth? They still have the energy for such chatter. I have some medicinal oil at home. Apply it where you were hurt, and it will feel better by tomorrow, he said, retrieving the medicine box. Yin Zhizhi, clad in her pajamas, sat on the sofa, her skin flushed from the bath, her bangs slightly damp, and her face a rosy hue. Medicinal oil? Do I need to rub it in? I don't know how to do that. Good night. It's late. I'll make sure to update the next chapter in the morning. In the following chapter, year after year, let us strive together, shall we? Little broken bowl, please take care of me. Chapter 22. The Agent's Deterioration. 21. Yin Zhizhi appeared ready to give up. I don't know how to apply the medicinal oil. Never mind. It will heal on its own in a few days. Why's gaze swept over her hand, noticing the redness on her arm, predicting it would turn bruised by tomorrow. He retrieved the medicine from the box and, lowering his head, said, "Let me take care of your hand." Yin Zhizhi smiled brightly at him. "So, the great Agent G plans to help me apply the medicine? Tomorrow, you have an audition, but with an injured arm. How can you perform? Hand it over." Why extended his hand. Yin Zhizhi was waiting for him to suggest applying the medicine, so she moved a little closer and offered her arm. Physical contact can deepen affection. Why poured the medicinal oil into his palm, rubbed his hands together to warm it, then grasped her wrist firmly with one hand while using the other to press and knead the swollen area of her arm with some force. Ouch! It hurt a bit. Yin Zhizhi did not hold back her expression of pain, which was evident on her face. Upon seeing her reaction, Why did not reduce his pressure. Instead, he remarked, "It needs to be applied with some force. Otherwise, it will be ineffective. Just endure it for a moment." "All right." Why noticed she was on the verge of grimacing and sighed inwardly. It was natural for a girl like Yin Zhizhi to fear pain. He shifted her focus to another topic, saying, "The audition tomorrow is for the movie you expressed interest in. The one you invested in?" "Yes." Why was a bit cautious while massaging. Her wrist was so delicate that it felt as though he could easily snap it with a slight exertion. Thankfully, it was merely a bruise. What would happen if such a slender arm were to break? "Be careful next time when you shower." Having mentioned the movie, he unexpectedly added, "It's rather foolish that this happened on your first visit to my home, don't you think?" "Quite foolish," Yin Zhizhi pouted, falling silent. Why released her hand and poured more medicinal oil into his palm, warming it yet again. He persistently continued to massage her arm. "Since this is my invested film, I will also be present on set tomorrow. I will cast my vote during your audition. Should you perform well, I will vote in your favor. If not, you will be passed over regardless. I understand. I've heard of your stern impartiality." Though her arm still ached, she had grown accustomed to his pressure. The sensations were a mix of soreness and warmth. Yin Zhizhi inquired, "What roles are available for auditioning?" "Tree spirits, flower spirits, insect spirits." The film has a fantastical backdrop, requiring many visually appealing creatures. The lead has already been chosen. Now, only various spirits remain. Why contemplated before adding, "Even if it's a minor role as a creature. A well-performed few seconds can leave a lasting impression on the audience." Yin Zhizhi nodded. "I understand. History is replete with minor characters that have dazzled viewers in mere seconds. Your appearance is quite suited for portraying a creature, strikingly memorable." Yin Zhizhi's eyes sparkled as she leaned in. "Are you complimenting my looks?" As Why focused on applying the medicine, Yin Zhizhi suddenly leaned closer, and when he looked up, his face was mere inches from hers. Having just showered and removed her makeup, her skin was pale and flawless, delicately flushed, with long eyelashes framing her sparkling eyes that held a mischievous glint. Why lowered his gaze, remaining silent. "Why are you not speaking? Am I not pretty?" Why, do you seldom compliment your artists?" "I rarely praise anyone." Why was not one to offer compliments freely. He preferred to diligently attend to his work. A sense of ennui enveloped me, and I had initially thought that by chance residing at your abode today, I could engage with you more closely, fostering a deeper understanding for our future collaboration. Why paused, his gaze momentarily faltering. It became clear. Despite having stumbled earlier, she appeared more vivacious than ever tonight. The desire to become more familiar with him was evident. Indeed, their interactions had been strictly professional, and after several days together, they had yet to cultivate a deeper rapport. Why relaxed, choosing to regard her not merely as an artist, but rather as a rebellious child of friend. "You possess remarkable beauty," he suddenly declared. The unexpected compliment ignited a spark within Yin Zhizhi. Her previously placid demeanor instantly transformed into exuberance. Why observed her delight with mild astonishment. Surely, many must have praised her beauty before. What could elicit such joy from a single compliment? He continued, "When the director summoned me to the set to select actors, your name immediately came to mind upon reviewing the audition list. I had intended to inform you today, but it appears you had already set your sights on a character in the film. What kind of creature do you wish to audition for?" "A tree spirit, the kind that is indifferent and reticent." If anyone else had uttered such a sentiment, Ji-Hwai might have doubted their ambition to portray a simplistic role devoid of action or dialogue. Yet, upon hearing Yin Zhizhi's choice, he inexplicably felt she was suited for it. A character with minimal movement and few lines would require profound depth. One must be prepared mentally. Indeed, she replied, feeling a bit fatigued. With the pain in her arm subsiding, warmth enveloped her. Her eyelids drooped, and moments ago, she had been vibrant. Now, she resembled a wilting flower. Ji-Hwai grew concerned that she might succumb to slumber on the sofa at any moment. He released her hand, saying, "Very well if you're tired. Retreat to your room for some rest. Just be mindful not to press your arm." "Okay," Yin Zhizhi replied, her energy waning as she staggered back to her room. Alone, Ji-Hwai tidied the medication from the table. Suddenly, Yin Zhizhi reemerged, clutching her evening gown. "Where should I hang this?" "Place it on the sofa." "I shall hang it up," he offered. "All right," she replied, setting down the gown before returning to her room to sleep. Ji-Hwai organized the living room, then proceeded to the bathroom to wash his hands, scrubbing multiple times to rid them of the medicinal scent. As warm water washed over his palms, he recalled the sensation of grasping Yin Zhizhi's arm. Ji-Hwai's eyes widened in realization. He turned off the faucet and gazed at his reflection in the mirror. "Have you lost your mind? Remember your responsibilities. You are merely her manager. She is 9 years your junior." He dried his hands, then took the evening gown to the cloakroom to hang it. The fabric was notably stiff to the touch, achieving such a voluminous effect only through the use of rigid tulle. It was indeed beautiful, yet uncomfortable to wear. Ji-Hwai's thoughts drifted to the crimson marks on Yin Zhizhi's neck and arm. In the future, not every brand's clothing will be donned by artists. Fashion resources can be sought elsewhere. Recently, Yin Zhizhi has been relentlessly urged by her assistant to rise from her slumber, to the point where her biological clock has been set, waking her promptly at 6:40 each morning. Clad in loose-fitting pajamas, with disheveled hair, she shuffled to the bathroom. As she brushed her teeth, she internally muttered, "System?" There was no reply. "You are absent, unlike the systems and novels that are available at all hours. Why are you any different? I am seriously beginning to suspect your diligence." Aware of the system's absence, Yin Zhizhi entertained herself with some light-hearted banter. "System, do not think you can rest on your laurels simply because your voice is melodious." After completing her morning routine, the system still did not make an appearance. Stepping out of her room, she found the living room deserted. Is Ji-Hwai still asleep? Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, she perused her phone. Her friend and fellow artist, Sun Lee, who had participated in an escape room variety show with her, messaged her, "Tonight, the episode you were in will air. No previews. A mysterious flying guest." Yin Zhizhi replied, "This is my first public appearance since returning. I hope it goes splendidly, and that the viewership for the escape room show breaks new records." Just as she finished her response, Sun Lee replied unexpectedly early, "I saw the trending topics yesterday. Are you all right? How are you now?" Yin Zhizhi understood that Sun Lee was inquiring about two matters. "I'm fine. You must have seen the footage. That person didn't even come close to me, so there is no need for concern. Besides, my manager is with me. I'm safe." Sun Lee responded, "I'm relieved to hear that you're with your manager. After all, everyone knows Ji-Hwai's capabilities. How did your address get leaked?" "I have no idea. The company is still investigating. I want to be able to return home anytime soon." They exchanged a few more words before agreeing to watch the show together that evening. At that moment, the sound of someone entering the password at the front door was heard, and Ji-Hwai stepped in, dressed in sportswear and without his glasses. His hair was slightly damp, clearly having just returned from a morning jog. Without his glasses, he appeared remarkably youthful, resembling a university student. "I thought you hadn't woken up. You're already up and running?" Ji-Hwai observed her messy hair and pajama-clad form, clearly indicating she had only recently risen. "I have a habit of morning jogging." Ji-Hwai replied, "The auditions start at 8:30. I've scheduled our time for just after 9. Will you accompany me? Or would you prefer to linger at home a bit longer?" "Of course, I'll go with you. There is no need for the driver to make 2 trips." "Very well." Ji-Hwai went to shower and changed into comfortable loungewear. He prepared 2 breakfasts, sandwiches paired with milk, and, after setting the table, he called her over to eat. Yin Zhizhi, already famished, eagerly grabbed a sandwich and took a substantial bite. The flavor was delightful. The original protagonist spent a year abroad and has grown accustomed to various things. She does not necessarily crave a Chinese breakfast. After having breakfast and changing clothes, the two of them set out. The driver was waiting downstairs. Upon arriving at the audition venue, many actors were already present, both renowned and lesser known. Outside, numerous reporters were capturing the moments for fans. The news about the audition had been released long ago, with some famous artists hinting at their participation weeks in advance. And marketing accounts had begun generating buzz months prior. Xiao Shangyun. She has arrived. With an exclamation, Xiao Shangyun stepped down from the van and waved, greeting everyone. Hello, everyone. Could you please make way? I'm a bit late and need to get inside quickly. Shangyun. Miss Xiao, which role are you auditioning for in the movie? Is it true, as rumored, that you will audition for the character of Mu Ling? Xiao Shangyun smiled. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that just yet. You can find me on the movie poster when the time comes. It appears that Shangyun is quite confident about her audition. We wish her success. Thank you. With her assistant clearing a path, Xiao Shangyun entered the venue. Yin Zhizhi, Why, let us get out of the car as well. As they stepped out, the reporters instinctively turned their cameras towards them, and upon recognizing who they were, their reactions were filled with surprise. Yin Zhizhi, is that really Yin Zhizhi? There was no news of her attending the audition. Since returning to the country, Yin Zhizhi had maintained a low profile. This was a prime opportunity. She had not participated in any interviews since her return. The reporters eagerly squeezed closer. Miss Yin, which role do you wish to audition for? Why did you not hint at this before? Your low-key approach seems inconsistent with your status. Yin Zhizhi found the reporter's comment rather amusing. Indeed, she held a notable position in the industry, still attracting attention even after a year abroad. However, why must she not maintain a low profile? Is humility at odds with one's status? What is the need for pretense? It is not only certain artists who are unwell. The media exhibits the same affliction. Why raised a hand to block the reporters, advising Yin Zhizhi, do not answer their questions. We can chat briefly upon exiting. For now, let's head inside. All right. Nearby reporters overheard Why's words and immediately inquired, Mr. Ji, what time will Miss Yin be coming out? We would like to interview her. Why replied, if you want to conduct a formal interview, that won't be necessary. Apologies, but we have matters to attend to and will be going in. Why originally intended to engage in a few casual remarks if approached by anyone, deeming it unnecessary to schedule a specific time for interviews, lest the media's hours of waiting breed resentment. Thus, he declined the interview request. Renowned in the industry as a formidable agent, the media dared not provoke him lightly. Why spoke with an air of authority. His voice, though not loud, carried a commanding presence, and he shielded Yin Zhizhi without the need for security personnel. He guided Yin Zhizhi through the crowd and into the venue. You go to the lounge to rest. I will attend to matters over there. All right. Why proceeded to meet with the director. As the principal investor, he needed to oversee the audition process. Yin Zhizhi was led to the lounge by the staff. Her assistant soon arrived. Miss Yin, have you had breakfast? Do you need me to fetch something? No need. I've already eaten. The assistant produced a script. This is what Manager Ji asked me to bring to you. Yin Zhizhi took the paper and glanced at it. It contained character details and lines pertaining to Mu Ling. With an hour remaining before her audition, this was her preparation time. Although Mu Ling had minimal screen time in the film, her presence was consistently felt throughout. Mu Ling was depicted as a quiet, reticent spirit who relished basking in sunlight and dancing in the rain. While other spirits sought shelter from the elements, she often stood alone outside. The film elucidated the coexistence of humans and spirits, highlighting the barriers between them, as mysterious human disappearances pointed towards the spirit forest, prompting the protagonist to enter the woods to unravel the mystery. Yin Zhizhi skimmed the synopsis and considered Mu Ling. Was this not a reflection of her former self? The earth-dwelling spirits adored sunlight and rain, cherishing the whispers of the wind and the songs of birds, yet they feared fire and insects. The thought of her own demise in flames sent a shiver through her. Miss Yin, may I inquire which role you are auditioning for? The lounge was not solely reserved for her. Other notable stars were present as well. Xiao Shangyun had noticed Yin Zhizhi sitting in the corner, engrossed in her script. Recalling the trending topics from the previous night, Xiao Shangyun remembered how Yin Zhizhi had crafted herself into a victim, garnering sympathy from many passersby. Yin Zhizhi neatly covered her script and looked up. I will reveal that when the audition begins. Miss Yin, there is no need to be so guarded with me. Yarbo no intentions. I merely wish to befriend you. After all, I was once an artist under Ji Huai, and I believe we have much to discuss. Discuss Ji Huai? Are you certain we have much to converse about? Xiao Shangyun felt awkward. If my words from last night caused you discomfort, I apologize. It is best not to harbor grudges in this circle. Let us be friends and support one another. I do not wish to harbor a grudge. I simply prefer not to disclose which role I am auditioning for. Is it not my right to keep my privacy? Yin Zhizhi's words, though soft-spoken, bore the weight of undeniable retorts. As she conversed, the other aspiring actresses waiting for auditions turned their attention towards her, gradually sensing the underlying tension. They were all acutely aware of the situation. Xiao Shangyun had once again resorted to her usual antics, adept at playing the victim while subtly provoking others. However, the daughter of the esteemed Yin Ho was not one to be easily manipulated. Zhizhi, do you enjoy coffee? I noticed the tea room next door has some. Would you like to join me? A strikingly beautiful actress spoke up. Although Yin Zhizhi was unfamiliar with her, there was an instant rapport, prompting her to agree. Just a moment, Yin Zhizhi replied, rising to her feet. Miss Xiao, could you please make way? Xiao Shangyun merely watched as Yin Zhizhi walked past her. Together, Yin Zhizhi and the actress departed. I'm Jiang Li, also an artist under Xingyao Entertainment. I signed with the company at the same time as you last year and have played supporting roles in several dramas. The actress introduced herself. So we are colleagues. Thank you for coming to my aid. Yin Zhizhi expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. I know that even without my intervention, you could easily handle Xiao Shangyun. But I didn't wish to squander my words, Jiang Li replied, her sentiment aligning perfectly with Yin Zhizhi's. After preparing their coffee in the tea room, they encountered Ji Huai upon exiting. Noticing the cup in Yin Zhizhi's hand, Ji Huai inquired, how much sugar did you add? Half a spoon. Yin Zhizhi quickly responded. Jiang Li, observing their dynamic, stifled a laugh, but seeing Ji Huai's serious demeanor, tactfully excused herself. Zhizhi, I'll head back to the lounge now. Once she left, Ji Huai took the coffee from Yin Zhizhi, declaring, this coffee is subpar. Don't drink it. It's instant. How has your audition script been? Have you memorized it? I've committed it to memory, she replied confidently. Which scene do you plan to perform? Ji Huai took a sip of the coffee, his brow furrowing at the excessive sweetness. It was evident that she was not as compliant as he had imagined. Noticing his reaction, Yin Zhizhi discerned that he had detected her intention to portray the scene of the wooden spirit being burned. Ji Huai's expression shifted slightly as he remarked, why did you choose the most challenging segment? With such limited time, you might struggle to evoke the necessary emotions. I believe the director selected the wooden spirit scene for its depth, she countered. Very well. Since you've made your decision, I'll one-tea contest it, he conceded, tossing the coffee cup into the trash. If you wish to drink coffee, ask your assistant to fetch some. Do not consume this. Oh, the previous candidates have all passed. I'm here to inform you that if you're ready, you may proceed to the audition now. If not, you could take more time to prepare. I'm ready. Let us go, Yin Zhizhi declared with confidence, eager to portray the wooden spirit, especially given her natural affinity for the role. Later that evening, she planned to write updates after returning from her errands. In the spacious audition room, several tables were arranged for the director, producer, and investors, while a few chairs were placed in the corners, designated for actors awaiting their turns to audition or observe. A group of 5 individuals entered at a time, each taking their turn to audition, while those not yet called sat on the chairs, patiently watching. Xiao Shangyun, Jiang Ling, and 2 other actresses had just arrived, accompanied by Yin Zhizhi and Ji Huai. Upon spotting Yin Zhizhi, the director greeted her with a warm smile. Zhizhi, the last time we collaborated, you were merely 10 years old, and your performance left a profound impression on me. I hope we can work together again this time. Yin Zhizhi humbly nodded, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Director Su, for your encouragement. I will strive to perform well, and please do not hesitate to provide me with strict feedback if I falter. The assistant director and producer, recognizing Yin Zhizhi, exchanged knowing smiles with her, even without verbal greetings. The other four actresses felt a twinge of anxiety and envy as they witnessed the attention and interaction Yin Zhizhi garnered upon entering. Although Xiao Shangyun had achieved a certain level of fame, she did not enjoy the same privileges of being favored by directors across the board. In this instance, jealousy flickered in her eyes as she observed the crowd surrounding Yin Zhizhi. "Zhizhi, why don't you sit over there?" Ji Huai called out, using her informal name in public, yet addressing her formally in private. Yin Zhizhi felt it necessary to cultivate a closer rapport. The audition order was based on their arrival. Placing Yin Zhizhi as the last to audition, she settled beside Jiang Ling, who appeared somewhat anxious, glancing between the auditioning actress and her script. Yin Zhizhi leaned in and whispered, "What role are you auditioning for?" "A flower fairy," Jiang Ling replied. "You are quite beautiful. You would be perfect for the role of a flower fairy," Yin Zhizhi encouraged, her simple words providing significant comfort in the tense atmosphere. Jiang Ling set her script down, thanking her. "Thank you. No problem. Good luck. You too." After the first two actresses finished their auditions, one was immediately dismissed, while the actress portraying the butterfly spirit was selected. Xiao Shangyun then took the stage, auditioning for the role of a tree spirit, depicting a 1,000-year-old tree drenched in rain. She stood poised, tilting her head slightly as if feeling the rain, shaking off the droplets from her form, her expressions and demeanor fluid and animated. However, the director furrowed his brow and remarked, "Trees do not shake off raindrops. They are not animals that can shake off fur. They are trees." Xiao Shangyun's performance faced criticism, and the room was filled with onlookers. An immediate wave of anxiety washed over her. She could only recall the image of a tree, after which her expression became rigid, leaving her frozen in place. The producer shook his head slightly, while the director furrowed his brow. Ji Huai marked a cross with his pen. "All right, your audition has concluded." With a stiff expression, Xiao Shangyun spoke, "Director, I am not at my best today. My abilities far exceed this performance. The filming set does not afford you the luxury of time to find your rhythm. I cannot ascertain your level, but your recent performance was subpar." The director's message was unmistakable. Xiao Shangyun had been dismissed. She could feel the gazes of the four actresses behind her, and she was certain Yin Zhizhi was mocking her. "Director, may I request a second chance to audition for other roles? I have prepared for 2 characters. There is no stipulation that each person could only audition for one role. Indeed, some actors might not fit one character but could embody another." The director, producer, and Ji Huai exchanged glances. Ji Huai spoke up, "You may have a second chance, but you must wait until the others have completed their auditions. They have already been waiting for quite some time." The director nodded, "Please take a seat for now." It was clear that the director held a negative view of this actress. Her behavior was quite impolite, and her acting left much to be desired. Although Xiao Shangyun felt deeply embarrassed, wishing she could vanish into thin air, she had been granted a second opportunity, and hope remained. Returning to her seat, she watched Jiang Ling prepare for her performance. "I will be portraying the flower spirit," Jiang Ling briefly introduced. At that moment, Xiao Shangyun's face fell. Only the roles of the flower spirit and the wood spirit remained. Having just failed her audition for the wood spirit, she was now hoping to audition for the flower spirit. Xiao Shangyun could only silently pray that Jiang Ling would falter. After a succinct introduction, Jiang Ling entered her performance with grace. She depicted the transformation of the flower spirit, rising elegantly from the ground, her exquisite features radiating allure but also innocence in her eyes. The flower spirit was beautiful and enchanting, yet her character was that of a naive little sprite. Jiang Ling showcased the flower spirit's curiosity as she admired her own form, filled with wonder and delight, continuously appreciating her hands and feet. There were no lines, just a brief performance lasting under 3 minutes. The director smiled and nodded. "Well done. You have secured the role of the flower spirit." Xiao Shangyun's face turned pale. It was over. Observing Xiao Shangyun's expression, Yin Zhizhi found it utterly entertaining. Now it was Yin Zhizhi's turn. With a smile, she introduced herself. "I wish to audition for the role of the wood spirit, and I will be performing the scene where the wood spirit is burned." As those final words left her mouth, the eyes of the director and producer sparkled with interest. In the early stages, The character of the wood spirit merely played a minor role, only to shine in its most pivotal and challenging scene at the end when it meets its fiery demise. Yin Zhizhi bravely chose this formidable task, a testament to her admirable courage. The anticipation for her performance was palpable. However, Xiao Shangyun's gaze was laced with derision, as she perceived Yin Zhizhi's audacity as foolhardy. The audience watched intently as Yin Zhizhi began her portrayal. Initially, she appeared as a cheerful young girl, but in the next moment, her expression darkened, her eyes filled with despair. She stood frozen, her hands trembling, embodying not only hopelessness but also a desire to flee. Yet her feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, unable to escape. The raging inferno loomed ever closer, transforming her despair into numbness. Eventually, she shut her eyes, a tear cascading down her cheek, resigning herself to her fate. The flames appeared to engulf her, contorting her face in agony, a reflection of the uncontrollable horror wrought by the fire. Ultimately, she collapsed, akin to a mighty tree succumbing to the earth. Yin Zhizhi fell to the ground, and the room fell into a profound silence. It was Ji-Huai who first reacted, approaching her and gently lifting her. He brushed the dust from her clothing. With a smile, Yin Zhizhi remarked, "You haven't graded my performance yet. Why did you come over?" Ji-Huai replied, "Perfect score." Their exchange pulled everyone back from their reverie. The director, unable to contain his delight, exclaimed, "Wonderful, truly wonderful. Zhizhi, your performance was so vivid. I felt as if I witnessed the wood spirit perishing before my eyes. The great tree falling. You are the wood spirit." As the chapter drew to a close, the director generously praised Yin Zhizhi, while Ji-Huai regarded her with a complex expression. Xiao Shangyun, unable to sit still amidst the accolades, interjected, "Director, may I audition once more?" The director's smile faltered, and he frowned at the actress before gently replying, "All roles have been finalized. There is no need for further additions. Your earlier performance aligns perfectly with our vision, and there will be no changes." Rejected. Xiao Shangyun's countenance darkened. As the gathering concluded, she recalled her earlier boast to the media about finding her name on the movie poster, now rendered futile as she had failed to secure an audition. In a frenzy, she attempted to contact her agent, who was unresponsive, preoccupied with a promising newcomer. Frustrated, Xiao Shangyun nearly hurled her phone. She hesitated to step outside. After bidding farewell to Jiang Li, Yin Zhizhi followed Ji-Huai out, immediately spotting Xiao Shangyun pacing in the lobby, clearly reluctant to face the outside world. Yin Zhizhi observed a throng of journalists outside. "Ji-Huai, will you be answering the media's inquiries shortly?" "No, we shall proceed discreetly." Ji-Huai had never relied on sensational news to elevate artists. He despised the tactics of media manipulation. Just as they were about to step out, Yin Zhizhi suddenly grasped Ji-Huai's hand. "There seem to be even more people outside, and without security, can you ensure my safety?" Her delicate hand rested in his palm, entwining their fingers. The unexpected contact sent a jolt through Ji-Huai, momentarily arresting his gaze. "All right." Yin Zhizhi released his hand and moved closer to him as they exited together. Xiao Shangyun, witnessing this scene, was left fuming. As the media spotted someone emerging, they surged forward, clamoring for attention. "Miss Yin, can you tell us what role you auditioned for? How'd it go? Was there anyone else vying for the same part? Miss Yin, how did your address get leaked? Are you currently staying at a friend's house?" Yin Zhizhi remained unresponsive, while Ji-Huai carefully shielded her, with no one daring to turn their gaze away. As the silence persisted, the media resorted to frantically snapping photos. With no interview content to report on, they would have to fabricate stories from the images. It must be said that the sight of Ji, the esteemed agent, alongside Yin Zhizhi was quite captivating. They had already concocted headlines in their minds. Once back in the vehicle, they drove away from the crowded area. Yin Zhizhi immediately relaxed, languidly sinking into her seat. Ji-Huai appeared engrossed in his phone, seemingly examining some reports. "Ji-Huai, Ji-Huai," the girl called his name softly. He rarely heard anyone address him in such a manner. He was more accustomed to titles like Manager Ji or President Ji. Even his former artists had never been so familiar with him. "What is it?" Ji-Huai pushed up his glasses, unaware of the gentleness in his tone. "Ji-Huai, You think my performance just now was perfect, right? Indeed, a flawless score, overflowing with brilliance. Your performance was exceptional, and it tugged at the heartstrings. Does your hand hurt? Yin Zhizhi paused for a moment. Not at all. Why noted that when she had fallen, her injured hand had been beneath her, and since it did not hurt now, it seemed she had skillfully avoided applying pressure. Why, if even you say my acting is perfect, then I must be able to excel in this film. Is it set to be released on New Year's Day? Yes, there's only 1 quarter left, and filming will likely commence in a few days. Your role in this film is not extensive, but I have just selected a television script for you, a leading role. After lunch, you'll need to audition and have a makeup test. Is it that urgent? You need to dedicate yourself to your work. From today onward, you must fully embrace your professional duties. Why scrutinized her. You don't need to lose weight, but you absolutely cannot gain any. I will dictate your diet. 3 meals a day. Is that all you have time for? I have only you as my artist, and I find myself quite idle. This year, Starry Entertainment has set a KPI for Yin Zhizhi, which mandates her to achieve a significant breakthrough after the new year and secure 2 prestigious awards. The tasks at hand are quite formidable. Why took Yin Zhizhi to a light meal at a restaurant, and after their meal, they proceeded to an audition in the afternoon. The audition was for a fantasy drama featuring a prominent female lead, and Yin Zhizhi effortlessly secured the role. They returned home only after darkness had enveloped the sky. Along the way, Why mentioned, there's a brand launch event tomorrow that you must attend. I've signed you for a beverage endorsement, and we will likely shoot the advertisement next week. Additionally, there's a fitting for a drama. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhizhi felt her head swell with the weight of the packed schedule. It was time to truly immerse herself in work. Yet one must admit, Why was quite captivating in his professional demeanor, his eyes mesmerizing beneath the frames of his glasses. Yin Zhizhi reclined on the sofa as Why changed into comfortable home attire. Zhizhi, what would you like for dinner? He inquired. You can make whatever you wish. As long as it's something I can eat. I'm not picky, she replied. Why nodded and proceeded to the large refrigerator to select ingredients. Yin Zhizhi, lying on the sofa, played with her phone. The escape room variety show had been airing for an hour, and her Weibo was inundated with comments from fans who had just watched the show. Oh my goodness, Zhizhi is so adorable. Tell me secretly, is it because you're afraid that you won't take off the eye mask? I won't tell anyone, and I won't laugh at you, ha ha ha. Zhizhi, your debut on the variety show certainly did not disappoint. You were so cute, and the show was full of delightful moments. However, it seems you may have taken advantage of the staff. Zhizhi, you're still a child, and shouldn't be teasing others. Oh my. Thank goodness I was already following this show. Otherwise, I would have never known that the mysterious guest this episode is actually Zhizhi. I was utterly thrilled when she appeared. Count me in, I was also incredibly excited and ended up playfully punching my brother several times. Zhizhi, you need to keep up the good work. The fans want to see you more often. Please, Zhizhi, share your schedule. Your fans adore you. Yizhui. Zhizhi called out, slipping on her slippers and running to the kitchen door with her phone in hand. Inside the kitchen, a man, with a physique akin to that of a supermodel, was seriously cooking while wearing an apron. A corporate elite transformed into a devoted homemaker. Quite alluring. Why, when will you announce my work schedule? The fans are eagerly awaiting it. I'll prepare the schedule for release after dinner. You've worked hard. Yin Zhizhi placed her phone on the counter and approached him, asking, do you need my assistance? Dear young lady, it would be best if you didn't complicate matters, he replied. Good night. Is it true that without the little broken bowl, there will be no present? Woe is me. I merely wish to create for love. Chapter 26. The manager's gradual shift. 25. Yin Zhizhi was quite unwilling to accept this. Please do not underestimate me. While I may not possess culinary skills, I am certainly capable of handling other tasks. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to lend a hand. Why had no choice but to say, you can wash some vegetables. All right. The kitchen was spacious, allowing both of them to work without feeling cramped. Why, accustomed to living alone in this space, felt an inexplicable sense of difference upon the sudden arrival of another person, especially one of the opposite sex. The water seemed to be boiling, and Yin Zhizhi reminded him, Why, the water is ready. Ji-Hwai snapped back to reality, quickly turning off the heat. Why were you lost in thought? It's nothing. Ji-Hwai lowered his eyelashes, his dark eyes momentarily still. The dinner he prepared was quite simple, a modest Chinese meal with minimal salt and oil. Rice was not on the menu for Yin Zhizhi. She had to indulge in more vegetables instead. After dinner, Ji-Hwai went to work while Yin Zhizhi luxuriated in a bath, filling the tub with foam and playfully draping it over her chest. System? There was no reply. System, you haven't been very responsive lately. I am not here to engage in idle chatter. Suddenly, a youthful voice broke through, as Bali Xiao Sen noticed the screen was still dark, accompanied by the sound of water. Yin Zhizhi, could you refrain from chatting with me while you're bathing? He had longed to express this for days. Isn't your screen black? You can't see anything. However, I am a male system. There are distinctions between genders. As a girl, you should possess a sense of modesty and protect yourself. Bali Xiao San declared seriously, arms crossed over his chest. Yin Zhizhi splashed playfully. I am a vine, devoid of shame. Shouldn't I be cautious of any dangerous thoughts towards the host? Must I protect myself in your presence? Bali Xiao San had no retort. After all, she was merely a vine. What could she possibly understand? In a crimson-hued space, a youth clad in white brocade lounged on a chaise, intending to continue speaking, when suddenly a red exclamation mark appeared on the floating screen before him. The time limit for stabilizing the body is nearing its end. Time was running out. The young system narrowed his eyes, clearly displeased, and vanished the next moment. The chaise in the space was left empty. Why have you stopped speaking, system? After calling out for a while without a response, Yin Zhizhi, accustomed to the silence, returned to sleep. The latest episode of the Escape Room reality show garnered impressive viewership, marking the first appearance of child star Yin Zhizhi upon her return to the country, with topics from the show trending on social media. That evening, Yin Zhizhi's schedule for the upcoming month was unveiled, featuring brand launches, endorsements, various shows, a starring role in a blockbuster film, and participation in a popular IP drama, among other engagements. Oh my, she must be the princess of the stars. A true princess. What incredible resources. Are these resources excessive? What do you mean by excessive? She possesses the capability to handle all of this. How fortunate. The location for the advertisement that Zhizhi will be shooting the day after tomorrow is conveniently close to my home. Mother, I'm coming to see you. My dear, I'm on my way. The schedule is exceedingly packed, leaving no moment for respite. Although the earnings are substantial, it is a bittersweet experience. Alas, Zhizhi, please take care of your health. It was only after Zhizhi became engrossed in her work that she realized how blissful her previous days had been. For the past few days, she had been rising before dawn to leave for her engagements, wearing makeup for countless hours, facing various cameras, and returning to Ji-Hwai's residence in the dead of night. Of course, it is not only Zhizhi who is laboring hard. Her assistant and the entire team are equally strained, and Ji-Hwai has been by her side, addressing any unforeseen circumstances that arise. After just completing the fitting for the lead actress in a television drama, they emerged from the studio only to find that it was already past midnight. With her makeup removed and her hair coated with hairspray, cascading down, Zhizhi wore a simple t-shirt and loose-fitting trousers, her face obscured by a mask, utterly exhausted. Ji-Hwai stood beside her while the driver went to prepare the car. The assistant, burdened with numerous items, was unable to assist Zhizhi as she swayed from fatigue. Ji-Hwai instinctively reached out to steady her. Feeling the support, Zhizhi leaned against him, her head resting against his chest as she drowsily closed her eyes. The assistant, taken aback, considered intervening. Ji-Hwai shot a glance at the assistant, his eyes clearly conveying a message. Do not disturb her. Zhizhi, barely able to stand, leaned heavily against Ji-Hwai, and merely grasping her arm was insufficient to support her. Ji-Hwai's gaze sharpened slightly as he slid his arm beneath her and secured her waist, lifting her gently. Zhizhi, Ji-Hwai called softly, with a weary expression. Zhizhi murmured, Is the car not here yet? Her eyes remained shut, her words slurred with fatigue. She had awoken at 4 in the morning and had been relentlessly occupied throughout the day. Now, it was nearing dawn. A flicker of concern crossed Ji-Hwai's eyes as he supported her, reassuringly saying, The car will arrive shortly. I'm so tired. I just want to go home and sleep, she replied, indicating a longing for her own home rather than his. Ji-Huai felt momentarily dazed, realizing that during this period, he had neither requested alternative accommodations from the company nor arranged for her elsewhere. She had been residing at his home all this time. He recognized the impropriety of the situation, but was reluctant to rectify it. Just then, the driver brought the car around, and the assistant hurried to open the door. Ji-Huai half-encircled Zhizhi, helping her into the vehicle. The spacious back seat of the van allowed her to recline comfortably, and Ji-Huai helped her lie down. Zhizhi, feeling uncomfortable, asked, "Is there a pillow?" Without opening her eyes, she pulled Ji-Huai closer, resting her head on his lap. Ji-Huai's eyes widened slightly, his body stiffening. The driver remained focused on the road, while the assistant, catching sight of the scene in the rearview mirror, quickly averted her gaze. For some reason, it seemed that the rapport between Ji-Huai, the esteemed manager, and Miss Zhizhi had become increasingly intimate over the past few days, and now it felt decidedly unusual. As a mere assistant, she understood the necessity of remaining oblivious in this industry. Ji-Huai remained still, gently cradling the side of her face to prevent her from slipping away. Her makeup-free visage was delicate and cool, a stark contrast to the warmth of his palm. After a moment of contemplation, Ji-Huai quietly withdrew his hand, casting a glance ahead to ensure that neither the driver nor the assistant had turned back. He exhaled a sigh of relief. They had only just returned home in the early hours of the morning. Yin Zhizhi was utterly exhausted, and Ji-Huai had supported her throughout the journey back. "Zhizhi, wake up. We have arrived home. You may freshen up and then rest," he urged. Upon hearing they were home, Yin Zhizhi opened her eyes, aimed for the sofa, and promptly collapsed onto it, drifting into a deep slumber. Ji-Huai observed and felt that her fatigue was compounded by a hint of laziness. As a refined artist, how could she neglect her skincare routine and sleep without freshening up? He removed his glasses and placed them on the coffee table before crouching down. "Zhizhi, get up." Yin Zhizhi feigned sleep, remaining utterly still. Ji-Huai gazed at her motionless form, a sense of helplessness washing over him. He gently shook her. "Even if you don't freshen up, you need to go to your room to sleep. It would be uncomfortable to spend the night on the sofa." She lay there, breathing evenly, truly asleep. Ji-Huai regarded her weary face and tenderly lifted her, cradling her in his arms as he carried her to her room. This was merely a guest room that had never seen a visitor, yet in the past few days, it had become imbued with her vibrant presence. Even half of his wardrobe, now adorned with her garments. He carefully placed her on the bed, supporting her neck as he arranged her pillow. Just then, she unexpectedly lifted her hand, wrapping it around his neck. With her fingers intertwined, Ji-Huai found himself unable to raise his head, their faces mere inches apart. His heart raced slightly. Could she be sleepwalking? Upon hearing Yin Zhizhi's words, he felt a wave of relief. She was not sleepwalking. "Ji-Huai, what time do I need to wake up tomorrow? You must call me. I cannot rise on my own," she mumbled, her eyes still closed. Her concern for the next day's responsibilities evident despite her drowsiness. Ji-Huai felt a mix of amusement and a twinge of sympathy. "All right, I will wake you tomorrow. You may sleep now," he replied gently. She did not release her hold, continuing to cling to his neck. "What do I have to do tomorrow? Filming a variety show? Or is it a live broadcast? That was work scheduled for the following week. What about my task for tomorrow?" Ji-Huai frowned, bemused that she was preoccupied with work despite her evident fatigue. She appeared delicate and disobedient, yet somehow nothing seemed to have been neglected. Ji-Huai grasped her arm lightly, stating, "Tomorrow, you will be filming a commercial. Some fans will come to see you, and you must go out to meet them." "Oh," she murmured, and upon learning of her schedule, she surrendered to slumber once more, allowing Ji-Huai to effortlessly disentangle her hand from his neck. Autumn has arrived, and the evening air carries a slight chill. Ji-Huai adjusts the temperature of the air conditioning and carefully covers Yin Zhizhi with a blanket. The slumbering Yin Zhizhi appears remarkably serene, her long lashes resting gently against her delicate, pale complexion, which exudes a youthful softness that Ji-Huai knows is equally delightful to the touch. Sitting by the bedside, he finds himself inexplicably drawn to caress her face, his long fingers tracing the delicate contours of her features. It is only when his fingers brush against her soft lips that he snaps back to reality. Hastily, Zhizhi rises to turn off the lights and exits, his footsteps quickening as if something were pursuing him from behind. After 2 weeks of relentless work, he finally faces a day of relative ease, one that involves participating in a variety show. This particular live program features celebrity guest appearances, and Yin Zhizhi has been invited as a flying guest for the day. Rising at 7:30 in the morning, she forgoes makeup, opting instead for a comfortable ensemble of a sweatshirt paired with jeans before heading out. In stark contrast to the early mornings spent preparing for previous engagements, today brings her immense joy. Her spirits are high as she playfully opens the car door for Zhizhi. Observing her elation, a subtle smile tugs at the corners of his mouth. As they drive, Zhizhi informs her today, "We will be visiting the home of the leader of a newly debuted boy band. Alongside you, there will be several actors from popular dramas and a renowned host, all of whom you know. You needn't worry too much, just lend a hand when they need it. I won't impose any restrictions on your lunch choices." The entire day will unfold in a live broadcast format, with cameras capturing every moment throughout the house. Yin Zhizhi is accustomed to being in front of the camera and feels no trepidation about the live setting. The mention of no restrictions on her lunch choices elates her further, making the experience feel akin to visiting friends. Zhizhi reassures her, "Just think of today as a visit to a friend's home." He does not require her to fabricate a persona for the show. As Yin Zhizhi's authentic self shines through, she embodies a path of sincerity and talent. "Will you be with me today?" she inquires. "The house is filled with cameras, making it inconvenient for you to follow me, but I will be monitoring you from the control room." All right. The knowledge that he will be watching her brings her great joy. Yet, Zhizhi's expression betrays a hint of complexity. There is no need for him to keep such a close watch over her throughout the day, as a manager typically would not go to such lengths. Nevertheless, he has arranged it this way, and she seems entirely pleased with his plans. Internally, Zhizhi grapples with an ineffable restlessness, turning his gaze toward the window in an attempt to calm himself. Yin Zhizhi is likely familiar with most of the participants in the program, though she remains unacquainted with the host. A quick search reveals that Mu, the leader of the boy band, has also just debuted this year and is only 19. Much like her, a glance at his performance records reveals an impressive array of captivating performances. A van entered the community, and from a distance, Yin Zhizhi spotted the cameras of the production team, knowing she would soon be in the spotlight. Zhizhi remained in the vehicle, offering a final piece of advice. "Consider today a day of relaxation as you participate in the program." "All right," Yin Zhizhi replied, stepping out and waving goodbye to Zhizhi. She bore no makeup, her face refreshingly clean, causing Zhihi's gaze to flicker momentarily as he unconsciously stroked his hands resting on his lap. As Yin Zhizhi walked away, she encountered staff members and camera operators, including Mu. Clad in casual attire, Mu nonetheless sported a subtle makeup look, and his hair was styled, revealing a clear effort to maintain his appearance. Though they had agreed that the program would be casual, it seemed she was the only one adhering to that notion. Yet, Yin Zhizhi was accustomed to such scenarios. Artists invariably uphold their image when the cameras are rolling. With a smile, she approached. "Why did you come down to greet me? Do I hold such significance?" Despite their limited familiarity, Mu excelled in his role as an idol. He replied, "The layout of the community is somewhat intricate. I was concerned you might struggle to find your way. It's merely building 24. You needn't have come such a distance to meet me." "I feel a bit embarrassed," she said. "No need for embarrassment. It's only right. Come on, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I made some for us to share." Their shoulders nearly brushing, Yin Zhizhi sensed an undercurrent of discomfort, though she couldn't quite articulate it. "Observing her silence, vin musimidet. Your manager must be quite strict with you. You seem to have lost weight. It's important to eat breakfast, especially with your hectic schedule." The situation felt increasingly off to Yin Zhizhi. She noted how familiar Mu seemed, and their proximity felt a bit too intimate. Ahead, 2 camera operators capture their expressions, amplifying even the slightest nuance. The previous episode had already teased the identity of their host, and both Mu's fans and the program's viewers were eagerly watching. As they witnessed this moment unfold, the online comments erupted. Ah, suddenly, I feel that Qin and Yin Zhizhi are a perfect match. Their ages align so well. There's such great chemistry. They seem quite close. Qin even knows she skipped breakfast. No wonder he woke up early to prepare a meal. This must be someone's secret admiration. Another comment chimed in. Qin, you're an idol. You cannot date. This is not what we want to see. Fans rationalized, asserting that Qin was merely being kind to a friend. Yet others wondered why Yin Zhizhi walked so closely alongside him. What a stunning pair. Neither of them is wearing makeup, yet their natural beauty shines through, they remarked. Eventually, they arrived at Qin home. Yin Zhizhi sensed a lack of warmth in the space. If it were not for his frequent absences, it could easily be mistaken for a rental. Are we the only two here? She inquired. There are other guests who are quite distant and will take some time to arrive. Zhizhi, you must be hungry. Why not have some breakfast first? Qin has been busy arranging everything to eat, including snacks. Would it be inappropriate for us to start eating? Not at all. As your host, I invite you to indulge. Qin exudes a warm hospitality, being both considerate and attentive. The room is occupied solely by the two of them. It will be an hour before the others arrive. As more people gather, they all belong to the same circle and are familiar with one another. Although not intimately acquainted, they can still present a semblance of familiarity before the cameras. While Qin is hosting, the lunch is a collaborative effort among everyone. At 10 o'clock, they decided on their favorite dishes and selected two individuals to venture out for groceries. Yin Zhizhi preferred to stay home, but Qin insisted. Let Zhizhi and me go out for groceries. We are familiar with the local market. Yin Zhizhi replied, all right, that is settled. The audience in the live broadcast began to scream, and the bullet comments flooded in. Something's happening. Is this intentional? It feels off. Could the production team be orchestrating this? It seemed unlikely to be scripted, as this show is known for its spontaneity. Yet the chemistry between Qin and Yin Zhizhi was palpable, leading to suspicions of them capitalizing on their rapport for publicity. Although Yin Zhizhi was unaware of the audience's reactions, she could sense something was amiss. Holding her stomach, she apologized. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Could someone else go out for groceries? I promise I'll cook extra dishes later. She appeared slightly unwell, but was apprehensive about being perceived as lazy, hence her promise to prepare more dishes later, which was quite endearing. It's understandable that a girl might feel unwell at times. However, one wonders why Qin didn't consult Yin Zhizhi's opinion and simply stated that he would go with her, which felt a bit coercive. Fans of were growing agitated, launching criticisms that extended to Yin Zhizhi as well. Numerous comments suggested that it was evident Yin Zhizhi was deliberately trying to create buzz with Qin. The fervor of boy band fans was overwhelming, prompting many to refrain from commenting. Qin fans began to dominate the screen. After being rebuffed, a well-known host promptly intervened, expressing a desire to step out for a stroll, and thus, they all went out to buy groceries. Meanwhile, Yin Zhizhi made her way to the restroom, phone in hand. As she prepared to make a call, Ji Huai's call came in. Zhizhi, I'm in the restroom. I can talk now. The restroom was devoid of cameras, and she had turned off her microphone. Ji Huai remarked, I know. I saw you take your phone into the restroom. He had been closely monitoring her camera feed. Yin Zhizhi, feeling a bit irked, responded, Qin is deliberately trying to create a scene. I've been avoiding him today and haven't engaged much. He should understand that I'm not interested in any publicity. Yet he still invited me to go out for groceries. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that Yin Zhizhi had maintained a respectful distance and refrained from overly warm interactions. All the familiarity and chemistry were meticulously crafted by Qin. Ji Huai had been observing for an entire day and was, of course, aware of the unfolding events. On the other end of the line, a man's voice was low and commanding. Come out directly. Yin Zhizhi was somewhat taken aback, but delightedly agreed. She exited the restroom, phone in hand, and stepped out of the living room, leaving the filming area. Many cameras captured her departure. She did not exchange any farewells, leaving the audience with a sense of unease. The other guests had been attentive to the day's occurrences and began to piece together the situation. There seemed to be something amiss. Wasn't Yin Zhizhi feeling unwell? Why had she suddenly left without informing the others in the room of her intentions? Look at cameras 4 and 7. A staff member hurriedly rushed by. Was Yin Zhizhi truly unwell? It didn't seem so, yet her complexion was indeed somewhat off. In the adjacent room, the directing studio, the entire production team was gathered, including the artist's assistants who awaited developments. When Yin Zhizhi entered, the assistant director looked at her apologetically. Zhizhi, we sincerely apologize. We were unaware of this situation. Could you please return for a moment? Your sudden departure has raised suspicions among the audience. Did they think she would be compliant? Yin Zhizhi replied firmly. I need to find my manager. At that moment, Why also emerged from the resting room. His presence instantly rendered the assistant director hesitant to address Yin Zhizhi further. Why strode over confidently. Yin Zhizhi smiled and told the director beside her, if there's anything, let my manager handle it. Chapter 28. The Manager's Growing Unease. 27. Such matters are best resolved by the manager, yet she wanted to keep a watchful eye. The director appeared uneasy as he glanced at Why. Why, our team was unaware of this issue. The broadcast is still live. You must understand that while we were oblivious, there were signs prior to our arrival. Why was there no alert? Your camera positions seemed deliberately adjusted. Why quickly discerned certain angles of the camera placements, which had been intentionally arranged to draw the two individuals closer together. He and Zhizhi had not arrived particularly late, but certainly not at the crack of dawn. Qinmu had been live-streaming since early morning. During breakfast, Qinmu had deliberately mentioned a female guest, clearly hinting at something. However, the production team neither intervened nor warned him and Yin Zhizhi. In fact, they continued to adjust the camera angles to accommodate the situation. The production team seemed eager to absolve themselves of any responsibility. Why's keen perception caught the director off guard. He had not anticipated Why's clarity of insight. The director fell silent, recognizing that they were indeed at fault. The production team had provided no script. This live variety show allowed for spontaneous expression. If an artist sought to create a stir within the program, they would not impede it. Yet this time, it was not a mutual endeavor for publicity. Rather, one party was unilaterally coercing the other. Why, the company's legal team will arrive shortly. Zhizhi will not be present in front of the camera today. And Qinmu's agent is also en route. The director felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. He had heard numerous rumors about Why in the past, and during discussions of this collaboration, they had only communicated through phone calls. The impression he had gained was that Why was remarkably competent, handling negotiations with remarkable efficiency, and the contract was signed with ease. Now, the director was witnessing another facet of Why. As expected, he was adept at handling affairs. Why had personally reached out to Qinmu's agent, and Xingyao's legal team was also on their way. Yin Zhizhi approached Why. Shall we rest in the lounge? Why nodded, leading her past the crew directly into the resting room. The space was quite large, but the crew and equipment had already filled the living area, leaving only a small room available for rest. The room was modest, furnished with a few tables and chairs, and there were some snacks and beverages laid out on the tables. Yin Zhizhi slumped onto a chair. Wasn't the content of the live broadcast particularly suggestive of a couple? As soon as she asked, Why recalled the images he had just seen, where Qinmu had been quite close to her in several scenes. In the past, Why would not have acted so decisively. He would typically pursue matters with the production team and the other party, but would not be so eager to summon the artist. However, today he called Yin Zhizhi forth without hesitation, as he could not bear to witness her continued intimacy with Qinmu, nor the barrage of comments on the screen shipping them together, which made him uncomfortable. Why, what's wrong? Is this situation quite troublesome? Yin Zhizhi noticed he was lost in thought. Why snapped back to reality, gently adjusting his glasses, and replied, It's nothing. Not a big deal. If I can't manage this, I wouldn't be the golden face of Xingyao. Hearing him refer to himself as the golden face, Yin Zhizhi smiled. If anyone else had said that, I would have thought them blindly confident, but hearing it from you is quite agreeable. It's a relief that it's nothing serious. I was quite worried just now and nearly let it show on camera. Upon hearing Qinmu invite her to go grocery shopping, Yin Zhizhi almost wanted to confront him. Why pulled out a chair and sat down to rest for a while. They would likely arrive in about half an hour. All right, with you handling it, I feel very reassured. She relaxed, fiddling with her phone. Why observed her carefree demeanor and felt a surge of delight within him. As a manager, providing a sense of security to his artist was his responsibility, and he took pleasure in it. Yet, it seemed his happiness stemmed from more than just that. Approximately 20 minutes later, the legal team and Qin Mu's agent arrived simultaneously. Hearing the commotion outside, Why took out a voice recorder, activated it, and then tucked it back into his pocket. Yin Zhizhi's eyes widened with surprise, sparkling with delight as she looked at him. As Why met her gaze, he explained, "Although we are in the right, the evidence is not particularly strong. What if the other party is a thick-skinned individual, presenting one facade while concealing another?" Understanding his seasoned perspective, Yin Zhizhi gave him a thumbs up. "All right, you can sit to the side and listen for now." At that moment, Qin Mu's manager entered, a short-haired woman in her 30s. The company's legal team was in discussions with the program's staff. Now, it was a conversation between managers. The Qin Mu's manager entered with an apologetic expression, saying, "Mr. G, this situation is a misunderstanding. Qin Mu has always admired Miss Yin. He has watched her in television dramas and films since childhood and is a fan. He was simply too excited about this collaboration, which led to his behavior. An excited fan does not behave in such a manner. Today is our first meeting. Yet he acted as if we were already well acquainted, implying an unspeakable connection between us," Yin Zhizhi replied. The Qin Mu's manager felt awkward, acknowledging that Qin Mu's demeanor today was more akin to a fan trying to create a romantic narrative than that of a mere admirer. Qin Mu's words had often been ambiguous, leaving much to the imagination. "Miss Yin, Qin Mu genuinely likes you. Today, he even asked me how he should interact with you and how to become friends. I suggested that he should engage with you more, but perhaps he became overly anxious and misrepresented his intentions," the manager clarified. Why interjected, "I have screenshots of all of Qin Mu's remarks from the live broadcast. Would you like to see a side-by-side comparison?" A cursory glance reveals the evident excitement of a fan meeting their beloved idol, which may have resulted in such excessive behavior. The Qin Mu's manager felt a bead of sweat trickle down her forehead. She had not anticipated Why would have captured the video in such a brief span. Presenting the footage together would make it difficult to justify the situation. It was clear that the time for mere evasions had passed. Why was not one to be easily deceived. Qin Mu had previously participated in various public relations stunts, with some willing collaborators and others who were not. It was challenging to pinpoint any fault on Qin Mu's part. With no way to gloss over the issue, the manager realized she had to take the next step. "I apologize and hope this matter does not escalate. We are willing to settle privately. Miss Yin, we acknowledge our fault in this situation. However, the live broadcast lasted only 2 to 3 hours and did not cause significant repercussions. We assure you that for the remainder of the day, Qin Mu will refrain from any actions or remarks that imply a romantic narrative. We sincerely apologize and are willing to offer compensation. What do you think?" Yin Zhizhi turned to Why. Why, a public apology is warranted, as they have openly fanned the flames of this narrative. The Qin Mu's manager's expression soured at the thought of a public acknowledgement. "Public? You still want to preserve Qin Mu's reputation?" Why nodded. "Proceed with compensation through the legal team, but if an apology is to be made, it must be public. Isn't this going to escalate too much?" Yin Zhizhi took out her phone. "The topic of Qin Mu and I has already made headlines. When you were leveraging my name for publicity, did you think it was too much? Then let us proceed with a public apology." The agent of Qin Mu spoke a few words and then departed. Yin Zhizhi sensed something amiss. It felt as though they would not offer an apology. Why produced a voice recorder, affirming her intuition. Indeed, they had no intention of apologizing. Why had encountered such tactics numerous times before, coercing others for publicity. If the individual in question were merely a minor celebrity, they would be bullied and brushed aside. If that failed, a token private apology would be issued, followed by an evasion of accountability, much like the current situation, where they would first promise an apology only to slink away. Yin Zhizhi reached for the voice recorder in his hand, gently pressing a button to replay their recent conversation with crystal clarity. "You truly possess foresight." After the agent of Qin Mu descended the stairs, he exhaled in relief. The oppressive atmosphere had dissipated, and Why was indeed formidable. Yet, What did it matter how formidable he was? His artist was still ensnared in the publicity game orchestrated by her Qin Mu. Although Qin Mu's statements were riddled with inconsistencies and bore the mark of deliberate CP manipulation, there was scant evidence to substantiate it. Furthermore, Qin Mu's female fans were fiercely protective. Each time a CP scandal arose, Qin Mu's popularity surged, while the opposing party faced a barrage of vitriol from his fans. Satisfied, the agent of Qin Mu departed. Meanwhile, Xingyao Legal and the production team reached an agreement, resulting in the cancellation of their collaboration and the team agreeing to compensate Yin Zhizhi for her lost wages today. Yet within the live broadcast, Yin Zhizhi had yet to return. Initially, viewers speculated whether she had fallen ill or perhaps gone to the hospital. The comments section buzzed with inquiries regarding her whereabouts. The production staff, noticing the comments, remained silent. As time passed, viewers began to sense something was amiss. Yin Zhizhi's abrupt exit hinted at something significant. A whisper of intrigue filled the air. Quick, go check. Yin Zhizhi just posted on Weibo. Yin Zhizhi had indeed just shared a selfie from within the van, still clad in the outfit she had worn on the show. The photo was accompanied by a poignant caption. This class can be skipped. What happened? Zhizhi, we were just watching a live stream when you suddenly left. Those who watch the stream understand. Qin Mu is utterly disgusting, and his fans know better. He clung to Zhizhi for hours, clearly trying to force a CP pairing. His fans even claimed we were binding Zhizhi to Qin Mu. Are they blind? Zhizhi, seeing you emerge has put our minds at ease. Qin Mu's fans are genuinely deluded. Bystanders can see that Yin Zhizhi has been treated unfairly today. Before long, the trolls arrived, clearly Qin Mu's fans, launching into a tirade. I want to set off firecrackers. It's like New Year's. This ugly creature has finally left. Someone like you is unworthy of our Moo. Calculating woman, your scheme to bind our Moo failed, and we VE uncovered your ulterior motives. You must have been dismissed by the production team. You've been expelled from the show and still want to put on a performance here. The comment section was a cacophony of voices, and it was evident that the heat was on the verge of trending. At this moment, the official account of Xingyao released an audio recording accompanied by a smiling emoji. Yin Zhizhi retweeted it, donning a similar smile. Good night, she said while holding up a broken bowl, giggling. Chapter 29. The manager becomes increasingly unsettled. 28. The recording was unveiled, leaving netizens utterly astounded. Goodness, what a drastic change in attitude. Is this a reluctant apology after being cornered? Repeat offender. My heavens. Last time, Jiang Yu and Xiaoqing were wronged. Just think of those female celebrities who were torn apart by Qin Mu's fans. They faced relentless online harassment and were too afraid to show their faces for quite some time. Even a simple Weibo post would draw their ire. Qin Mu is indeed a habitual offender. Every time he stirs up a romantic pairing, he garners attention while the female counterpart faces backlash. I initially thought he was merely an innocent young man, but it turns out he wears a deceptive facade. Wearing a human skin? The sister above is quite the wordsmith. You should write a book. While watching the live stream today, I sensed something amiss. Yin Zhizhi's engagement with Qin Mu seemed purely polite and aimed at averting awkwardness, whereas Qin Mu was intentionally provocative. It's utterly disgusting. Qin Mu must apologize. Qin Mu is still live streaming. He probably has no idea what's unfolding here. Qin Mu, apologize. Please express remorse to those female artists you have hurt. The entire Qin Mu team should issue an apology. Fans of female artists previously harmed by Qin Mu surged into Yin Zhizhi's Weibo and Xingyao's account, all demanding an apology from him. Former victims of similar tactics also took to Weibo, some sharing nothing but crying emojis, while others recounted their experiences. One by one, they joined in condemning Qin Mu, all corroborating the authenticity of the recording. This incident swiftly ascended several trending topics. Qin Mu must apologize. Qin Mu's manipulative marketing tactics. The injured female celebrities. Artistic integrity surpasses all else. The live broadcast room of the variety show was inundated with viewers. The previously harmonious comments turned into a cacophony of insults, ultimately crescendoing into a collective demand for Qin Mu's apology. The entire production team recognized the untenable situation, rendering the broadcast unfeasible. Qin Mu's manager returned, visibly flustered, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, a clear indication of his hurried arrival, his attire disheveled. They had long relied on this strategy, with Qin Mu gaining popularity from it, yet they never anticipated they would encounter such formidable resistance. The manager lingered at the entrance. While the production team paused the live broadcast, the artists inside gradually emerged. None wished to embroil themselves in the controversy, and upon confirming that their work for the day was concluded, they departed alongside their assistants. Meanwhile, the production team prepared to discuss the repercussions of this incident with Qin Mu's manager. The trending topic is ablaze as Qin Mu's persona collapses, while the production team scrambles to assess the day's losses. Qin Mu's agent is in a state of utter disarray. Upon his emergence, Qin Mu remains oblivious to the unfolding events until his assistant presents him with a phone. A sudden crash. The latest model of the smartphone shatters upon impact with the ground. Qin Mu's complexion pales. "Sister, what do we do?" His agent, equally a loss for words, can only stare at him. Just then, a staff member from the production team rushes over. "Director, we inadvertently revealed the filming location during the live broadcast, and a swarm of reporters is heading this way. Some have infiltrated the community. I just saw a multitude of people in the hallway." The director, overwhelmed, wishes to distance the production from this debacle. Consequently, the crew swiftly retreats to the adjacent room, leaving Qin Mu and his agent at the entrance. Panic sets in for Qin Mu. "Let us hurry and leave." Confusion reigns, and his agent, in a daze, follows suit. They momentarily forget the earlier warning about the reporters already lurking in the hallway. The elevator refuses to arrive, and when it finally does, a throng of paparazzi spills out. Qin Mu and his agent are caught off guard, unable to enter the room, as they are swiftly encircled. "Qin Mu, did you intentionally bind yourself to Yin Zhizhi for publicity? Is that audio recording genuine? Who is your next target for collaboration? When will you apologize for this incident?" Qin Mu's face turns ashen, his ears ringing with the relentless barrage of questions, each more incisive than the last, as microphones are thrust towards him. His agent finds themselves trampled, shoes lost, and clothes in disarray. Chapter 30. The agent's growing unease. 29. Some reporters have even activated their live feeds, broadcasting these chaotic scenes across the internet. Once a polished male artist, Qin Mu now finds himself in a state of utter disarray. A luxury vehicle enters the community parking lot. Yin Zhizhi steps out, her spirits high, diligently opening the car door for Ji Huai and the elevator door thereafter. Observing her cheerful demeanor, Ji Huai is both amused and exasperated. There is no need for such courtesy. These are my responsibilities. Yet, he acknowledges you truly excel at this, and your joy prompts me to treat you a bit better. With a beaming smile, Yin Zhizhi delights in the fact that she is free from work today, envisioning the possibility of shared moments at home. Upon returning home, Yin Zhizhi heads for a shower, donning a simple dress, and cozies up on the sofa with her iPad. Ji Huai, meanwhile, is engaged with his laptop, tending to work matters. Watching him concentrate, a smile flits across Yin Zhizhi's face. Initially, Ji Huai would manage his tasks in the study. However, at some point, he transitioned to working on the sofa while she occupied herself with her phone, binge-watching a series. Yin Zhizhi moves closer, perching beside him to peek at the screen. "What is the current situation? Have they apologized yet?" No apology has yet been made. Perhaps they believe there is still room for maneuver. Once an apology is issued, there is no turning back. However, the longer they delay, the more they tarnish their public image. Ultimately, an apology will be necessary, as Qin Mu's reputation has indeed suffered. Those devoid of artistic integrity cannot hope for longevity in this industry. Even in the pursuit of competitive resources and heightened popularity, one should resort to legitimate means. It is unconscionable to inflict harm upon others. Today, the female artists who have endured the repercussions of Qin Mu and his manager's manipulations, enduring online harassment for half a year, have finally vented their frustrations. It is not just him awaiting an apology. There are many others hidden behind the screen who have also been wronged and are anticipating their own apologies. Ji Huai closed the browsing page, preparing to place his computer on the coffee table. But as he lifted his arm, he inadvertently brushed against something soft. Ji Huai's body stiffened, and a sidelong glance revealed what he had touched. Yin Zhizhi was leaning too close, peering at his computer, and his arm had inadvertently collided with her. Yin Zhizhi froze for a moment before retreating, hugging herself and casting a reproachful gaze at him from her position on the sofa. Why felt a slight flush creeping to his ears. He adjusted his glasses and asked, "What would you like for lunch?" "I'll prepare something." "Braised pork," she replied defiantly. "Very well," Why said, setting aside the computer and heading to the kitchen. Yin Zhizhi watched his retreating figure with surprise. It seemed effective. Had he truly understood her request for braised pork? She remained on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, eagerly anticipating the meal. After finishing an episode of show, lunch was ready. Yin Zhizhi was elated to see the braised pork on the table, tender and succulent from the pressure cooker. Why set the table and invited, "Come, it's time to eat." As she sat down and picked up her chopsticks, she exclaimed, "Why, you actually made braised pork? Weren't you concerned about my weight?" "Just eat," he replied. "You said so yourself. After this meal, you cannot ask me for extra training." "I won't request extra training," he assured her. "Eat while it's hot. It's best enjoyed that way." Why placed a piece of meat on her plate. Yin Zhizhi was now certain she could indulge, and she focused on the braised pork, devouring it until the dish was nearly empty. Observing her delight, Why felt a twinge of heartache. He had kept her from enjoying such pleasures for too long. Once they had finished the meal, Why finally revealed the rationale behind allowing her to enjoy the braised pork. "You've lost considerable weight due to the intense work schedule, and you'll be joining the filming crew tomorrow. The demands of acting are rigorous, and your nutrition must keep pace. A dedicated nutritionist will prepare your meals on set. It will no longer be diet food." The implication that she could now indulge in foods previously denied to her brought joy to Yin Zhizhi. "Why, I adore you. Could you ask the nutritionist to prepare more meat for me? I absolutely love it," she exclaimed, her excitement evident as she began to contemplate her next culinary delights. Meanwhile, the man remained momentarily speechless at the table, captivated by her enthusiasm. In a secluded space, a solitary man and woman coexist, having shared their lives for an extended period. She possesses an exquisite beauty, her every movement captivating him. Her appearance, personality, and capabilities resonate perfectly with his preferences. Why is acutely aware that his current state of mind is inappropriate, yet he finds himself unable to restrain his emotions, striving to fulfill the role of a diligent manager. This dynamic may persist indefinitely, but perhaps the right moment will ignite a transformation. However, Why did not anticipate that such a moment would arrive so swiftly. As his discomfort began to surface, his desires gradually seeped into his consciousness. He could not bear to see Yin Zhizhi grow close to others. Qin Mu held a press conference to issue an apology, but his contrition came too late. His public persona had already crumbled, and numerous past scandals resurfaced. Ultimately, Qin Mu's fate culminated in a disgraceful retreat from the industry, and his manager faced a similar fate. Ostracized by the entire sector, Mu Ling, a character devoid of romantic entanglements, was portrayed commendably by Zhizhi. While there was a desire to enhance her screen time, it was essential not to complicate her character with unnecessary romantic subplots. In the break room, the director, screenwriter, and investors gathered. Yin Zhizhi had been filming for over a week, and Mu Ling was initially intended as a mere background figure, only gaining prominence during the climactic scenes in the Forest of Demons. The scenes in the forest were filmed ahead of schedule, allowing ample time within a week to complete Yin Zhizhi's segments. However, due to her outstanding performance, the director wished for her to have more screen time and proposed adding scenes for Mu Ling, which included romantic elements as suggested by the screenwriter. A spontaneous meeting was convened to discuss this matter, and Why, the principal investor, was invited to contribute his insights. He firmly opposed the addition of scenes, particularly those of a romantic nature. His rationale was that a tree does not require romance. It simply needs to embody the essence of a tree spirit with vivid authenticity. Why's stance was resolute. The director, recognizing the merit of his argument, ultimately decided against augmenting the script. While the director lamented that Zhizhi's performance was truly exceptional, he expressed regret over the limited screen time allotted to Mu Ling, feeling that such talent deserved more exposure. Why replied, I'm pleased that her acting is being acknowledged. However, the essence of filmmaking lies in the characters and narrative, not in altering the story based on an actor's performance. The director nodded in agreement, smiling as he remarked, "Why, it is rare for others to negotiate for even a few extra seconds of footage. Yet here I am, eager to enhance a character for you, and you refuse. Your ability to resist temptation and maintain rationality will undoubtedly lead her to greater heights. Well, I have a project. I hope you will consider Zhizhi as the lead." Director Su's films are highly sought after. A collective sense of satisfaction filled the room as they departed the break room. As Why made his way back to the studio, he clenched his fists slightly, knowing that his previous statements were laced with personal motives. He did not wish for Yin Zhizhi to engage in romantic scenes, yet this film could potentially avert that scenario. The filming of the movie is drawing to a close, and Yin Zhizhi is about to join the cast of a fantasy costume drama, which inevitably involves numerous romantic scenes. Hand-holding and embraces are merely the simplest gestures, and there will even be kissing and intimate scenes. The mere thought of this causes Why to feel a pang of discomfort, and he suddenly regrets having accepted this role for her. As an agent, he must not let personal emotions interfere. Chapter 31. Something is amiss with the agent. 30. Why steadied his emotions before entering the studio. Yin Zhizhi had just completed her final shot for the day and was seated at the side, observing others perform. She wore a green dress, her face adorned with exquisite makeup reminiscent of a wood spirit, and her hairpiece was a custom-designed leaf pin. The studio's set design was remarkably realistic. If one disregarded the crew in modern attire, one might truly believe that a forest spirit was seated there. "Zhizhi, have you finished filming?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yin Zhizhi turned immediately. "Why are you only just arriving? I finished filming ages ago, but the assistant director asked me to wait and wouldn't let me remove my makeup. It feels like they are planning to add more scenes." "No need for additional scenes. We have wrapped up. Let us go and remove your makeup." Why approached, picking up her large water bottle to assist her. The assistant, observing quietly, discreetly followed behind with a folding chair as Yin Zhizhi stood up. "What were you doing just now?" "I had a brief discussion with the chief director." "Oh, he is the principal investor. It is quite normal for him to converse with the director." Upon returning to the lounge, the makeup artist was waiting. As soon as Yin Zhizhi sat down, the artist promptly began assisting her in removing her makeup and undoing her hair. Why sat quietly beside her, watching. Once her face was cleansed of makeup, Why opened the water bottle, inserted a straw, and offered it to her. "Drink some water." Yin Zhizhi quickly took it, sipping a few times. Though she had been thirsty, the lip makeup for the wood spirit was not merely lipstick. It was adorned with delicate gold powder designs. She had been refraining from drinking to avoid ruining her makeup. "Let's change clothes and head out. Although it's a minor role, the director appreciates your performance. We have prepared flowers and cake outside for your wrap party, and there are fans waiting at the entrance. You can greet them when we get in the car." Yin Zhizhi nodded. The assistant was about to fetch clothes for her change, but Why was quicker. He stood up immediately and rummaged through the suitcase placed on the chair behind him. The portable suitcase was filled with all of Yin Zhizhi's belongings, including clothes and skincare products. Why had organized everything. The assistant felt that her workload was becoming increasingly manageable. She had sensed something unusual for quite some time. But as a mere assistant, one must learn to feign ignorance in this industry. Why handed Yin Zhizhi a set of loose and comfortable clothing. "Go change." As she opened the clothes to change, she discovered that there were new undergarments inside. Why had already become enmeshed in this world. It was time to take a step back. After being inseparable for so long, it was now necessary to create some distance. As Yin Zhizhi changed her clothes, she contemplated her future plans. Although the wrap party for her minor role lacked a banquet, the presence of flowers and cake was quite delightful. She distributed cake to the staff and indulged in several bites herself before departing. Anticipating the presence of fans outside, she had instructed her assistant to procure milk tea in advance. As she emerged, the tea had just arrived, and she generously shared it with her fans, who were overjoyed, with one mother fan even moved to tears, repeatedly exclaiming her admiration. Yin Zhizhi felt a peculiar sense that this fan was taking advantage of her kindness. For the past few days of filming, she had been residing at a nearby hotel, but now that the shoot had concluded, she looked forward to returning home. Rest for 2 days, then fly to Yin City to start the next project the day after tomorrow, Zhizhi remarked. Yin Zhizhi, who had been engrossed in her phone, looked up. It's been over a month. Surely there are no paparazzi left around my place? Zhihuai's expression grew thoughtful. I'm not certain. I hired a cleaning lady a few days ago and asked her to keep an eye out. She reported no suspicious individuals nearby and mentioned that security in the community has doubled, making it even safer. Zhihuai, I truly wish to return home. Staying at your place for so long must have disturbed you. For a moment, he couldn't discern whether her words were mere politeness or genuine concern. Zhihuai had already planned a small celebratory meal for her wrap-up. All right, he replied, his gaze lowered. After a 5 to 6 hour drive on the highway, they finally reached Yin Zhizhi's residential area around 5 or 6 o'clock. Upon arriving at the parking lot, she stepped out of the car, her spirits evidently lifted at the prospect of returning home. However, Zhihuai remained seated, unmoving. The assistant quickly retrieved Yin Zhizhi's belongings. Noticing the man in the car, who seemed disinclined to exit, Yin Zhizhi paused her smile for a moment before re-establishing it. You've accompanied me on set for several days. You must be tired. Go home and rest early. Goodbye. With that, she walked away, the assistant following closely behind. Zhihuai watched as they entered the elevator, the doors closing behind them. The car fell into silence, and the driver sensed the tension in the atmosphere. Shall we head back? Manager G? Yes, he replied curtly. What else could he do? Given the elevator's speed, she would have already reached her doorstep by now. He had refrained from getting out to escort her upstairs. Later, Yin Zhizhi instructed her assistant to leave the items and take the rest of the day off. The assistant, as she departed, kindly adjusted the curtains, which made Yin Zhizhi appreciate her thoughtfulness. Perhaps a raise was in order. Once downstairs, the assistant promptly messaged Zhihuai. The windows are closed, the curtains are drawn, and there are no pinhole cameras at the entrance. Good, he replied almost instantly. Nestled on the sofa, Yin Zhizhi watched several episodes of an anime until hunger prompted her to order takeout. By the time the delivery arrived, it was already 10 o'clock. She had ordered crayfish and fried noodles, delightfully unpacking them onto the table. At that moment, a melodious voice of a youthful boy echoed in my mind. Is this your dinner or a late-night snack? The system responded, you appeared quite early today. Typically, the system would not make its appearance until around 11 o'clock, and Yin Zhizhi had already familiarized herself with its routine. Within the crimson space, Li Xiao-san languidly reclined in a chaise lounge, adorned in white brocade. Before it floated a large luminous screen, displaying Yin Zhizhi's visage alongside an array of delicacies laid before her. Li Xiao-san furrowed its brow. Has your agent ceased to monitor your figure? Not at all. He has relaxed my dietary restrictions recently and has been exceptionally kind to me. Have you returned home? Yes. I went home this afternoon. Spending too much time together would surely slow the rise of our affinity. Perhaps occasional separations will accelerate it. He must be missing me while dining alone. In this space, Li Xiao-san's emotions were tumultuous. It had originally intended to converse with Yin Zhizhi each evening, as she would typically recount the day's events to it. No one understood what transpired better than it did. System, why have you fallen silent? Yin Zhizhi, donning gloves, diligently peeled a lobster, relishing her meal. Li Xiao-san became aware of its peculiar behavior. Yin Zhizhi was remarkably intelligent, and would she eventually uncover the truth? When the contract was signed, it had only divulged half of the mission, merely informing her of her role as the host. The host's task was indeed to enter the heroine's body, engage romantically with the world's male lead, and once the affection was firmly established and the feelings maximized, she could depart, leaving behind all memories. Upon the return of the heroine's soul, she would believe these experiences were her own. With these memories and emotions, the heroine and the male lead would remain inseparable, thus fulfilling the mission and earning points. However, this was merely the host's perspective of the task. As a system, Li Xiao-san harbored its own mission. Its task was to enter the male lead's body, assess and verify the male lead's feelings, ensuring that he genuinely loved the heroine before it could break free. It faced numerous restrictions. Within Zhihuai's body, it could not reveal its identity. A single misstep in speech could result in point deductions, and any deviation in expression or action would warrant a warning. It was a masquerader, an experiencer of evaluations. Bailey Xiao San had to embody the world's male lead flawlessly, as these memories were to be preserved for this body. It had assumed it would accomplish this effortlessly, believing that embodying another was simple. Yet, the one aspect it could not control was its own heart. As Why, it harbored feelings for Yin Zhizhi, and that sensation lingered even as a system, observing the girl, blissfully unaware of its inner turmoil as she savored her meal. Bailey Xiao San, exasperated, abruptly deactivated the screen, choosing not to gaze upon Yin Zhizhi any longer. System, I recall that you can manifest. You did so when you signed the contract with me. Do you partake in food? I have peeled plenty of lobster meat. The screen dimmed, yet Bailey Xiao San could still hear Yin Zhizhi's voice. With a cool tone, Bailey Xiao San replied, I do not wish to eat. It must navigate the delicate psychology of being both the protagonist and the system. Otherwise, future tasks may prove challenging. Perhaps it is aware of all matters, which is why it struggles to differentiate. Bailey Xiao San swiped across the luminous screen, revealing a set of data instantly. What troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? Not at all. Bailey Xiao San adjusted the screen, its dark eyes fixated on the displayed information. System, you seem peculiar. Your tone is off, indicating you're certainly not in a good mood. Yin Zhizhi took a hearty bite of stir-fried noodles and remarked, You arrived a bit early today, System. Let me eat in peace without interruptions. Bailey Xiao San scrutinized its data and made a slight adjustment. Beep, activating the automatic role-playing engine. Beep, disabling memory interconnection. In that instant, the memories of impersonating Why vanished, leaving Bailey Xiao San momentarily dazed, its gaze clouded with ambiguity. Best to keep it off. Memory interconnection is unmanageable for the body system. The host's emotions must not spiral out of control. While I still possess my rationality, I must disable it. The absence of memory did not alleviate its inner turmoil. The effect was minimal. Bailey Xiao San, feeling vexed, opened the display, finding Yin Zhizhi still blissfully indulging in her meal. Yin Zhizhi. Yes, System, if you're feeling down, you can talk to me. I can cheer you up. I am not unhappy. Yin Zhizhi, due to my frequent dormancy, I may appear at night. I will keep you updated on your progress with the male lead and his affection levels. All right. I have always been curious about how you gauge the male lead's feelings for me. I have access to data. A glance is all it takes to ascertain. Previously, it had been a personal experience. Now, it merely observed data. Having just disabled memory interconnection, it was oblivious to what had transpired. Only upon completing a task would the memories it had assumed fully resurface. Bailey Xiao San resolved to seal away those memories, for otherwise, it would inevitably fall deeply in love with its host during each assignment, a scenario it would never permit. Bailey Xiao San relaxed, reclining in the chair, emptying its mind. It felt fortunate to have recognized this issue early on, as it had yet to develop uncontrollable feelings for Yin Zhizhi. This fleeting sentiment would surely fade with time. Yin Zhizhi lowered her head to pick out the chili peppers, having accumulated a pile beside her. After a moment of silence from the system, she called out, System, are you still here? Yes. You seem rather quiet tonight, though you are usually quite reserved. Indeed, the atmosphere was peculiar between the individual and the system. Yin Zhizhi continued to focus on her task, her thoughts a mystery to anyone. Bailey Xiao San kept the display active, glancing at it occasionally. Yin Zhizhi took an extended time to finish her meal, only retiring to wash up and sleep late into the night. Bailey Xiao San sensed a wave of darkness. Why was waking, and its essence was being forcibly drawn away. It did not resist. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself devoid of any recollection. In the dead of night, Why awoke abruptly, not from a nightmare, but from a sudden jolt of consciousness. The house was eerily silent. He had not prepared dinner, for the one who dined was absent, and Why had forced himself to sleep early. Now, wide awake, he rose without turning on the lights. The moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the dim room just enough for clarity. Why wandered out of his chamber, almost unconsciously making his way to the guest room. He pushed the door open and a rush of cold air greeted him. In the deep autumn, had she slept here, he would have ensured the air conditioning was set to a comfortable temperature. Today, she had returned home, leaving the bed neatly made and the air conditioning off, rendering the room somewhat chilly. Zhizhi stepped inside and sat on the bed, inhaling a faint, sweet fragrance. It was not the scent of her perfume, but rather an essence unique to her. He pulled back the covers and lay down, bringing the corner of the blanket to his nose to savor the scent. He was aware that his actions bordered on the obsessive, yet he felt compelled to indulge in this behavior. In the darkness, he reclined on the bed infused with her aroma. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, and Zhizhi entered her bathroom to take a shower, promptly gathering his soiled clothes for washing. A thought struck him, and he returned to the guest room to don his glasses and meticulously inspect the bedding, ensuring no trace remained. After completing this ritual, Zhizhi smiled, feeling a mix of insanity and exhilaration. He chose not to return to his own room, opting instead to remain on the bed she had once occupied, finding comfort in the middle of the night. His biological clock roused him at 5:30, as he was accustomed to waking early, heading out for exercise before preparing breakfast for Yin Zhizhi. Upon awakening and realizing he was in the guest room, Zhizhi halted, struck by the memory that Yin Zhizhi was home, negating the need for his culinary efforts. He lingered in bed until after 7, unable to resist the urge to message Yin Zhizhi's assistant. She would soon awaken, and he intended to procure 2 custard buns and a bowl of millet porridge for her, with just a spoonful of sugar. The assistant replied promptly, "Mr. G, Miss Yin and I are currently at a breakfast shop." Zhizhi's expression sharpened, and he immediately called. "Why are you out? Where exactly are you? Is it crowded? Provide me with the address. I'll come over now." Only when the world comes to an end can one truly comprehend what has transpired. Ordinarily, awakening merely reveals the data displayed on the screen. Nevertheless, this is but a traditional trope of quick transmigration narratives. As long as the audience is engaged, the story remains paramount. A small, humble bowl is raised, and Sway Sway gazes earnestly at you all. "I love you. Do you love Sway Sway?" Ding, ding, ding. The small bowl. Chapter 33. The manager's behavior becomes increasingly peculiar. 32. Zhizhi grabbed his car keys, donned his jacket, and departed. He did not summon a driver, but instead took the elevator down to the garage to drive his own vehicle, a sleek black SUV. While he did not often drive, he occasionally arranged for maintenance and repairs. The assistant has sent the location, and Zhizhi hurriedly drove over. To her astonishment, she took her assistant to a narrow alley for breakfast early in the morning, seemingly unbothered by the heightened attention surrounding her. With only a female assistant by her side, what if they were surrounded by fans? The more Zhizhi pondered, the more vexed he became, questioning whether he had neglected to instill a sense of safety awareness in her. In a particular alley, the morning bustle attracted many, with office workers and students flocking to buy breakfast. This renowned breakfast shop had been highly recommended by Jiang Li, who portrayed the floral spirit, to Yin Zhizhi, claiming the food was exquisite. As Yin Zhizhi prepared to leave City A to join a film crew, she decided to indulge in this meal today. After waking up early, she summoned her assistant, who arrived in a flurry. Eating was one reason, but there was another motivation at play. Yin Zhizhi surmised that Zhizhi would surely message the assistant upon waking, and indeed, this proved true. After sipping some soybean milk, Yin Zhizhi casually inquired, "Xiao Yin, did Zhizhi really say he was coming?" Assistant Xiao Yin nodded. "He is probably on his way now, Miss Yin. I have a strong feeling that Manager G will surely reprimand me. Do not fret. If he scolds you, just hide behind me. It was I who insisted on bringing you out today." Before she could finish her warm bowl of soybean milk, Zhizhi arrived. In the crisp autumn air, he approached dressed in a dark trench coat, a striking figure that caught the attention of many. Yin Zhizhi and Xiao Yin, simply attired, sat in the corner eating, and Zhizhi spotted them instantly. "Zhizhi, if you crave something to eat, you could have asked Xiao Yin to fetch it for you. Do you realize how dangerous it is for you to be out like this?" He chided. "I understand, but I genuinely wanted to come out for a meal. Staying cooped up at home is terribly dull, and nothing untoward has happened, has it? Besides, your presence reassures me." Yin Zhizhi tugged at his sleeve. "Come, sit down and have breakfast with me." Ji Huai's gaze fell upon her fair hand, and in an instant, memories from the previous night flooded his mind. As he inhaled the scent lingering on her blanket, he envisioned that delicate hand. With an inscrutable expression, he took a seat and said, "Next time you wish to go out, let me know, and I will accompany you. Xiaoyan is merely a girl and cannot protect you. I am not one who enjoys going out much, and I will likely do so infrequently in the future. I feel guilty asking you each time. You have so much work. I have only you as my artist, and I am not busy. I can still work while being by your side." Ji Huai interjected. Yin Zhizhi bit into a flaky pastry, slowly chewing while contemplating him. "Ji Huai, I admit I was somewhat displeased when you hesitated to take me on, even considering opposing you. However, I realize my future is in my own hands, and I sincerely wish to be a good artist. You need not watch over me every day. I will diligently fulfill the tasks you assign. You could even find time to manage another artist." Her eyes radiated sincerity, and she truly hoped you would take on another artist. Why did she wish for that? Ji Huai suddenly felt as if she had distanced herself from him overnight. Why was this happening? Was she intentionally creating space between them, seeking to withdraw? Had she perhaps discovered his hidden affections? The thought of it left him feeling repulsive and nauseated, prompting her desire to distance herself. Ji Huai's mind was rife with speculation, yet he maintained a calm facade. Remarking coolly, "I have reviewed the profiles of the new batch of signed individuals at the company, and none pique my interest. Ji Huai, do you remember Zhongli? She's also an artist signed under Xingyao, the actress who portrayed the flower spirit. Her manager oversees 7 or 8 others, but neglects her. She's Yin Zhizhi." Ji Huai's tone turned cold, his gaze inscrutable as he regarded her. Yin Zhizhi was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had startled her. Ji Huai softened his expression slightly and added, "At present, I have no intention of managing anyone else. The company has high expectations for you, and my KPI for the year-end is quite demanding. Managing just you is exhausting enough. I kindly ask for a brief respite." Apologies exchanged. Silence enveloped them as they focused on their breakfasts, each absorbed in their thoughts. Xiaoyan, who had been observing the entire situation with trepidation, wondered what had transpired. How had they suddenly quarreled? She felt certain that their strong bond would soon mend the rift, as the argument did not seem severe. However, the tense atmosphere persisted even as Yin Zhizhi began her new filming project. Their interactions had dwindled solely to work-related exchanges, devoid of any casual conversation. Upon joining the crew, Yin Zhizhi quickly established a rapport with the male lead, actor Zhong Hao, as familiarity would ease their on-screen chemistry. In the dressing room, the two engaged in light conversation. "Your look is so handsome and ethereal, truly befitting the title of Prime Minister," Yin Zhizhi complimented Zhong Hao. He, a rising star with commendable acting skills and striking looks, reciprocated her praise. Holding the script, Zhong Hao proposed, "Shall we practice our positioning? You'll serve tea and stumble, while I assist you. Let us determine the most visually appealing way to do so." They had memorized their lines well, yet the choreography remained unpracticed. The scene to be filmed depicted the first encounter between the lead characters, where the female lead offers tea to the male lead, only to lose her footing, causing the tea to spill, prompting the male lead to catch her. Yin Zhizhi, mimicking the act of serving tea, approached slowly. "Prime Minister, please indulge in this." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly twisted her ankle. Zhong Hao, with one hand behind his back, swiftly reached out to steady her waist, gently pulling her upright. "This could work. Let us replicate this during the shoot. It seems I barely needed to exert any effort to help you up. Your fundamentals are quite strong," he chuckled. As the door to the dressing room swung open, Ji Huai returned from a phone call, only to find Zhong Hao steadying Yin Zhizhi's waist. Both of them laughing and conversing. "What are you two up to?" Ji Huai's dark eyes bore into them. Zhong Hao felt an inexplicable trepidation towards the legendary agent, standing rigidly, utterly unaware that his hand still rested on another. Yin Zhizhi turned back, saying, "We are rehearsing, Ji Huai. Could you please observe this scene for us? Zhong Hao, let us perform it once more." "Oh, all right." Yin Zhizhi stepped back, mimicking the gesture of serving tea. "Your Excellency, please indulge. Be cautious." Zhong Hao quickly wrapped his arm around her waist. Yet before he could adjust her position, another hand intruded. Why steadied Yin Zhizhi and remarked, "One rehearsal suffices. Too many will render the performance overly theatrical. Zhizhi, step outside with me for a moment." As they descended to a sparsely populated floor, Yin Zhizhi grew anxious. "If you have something to say, please speak quickly. The shoot is about to commence, and I have yet to refine my movements." Was she so impatient to avoid solitude with him? Why's eyes, framed by his glasses, flashed with anger. "You spent the entirety of those minutes in the lounge embracing him?" "Embracing?" Why, that description is rather excessive. As if you imply there exists some ambiguity between Zhonghao and me. We were merely rehearsing. Yin Zhizhi's expression turned serious. Rehearsing does not necessitate such proximity. The man's voice was frigid. Yin Zhizhi gazed at him steadily, and the atmosphere plummeted to a near-freezing point. Why found himself unable to bear her gaze. He preferred to see her with a soft, innocent look that brimmed with trust rather than one filled with indifference. He adjusted his glasses slightly, lowering his voice. "The lounge housed only the two of you. Under such circumstances, it is even less appropriate to rehearse intimate scenes. In the future, ensure a third person is present during rehearsals. Why, at your age, it is easy to fall in love. The atmosphere can become quite ambiguous when two people are together. Is the company prohibiting me from dating? While there is no explicit company policy, I personally hope you can focus on your work." Yin Zhizhi smiled suddenly, stepping closer until she was nearly pressed against Why's chest. She looked up at him, speaking each word with utmost seriousness. "You harbor selfish intentions. You are lying." These 8 words struck him like a hammer to the heart. Why's eyes narrowed. "I believe our interactions have become rather peculiar. Thus, I wish to maintain some distance for a while." She had finally admitted it. It was clear that he had been discovered. This realization was not surprising. Why recalled his actions. His meticulous care for her in every aspect had indeed surpassed the duties of an agent. He fought to suppress the tumultuous emotions within and said, "Zhizhi, if you feel uncomfortable in any way, please express it. Do not silently withdraw. It is quite hurtful." Yin Zhizhi tilted her head, smiling as she replied, "Have I caused you pain?" "Certainly, Why, you are my agent. I am aware. In truth, your actions did not disturb me greatly. They merely caught me off guard." Why's gaze momentarily faltered as he lowered his eyes upon her. Yin Zhizhi deliberately averted her gaze and stepped back, stating, "In just a few minutes, we will commence filming. If I do not return soon, everyone on set will be waiting for me. Having just joined the crew, I certainly do not wish to leave a negative impression." With that, she departed. Left standing in place, Why's desire intensified, and his expression grew more fervent. She did not resist or disdain him. Yin Zhizhi was merely startled and took a step back. "Zhizhi, do you realize how your words ignite a person's desire?" Initially, he intended to exercise restraint and proceed gradually. But now he yearned to seize her immediately, even if it meant frightening her. She was still young and unaware, but he understood. He could assume the role of the initiator and the dominant force. An agent had developed feelings for his artist and foolishly aspired to control her. To claim her as his own, madness indeed. During the filming, Why watched attentively from the sidelines. Yin Zhizhi, however, was unperturbed by Why's scrutiny. While Zhonghao felt an immense pressure throughout, relieved that the initial scenes did not involve much physical contact. When it came time to film a scene where tea was served, Zhonghao, overly anxious, botched several takes, prompting the director to furrow his brow. "Did you two rehearse privately?" "We did, and the outcome was satisfactory." Zhonghao merely struggled to find his rhythm. Yin Zhizhi explained, "Director, may I have a moment to speak with him?" "Very well, go ahead and talk. Everyone else could take a 10-minute break." Yin Zhizhi stepped aside with Zhonghao. The first word from Zhonghao were, "Yin Zhizhi, your agent is quite intimidating. For some reason, I always feel as though he is watching me. Why's gaze adds to my stress, and I apologize for dragging you through so many takes. It's all right, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Why will be present every day moving forward. You must grow accustomed to his gaze. Do not be afraid, as he cannot simply rush over and tear you apart." Yin Zhizhi reassured him. Zhonghao nodded. "I will rehearse outside and aim to return early." "Very well, off you go." Zhong Hao and his assistant went outside to rehearse. Ji Huai approached with a water bottle, saying, "Drink some water." You repeated your lines so many times that your voice has gone hoarse. Yin Zhizhi accepted the bottle and sipped through a straw. Zhong Hao is indeed not in good form. Ji Huai remarked blandly, "His acting is lacking. As an actor, his mental fortitude is too weak. He is not on the same level as you." "I want some milk tea, the kind you personally buy for me," she replied. Ji Huai sighed. "Zhizhi, if you wish for me to go out, you can simply say so. Then may I go out with you?" Yin Zhizhi inquired. "Yi Huai, your stare is genuinely frightening. Not only is Zhong Hao scared, but I am a little apprehensive as well. You need not fear. I will not harm you." Ji Huai could not resist the urge to reach out and gently touch the top of her head, meticulously arranging her slightly disheveled bangs. "Zhizhi," he said, "I will fulfill my duties as your manager, but beyond that, I am also a single man. Do you understand? Today we have brought things to light." Yin Zhizhi bit her lip. "Since when did you start liking me?" "When you stormed into my office, requesting that I take over for you. You deliberately played coy and sweet-talked me. Zhizhi, today we have laid everything bare. Just remember, I will not harm you. So there's no need to hide or be afraid." Ji Huai's fingers glided to her cheek, the warmth of his fingertips caressing her face. The area was relatively deserted, and passers-by in the distance paid no heed to their actions. Ji Huai considered himself quite gentle. However, from Yin Zhizhi's perspective, she perceived his obsession. "Can I refuse you?" she inquired. "No." Ji Huai gently pinched her face, compelling her to meet his gaze. "You cannot, Zhizhi. Be good." Ji Huai had lost his mind. Upon returning to the set, he continued to watch closely as Zhong Hao faced considerable challenges to complete the scene. As night fell, the actors returned to their designated hotel to rest. Xiao Yin trailed behind, carrying items, while Ji Huai held Yin Zhizhi's hand openly. Despite the absence of paparazzi nearby, Ji Huai's behavior was becoming increasingly possessive. Xiao Yin kept her head down, too timid to look up. Yin Zhizhi's hand was reddened from his grip, and she gritted her teeth. "Ji Huai, please stop. Others might misunderstand." Chapter 35. The manager becomes increasingly unhinged. Ji Huai remained silent, stubbornly holding her hand. However, when someone passed by, he would discreetly conceal their entwined fingers. Wanting to hold her was one thing. Wanting to avoid her anger was another. Inji recognized that although he was fervent, he still retained some rationality, not crossing the line entirely. She sighed in relief and ceased to struggle, allowing Ji Huai to lead her. A slight smile graced Ji Huai's lips. He believed in a gradual approach, as long as he did not overstep the young lady's boundaries. He could do many things. Xiao Yin, being a clever assistant, did not require Ji Huai to mask his intentions in her presence. He even contemplated giving her a raise. At the hotel, Ji Huai emerged from the bathroom. "The bathwater is ready for you, Zhizhi. Go take a shower." Yin Zhizhi sat on the sofa, hugging her legs and looking up at him. "You should go back. Are you afraid of me?" she countered, recalling his earlier words. "You said you were a single man." Ji Huai understood the importance of balance. He had already done enough today. "There is no need to fear. You need not view me as a terrifying figure. Zhizhi, although my actions may seem more intimate, you can still regard me as before. I am a manager who always has your best interests at heart." With that, Ji Huai took a step back. Indeed, the girl displayed a satisfied expression, her previous vigilance having considerably eased. Yin Zhizhi took her pajamas to the bathroom, reminding, "Make sure to adjust my face mask before you leave." "All right," Ji Huai replied in an exceptionally gentle tone. In the late hours of the night, Yin Zhizhi lay in bed, engrossed in her phone. Having made significant progress that day, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep, eagerly awaiting the moment to share her news with the system. "Why aren't you out yet, system? It's almost 2 o'clock, she murmured. Upon awakening from his space, Baili Xiao-san heard her words. The handsome youth clad in white brocade looked momentarily bewildered, then raised his hand, causing a luminous screen to appear. On it, Yin Zhizhi's face materialized. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Baili Xiao-san asked, reclining against a lounge chair. "System." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yin Zhizhi's eyes sparkled with joy. "You finally awakened. Today, I've made groundbreaking progress. I believe it won't be long before I can be with the male lead of this world." "Indeed," Baili Xiao-san replied. feeling a sense of emptiness while listening to the girl's enthusiastic voice. He raised his hand to check the data on the screen. The male lead's affection for you has indeed soared. Keep up the good work and win him over. Okay. Yin Zhizhi clutched her pillow, lying on her side, silently wishing good night, system. Good night, he echoed. Cut. Excellent, this shot is superb. Zhizhi, you may rest now. After filming an extended scene, Yin Zhizhi's performance was outstanding, delighting the director and enlivening the atmosphere on set. As the focus shifted to other actors, Yin Zhizhi moved aside to rest. Why draped his coat around her, enveloping her in warmth. The weather had grown quite chilly, and her thin, chest-high costume appeared insufficient against the cold. I've secured a week's leave from the director for you. We need to return to a city to shoot 2 endorsements and 3 magazine covers. Yin Zhizhi was fortunate to receive abundant resources. Had it not been for her filming schedule, she could dominate this field. Time was of the essence, and Why had carefully selected these promising contracts from numerous offers. Yin Zhizhi nodded. It must be quite cold in the city now. It lies further north than here. Are you afraid of the cold? Yes, I particularly dread it. This film will undoubtedly extend into deep winter. It will be a torment, and I shall have to endure the chill for a month or 2. I won't let you take on any roles in winter from now on. How can that be? Yin Zhizhi exclaimed, surprised at Why's seemingly reckless decision. He gently patted her head, saying, no more freezing roles in winter. You need not be occupied with filming all year round. Your identity transcends that of merely an actress. You can flourish in various fields. Upon hearing his words, Yin Zhizhi felt relieved. Thankfully, it was not mere whimsy. Why was simply managing her work sensibly. Why booked their flight for that evening, and after finishing the afternoon shoot, they set off for the airport. Outside the airport, a throng of people gathered, predominantly fans of Yin Zhizhi and a few opportunistic photographers. The schedule of Yin Zhizhi had become widely known. Ah, Zhizhi, over here, look this way. Keen-eyed female fans spotted her vehicle from a distance, fearing she might miss their presence, and called out fervently, Zhizhi, have you lost weight again? Filming must be exhausting. Take care of yourself. Zhizhi, look over here. The fans patiently waited in the open space outside the airport, ensuring they did not intrude into the terminal and create chaos. Despite some disorder caused by the photographers trying to get closer to Yin Zhizhi, the fans remained remarkably composed. A few fans deliberately obstructed the photographers, preventing them from advancing. Frustrated by their inability to approach, the photographers seethed in silence. Yin Zhizhi slowed her pace to walk alongside her admirers, who eagerly bombarded her with questions. Zhizhi, I take back what I said earlier. You don't look thinner at all. It seems you've gained a little. Yin Zhizhi responded playfully. Really? Have I gained weight? It's just a little extra flesh, not fat. You mustn't think about dieting. During filming, it's crucial to maintain your health. The fans were concerned that she might harm herself through dieting. Standing quietly to the side, Why attempted to diminish his presence, yet his aura was undeniably strong, capturing the attention of many fans. What a responsible manager Ji is, noted a fan, as they observed how he was always by Yin Zhizhi's side during her photo shoots. One fan ventured to speak with Why. Ji, please take good care of Zhizhi. She has finally gained some weight. Don't let her diet. Being too thin isn't good for her health or stamina during filming. Why, who owned a film investment company, nodded in agreement. He looked at Yin Zhizhi's face and said, how could I possibly let her lose weight when I've worked so hard to help her gain it? Many fans nodded in approval, though some remained alert, sensing something amiss. A photographer attempted to edge closer, but the fans quickly pushed him back. Enraged, the photographer swung his camera, striking a fan on the head. Get back. Isn't being a star about being photographed? The fan yelped in pain as the heavy camera made contact, drawing blood. Nearby individuals rushed to support the injured fan, while others confronted the aggressive photographer. What are you doing? As a photographer, you could easily take pictures from a distance. Why do you need to get so close, and why would you resort to violence? The audacity of these intrusive photographers was becoming increasingly alarming. Each time they wielded their cameras, it seemed they aimed to invade the personal space of stars, with some even crossing the line by capturing intimate angles beneath their skirts. These images would later be sold, meticulously edited, to unscrupulous fans. Clearly, Those willing to purchase photographs from these photographers were not true admirers. It is precisely due to the demand for such photographs that this industry has emerged. Today, although Yin Zhizhi donned a long dress, her fans remained apprehensive about the tactics employed by the hired photographers. Thus, they continually pushed them away. Little did they anticipate that one of these photographers would resort to violence. Chaos ensued momentarily. Why felt a gentle tug on his clothing from Yin Zhizhi. Understanding her intent, he shielded her as they moved forward. Yin Zhizhi approached and inquired, "Who struck the blow?" The fans parted, revealing the assailant. It was him. He struck a fan with his camera. The injured fan, a young woman, appeared slightly dazed and was being supported by another, with faint traces of blood visible in her hairline, a sight that elicited pain just to behold. Yin Zhizhi retrieved her mobile device. "Call an ambulance and the police." Why interjected, "There's a medical room within the airport. It would be swifter." Nodding in agreement, Yin Zhizhi instructed, "Xiao Yin, please escort her to the airport's medical facility with care." Her speech quickened, betraying her concern and empathy. The injured fan, who had previously held back tears, suddenly found them spilling forth upon hearing Yin Zhizhi's words. "It's all right. I'm fine, Zhizhi. You need not worry about me. Please tend to your own injuries first." Yin Zhizhi offered words of comfort. The injured fan was taken away by Xiao Yin, accompanied by several fellow fans. Now, it was time to address the hired photographer. Sensing the precariousness of his situation, the photographer attempted to flee. Why, discerning his intentions, swiftly apprehended him with a precise maneuver. "Where do you think you're going? You've struck someone and now wish to escape? I've already alerted the authorities." Yin Zhizhi tucked her phone back into her pocket. Upon hearing that the police had been notified, the photographer was gripped by both fear and frustration. Unyielding, he protested, "They were the ones who forced me out. Someone stepped on my foot, and in my moment of unsteadiness, my camera accidentally struck the person in front." "There are surveillance cameras here," Yin Zhizhi pointed out, gesturing towards the overhead cameras. "Whether it was an accident or intentional will be evident upon review." "Do you think others are naive?" The photographer fell silent. "Isn't it the nature of a celebrity to be photographed? My capturing you could enhance your fame. Be cautious with your threats of police involvement. Without individuals like us, do you think you would be as renowned?" The photographer, feeling cornered, lashed out. The nearby fans, incensed by his skewed perspective, seethed in anger. Before they could voice their disdain, Yin Zhizhi interjected, "I do not require the likes of you to photograph me. My popularity is not contingent upon your lens. Do not inflate your own significance." It was surprising to witness the typically gentle Yin Zhizhi maintain such composure in the face of such a person. The photographer's words were infuriating, yet she remained unfazed. "Zhizhi, do not engage with him. You should hurry to catch your flight. We will detain him here and ensure he faces the authorities. Indeed, individuals like him are utterly shameless. Does Zhizhi need his photographs to gain fame? We would prefer that such people remain far from her. Zhizhi, focus on your own matters. We shall handle this from here." Yin Zhizhi shook her head, asserting, "No, this matter arose because of me. I must stay and handle it." Why interjected, "I will take care of it. This is the duty of a manager." Upon hearing this, the fans fell silent. The police arrived promptly and, through verbal accounts and surveillance footage, swiftly ascertained the situation. The offending photographer was taken away by the authorities. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin had accompanied the fan to the hospital, and upon receiving the medical report, she promptly forwarded it to Yin Zhizhi and Why. The fan suffered a mild concussion and required observation at the hospital. Why chose to remain to manage the aftermath, while that evening, Yin Zhizhi returned to City A, as she had an advertisement shoot scheduled for the following day and could not afford any delays. Given the multitude of fans present, and the fact that there were multiple photographers involved, it took mere minutes for the incident to go viral online, trending within an hour. Although the circumstances were clear-cut and Yin Zhizhi was justified, Why still opted to oversee the situation. By the time Yin Zhizhi arrived back in City, it was already 11 o'clock at night, and she returned to her own residence. Just as she entered her home, Why's call came through. Upon answering, Why's voice resonated. "Have you arrived home? Send me a selfie shortly." Yin Zhizhi chuckled. "Manager G, Do you know how old I am? 19. He responded earnestly. Reclining on the sofa, she remarked, I just got home. Can you hear me lounging on the sofa? Rest assured, I have arrived safely. I will send you a selfie shortly. Is that clear? Ji-Huai's tone grew more serious. Understood, understood. You're quite bothersome. Ji-Huai, residing in a hotel, felt a chill in his eyes. Bothersome? Is that how you perceive me? Since you're home, wash up and rest early. The driver will come and pick you up for the studio tomorrow morning. Xiao Yan's flight arrives in the morning. I won't be by your side, so ensure you have her with you at all times. Yin Zhizhi teased. So, Xiao Yan has become your eyes and ears now? Indeed, she will keep a close watch on you. Just focus on your work. I shall return the day after tomorrow. Understood. During the breaks in the advertisement shoot, Yin Zhizhi took to her phone to check her trending topics. The incident from the previous day had generated 2 trending hashtags, one reporting the event and the other reflecting on the phenomenon. There was no negative information whatsoever. Ji-Huai had managed the situation impeccably. Ji-Huai was currently pursuing the case against the offending photographer, seeking the harshest penalties for his actions. The protective nature of manager Ji is truly commendable. Zhiji's love for her fans is evident. As a fan of Yin Zhizhi, I have no regrets. She is exceptionally kind to her fans, fiercely protective. How I envy the fan receiving such care. I suddenly wish it had been me who was struck. Add me to the list of those wishing it were themselves. My ID number. I too long for the attention of Zhizhi. Yin Zhizhi, it hurts terribly after being hit on the head. What were these people thinking? Feeling bored, she set her phone aside and glanced around. No one was there. Ji-Huai was absent. To be honest, she felt somewhat unaccustomed to this. During every break at work, Ji-Huai would hand her water, summarize the shortcomings of her recent tasks, or praise her strengths. Without him, Yin Zhizhi found herself feeling a touch of ennui. This dull sentiment persisted until evening. When Ji-Huai's call came that night, he asked, Zhizhi, did today's work go smoothly? Don't you have your informants? Do I still need to recount it to you? Xiao Yan's account differed from yours. I want to hear your voice and learn what transpired today. The man's voice on the other end was somewhat hoarse. Yin Zhizhi bit her lip. Why have you suddenly fallen silent? Zhizhi, Ji-Huai, I miss you. Her tone was soft, tinged with a hint of grievance. Miles away in H City, Ji-Huai felt a sudden pang in his heart at her words. Rough? Good night. Let's forget it. I'm too lazy to plead today. Sigh. Time for sleep. Goodbye. Chapter 36. The manager gradually becomes unsettled. 35. Ji-Huai's heart felt as though it had been grasped tightly, and he chuckled softly. Zhizhi, you're just taking advantage of my absence. Yin Zhizhi's mischievous intent was laid bare, yet she showed no signs of guilt. Purposefully adopting a coy tone as she called out, Ji-Huai, 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 repeating his name like a tender plea from the past. Ji-Huai was nearly overwhelmed by her call. Yin Zhizhi, are you trying to take my life? Of course not. I hope you live a long and healthy life. After all, there is no second manager in this industry with your exceptional capabilities. Is it the only thing that attracts you to me? Yin Zhizhi pondered for a moment. Certainly not. You are also quite handsome, and your voice is delightful. You surpass even those top male stars in appearance. I truly like you. Indeed, she only dared to speak so audaciously because he was not by her side. Ji-Huai vowed that if he were present, he would certainly act in a manner that would leave her in tears for an entire night. Yin Zhizhi, you little rascal, your true nature is finally revealed. All your previous demureness and timidity were merely acts. This is your true self. With a playful smile, Yin Zhizhi spoke in her phone. Ji-Huai, I miss you so much. It's so difficult without you here today. I'm not used to it. Can you come back right now? I want to see you immediately and hold your hand. Her words flowed slowly. Meanwhile, the man's breathing on the other end had become erratic. Ji-Huai suppressed his emotions. Zhizhi, you are truly trying to take my life. Yet, Yin Zhizhi remained oblivious, continuing to speak. Today, in your absence, no one brought me water. I removed my makeup all by myself. Usually, when you're here, you assist me in removing my makeup and tying my hair. Ji-Huai, would you consider returning? I miss you dearly. You're truly the best. Ji-Huai's breath became erratic. His entire being was fraught with anxiety. Yin Zhizhi, are you not afraid that something dreadful might occur when we meet? You seem to be enjoying yourself now, but when you see me, tears may flow. Can you bear to see me cry? I have done nothing wrong. I merely express my longing for you. Are such sentiments forbidden? If so, I shall refrain from voicing them in the future. I no longer yearn for you. I do not wish to hear your voice at all. I shall hang up. Wait. Why gasped, his voice hoarse. Do not hang up. What is it? A simple, innocent question. Why tightened his grip on the phone. Chat with me. Tell me what you did today. You're aware of my schedule, are you not? The work I engage in daily is all arranged by you. Silence enveloped her side once more. Why gritted his teeth. Speak. What are you doing? In the dead of night, Yin Zhizi's cheeks flushed. She had washed her face several times. Although she understood the situation, comprehending it and hearing it spoken were two different matters. It felt thrilling, shameful, and somewhat terrifying. The system remained unresponsive. It was absent. Yin Zhizhi patted her flushed face and proceeded to her skincare routine before heading to bed. She had an advertisement to shoot the next day and needed a rest. Yin Zhizhi did not set an alarm for tomorrow morning. Xiaoyan would call her to wake her up and bring breakfast. However, the next day, the caller and breakfast bearer was not Xiaoyan. Yin Zhizhi heard her phone ringing and instinctively reached out to silence it. The doorbell rang in the living room, prompting her to groggily rise and open the door. Upon opening the door, she was met not by Xiaoyan, but by Why, bearing breakfast. Yin Zhizhi was momentarily stunned, her drowsiness instantly dissipating. Why, are you not in H-City? How did you return so early? Why stepped inside. Are you not pleased to see me? Last night, who was it that called? Repeatedly uttering my name and expressing their longing. The recollection of last night's events made Yin Zhizhi feel guilty. She silently retreated a step away from him. Why noticed her retreat, and a smile flickered in his eyes. So, she now knows fear? I brought you custard buns. Go wash up and join me for breakfast. Why arranged the breakfast on the table and proceeded to the refrigerator, pouring milk. Yin Zhizhi observed his deft movements, and one might mistakenly believe this was his home. How did he know there was fresh milk in the refrigerator? This milk was purchased by Xiaoyan yesterday. Could it be that he had instructed Xiaoyan to buy it? Yin Zhizhi felt she was uncovering the truth. Seeing Why's demeanor, it appeared he had no intentions of settling scores with her. Allowing her to relax as she went to wash up, the electric toothbrush made brushing effortless. Yin Zhizhi took her time, gazing into the mirror at her fair and delicate complexion. The human exterior is indeed captivating, unlike her true form, which bore the gnarled skin of a vine. Lacking in smoothness, humans possess an extraordinary beauty. Alas, her true form must have turned to ash by now, if not charred beyond recognition. Yin Zhizhi applied a warm towel to her face, her ears attuned to the faint footsteps of Why approaching. He stood at the door, watching her. She removed the towel and, upon glancing in the mirror, caught sight of Why's fierce gaze. I'll just apply some moisturizer and come out. Please wait for me, she said, reaching for her expensive cream. Suddenly, a hand assertively snatched it away. What are you doing? She demanded, looking up at Why, who was now within arm's reach. I need to apply the cream. Give it back to me. I'll do it for you, Why replied, holding the cream out of her reach as he washed his hands. Yin Zhizhi sensed something amiss. Last night, she had intentionally provoked him, relishing in his absence, igniting a fire of tension over the phone. She felt guilty, fearful of his potential retaliation. His warm hand gently caressed her face, and she gradually relaxed. He was genuinely applying the moisturizer without ulterior motives. Close your eyes, he instructed. Obediently, she complied, only to feel something press against her lips the next moment. This sensation, she opened her eyes to find Why mere inches away. One hand grasped her waist while the other held her head, preventing any retreat, and he began to kiss her fervently. Yin Zhizhi was momentarily dazed, all her senses consumed by the contact of their lips. It was only when a slight ache registered that she regained her composure. Why released her, but not before giving her a playful nibble. Do you know how long I've wanted to kiss you? He said. Yin Zhizhi, don't provoke me like last night again. It nearly drove me mad. I didn't sleep a wink, and after he hung up, I checked out immediately and rushed to the airport. The entire night, thoughts of her voice and image consumed him. Arriving in a city at dawn, He hurried home to freshen up and change before dashing out to buy her breakfast. Ji-hwi once considered himself a rational individual, but after his actions last night, he felt entirely disconnected from reason. Yin Zhizhi winced, her lips slightly sore as she covered her mouth. That was my first kiss, Ji-hwi. You're like an old bull chasing after young grass. Cough, cough, good night, she added, playfully raising her hands as if to plead for a small gift. Chapter 37. The Manager's Gradual Shift. 36. Ji-hwi had never felt his age to be a burden, and compared to others in the industry with similar accomplishments, he considered himself quite youthful. However, now, in light of Yin Zhizhi's age, he had to concede that he was indeed older, no, more mature. He gently pinched her cheek. Old bull, isn't that a bit excessive? Zhizhi, I'm not that much older than you. We complement each other quite well. With her cheeks being pinched, Yin Zhizhi found herself unable to retort, forced to pout at him instead. Her lips were slightly swollen and tinted with a rosy hue, revealing a glimpse of her small tongue within. The memory of their earlier encounter stirred in Ji-hwi a desire to kiss her once more. You claim this is your first kiss, dear Zhizhi, and that you have never dated abroad? He harbored no doubt about her words. The fact that it was her first kiss brought him silent joy. Loosening his grip slightly, Yin Zhizhi finally managed to speak before I turned adult. My mother was quite strict with me. I have never been in a relationship. Had I been, I wouldn't have been so easily captivated by you, an older man. Ji-hwi felt a mix of affection and frustration at her words. Embracing her waist, he leaned closer and said, The reason I attract you is not due to your lack of romantic experience. I am certainly not lacking in appeal, aside from a minor age advantage. I possess no shortcomings. Zhizhi, is it so difficult to admit that you find me charming and that you like me? Such confident words, yet they were far from unpleasant, as Ji-hwi had the capital to back them up. The two remained entwined for a while, but Yin Zhizhi sensed he had no intention of releasing her, prompting her to struggle. Let me go. I need to have breakfast and get to work. Although time was still on their side, she believed it should not be squandered on such a frivolous embrace. My dear manager, wouldn't you agree? Ji-hwi found no boredom in the moment. He reveled in it. Let's tally up last night's account. Zhizhi, did you not proclaim how much you missed me? Yet here I am, holding you, and you seem reluctant. Is this what you call longing? Last night, emboldened by the distance of thousands of miles, Yin Zhizhi had flirted unabashedly over the phone, an experience that left Ji-hwi utterly disarmed. Upon reflection, she felt a twinge of guilt for her exuberance. Pushing against his chest, she admitted, Ji-hwi, I was wrong. Please forgive me, considering my youth and foolishness. You're not so young anymore. In a few months, you could be eligible to wed. Yin Zhizhi's eyes widened, shock and confusion evident on her face. Ji-hwi gazed into her clear eyes, a smile curving his lips. Now, let's revisit the matter at hand. You should fully comprehend my feelings from last night. Zhizhi, I genuinely like you and wish to be your boyfriend, and in the future, your husband. Do you understand? Yes. She certainly did. Ji-hwi leaned down to place a tender kiss on her forehead, continuing, You have feelings for me too. You know it and I can sense it. Yet, you seem hesitant to define our relationship. Whatever concerns you may have, feel free to share with me. She was like a turtle, only peeking out when she felt secure, but retreating into her shell at the slightest hint of danger. Now that she had ventured out, he intended to hold on tight, not allowing her the chance to withdraw. Yin Zhizhi averted her gaze momentarily, biting her lip as she asked, Ji-hwi, can I really date? Is it acceptable for an artist to be with their manager? My mother is quite strict with me. I wonder how she would react if she discovered that we were in a romantic relationship. I'm not entirely certain that what I feel is love, yet I do not harbor any dislike towards you. In fact, I cherish your company. I understand your concerns. Zhizhi, simply pursue the activities that bring you joy, and leave all external worries to me. You need not concern yourself with anything else, all right? Even if you have any ill intentions. You are merely a naive girl navigating the complexities of life. Ji-hwi comprehended her current state of mind. He did not press her for any decisions, as he merely wished to possess and cherish her. Ji-hwi gently kissed the anxious girl. Yin Zhizhi closed her eyes, feeling his warmth upon her cheek. Success. Someone secretly rejoiced. Chapter 38. The manager becomes increasingly unsettled on the set of an advertisement shoot. Yin Zhizhi was meticulously applying her makeup in front of a green backdrop, surrounded by numerous cameras aimed at her. Why stood nearby, observing her work. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he saw it was a call from Yin Zhizhi's mother. Since Why took charge of Zhizhi, Yin had been calling approximately every 10 days to inquire about her daughter's well-being. Why would typically provide a brief update on Zhizhi's recent work, progress, and personal life. While he had recognized his own feelings, he maintained a steady demeanor in front of Yin. Now, Why felt that as long as he managed everything behind the scenes, the little white rabbit would eventually be his. Why stepped away to answer the call. "Hello, Mrs. Yin." Shout G. "Has Zhizhi been obedient at work lately? What has she been busy with?" Why moved to a secluded area to report. Zhizhi is very compliant. She is quite aware of her desires and does not require supervision to accomplish her tasks. She has been working diligently. Every time you speak of her positively, I know my daughter well enough. She can be serious about her work, but she is quite clever and holds grudges. Has she given you any trouble privately? As expected, a mother knows her daughter best. Why chuckled softly. Indeed, she has caused me quite a bit of trouble. What? Xiao Ji, are you all right? Zhizhi is being unreasonable. I will have her apologize to you. Yin Ying's voice rose in concern. No need, Mrs. Yin. Zhizhi is wonderful, and it is I who should apologize. Why should you apologize for being troubled by her? That reasoning does not hold. Yin Ying's voice grew softer as her astuteness detected a discrepancy in Why's words. Xiao Ji, what exactly is going on? Please tell me the truth. Why had no intention of concealing anything. Although the situation was technically his fault, being significantly older than Zhizhi, he pondered whether it was inappropriate for a manager to develop feelings for their artist. He felt he had fallen short of Yin Ying's expectations. Yet the age difference was not insurmountable. Moreover, there were mutual feelings involved, and no one had decreed that managers could not engage in romantic relationships with their artists. Honesty comes first. Attitude matters most. Meanwhile, as Zhizhi was shooting, she cast a fleeting glance to the side. Where was Why? The brief scene was filmed for half an hour, after which the director announced a break. Xiaoyan promptly approached to drape a coat over Yin Zhizhi. The studio was vast, and the heating seemed ineffective. Miss Yin, here is some medicine to prevent a cold. Please take a few sips, she said as she handed over the concoction prepared by Why. Yin Zhizhi took a few sips, finding it sweet. And Why, as soon as the work concluded, he sought out his manager. Indeed, those in love tend to be clingy. Although they had never officially acknowledged their relationship, Xiao Yan believed they were undoubtedly romantically involved. Mr. G stepped out to take a call. He didn't leave any messages and should return shortly, Xiao Yan informed her. Just as she finished speaking, Yin Zhizhi spotted Why entering the room. He wore a trench coat that appeared rather thin. Yin Zhizhi reached out to touch his coat. It's so cold. Where did you go? Just stepped out to take a call. Oh. Why's eyes were deep as he replied. It was your mother on the line. Yin Zhizhi's eyelashes fluttered slightly. You didn't say anything to her, did you? Why smirked, leaning closer to her, adjusting her coat to envelop her snugly. He lowered his voice. I told her everything. She asked you to call her back when you have the chance. Xiao Zhizhi, you have no way out now. Good night. Chapter 39. The manager is gradually acting strange. Yin Zhizhi had anticipated his swift actions. Just that morning, they had discussed the possibility of the original owner's mother disapproving of their relationship, and now he was taking steps. Seeing Why's expression, which seemed intent on having her in a tight spot, she gritted her teeth. Did you play the obedient child in front of my mother? Did you report me? She had been praising him over the phone, so how could Xiao Zhizhi think she was the one to betray him? It was quite hurtful. Why's deep voice held a hint of amusement as he replied. He only mentioned that he hadn't reported her, leaving the notion of playing the obedient child unaddressed. Yin Zhizhi suspected he had indeed acted the part. I'll call my mother after the advertisement shoot. She resolved to delay the call, remembering that the original owner's mother was a beautiful, capable, and strict woman. The original owner had been close to her in childhood, but had gradually distanced herself in adulthood, always living in her mother's shadow. Seeing her expression, Why reached out to pat her head. You need not worry. I'm here with you. I just told her that I like you and briefly described our current situation. She didn't react with anger. Really? She wasn't angry? No. So you need not feel anxious. Let us not dwell on this matter for now. All right, I want to think about it. I'll go check the footage from earlier. It's too cold in here, and I hope we finish shooting soon. Wrapped in her coat, Yin Zhizhi made her way over to the director, where several people were watching the playback of the just completed scene. The director was explaining the attention points for the subsequent shots, and Yin Zhizhi listened attentively, occasionally offering her own insights. The costume photos and movie posters from Mu Ling's side would be ready, and I will help you post on Weibo at 7 this evening. On the return journey in the van, Why had just received the character stills and posters sent by the film director. The movie was already halfway through production, yet the cast list, character stills, and promotional materials had not been revealed. The public was only aware that the film was being shot. It was based on a popular game, IP story, eagerly anticipated by countless fans. The film maintained a high level of secrecy, resulting in rampant speculation online, with various marketing accounts spreading rumors about potential cast members. Yin Zhizhi was among the actresses rumored to be involved, as her schedule only indicated film shooting without specifying which film, but it coincided with this highly awaited IP project. The character of Mu Ling gained significant attention due to some fan-written works portraying a serene, tree spirit persona, quickly becoming a sensation on Weibo within a few months, with many eagerly awaiting Mu Ling's appearance. Consequently, several actresses engaged marketing accounts to ride the wave of popularity, claiming their involvement as Mu Ling, exciting their fans and generating buzz. They were unafraid of potential backlash, as they never officially confirmed their roles. It was merely the marketing accounts making such claims. When the Mu Ling character was eventually revealed, they could simply remain silent, having never claimed the role in the first place. Among those who attracted the most attention due to marketing speculation was Xiao Shangyun, with discussion surrounding her portrayal of Mu Ling dominating the internet. The consensus among netizens seemed to point towards her as the likely candidate. Why had not promoted Yin Zhizhi, so her rumored involvement did not garner much traction. As Yin Zhizhi scrolled through her phone, a pop-up entertainment news article caught her attention. Netizens had compared Xiao Shangyun's schedule point by point, concluding she was undoubtedly Mu Ling. Yin Zhizhi clicked to explore further and chuckled softly. Go ahead, let the poster be released. It would surely trend online, and many would be left with egg on their faces. Why glanced at her phone. This was the only way she could maintain her popularity. Setting her phone aside, Yin Zhizhi looked at him and asked, "Did you ride in the same car with her every day when she was your artist?" "Little Zhizhi, what are you thinking?" Why teased, pinching her cheek. "I used to be someone who spent every day in the office, meeting advertisers and directors for business collaborations. I didn't have time to follow artists around." Yin Zhizhi was thoroughly pleased. "From the very beginning, you were keeping a close watch on me, and later, you follow me every day. You, old rogue, fell for me at first sight in the office." Because she referred to herself as young, Why began calling her Little Zhizhi, while she implied he was older. Why sighed, lifting her onto his lap and holding her close. Yin Zhizhi nestled against him comfortably. "Initially, I thought you were different from other artists, being the daughter of the illustrious Yin Ho. Seeing you act coy made it evident that you weren't as innocent as you seemed. I thought it best to keep a close eye on you to prevent any mishaps. But upon reflection, I realized personal factors were likely intertwined." Yin Zhizhi's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she leaned against him in silence. Why recognized her discontent. "The truth remains that you are the daughter of the renowned actress Yin, a fact that cannot be altered. However, your primary identity is that of Yin Zhizhi, not merely the daughter of someone else. Whatever you do or say, it is foremost as Yin Zhizhi. Do you understand?" Indeed, the first glance at her may evoke thoughts of her mother, but that is merely fleeting. Her subsequent actions and words are intrinsically tied to her own identity as an independent individual. Yin Zhizhi turned her head and buried it in his embrace. "I understand." Why held her close and lowered his head to ask, "Shall we call you mother now?" Yin Zhizhi glanced at the driver and Xiao Yan, both of whom exuded an air of intelligence, their presence almost imperceptible. After contemplating for a moment, she nodded. Leaning against him, she dialed the number on her phone while Why encircled her protectively. The call connected swiftly. Zhizhi. A gentle voice resonated, somewhat different from the stern tone she recalled from her mother's memories. Yin Zhizhi opened her mouth, "Mom," but fell into silence. She remembered the system mentioning that suitably embodying the original character could yield more points. It was still her mother who spoke first. "Why has shared his feelings with me. Now, I wish to hear yours." Her true feelings were a longing to be with Why, yet she intentionally allowed him to take the lead in this matter, appearing innocent as she followed his rhythm. Why treats me exceptionally well in every regard, and I like him. A hush fell on the other end of the line. After a few seconds, Yin Ying's voice emerged. "All right, I understand. It's a good thing that Zhizhi has someone she likes. As long as you both are happy, I will not oppose this. You need not worry about my disapproval. You are already an adult." Yin Zhizhi's eyes sparkled. "Why is there, isn't he?" Why responded, "Yes." Yin Ying continued, "I approve of your relationship, but you must take care of Zhizhi. She is an artist, and everything she does will be magnified. As her boyfriend and manager, you must work harder to protect her. When to make your relationship public is entirely up to you, I will not interfere. However, you must ensure Zhizhi is well protected. She loves acting and wishes to pursue this career. She knew her daughter well. From a young age, Zhizhi had adored performance, showcasing remarkable talent without any negative press. If things continued this way, Zhizhi would undoubtedly fulfill her aspirations." Why's eyes shimmered. "Thank you, Mrs. Yin." Mrs. Yin's attitude indicated her consent. Chapter 40. The Manager's Growing Unease, 39. That evening at 7 o'clock, the official Weibo account of a blockbuster film quietly released a movie poster, tagging the cast members who simultaneously shared their promotional photos and the poster while tagging the film's official account. What was expected to be a tranquil night unexpectedly transformed into a delightful surprise. Oh my goodness, what an extraordinary cast. I had a feeling the male lead would be him. This lineup is simply remarkable, adorned with handsome men and beautiful women, each possessing a unique charm, reminiscent of characters from a game brought to life. The director has truly excelled in selecting the actors. From the initial announcement of this IP's adaptation to the recent revelation of the cast after 2 years, it has been a long journey, with numerous marketing accounts spinning tales along the way. Finally, the cast is confirmed, and I have always adored the fairy-like ladies. The poster looks absolutely splendid. Isn't it said that the character of Mu Ling is portrayed by Xiao Shangyun? Why is it Yin Zhizhi instead? How can it be Yin Zhizhi? Did those above not grasp the situation? Just moments ago, I was scrolling through Yin Zhizhi's Weibo, and Mu Ling looks stunning. I find myself clutching my phone, affectionately calling her my wife, unable to stop. Despite the multitude of marketing accounts creating confusion, the poster has garnered a consensus among most viewers. However, the most buzzed about Xiao Shangyun playing Mu Ling is not the case at all, leaving fans and netizens restless. Yin Zhizhi's Weibo has unveiled the character's stills and poster, attracting a flood of fans and curious onlookers. Oh my, the lady is breathtaking as Mu Ling. When I first read the fanfiction, I imagined Zhizhi in this role, and now my dreams have come true. She is perfectly suited for it. I never realized she could embody such a character. The poster showcases her mesmerizing gaze, simply delightful. Is it true? Why is it not Xiao Shangyun? I envision her in the role while reading the stories. Although Yin Zhizhi is indeed beautiful, my initial impressions were firmly set. This character is undeniably meant for Yun Yun. How shameless to take the role. I rewatched the audition video, where Xiao Shangyun confidently stated, "This is something I cannot disclose, but you all can look for me on the movie poster." How amusing. I laughed upon seeing the poster today. I searched high and low, but couldn't find Ms. Xiao at all. Xiao Shangyun was so self-assured back then. I thought she had secured the role. She even encouraged everyone to find her on the poster. I wonder how awkward she feels now. Our dear Yun Yun never claimed to have the part. Oh dear, did she slip up? Initially, she was seen as having her role snatched by Yin Zhizhi, and now she claims she is not in the film. In the video, she confidently invited netizens to seek her out on the poster. What clever game she plays. Xiao Shangyun's situation seems to be deteriorating. In recent interviews, she often alludes to filming a movie, yet the cast list for the films releasing during the Spring Festival does not feature her at all. She refuses to acknowledge her fading relevance, desperately clinging to her fans, riding the coattails of others, and undermining competitors. It is bewildering that she still has supporters. Let us not dwell on such matters. Instead, let us admire our beautiful Mu Ling. The more I gaze upon her, the more I fall in love. This portrayal of Mu Ling is simply breathtaking. Is it true that Yin Zhizhi is only 19? I am utterly enchanted by her gaze. She is stunning. I must support the film by attending multiple viewings upon its release. Gradually, certain unpleasant voices were drowned out by a chorus of praise. As expected by Yin Zhizhi, the movie poster soared to the trending searches, garnering multiple spots. A breathtakingly exquisite movie poster. The Spring Festival this year is nothing short of spectacular. XXX stars as the male lead, while XXX plays the female lead. I am utterly captivated by these enchanting figures. Yin Zhizhi portrays the wood spirit, while Xiao Shangyun is being relentlessly scrutinized. Originally, Xiao Shangyun found herself awkwardly positioned in the second tier of stardom, and now, with the added scrutiny, her persona has crumbled, leading to a considerable loss of fans amidst a tide of mockery and criticism on Weibo. Other celebrities who have previously engaged in marketing tactics are now filled with trepidation, fearing that this blaze might engulf them as well. However, as several days have passed without repercussions, upon further reflection on Xiao Shangyun's actions, one can only sigh. It seems she has brought this upon herself, having sought to ride the wave of popularity to excess, resulting in backlash from her overzealous marketing efforts. It is noteworthy that Xiao Shangyun was once an artist under Why's management. In stark contrast, Yin Zhizhi now enjoys a fully booked schedule, suggesting that her time to shine is fast approaching. One wonders why Xiao Shangyun, at the height of her popularity, chose to switch agencies. Rumor has it that the opposing company promised her leading roles. Is it possible that such a trivial incentive swayed her? Was her prior popularity insufficient to secure her a leading role? Not just one, but several leading roles were reportedly offered. Short-sightedness is evident. No wonder her fame has faded as swiftly as flowers bloom and wither with the seasons. Yin Zhizhi's fan base has amassed numerous photographs, and I find myself inexplicably shipping the couple of Why and Yin Zhizhi. Though the pairing may seem somewhat niche, there are indeed fans out there. Is anyone else willing to join the fray? Such a visually stunning couple is simply irresistible. To the previous commenter, I too share this sentiment. Moreover, I've noticed that whenever the fan account captures images of Yin Zhizhi, Why is always present, which is quite remarkable. These two appear to be inseparable. Whispering among ourselves, I find it peculiar. Why never used to accompany artists daily. Whispering again, I sense something amiss with both Why and Zhizhi, as the nature of their shared photographs seems unusual. Discussions surrounding the pairing of Why and Yin Zhizhi are not confined to other forums. Even the comments on Yin Zhizhi's fan page have begun to shift. What was once a dedicated solo fan account for Yin Zhizhi now boasts a multitude of shipper fans. The fan account manager perceives that shipper fans appearing before any official confirmation of a relationship are merely misguided, yet they are still fans nonetheless. The manager boldly declared, "I have created a new account solely dedicated to the daily interactions of Why and Zhizhi, inviting shipper fans to join and indulge in their fantasies. Not everyone is inclined to ship couples, and thus, I will manage the solo fans and shipper fans separately." In just 3 days since the establishment of the new account, the fan count has surpassed 1 million. The manager is astonished. What an unexpected hidden fan base. Our Zhizhi is still quite young. The manager promptly contacted Why's agency to report this development. The fanbase leaders typically maintain contact with Why, though they seldom dare to reach out to him unless necessary. More often than not, it is Why who initiates communication, sending messages regarding promotional information and various activities. The fan leader recently informed Why about the current situation involving the CP fans. At that moment, Why and Yin Zhizhi had returned to H-City to film. While Yin Zhizhi was engaged in shooting, Why was observing her. And after several vibrations from his phone, he finally checked the messages, a smile gracing his lips as he read. Why simply replied, "Let it develop naturally." Sway lamented, a temporary thrill from updates, but a funeral of regret when the time comes to catch up. After finishing this one, I must attend to the next. Sui Bao is running around in tears. Sigh, sigh, sigh. I need to write the second part. There'll be more updates tonight. Chapter 41. The manager's increasingly unusual behavior. 40. The fan leader could hardly believe her eyes upon reading those 4 characters. Let it develop naturally. This implied that Why was willing to sacrifice his own reputation to boost Zhi's popularity. Truly, he deserved the title of the foremost agent in the industry. CP fans are among the most fervent of all fan types, and Zhizhi had amassed over 1 million CP supporters in just a few days, a remarkable momentum indeed. As a devoted fan, she naturally wished for Zhi's stardom to ascend even higher, and thus, she felt an immense gratitude towards Why. She had initially presumed that he would disapprove of such an inexplicable CP event, attempting to quash it at its inception. Given his role as a behind-the-scenes manager who would likely prefer to keep such matters out of the public eye. To her surprise, Why was quite benevolent. Though he often appeared stern and intimidating, he was willing to sacrifice his own reputation for Zhizhi, which touched her deeply. The fan leader promptly organized a collection of photos featuring the 2 of them together and posted them for their eager million fans. The production team occasionally allowed fans and media personnel to visit the set, and the fan leader was among them. They would seek out the best angles to capture their favorite artists and then return to edit the photos before sharing them on the fan site. The production team's allowance for photo releases also served as an implicit promotion for the drama, generating anticipation ahead of its release. The filming process for the entire series was progressing swiftly, particularly since both lead actors were in excellent spirits, allowing scenes to be shot efficiently. The director decided to film the more challenging romantic scenes in advance. Why reviewed the latest script, which frequently featured embraces and even included kissing and intimate scenes. He approached the director to discuss these elements. At just 19, Yin Zhizhi was not mentally prepared to share her first on-screen kiss, and they agreed to utilize camera angles for some of the kissing scenes. After some deliberation, the director consented, which was understandable. The first on-screen kiss of child stars is often heavily publicized, and as the only daughter of the esteemed actressine, it was clear that Zhi's first kiss would not be revealed in this drama. The director was well aware of this fact. Azine did not wish for her daughter to be involved in too many suggestive scenes. Why spent the afternoon discussing with the director, even bringing in the screenwriter to finalize the subsequent arrangements. Yin Zhizhi, upon noticing the absence of Why, instinctively understood his whereabouts. With someone addressing the situation, she felt relieved from the burden of sacrificing for her art. However, it was unrealistic to think she could avoid filming intimate scenes forever, unless she pivoted toward a cinematic career, wherein socially charged films seldom include such displays of affection. Pursuing a film career could indeed be advantageous, potentially leading her to international acclaim. Why has returned, she heard. Yin Zhizhi lifted her gaze. Where have you been? I was discussing some matters with the director. Zhonghao has taken a few days off. The male lead, is on leave, and I must film alone? But this week is filled with intimate scenes and confrontational exchanges. The production team arranged for a stand-in for the next couple of days. She would film some back shots and distant scenes with the substitute. All right, she conceded. Zhonghao needed to attend a charity gala, thus requesting a 2-day leave from the crew. To maintain the schedule, the director decided to utilize a stand-in for the male lead scenes temporarily, assuring that the final edit would conceal any discrepancies. The stand-in bore a striking resemblance to Zhonghao, and the initial filming progressed smoothly. However, when a stand-in was required to embrace Yin Zhizhi or draw near, he began to tremble. What's the matter? You need to support her gently, the director urged. The stand-in, visibly anxious, stammered, I'm so sorry, director. I'm a fan of Zhizhi. I can't remain composed in front of her. His nervousness was palpable. Yin Zhizhi reassured him, it's all right, just hold me lightly. I can't, Zhizhi. I'm a fan of you and Why as a couple. The director, growing impatient, wondered how the stand-in could falter at such a crucial moment. The stand-in's anxiety rendered him incapable of continuing, and Zhonghao would not return for another 2 days. Would the progress of the next few days truly be stalled? The director's gaze landed on Ji-Hwai, who stood silently at the side, his physique well-maintained despite approaching 30. Although Ji-Hwai was slightly taller than Zhong Hao, the camera could favorably capture him from a distance. Ahem, Ji-Hwai, could you do me a favor? Good night, I can't take it anymore. I must sleep and resume tomorrow. Please, a gift. Oh, the little bowl is so empty. Don't you all spoil me a bit? Chapter 42. The agent becomes increasingly uneasy. 41. Ji-Hwai stood at the edge, his countenance dark and silent. The director was uncertain whether Ji-Hwai's displeasure stemmed from the delay in his artist's filming schedule. Throughout his career, the director had never dared to impose any ideas on Ji-Hwai. However, as he observed Ji-Hwai from different angles, he found himself increasingly captivated by his physique, which surpassed even that of the male lead, Zhong Hao. The director's desire for Ji-Hwai's figure grew stronger. Ahem, Ji-Hwai, could you lend a hand? Zhizhi has been out in the cold all day, and we cannot afford further delays. Ji-Hwai, having felt discomfort at the sight of the stand-in approaching Yin Zhizhi, had been holding back his feelings but was reluctant to speak to anyone at that moment. His indifferent gaze shifted towards the director. The director was taken aback. Yet, gazing at the man before him, with such an impressive physique, he felt it would be a tremendous waste not to capture it on film. Summoning his courage, the director proposed, Mr. G, could you possibly assist us? Your silhouette and physique are impeccably suited for a stunt double. Your stature is remarkably admirable. And while our current stunt actor is grappling with personal anxieties, we find ourselves in a predicament, as Zhong Hao has only this one stunt double available. The set we have constructed over the past few days cannot be altered. If we fail to secure a stunt double, we may have to pause production for 2 days. Mr. G, I truly believe your physique is ideal. I'm just uncertain if you would be willing to lend us your assistance. The remuneration is negotiable. The director, having spoken, was drenched in perspiration. Would Ji-Hwai be concerned about such a trivial payment? Ji-Hwai was not merely a manager. His other venture was in film investment. He had a remarkable talent for nurturing artists, astutely recognizing their strengths and guiding them towards the most suitable career paths. Yet, how could he possibly serve as a stunt double? Upon further reflection, the director felt a wave of self-deprecation, realizing he had been so captivated by Ji-Hwai's physique that his judgment had faltered. With an astute eye for talent, the director noticed Yin Zhizhi, who was not far away, eavesdropping on their conversation. A glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes as she looked towards Ji-Hwai. Ji-Hwai pursed his lips, revealing nothing of his emotions. Meanwhile, the previously trembling stunt actor now regarded Ji-Hwai with palpable excitement. All right, Ji-Hwai finally spoke. Yin Zhizhi felt a surge of satisfaction. The stunt actor's eyes widened in astonishment. The director could hardly believe his ears. Mr. G, you truly agree? Thank you immensely. Your physique is far more appealing than that of the stunt actor, and even surpasses Zhong Hao. I worry whether the audience will notice, but fret not. We shall find the best angles to ensure the most spectacular visuals. Ji-Hwai nodded. Shall I change in a costume and prepare my makeup? Yes, quickly take Mr. G to change. Suddenly, the entire crew sprang into action. Xiaoyan wrapped a coat around Yin Zhizhi, leading her back to the dressing room to rest. Xiaoyan was grinning throughout the journey. Yin Zhizhi tilted her head. Why are you in such high spirits? Xiaoyan slightly lowered the corners of her mouth. Ahem. I have never seen the illustrious G as an actor, and with both of you being so striking, the scenes together will undoubtedly be breathtaking. It's a pity that Mr. G's face cannot be shown on camera. Yin Zhizhi playfully pinched Xiaoyan's cheek. He is a stunt double. Not the male lead, of course. He cannot show his face. Tone down your smile. You mustn't give anything away. Xiaoyan's eyes widened in surprise. Mustn't he give anything away? Miss Yin has acknowledged something, hasn't she? It seems they are indeed dating. How sweet. A top-tier manager and a leading female star. Ahem. Xiaoyan was among the many covert fans of their budding romance. Ji-Hwai donned a male lead's attire, a splendid white outfit adorned with intricate gold thread embroidery, exuding understated elegance and luxury. The makeup artist expertly fitted him with a wig, a luxurious piece worth tens of thousands, which seamlessly blended with his scalp, resembling natural hair. Adorned with a jade crown, he transformed into an undeniably handsome figure. The director, seated nearby, initially coveting only Why's graceful stature, was now utterly captivated by the complete transformation. He contemplated replacing the male lead. However, Why was not an easily attainable talent, nor was he affordable. The fact that Why had agreed to serve as a stand-in for a few days was likely a concession to the director's own artist. Nevertheless, the director did not perceive it as a favor on his part. The makeup artist inquired, "Director, shall we apply makeup on him?" Typically, stand-ins do not wear makeup, as their roles involve merely performing stunts and movements. The director deemed it unnecessary, for Why's features were already exquisite, his brows thick, eyes profound, and nose elegantly sculpted. Why raised his head and stated, "No need for makeup. I dislike it, and my face won't be captured on camera anyway." Indeed, there was no need for makeup. Mr. G was already perfection incarnate. "Let's proceed to filming," he declared. In another dressing room, Yin Zhizhi had played several rounds of games. Upon receiving the notification to start shooting, she handed her phone to Xiaoyan. Arriving at the filming location, she caught sight of Why's silhouette, clad in a striking white robe, his posture tall and commanding. Yin Zhizhi's gaze sharpened as she observed him for a moment until Why turned around and spotted her. "What are you doing standing there? Come over," he called out. "You look splendid in white. This ancient attire suits you perfectly." Yin Zhizhi approached him, playfully tugging at his garment. Why glanced down. "Does it really look that good?" "Yes, it looks exceptionally beautiful." The original stand-in had changed outfits, now assuming the role of an extra. The scene being filmed depicted the female lead shopping in a bustling street when a rider gallops in, swiftly scooping the female lead into his embrace, a tight, intimate hold. Following this, they would stroll together hand in hand. The close embrace was particularly intimate, as the female lead's lips were destined to brush against the male lead's face. The subsequent shots would feature them holding hands in wide-angle scenes. The director provided an explanation, to which Why nodded in understanding. While Yin Zhizhi had already memorized the script. "All right, prepare yourselves," the director commanded through a megaphone. The incoming rider was a professional equestrian, and the horse belonged to him, ensuring minimal risk of mishap. With a decisive call from the director, the skilled rider charged forth. Yin Zhizhi stood a couple of meters away from the horse path, yet the camera angle created the illusion that she was right beside the horse. As the horse approached, terror washed over Yin Zhizhi's face, and she stumbled backward. The man in white swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, stepping back as she instinctively fell into his embrace, her delicate lips inadvertently pressing against his chin. Two individuals embraced closely, her lips gently brushing against his chin, tantalizingly close to his lower lip. The crew members on set collectively inhaled sharply. The couple remained in their pose, as a slow-motion close-up was required. After what felt like an eternity, the director finally called cut. Yin Zhizhi lifted her head. Her lips pressed together as she gazed at him. Why still had his hand resting on her waist, and they slightly separated. Yin Zhizhi turned back, inquiring, "Director, how was that take?" "Exceptional. Perfect on the first go." The director was thoroughly pleased with the scene, exclaiming over its perfection and marveling at Why's remarkable physique. How does he maintain such an impressive figure? Is his agent truly this concerned with fitness? He clearly works out regularly. Next, they proceeded to film a scene of strolling hand in hand. "You two can simply be yourselves while holding hands. I don't mind if you create a few more intimate and warm moments," the director said, his upbeat tone invigorating the entire crew. The background actors ambled about the street. The man in white held the woman's hand, their arms closely entwined as they strolled together. She found everything to be fresh and exciting, pausing at a stall to buy a mask, then becoming captivated by a nearby cosmetic stand. His gaze remained fixed on her, and he assisted her in retrieving a mask that hung too high for her to reach, adorning her face with it. A prolonged shot captured the moment. While Yin Zhizhi managed to portray her character without surprise, it was astonishing to see Why perform as well. Although the camera did not focus on his face, the director and those nearby could discern his expressions and hear his lines. The director pondered inwardly, lamenting that it was a shame Why did not pursue acting. The 2 days of shooting progressed remarkably smoothly, and they even invited fan representatives onto the set. Yin Zhizi's fan representative was present and, upon seeing Why dressed as the male lead, was momentarily taken aback, her jaw nearly dropping. Only later did she learn that Why was merely serving as a stand-in for 2 days. The fan representative captured numerous stunning photos. Upon returning, she found no need for extensive editing. A simple filter and a minor adjustment to the background colors sufficed for posting. Covering her heart, she thought, I must remain steadfast. I am a devoted fan of Zhizhi. How can I ship my daughter's on-screen couple? Many fans, especially mothers, shared this sentiment. Once she overcame her internal conflict, she posted the beautiful photos on the fan page dedicated to the couple. In an instant, the fan community erupted. Oh my, what is happening? Is Why going to play the male lead? Insider news from background actors. Why is merely a stand-in for 2 days. Why looks stunning. A new generation of ancient-style heartthrobs. This pair is perfectly matched. Let me perish from shipping this couple. Please tell me it's real. I can't handle this. I'm just a personal fan. I came here to admire the actress, not to see her with her agent. I cannot ship this, I mustn't. On the other side, within the realm of personal fan clubs, someone unveiled a collection of images. Instantly, the fans erupted with excitement. Did Zhizhi just kiss him? Oh no, this cannot be happening. Calm down. Remember, this is our Zhizhi's manager, Mr. G, a man of integrity who would never harbor improper intentions toward Zhizhi. We ought to express our gratitude to Mr. G for boosting their on-screen chemistry. To be honest, if we must promote a pairing, I would only wish for it to be with a manager. Anyone else would be unacceptable. Indeed, if someone else were to create a pairing with Zhizhi, I fear they would take advantage of our dear girl. But with Mr. G, there's no issue. Zhizhi and Mr. G's pairing feels utterly safe, right? It's completely secure. No need to panic. Sway sway. Good night. I hope for your little gifts. I'm here with open hands. My little bowl has broken, and it's currently drying after being covered with glue. Chapter 43. The manager's gradual discomfort. 42. Is it really safe? But Mr. G embraced Zhizhi and even kissed her. They were so close. Don't worry upstairs. We are all family here. Mr. G is not an outsider. During this period, Zhizhi's fan data has been outstanding. It's no wonder that celebrities enjoy promoting pairings. It truly serves a purpose. Having Zhizhi pair with outsiders is far less effective than with someone close. Thanks to Mr. G. Thank you, Mr. G. Thank you, Mr. G. The fan club administrator sat before her computer, observing the comments from the personal fan club, and then glancing at the CP fan comments that felt like a festive celebration. Suddenly, she sensed that something was slightly amiss, though she couldn't pinpoint what it was. Nevertheless, Zhizhi's recent fan data was undeniably impressive. Never mind. As long as Zhizhi continues to rise in popularity, let's keep pushing, editing more pictures, and releasing more posters. Our girl's career must thrive. That night, in the hotel where the crew was staying, Yin Zhizhi soaked in the bathtub, a cup of fruit tea beside her, while she perused the comments on her fan club. After a while, she glanced at the time on her phone. It was 10:30. System? Yes. The familiar, melodious voice of a youthful boy resonated, indicating the system had awakened. System, I feel like I might marry young. Isn't that splendid? Marrying early means securing the male lead sooner, fulfilling our world's mission. Bailey Xiao San had just awakened, her mind blank, lazily reclining on a lounge chair, gazing at the screen's visuals. Another bath again. Every night is just a bath and a chat with myself. Luckily, she knew she was merely a vine, devoid of ulterior motives. These past few days, Why had deliberately allowed fans to indulge in the pairing of him and her. It seemed he was preparing for his ascension, while she could simply enjoy the fruits of their labor. Bailey Xiao San observed her smug demeanor. Little vine, where did you acquire these skills to ensnare men? From a knowledge you imparted to me. Bailey Xiao San indeed imparted a wealth of knowledge to her, facilitating her understanding of various facets of the modern and future worlds. To her surprise, she demonstrated a remarkable aptitude for distilling the essence of this information, learning at an impressive pace. System is a mere complement to parsimonious. Beyond my rapid acquisition of knowledge, Am I lacking in other areas? She mused, showcasing her ability to apply what she had learned. Subsequently, Bailey Shaoxin grew disinclined to engage in further conversation. Yin Zhizhi adjusted the foam at her chest, reassured by its ample thickness that she need not worry about any wardrobe malfunctions. System, today Why, playing the male lead substitute, donned a striking white costume that, from a distance, bears a striking resemblance to you. Bailey Shaoxin paused, the languid youth momentarily tinged with a hint of anxiety. This vine is quite astute. Does he truly resemble me? Can mere mortals from a single world dare to bear such similarity? Yin Zhizhi replied with a smirk, the young man in white. Although I couldn't discern your features clearly, I have no doubt you are exceptionally handsome. System, having grown so familiar with you, might you reveal yourself for me to see? Not yet. We are still not acquainted well enough. You watch me bathe every night, and you call that unfamiliar? Bailey Shaoxin found herself at a loss for words. Eventually, Yin Zhizhi spoke at length, but the system chose to remain silent. Fine, I've gone too far. The system has decided to play mute again. I've finished preparing my bath. Understood, Bailey Shaoxin acknowledged, shutting off the screen before her. Zhong Hao returned to the set, only to discover he had acquired a substitute. To his astonishment, Ji, the esteemed manager, had agreed to take on the role of his stand-in. Zhong Hao, a dedicated actor, typically performed all but the most challenging stunts himself, but this time he found himself unwillingly sidelined. Zhong Hao, it's time to ride into the sunset, the director instructed. Zhong Hao responded with confusion. This scene merely required the male lead to leisurely trot through the marketplace on horseback, with a focus on his face followed by a long shot of his silhouette. However, just as they were about to shoot the back view, the director unexpectedly called for Why to take over. The scene was straightforward. The characters simply needed to ride at a leisurely pace through the market. There was no real challenge, and with the male lead present, a stand-in seemed unnecessary. Reluctantly, Zhong Hao dismounted and allowed Why to take his place. Why symbolically accepted the stand-in's remuneration, officially becoming the substitute actor for the production. As Why rode, capturing the shot of his back, Zhong Hao stood beside the director, observing the footage. The director, eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, nodded appreciatively. That silhouette is exquisite. Suddenly, it dawned on Zhong Hao. The reason he was asked to step aside was that his back view lacked appeal. The realization was disheartening. Nevertheless, he conceded that Ji, the manager, must maintain a rigorous fitness regimen and likely had experience riding horses, as his posture was particularly commendable. An actor must not only possess an attractive visage, but also display grace and poise during performances, never slouching or hunching their shoulders. Zhong Hao's physique is not necessarily poor, yet it undeniably pales in comparison to Why's. The director skillfully utilizes Why, having finally discovered such an excellent stand-in. It is imperative to make the most of him. Consequently, Why finds himself with daily scenes, performing various roles, including that of a hand double in addition to his profile. As the year draws to a close, they finally reach the intimate scene. The director envisions a moment where two figures roll beneath a sheer bed curtain, a few seconds of footage designed to evoke the entire ambience. However, to capture these silhouettes, it is essential that both protagonists possess striking physiques. With a beaming smile, the director turns to Why and asks, Mr. Ji, could you do me a favor and serve as the bed double? Ahem, the short film is about to commence, and today, Sui Sui has left home without her computer. She will strive to catch up when she returns tomorrow afternoon. Good night. Chapter 44. The Manager's Gradual Discomfort. 43. Having served as a stand-in for quite some time, Why is now accustomed to taking on any role the director deems suitable, and the request for a bed double raises no eyebrows. Yet, the director's heart races, knowing that such a role requires a slight sacrifice, such as appearing shirtless. Why calmly nods, I can do that. The director's eyes gleam with excitement, eager to commence filming. Crew, prepare everything. We start shooting in an hour. The entire crew springs into action. Yin Zhizhi, bundled in a thick coat, sits on a chair, bored as she observes those around her. Why returns with a cup of hot water, adding a touch of brown sugar before handing it to Yin Zhizhi. She instinctively accepts it, the thermos obscuring the color of the liquid inside. Only after taking a sip does she realize something is amiss. "What did you add? It's so sweet." Ji-Hwai looks down and replies, "Brown sugar." Yin Zhizi's cheeks flush. "How did you know? Did I let it slip? Or do I have a smell?" She is experiencing her menstrual cycle, an inconvenience she typically wouldn't feel. But after enduring 2 months of cold while shooting summer scenes in winter, the discomfort is amplified now that her period has arrived. Last night, she and Xiao Yin exchanged tips. Xiao Yin had shared techniques for warming the abdomen. "Was it Xiao Yin who told you?" "Traitor. She has been a traitor for quite some time. Drink up quickly. The hot water will warm you. This is more than just a cup of hot water. It is infused with brown sugar." Yin Zhizhi cradles the cup, sipping slowly. An hour passes swiftly, and the crew has prepared the entire scene. It is a pavilion by a hot spring, adorned with translucent white and red drapes, the steam rising from the thermal waters creating an ethereal atmosphere. This setting is perfect for capturing the image of a beauty emerging from a bath. However, the crew has something even more audacious planned, to film an intimate scene here. The director proclaims, "The steam from the hot spring is quite substantial. You won't feel too cold in the pavilion, but remember, this costume is rather thin, so no heating pads." Yin Zhizhi reluctantly tears off the few heating pads she had been using. Ji-Hwai went to change his clothes, and when he returned, he donned a loose-fitting undershirt. His long hair, once bound by a jade crown, now cascading freely. "Ji-Hwai, you should immerse yourself in the water for a moment. Your clothes need to cling to your body when wet," the director announced, prompting a chorus of silent cheers from those around, though no words were spoken. The glances conveyed their enthusiasm. During his time as a stand-in for the crew, Ji-Hwai had captivated everyone with his striking beauty, and many in the production team had become ardent fans of the Ji-Hwai and Yin Zhizhi pairing. In just 2 months, their fan base had burgeoned, and Ji-Hwai's role as a stand-in even trended on social media. This drama had garnered attention before its release, with countless individuals eagerly anticipating its debut. As Ji-Hwai soaked in the hot spring, Zhong had already completed filming the shots that required a full view of the pavilion. Ji-Hwai merely needed to reshoot a scene where he would tackle the female lead while clad in wet clothing, engaging in a few suggestive gestures separated by a sheer curtain. He entered the pavilion wearing his damp attire, and the camera focused on the hazy setting. The director, microphone in hand, instructed, "Mr. Ji, you may play with Zhizi's hair, then gently pull down one of her shoulder straps while embracing her waist and leaning in. Your figures should intertwine, and there could be a kiss scene. Just ensure the angles are slightly off. Begin." The director's instructions were quite clear, yet the true artistry of the moment relied on the chemistry between the two actors. With their familiarity, there was no room for awkwardness. An unspoken understanding prevailed. Indeed, their synergy was evident, as the camera captured Ji-Hwai tenderly playing with Yin Zhizi's hair, his face inching closer until their lips met in a kiss. In a misty atmosphere, the kiss ignited a palpable warmth. The director's eyes sparkled with excitement. Their positioning was impeccable. Truly, well-toned actors were perfectly suited for such ethereal silhouettes. Yin Zhizhi almost gasped but found her voice stifled by Ji-Hwai's lips. As they savored the moment, he slowly withdrew, placing gentle kisses along her face. The camera was positioned across the hot spring, keeping a respectful distance from the scene. Yin Zhizhi whispered to Ji-Hwai, "Are you serious? I'm not worried about the scene, as it's difficult for a woman to discern anything, but aren't you concerned?" "Good night," she added, recalling how confidently she had approached the previous day, only to feel uncertain now. "Just don't hit my face," she jested. In Chapter 45, the manager's growing unease. Ji-Hwai, as a man, instantly grasped her words. He had anticipated that Yin Zhizhi would shy away, but she surprised him with her audacity. Gently pushing her down, he cradled her waist and leaned closer, whispering, "With so many eyes upon us, I can restrain myself for you. However, given such an exquisite opportunity, I cannot refrain from acting. I am not one to play the role of a gentleman. A man who appears virtuous on the surface often harbors darkness within. Every individual conceals some sordid thoughts deep in their hearts. This is not his first transgression. Kissing her is rather commonplace." Ji-Hwai delicately kissed her neck, their figures entwined. while the camera outside captured every moment. The director was exhilarated. So realistic. Truly astonishing. Why doesn't Why pursue acting? If he did, all the leading roles would surely belong to him. However, the wealth Why amassed through film investments far exceeds this. Although being a star or an actor can be lucrative, it ultimately remains a form of servitude. Why's true passion lies in being a manager. Yin Zhizhi, unable to suppress a sound, murmured, "I am ticklish. Please don't leave any marks, as we still need to go out later." "I will do my best," Why replied. Yin Zhizhi's skin was exceptionally tender. Even the slightest touch could leave a mark. Why's claim of doing his best was reflected in his restrained actions. The gentler the caress, the more it tickled. Yin Zhizhi bit her lower lip, feeling as though Why was in a state of deep meditation, while she risked being the one to reveal everything. Time passed, though it felt like an eternity. Finally, the director called for a break. Why immediately withdrew and extended his hand to assist Yin Zhizhi from the soft couch. Her cheeks were flushed, and her body felt languid. Xiaoyan entered, holding a padded coat, her head bowed throughout. Why took the coat, enveloping Yin Zhizhi snugly, zipping it up to her chin. He donned his own coat, and together they exited the gazebo. Yin Zhizhi, her face scarlet, kept her head down in silence. Why, unflustered and composed, approached the director and reviewed the playback. The results appeared quite satisfactory. Not just satisfactory, this is exceptional. "Mr. G, have you truly considered acting? With your physique, visage, and talent, you would undoubtedly carve a path as an actor." "No, I lack interest in that realm. My sole aspiration is to be an exemplary manager. Were it not for Yin Zhizhi's role, I would not have participated in acting." I understand. This truly is my stroke of luck. This drama has garnered immense anticipation, set to air during the Lantern Festival. Aiming for awards, the director enthused. Why nodded in satisfaction before taking his leave. Every film and television project Yin Zhizhi undertook was indeed aimed at accolades. Why's discerning eye ensured that he selected only the finest scripts. As the drama approached its conclusion, they aimed to finish filming before the new year. At the wrap party, the director, inebriated, boldly grasped Why's arm, imploring him to star as the lead in his next production. It took considerable persuasion before Why managed to extricate himself. He and Yin Zhizhi planned to return to City A for the new year. As soon as the wrap party concluded, they hailed a taxi to the airport. Their timing remarkably tight, they arrived just in time for boarding. After a flight exceeding 3 hours, they returned to City A. Without Why needing to inquire, Yin Zhizhi announced as she entered the car, "Let us go to your home for the new year." In the depths of Why's ink-like eyes, a smile flickered. "All right, we haven't been home for quite some time, and the refrigerator is empty. Let us go grocery shopping together. I shall prepare a delightful meal for you this evening." Since her work had become increasingly demanding, Yin Zhizhi had ceased to monitor her diet, although she indulged in a variety of foods daily. The rigors of her profession had nevertheless caused her to shed a few pounds. Why, having ventured into independent living at an early age, preferred not to dine out, thus honing his culinary skills. Even while on set, he would often seek opportunities to cook. Yin Zhizhi felt exhilarated at the prospect of shopping together. "Then I shall don my sunglasses, hat, and mask. I have a scarf with me. I will pull it up a bit to ensure no one recognizes me." Why replied, "Those who truly care for you can easily recognize you. Let us hope I don't encounter any fans. I have never gone grocery shopping before." Why tilted his head in curiosity. "You have never gone grocery shopping? Have you never been to a supermarket?" "I went to the supermarket with my mother when she was filming a variety show during my childhood." Why frowned slightly. It was surprising that Yin Zhizhi, approaching 20, had never been to a supermarket or bought groceries. With her head bowed, Yin Zhizhi responded, "Such is the life of a second-generation star. Aside from the time I attended an international kindergarten with a group of children, I have been homeschooled throughout elementary, middle, and high school, with teachers coming to our home. Now, having been admitted to a film academy, I am on leave." The system indicated that stepping out of her character would earn points. The original persona, as a second-generation star, had been exposed to the public eye from a very young age, living under the scrutiny of both overt and covert cameras. Consequently, many experiences that ordinary people take for granted remained foreign to her. You must have experienced greater freedom during your year abroad, he remarked. Indeed, it was more liberating. I could stroll near my grandfather's house. Yet, I still hesitate to venture far or do things alone, as I constantly feel the sensation of being surveilled. A flicker of compassion crossed Ji-Huai's eyes as he reached out to gently pat her head. Do you have aspirations? Whatever you wish to pursue, I will accompany you. I will be by your side to protect you, so you need not fear anything. Although she had anticipated such words from him, the warmth that enveloped her heart upon hearing them was indescribable. In that moment, Yin Zhizi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but the next instant, she beamed joyfully, leaping into his embrace and wrapping her arms around his neck. Ji-Huai, how can you be so wonderful? Just don't complain about the troubles of dating me. There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Our relationship will eventually be exposed. Didn't we agree that I would handle these matters? Worry not. All you need to do is live happily and love me joyfully. How could I ever find our relationship troublesome? At this moment, I only wish you were older. I long to bind you to my side forever, leaving my mark upon you. You are mine. His words were unabashedly possessive. Yin Zhizhi buried her face in his chest, replying, I am not young. You are simply too old. I will grow up. Yin Zhizi's words reminded Ji-Huai of the first time she visited his home, grappling with the dilemma of her lingerie size. She had asserted with fervor that she was no longer a child, that she had matured, feeling the softness pressed against him. Ji-Huai smirked. Indeed, you have grown. Yes, I grow every day, and soon I shall reach the appropriate age. I am aware. I look forward to witnessing little Zhizhi grow little by little. Their conversation resonated, yet there lingered an unsettling dissonance. Inside the fresh produce supermarket, the hour was bustling with activity as twilight approached. Many individuals returning from work flocked here to purchase ingredients for their New Year's Eve meals. Ji-Huai pushed a shopping cart while Yin Zhizhi, with one hand linked to him, curiously observed her surroundings. She was clad in a long black cotton coat, her face concealed by a mask and a scarf tightly wrapped around her neck. It was a typical winter in City A, and it was no surprise to see someone so bundled up. Let us buy some ribs. I crave your rib soup, she expressed. Certainly. Yin Zhizi's family was abroad, and due to her work concluding only today, she was unable to reunite with them for the holiday. A few days prior, Ji-Huai received a call from Yin Ho, who had entrusted him with the care of Yin Zhizhi. With his own family residing far away in Z country, Ji-Huai had no intentions of returning home for the new year. A phone call in the evening would suffice. As they selected various ingredients and made their way to the checkout, the unusually high number of shoppers that evening resulted in a long queue. Perhaps it was the festive season that prompted so many to stock up, causing the line to move slowly, with the crowd swelling. A few individuals peered curiously from within the throng. Yin Zhizhi, perceptive as ever, instinctively drew closer to Ji-Huai. He did not glance back at the onlookers but gently patted her head, reassuring her, It's all right, there's nothing to fear. Yin Zhizhi adjusted her scarf. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, they finally completed their purchase. Ji-Huai carried a heavy bag of vegetables while holding Yin Zhizi's hand as they departed. Only after they left did a few behind them dare to speak. I'm certain I wasn't mistaken, although the girl concealed her face. The man revealed half of his. It's Ji-Huai. He married, or has a girlfriend, doesn't he? Aren't he and Yin Zhizhi dating? Not dating. Merely creating a public persona. Ji-Huai is single and unmarried. Of that I am quite sure. The girl beside him must be his girlfriend, right? It must make his girlfriend quite jealous if he is playing up a relationship with an artist under his wing. I believe that girl bears a striking resemblance to Yin Zhizhi. I saw that cotton coat in a photo on the fan page. One girl quietly showed her friend her phone, which displayed a picture from Yin Zhizi's fan account, her bundled up in a cotton coat, cradling a thermos. The coat was identical to the one worn by the girl they had just seen. Oh my goodness. The pairing of Ji-Huai and Yin Zhizhi has become exceptionally popular. However, it seems that everyone remains remarkably clear-headed, perceiving their relationship as merely a fabricated romance. Many believe Ji-Huai is a paragon of safety, sacrificing his reputation to elevate the artist's popularity. He is undoubtedly the most dedicated manager in the industry. Yet, unexpectedly, it feels less like a mere publicity stunt and more like genuine affection. Could they truly be in love? If the girl from earlier was indeed Yin Zhizhi, I would confidently assert that their romance is authentic. Upon returning home, Yin Zhizhi nestled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, playing games and watching anime to unwind. Meanwhile, Why busied himself in the kitchen. As time passed gradually, he eventually emerged to announce, Zhizhi, it's time to wash your hands. Dinner is ready. With a cheerful demeanor, Yin Zhizhi set aside her phone and scampered to wash her hands. Afterward, she eagerly assisted in the kitchen, showering Why with compliments. This dish smells delightful. Why, your culinary skills surpass even those of a Michelin star chef. Just look at the color of this pig trotter. It appears utterly delectable. How do you manage to be so talented? Why found himself both amused and flattered. He could not deny his enjoyment of her praise. Last year, he had spent the new year alone, preparing a few simple dishes for a quiet celebration. This year, however, the atmosphere was much livelier with her presence, filling his heart to the brim. Yin Zhizhi indulged heartily, and although their appetites were robust, they realized, to their dismay, that they had barely made a dent in the copious amount of food. I regret only having one stomach, Yin Zhizhi lamented, reaching for her chopsticks once more. Why playfully snatched her chopsticks away, saying, stop eating, it's not worth overindulging. Go sit on the sofa and digest. After tidying the table and placing the dishes into the dishwasher, he inquired, do you have a tradition of staying up for the new year? Yes, Why replied. Yin Zhizhi responded, we don't have that tradition at home. After I eat, I feel sleepy. I would rather head to my room for a shower and sleep. Why had intended to invite her to watch the Spring Festival Gala and celebrate the new year together. But upon noticing her evident fatigue, having been on set early that morning, wrapping up in the afternoon, and catching a flight, he decided it was best for her to rest. Go get some sleep. Good night, and Happy New Year. Yin Zhizhi smiled, good night, and Happy New Year. After she left, Why planned to stay up alone, as it was a family tradition. Yet, inexplicably, as the time approached, his biological clock kicked in, and he fell asleep on the sofa. In the guest bathroom, Yin Zhizhi soaked in a hot bath, her face devoid of any fatigue. System? She inquired. Yes, came the response. As expected, it had awakened. With a beaming smile, she said, System, today is New Year's. I know. Let us celebrate the new year together, System. Bored, replied the system lazily, as Bali Xiao-san reclined comfortably, his long fingers gliding across the screen, glancing at the data before turning it off, revealing Yin Zhizhi's face. Bailey Xiao-san observed the dark circles beneath her eyes and inquired, aren't you tired? Your skin appears wrinkled. It is time to rise. How do you know my skin is wrinkled? Can you truly see? Yin Zhizhi responded with a smile as she got up. In an instant, as she stood, foam and water splashed, revealing her fair complexion on the screen. The young man in white attire within the space narrowed his eyes, swiftly waving his hand to black out the light screen. Bailey Xiao-san lowered her eyelids, yet she still perceived the system's keen gaze. Even a fleeting image was captured with remarkable clarity. The system's memory retained everything unless it was personally deleted or obscured. It's not as if I've never seen a body. There's nothing unusual about it, Bailey Xiao-san mused internally. Yin Zhizhi, clad in her sleepwear, nestled in bed, fixated on her phone as time ticked by. Midnight struck. System, Happy New Year. Bailey Xiao-san had presumed she would fall silent, when suddenly a voice reached her ears. She activated the light screen. What do you mean by You ought to wish me a Happy New Year as well. It's basic courtesy. I have no manners. Yin Zhizhi pouted. Bailey Xiao-san, about to retort, altered her words. Happy New Year. Is that too blunt? Good night. Chapter 46. The manager becomes increasingly unusual upon hearing the system's New Year-esque greeting. Yin Zhizhi was filled with joy. That was more like it. After all, even a system ought to exhibit politeness. Bailey Xiao-san chuckled. Are you instructing me on etiquette? You have imparted so much knowledge to me, teaching me numerous things. Occasionally, I shall guide you as well. We assist each other, she replied, reclining on her chair. The light screen, which had floated above, tilted toward her once more, revealing Yin Zhizhi sprawled on her bed, absorbed in her phone. The young woman donned a delicate white spaghetti-strap nightgown, lightweight and loose against her form. Propped up by a pillow, she played a game on her phone, and in her excitement, her legs instinctively kicked up, causing the hem of her nightgown to rise, the lace brushing against her fair thighs. Bailey Xiao San closed her eyes. During the new year, Yin Zhizhi enjoyed a holiday, while Ji-Huai had not scheduled any work for her during this period, suggesting she return to work only after the Lantern Festival. Both her film and television series had wrapped up before the year's end. The movie was set for release on the first day of the Lunar New Year, followed closely by the television series in the spring. Yin Zhizhi was aware that the film featuring her as the lead was about to premiere today, yet she chose not to dwell on it. Holidays were meant to be a reprieve from work. Ji-Huai, since you're free at the moment, will you return to your hometown to visit your family? With artists on holiday, managers also found themselves with leisure. In the past, Ji-Huai would have certainly taken advantage of the break to visit his relatives, yet this time he had no intention of returning. Ji-Huai carefully cut the fruits and placed them before her, asserting that he would not leave her alone, as it made him uneasy. What is there to worry about? I'm already an adult and can take care of myself, Yin Zhizhi remarked, biting into a strawberry. Ji-Huai settled down, stating that there would always be time to return, but for now, he wished to keep her company. His concern for her solitude was genuine. Her family resided abroad, and the thought of her spending the new year alone in City A filled him with compassion. Furthermore, he anticipated that news would arrive soon, intensifying his reluctance to depart. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Yin Zhizhi found solace in Ji-Huai's home, engrossed in video games, while Ji-Huai occupied the other end of the sofa, diligently attending to his work on the computer. When fatigue overcame her, she leaned against him, and he adjusted his position to accommodate her. Once Ji-Huai completed his tasks, he became restless, seizing Yin Zhizhi's phone and pinning her down on the sofa. Kissing her fervently, just as things were about to escalate, he abruptly pulled away, panting, "Zhizhi, don't move. Just let me hold you like this for a moment." Yin Zhizhi, sensing the intensity, remained still. Once Ji-Huai regained his composure, he reverted to his usual serious demeanor and announced, "I will go prepare dinner." "Okay," Yin Zhizhi replied, her lips slightly swollen from their earlier encounter. The first day of the new year, which she had anticipated to be peaceful and comfortable, was unexpectedly disrupted by a trending topic after dinner. A film was being released that day, and the character Mu Ling had garnered attention even before its airing. Many flocked to the cinema to see the film, largely due to Yin Zhizhi's involvement, and the response was overwhelmingly positive. By the afternoon, Mu Ling had ascended the trending charts. Suddenly, another headline surged to the forefront. Yin Zhizhi and Ji-Huai are in a relationship. The initial reaction from Yin Zhizhi's fans was one of admiration for the fervent support from CP fans, who had once again propelled the couple's narrative into the limelight. However, upon delving deeper into the news and examining the accompanying images, the fans' calm demeanor swiftly transformed into fervor. In a supermarket, Ji-Huai, donning a mask, was seen grocery shopping with a girl clad in a particular brand of down jacket, precisely the same one Yin Zhizhi had worn while on set. The various angles of the photographs, though the jacket and scarf obscured the girl's features, were unmistakable to true fans. The girl shopping with Ji-Huai was indeed Yin Zhizhi. The implication of their shared grocery trip during the festive season suggested they would be preparing a New Year's Eve dinner together. What on earth is happening? The CPI ship is real? I always thought my CP was fictitious, yet I held on to hope. But today, you tell me it's real, and I am overwhelmed with joy. Sob, my mother asks why I am crying and laughing at my phone. Bystanders are puzzled. Weren't these two already together? Rumors of their relationship seem to have surfaced 2 months ago. Not together, merely creating a fabricated couple for public consumption, which resonated with us all and garnered our fondness. Who would have thought it would manifest into reality? Oh my goodness, Gigi's mother fans are in tears. Weren't we all supposed to be in this together? Is CEO G not part of our circle, particularly safe? Why is he taking my darling home? I was deceived by your charm. Ji Huayan, safety my foot. Indeed, there are no good men. Gigi is still a child. How could you, CEO G, be so heartless? How could you bring yourself to do this? Chapter 47. The manager is gradually acting strangely. It's the new year. CP fans are celebrating the new year. No, this was supposed to be a celebration all along. I always believed this was a mere facade, yet now it is irrefutable. I implore both parties to be generous. Announce it quickly. We can accept it. I, however, cannot quite accept it just yet. Oh dear, I feel like I am the culprit that has harmed my darling. Count me in. I have witnessed my darling fall into a trap. It's disheartening that there was no rescue, yet I continue to encourage and support. Who said it? Who initially claimed that CEO G was a safe ally? The biggest joke of the year. CEO G is one of us, truly magnificent, truly safe. You must take good care of our Zhizhi. Gritting teeth, Weibo has exploded. Yin Zhizhi has topped the trending searches multiple times, with an array of headlines surfacing. On the first day of the new year, countless entertainment writers are likely burning the midnight oil crafting news about Yin Zhizhi. Yin Zhizhi gazes anxiously at the comments beneath her Weibo post, while Why stands by her side, slightly furrowing his brow, seeing the young girl in such distress. He cannot help but embrace her, softly reassuring, "Do not rush." Although this is sudden, the overall direction appears positive. When other celebrities unveil their relationships, the comments often abound with mockery, even scorn. Yet, Yin Zhizhi's fans are remarkably affectionate. Having debuted as a child star, she possesses an excellent rapport with the public, leaving little room for criticism. Disregarding some vitriolic remarks from keyboard warriors, the majority of passerby and fan comments lean positively. Noticing that she continues to scroll through the comments, Why gently takes her phone away. Yin Zhizhi protests, "Please don't take it away. I want to see." Why tosses the phone aside, lifting her onto his lap, encircling her waist as he gazes into her eyes. "Zhizhi, what troubles you? I am just not prepared for our relationship to be revealed so abruptly, especially from a third party. I envisioned us announcing it together," she replies, her eyes reflecting confusion, panic, and disappointment. In that moment, Why feels a pang of regret. Has he rushed things too much, hastening the situation? Yet, he is eager to be with her, to proclaim their union openly to the world. His selfish desire for possession has compelled Why to orchestrate this series of events. The initiation of their relationship was marked by a calculated move on his part, as the CP fans have been adeptly managed over the past few months. Why had already prepared his followers psychologically, waiting for the opportune moment to reveal their connection. This trending topic was also part of Why's meticulous planning. The fans had been mentally primed long before, and even upon learning of Yin Zhizhi's romantic involvement, they would gradually come to accept it. The vast CP fanbase would provide unwavering support, allowing him to naturally disclose his relationship with Zhizhi without the fear of a sudden, unwanted exposure. His primary desire was to unveil their romance. He was eager to step out of the shadows. However, unbeknownst to him, the girl envisioned a joint announcement of their relationship, filled with anticipation and dreams of a lasting bond. She had even imagined the manner in which they would reveal their love, only for him to disrupt those plans. Why, feeling remorseful, embraced her tightly, saying, "Zhizhi, I'm sorry, it's my fault. It's all right, we've been so discreet. Who would have thought we could be recognized while grocery shopping? This was beyond your foresight, Why. There's no need for you to apologize," she reassured him sweetly. Even in this moment of vulnerability, Why tenderly kissed her cheek and remarked, "In fact, this is an opportunity, with our relationship now public. We need not worry about others exposing us with ill intentions in the future." The trending topic has been live for over 10 minutes. We should respond. Leaning against him, Yin Zhizhi nodded obediently. Why stretched out his arm to retrieve his recently discarded phone. Yin Zhizhi took the phone, while Why logged into his account as the stellar agent Why. "We will simultaneously send out messages to announce our relationship," he proposed. Although this was a somewhat reluctant joint announcement, it aligned with the girls' hopes of publicly sharing their love on Weibo. Yin Zhizhi posted, "Stellar agent Why. I like him." Why followed suit, "Yin Zhizhi, my treasure." The reactions flooded in. Seeing the trending topic had me in suspense. I can't believe I actually witnessed it. This must be the official announcement, right? Oh my gosh, this CP is real. Wow, what a surprise on the first day of the new year. I can hardly handle this excitement. Mr. G, oh my. In chapter 48, the agent begins to act strangely. On the first day of the new year, such a monumental revelation emerged. and attentive fans noted that both had posted on Weibo at the exact same time. I'm curious, are you two together now? Have you already moved in together? This CP is too sweet, and the pace is astonishing. When do you plan to marry? No marriage, no marriage. Zhizhi is still so young. Do not worry. Zhizhi is still not of age. That unscrupulous man, Ji, cannot force her into marriage. Oh dear, whether they wed or not. This situation is already troubling. I refuse to believe that someone as beautiful as Zhizhi would not capture Ji's attention. He must take responsibility. If he does not marry Zhizhi, I will ensure he faces public outrage for a lifetime. The young lady has already expressed her affections. What can her mother say? Only that Ji must be accountable. I must inquire, who initially convinced us that Ji was a safe choice? Was it from within our own ranks? I cannot recall. Everyone seemed to echo that sentiment back then. I will take a moment to investigate further. Meanwhile, a certain fan, trembling before her computer, wiped her brow with a tissue. Oh heavens, this is disastrous. The last trending topic revealed that bystanders had captured what seemed to be a romantic encounter between the two. And now another topic has surfaced. It's official. Yin Zhizhi has openly declared her affection for Why. And G's endearing words have instantly garnered him countless admirers. Even passers-by find it utterly sweet. Oh my, G's manager is quite eloquent. My heart quivers. I envy Yin Zhizhi immensely. Some fans fervently advocate for this couple. Support them. Their looks are breathtaking, their chemistry undeniable, and most importantly, this is genuine. Investing in their love is a guaranteed delight. Others among the onlookers remarked, I ship them, but isn't there quite a significant age gap. No matter, Ji maintains himself impeccably. Once he sheds his suit for casual attire, he hardly appears older than a university student. He is dedicated to fitness and wellness, capable of sharing a long future with our dear Zhizhi. Isn't this just a promotional stunt? If they break up in a few months, it would be awkward to work together afterwards. Wow, is someone feeling overly anxious? Their romance is entirely voluntary. How wonderful. I wholeheartedly support it. An observer, eager to stir up trouble, retweeted the trending topic, tagging Yin Zhizhi's mother, Yin Shan. Did you know your daughter is involved with an older man? Fans were not pleased. How is Ji old? He hasn't even turned 30. Old? Do you even understand the concept? Hey, if you're going to say that, we fans take it lightly. Only we can call Ji old. Who are you to judge? With a face like his, to claim he is old is simply absurd. For your information, here, Why's profile. He is exceptionally talented. Thank you. The more you attack his age, the more you reveal your own insecurities. There are no flaws to find in Yin Zhizhi, so some resort to attacking Why instead. While fans may vocally oppose this union across various platforms, it is evident that their protests are merely superficial. When Ji is under fire, fans unite in his defense. Yin Ho also responded after being tagged. Yin Shan stated, the two youngsters informed me a few months ago that they were in a relationship. A simple yet revealing statement, clearly indicating Yin Ho's approval of their romance. The fans are in an uproar. They've been in a relationship for months. Doesn't that mean it was genuine from the very beginning? Wow. Told a mother-in-law months ago, Mr. Ji, you truly know how to do it. I can feel it. Mr. Ji has completely captivated Zhizhi. Mom is sobbing. Why, you scoundrel. Yin Zhizhi struggled to suppress the corners of her mouth, innocently holding her phone as she turned to the man embracing her. Why. The fans are scolding you. It's fine, I can't see it anyway. After posting on Weibo, Why had not looked at the comments. He could surmise the general sentiment. Why was indifferent to the fans' criticisms. After all, his goal had already been accomplished. Holding Yin Zhizhi close, his heart swelled with joy. Yin Zhizhi glanced at a few comments. The fan said, you're old. Chapter 49. The manager becomes increasingly unsettled. 48. Why anticipated that some fans might comment on his age, but as long as he didn't see the comments, it was as if they had never been made. However, little Zhizhi insisted on reading the comments aloud to him. Why had never faced setbacks in his life. Yet at this moment, he found himself at a loss regarding his age. Once, others praised him as a youthful prodigy, achieving so much at a young age. Now, however, Ji-Hwai snatched her phone away, wrapped his arms around her waist, and rolled over, pinning her onto the sofa. Am I old? They said you are. Came Yin Zhizi's innocent gaze. Ji-Hwai chuckled lightly, leaning down, his lips almost brushing against hers. Do you think I'm old? Not at all. Not even a bit. Just moments ago, they had been having so much fun, but now Yin Zhizhi felt utterly timid. No, this is called knowing when to be sensible. Her mouth spoke sweet nothings to appease him, weaving a tapestry of deceit. No way, Ji-Hwai. How could I ever lie to you? Yin Zhizhi blinked softly, her voice tender and demure, exuding an air of coyness that struck a chord deep within Ji-Hwai. Ji-Hwai tightened his hold. He desperately wanted to prove his youth. Ji-Hwai's nose gently brushed against her neck, his warm breath cascading over her skin. Yin Zhizhi's face flushed instantly, her breath quickening, leaving her feeling somewhat lightheaded. Yet, being so close felt oddly peculiar. Ji-Hwai, I'm a little scared. Don't be afraid. I won't do anything to you. I just want to hold you. He desired more, but it was not the right time. He had already pushed their relationship to a certain extent, and he wanted her to feel that there was more to come, without misleading her into anything. Several films were released during the Spring Festival, but only one managed to stand out, achieving box office success beyond all others. Every character in this film became a sensation. Even minor roles that appeared for only a few seconds gained popularity. Audiences exclaimed that the director had an exquisite eye for casting. Yin Zhizhi sent a heartfelt congratulatory message to Jiang Ling, whose portrayal of the flower spirit has garnered immense acclaim. Ji-Hwai expressed his satisfaction with the film's momentum, declaring that it has a 90% chance of winning awards. He emphasized that this year, the focus should be on increasing film productions while also raising the standards for television dramas. Yin Zhizhi nodded obediently, embodying the role of a dutiful artist under her agent's guidance. Recently, she has also been in touch with her mother, the renowned actress Yin Ho, and their relationship has become more harmonious than before. With a breakout role and a budding romance, she has transcended the label of being merely the daughter of someone. Mom, I have a holiday during Qingming Festival. I'll come to visit you then, Yin Zhizhi said during their phone conversation. That sounds wonderful. Your grandfather misses you dearly. He has seen your film and remarked on how much you've grown and how impressive your acting is. Listening to her mother's words, Yin Zhizhi felt a warm glow in her heart as they spoke for half an hour. Meanwhile, Ji-Hwai was occupied with business discussions in his study. As the annual leave came to an end, the return to a busy work life loomed ahead. The post-holiday atmosphere felt markedly different since going public with their relationship. Yin Zhizhi and Ji-Hwai no longer maintained a deliberate distance. The two were inseparable, and to onlookers, Ji-Hwai seamlessly balanced the roles of agent, bodyguard, and assistant, showcasing a tender attentiveness in his romantic endeavors. Their lack of pretense and avoidance of cameras resulted in a steady stream of new photographs for their fans. The couple's supporters grew increasingly vocal, even entering a phase of urging marriage. Had it not been for Yin Zhizhi's youth, such sentiments might have reached a fever pitch. Gradually, fans began to accept Ji-Hwai, occasionally expressing mild discontent, yet they were the first to defend against any criticisms directed at Yin Zhizhi and Ji-Hwai. The fan club manager experienced a whirlwind during the holiday, relieved that the numerous comments at the time had obscured any negative remarks about Ji-Hwai being one of their own. As she edited photos, she lamented, "What can I do? I initially supported her as an individual, but now I find myself leaning towards becoming a couple's fan. As a devoted fan, I feel conflicted. Yet, Ji-Hwai is my boss, so here I am, caught in this delightful tug-of-war." The television drama featuring Yin Zhizhi premiered in the spring. Fans were already aware that Ji-Hwai played the male lead's double in the series, leading a significant number of them to tune in not only for Yin Zhizhi, but also to catch glimpses of Ji-Hwai. The male lead, Zhong Hao, was undeniably handsome and charming, but fans seemed to scrutinize every frame, identifying Ji-Hwai's appearances with remarkable precision. This hand must belong to Ji-Hwai. This silhouette on horseback looks so dashing, even for just a few seconds. I think it's Ji-Hwai. Someone come verify. Yes. Hurry up and update. I'm willing to pay for the subsequent content. I hear there are even more thrilling scenes ahead. The director's ability to persuade Mr. G to take on the role of a stand-in is nothing short of remarkable. I must say, every scene featuring him in this drama is of exceptional quality and breathtaking beauty. His visage is undeniably pleasing, and Mr. G's physique is equally captivating. Is there really a need for the director's persuasion? I have serious doubts that it was not Mr. G himself who volunteered for this role. Moreover, Mr. G is one of the investors of this television series. How audacious! He boldly funds his own participation, seemingly unashamed in his pursuit of love. Ah, the audacity of capitalists. With only 2 episodes released each week, the popularity of this drama continues to soar, breaking viewership records and trending weekly on social media. From a new year to the spring and summer, Yin Zhizhi has dominated the screen. Her era has truly begun. As the series approaches its conclusion, the storyline of the protagonist reaches its climax. In the latest episode, fans scrutinized every detail, uncovering a significant revelation. My goodness, if this isn't genuine intimacy, I refuse to believe it. Oh heavens, how enticing! Mr. G's physique is utterly irresistible. Zhizhi feels as if he might devour her whole. Smile, my dear fans. Let's put our differences aside for now, but let the games begin. Chapter 50. The Manager's Unease. 49. Yin Zhizhi is increasingly convinced that these fans are watching the show with a magnifying glass. She replays a particular scene repeatedly, persistently asking Ji why. Is it really that obvious? The two are currently on their way back to the hotel after work. Ji Hua examines her phone closely. It's evident, but they lack proof. This statement pleased Yin Zhizhi immensely, although their relationship is now public. And even if their genuine kiss were to be exposed, she would not mind. Yet, the thought of it making headlines makes her blush. When she becomes shy, her ears redden, and Ji Hua can't help but gaze at her delicate earlobes, his eyes darkening as he swallows hard. While she scrolls through Weibo, occasionally replying to comments, her focus remains glued to her phone, which irks Ji Hua slightly. He wraps an arm around her waist, applying just enough pressure to draw her into his embrace, an action that brings him considerable delight. Zhizhi, Her response is perfunctory, as her eyes remain fixed on the screen. Ji Hua gently bites her earlobe, eliciting a startled gasp from her. The phone slips from her grasp and tumbles beneath the seat. The driver and Xiaoyan are taken aback by her reaction. Xiaoyan quickly averts his gaze, pretending not to notice. I am deaf. I am blind. I am air. I do not exist. As Ji Hua holds Yin Zhizhi, his lips remain on her earlobe, and she feels his breath tickling her neck, igniting a blend of sensations within her. What are you doing? She whispers, hesitant to move. Ji Hua releases her earlobe and asks, is the phone entertaining? Yin Zhizhi, ever perceptive, recognizes his mood and decides against retrieving her phone, instead leaning against him. The fans are reveling in our sweet moments. The comments are quite amusing, and I couldn't help but take a few more glances. And how amusing are they? All the words spoken were blessings towards us, which I found quite amusing and delightful. She was not merely scrolling through her phone. Rather, she was perusing the heartfelt comments from fans. This shift in nature made all the difference, bringing a subtle sense of joy to Ji Hua's heart. He murmured, sharp-tongued, I cannot ascertain the sharpness of my own teeth, but yours are indeed quite pointed, and I'm certain my ears bear the marks. Yin Zhizhi frowned slightly and touched her earlobe, saying, please don't leave any marks. It would not be good if others noticed. Ji Hua glanced over and noticed her delicate earlobe, pale with a hint of pink, indeed bearing a small imprint. It's nothing. It will fade shortly, he reassured her. I plan to get my ears pierced soon, so don't think about nibbling my earlobes thereafter. She had never pierced her ears during events and filming. She always wore clip-on earrings, which Ji Hua had chosen for their comfort, ensuring they did not pinch her earlobes. Ji Hua frowned at her comment. No way. If you pierce your ears, I can still nibble other parts of you. Can you possibly pierce every inch of your body? The phrase other parts led Yin Zhizhi's thoughts astray, causing her ears to flush even deeper. She pushed him away, sitting up straight, and declared, you're spared from that torment. You look lovely even without pierced ears. If you dislike me, I shall refrain from nibbling you. Ji Hua himself was dubious of his own words. He found Yin Zhizhi to be fragrant and soft, and the sight of her fair skin made him yearn to touch, kiss, and gently bite her. Yin Zhizhi certainly did not believe him either. The two of them fell into a comfortable silence, devoid of any anger. The air within the car thick with an intimate ambience. Upon arriving at the hotel, Why and Yin Zhizhi's driver, Xiao Yin, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, the agony of witnessing a love-struck couple. Even Xiao Yin felt a longing for romance. Why and Yin Zhizhi had always chosen to stay in separate hotel rooms, though their accommodations were adjacent. Yin Zhizhi had grown accustomed to the system appearing around 11 each night. She enjoyed chatting with it while soaking in the bath. The system informed her that the progress of the strategy was nearly complete, and that once they were married, she would likely be free of it. Intrigued, Yin Zhizhi inquired, "My memories will return to the original owner, but I have intentionally done certain things, and my memories contain you." Li Xiaosan, sliding his screen, replied, "My program will process and filter your memories, retaining only the finest content for the original owner. Such advanced technology. You are truly remarkable. Just like how you have imparted so much knowledge to me." She praised the system with a sweet, admiring tone. Li Xiaosan was momentarily taken aback, finding her words quite pleasant to hear. "Ahem, it's nothing extraordinary, just basic functionality. And this is merely the foundation? You possess even more impressive capabilities. How extraordinary!" Yin Zhizhi exclaimed. "You are overacting," Why teased. But rather than feeling ashamed, Yin Zhizhi responded, "While there is a touch of theatrics, this is my sincere sentiment. I genuinely believe you are extraordinary. Most importantly, you saved me in that dire situation, carrying my soul away. You are even more formidable than a deity." Li Xiaosan remained silent, quietly listening to her. As their conversation continued, her voice gradually grew softer. Li Xiaosan gently reminded, "It is time to rise. Your skin is about to become pruny." "Oh, right, I am still soaking the bath." Yin Zhizhi slowly rose from her languid state. This time, Li Xiaosan, having gained experience, had already turned off the screen ahead of time. Yin Zhizhi rustled as she dried her body, donned her pajamas, and casually applied a touch of high-end cream. "System, good night. Good night. How I long for this year's spring." Zhizhi's new film is set to air during the Mid-Autumn Festival, but why does it feel so far away? Is President Xi truly not considering debuting? With such a face and figure, I hope he can collaborate with Zhizhi on a drama. But it seems unlikely, perhaps in another lifetime. To the commenter above, President Xi has already stated he will not debut. His primary role is as a manager, and his secondary role is solely for Zhizhi. He is merely the male lead stand-in. Haha, such a clever remark. President Xi is indeed amusing. Although the television film has not aired, everyone might consider purchasing the products endorsed by Zhizhi. They are high-end, yet affordable, and she represents both. Yin Zhizhi had a packed work schedule in the first half of the year, striving for a dominating presence in the latter half and the following year. Initially, she had planned to travel abroad during her break to visit her biological mother, with whom her relationship had grown harmonious, a positive development, before she could embark on her journey. However, the esteemed actress Yin returned to visit her. Upon learning of this, Why reserved a restaurant for dinner together. Yinshan had previously met Why, and over the past 6 months, she had maintained contact, gaining a deeper understanding of the man. Although Why was several years older than Zhizhi, Yinshan observed his genuine care for her daughter, and most importantly, Zhizhi also held affection for him. After their meal, Yinshan remarked, "Hearing about your situation over the phone and seeing your daily updates online cannot compare to witnessing it in person. Seeing how well you both are together brings me peace." Why, thank you for your care towards Zhizhi. It is no trouble at all. I do so willingly, Why replied gently. Yin Zhizhi chuckled softly, pulling her mother's arm. "Mom, Why has booked a hotel nearby. You must be tired after a long day of travel." Why's thoughtful arrangements made Yinshan increasingly pleased with him. "How long do you plan to date before marrying? Or will you wait until Zhizhi reaches the appropriate age?" Yinshan could not resist asking. Observing their affection for one another, she felt it was important to prepare herself as a mother. Why looked at Yin Zhizhi, his deep gaze filled with anticipation. Yin Zhizhi felt a flutter of nervousness under his watchful eyes, sensing his hopes and expectations. Mom, when the time comes, we will let you know. Ha ha ha. Zhizhi, you're feeling shy. All right, inform me when there's news. Why arranged for a vehicle to take Inshan back to the hotel for some rest, while he and Yin Zhizhi returned to the hotel near the filming set. Little Zhizhi, what answer were you contemplating when your mother asked you just now? Yin Zhizhi bit her lip. I don't know. I'm not yet mentally prepared. Why held her close, his raspy voice seductively whispering, I have the answer in my heart. I wish to propose to you when the time is right. I can hardly wait to become your lawful husband and spend a lifetime together. This is my thought and my answer, Zhizhi. Will you contemplate it? If not, that is perfectly fine. We can take our time. I love you. Chapter 51. The agent becomes increasingly unusual. 50. Yin Zhizhi could always strongly sense Why's affection for her, and it would stir her heart. Upon hearing his declaration of love, she could not resist kissing him, responding to his feelings through action, their lips and tongues entwined, mirroring their hearts. Inshan had shifted her career focus internationally, taking on a film project abroad. She had only returned home briefly to visit Yin Zhizhi and would depart after a mere 2 days. Why accompanied Yin Zhizhi to the airport. Watching Inshan's silhouette vanish at the boarding gate, Yin Zhizhi felt a twinge of reluctance in her heart. Noticing her emotions, Why embraced her tenderly. Once this busy period is over, if you miss your mother, we can travel abroad together to visit her. Yin Zhizhi leaned against Why, replying, There's no need. We can stay in touch via phone regularly. Why pondered for a moment, suggesting, this year, I want to arrange any work for you during the spring festival. You can go abroad to see your grandfather. Sounds great. Yin Zhizhi responded, her spirits lifted. In the past, I often avoided seeing my mother because she is so exceptional. I felt inadequate in her presence. Due to this awkward sentiment, I rarely spoke to her or spent time with her after my teenage years. I would always retreat to my room as long as she was in the living room, only emerging when she had left. Looking back, I find that quite amusing. Why gently ruffled her hair, saying, Everyone experiences inexplicable emotions during their adolescence. It is nothing to be embarrassed about. Your mother is remarkable, and you are equally exceptional. As the child of celebrities, it was inevitable for her to grapple with certain sentiments while growing up in the shadow of her parents' brilliance, a reality Why fully understood. Are you happy to have such an outstanding girlfriend? Yin Zhizhi suddenly quipped playfully. Why nodded. Indeed, I am tremendously happy. Surely, I must have accumulated great fortune in my past life to be blessed with a girlfriend like you. Hearing such words from an elite man like Why was utterly delightful. With Why by her side, Yin Zhizhi found joy in her work every day. Why managed all the trivial matters exceptionally well, allowing Yin Zhizhi to focus solely on her work without any distractions. She worked happily each day, so much so that she inadvertently lost track of the date. After finishing her filming for the day, she instinctively turned to seek Why. However, he was unexpectedly absent. Xiaoyan approached her with her coat, explaining, Why took a call and had to step out. Let us head to the lounge to remove our makeup. Why was not always by Yin Zhizhi's side. At times, he needed to engage in business discussions. Did he mention when he would return? No, he did not. All right then. Yin Zhizhi retreated to the lounge to remove her makeup and undo her hairstyle, shedding the cumbersome costume that had weighed her down. Clad in loose-fitting attire, she returned to the hotel with Xiaoyan. In the car, after a long day of work, Yin Zhizhi lacked the inclination to engage with her phone. Instead, she sought solace in sleep, instinctively leaning against the empty space beside her, only to realize that Why was absent today. A wry smile crossed her lips. She was increasingly reliant on him. With her eyes closed, she drifted into a doze, only to be roused by Xiaoyan upon their arrival at the hotel. Missing, we have reached the hotel. Upon opening her eyes, she noted that darkness had enveloped the outside world. Xiaoyan, you've worked hard too. Make sure to rest early tonight. After exchanging a few words, she took the elevator alone to her room. As the elevator reached the top floor, the corridor was dimly lit. Yin Zhizhi ambled towards her room, retrieving her key card to unlock the door. Stepping inside, she was greeted by an unexpected darkness. Puzzled, she recalled that the room was supposed to illuminate automatically upon entry. Is the sensor malfunctioning? Fumbling for the light switch, she flicked it on, and the sight that greeted her was astonishing. The room was adorned with pink petals, and a lavish three-tiered cream cake graced the table, topped with a small sign that read, "Happy Birthday, Xiao Zhizhi." Ji Huai stood beside the cake, his expression warm and affectionate as he gazed at her. It turned out that his early departure from the set was not for business discussions, but to orchestrate this surprise. Amidst her busy day, she had forgotten her own 20th birthday, yet Ji Huai remembered it vividly and had prepared this celebration. "Zhizhi, happy birthday," he said as he approached, holding a small box in his hand. "Is this a birthday gift for me?" "Of course, I hope you like it." Ji Huai performed a gentlemanly gesture, opening the box to reveal a radiant diamond ring. Yin Zhizhi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "This is not only a birthday gift, it is also my proposal to you. Zhizhi, will you marry me? You may set the date." The phrase "you may set the date" stirred a blend of emotions in Yin Zhizhi, leaving her both touched and bemused. With her eyes slightly reddened, she asked, "I have just turned 20. Are you so eager to secure me?" "Indeed, I am quite eager." Ji Huai, known for his methodical approach in all endeavors, rarely rushed unless he was certain of success. Yet, in the matter of securing Yin Zhizhi, he was aware that within a few years, the outcome would align with his hopes, yet he still yearned for a definitive answer and commitment. He was anxious for her to pledge a lifetime of devotion while simultaneously allowing her the agency to decide the date for their civil registration and wedding. His desire for a commitment was palpable, yet he refrained from exerting pressure. Yin Zhizhi sensed his intense possessiveness and love for her. This man, when driven to madness, could be formidable. However, his profound affection for her tempered his innate possessiveness and fervor. Ji Huai held up the ring, asking, "I customized this 6 months ago. Do you like it?" "I do. It's beautiful," she replied. "If you like it, then wear it. Happy birthday. Wearing it means I agree to marry you." Yin Zhizhi did not reach out for the ring. Ji Huai's gaze dimmed slightly, yet he smiled and said, "Just wear it. It can merely be a birthday gift." He was reluctant to pressure her, wishing to spare her discomfort. It was all right if she did not agree to marry him. He simply hoped the ring could adorn her hand, serving as a mere birthday present. Yin Zhizhi pouted, a hint of resentment in her tone as she took the ring. "You just said it was an engagement ring. How can it only be a birthday gift? Why are you so indecisive? If I weren't a bit more proactive, I might not agree to you at all." With that, she slipped the ring onto her finger before him. Ji Huai's previously dim eyes gradually sparkled with astonishment and boundless joy. "It fits perfectly. When did you measure my finger?" Ji Huai's voice was hoarse as he replied, "I am well acquainted with every measurement of your being." "Is this from the company's artist data? Has it been updated?" "I hope there are no errors," she said, admiring her adorned finger with pride. "All the data has been updated," Ji Huai responded, his breath becoming erratic. Unable to contain himself any longer, he embraced Yin Zhizhi, pressing her onto the nearby sofa. "Zhizhi, you will marry me, right? You've put on the ring, and you know what it signifies. You can never escape me now." His possessiveness and fervor were unmistakable. To love someone deeply often leads to such intensity. Ji Huai's entire being radiated joy. Yin Zhizhi sensed his transformation and was momentarily startled. "Calm down. I agree, so don't act like this." "Zhizhi, do you know how much I love you? I usually restrain myself because I do not wish to frighten you. I never realized I had such a nature until I fell for you. I worried that my obsession might intimidate or harm you, and I have battled against it. But now, I can no longer contain myself because I am overwhelmed with happiness." Ji Huai typically gave the impression of a top-tier manager, a shrewd investor in the film industry, a man of remarkable ability and restraint. He considered himself a rational person. Yet since falling for Yin Zhizhi, he became painfully aware of how unsteady he truly was, how frightening his inner turmoil had become. He tried to remain composed, to suppress any outward expression of his feelings. However, orchestrating trending searches to expose their relationship, and now proposing on her birthday, were manifestations of his obsessive nature. Ji Huai felt a twinge of fear regarding himself, concerned he might inadvertently harm her. At that moment, he held her tightly, akin to a ravenous wolf yearning to devour her. Initially startled, Yin Zhizhi soon settled into his embrace. Though inexperienced, she was not entirely unfamiliar with such reactions from him. After all, this was not their first encounter with such intensity. Yin Zhizhi remained as obedient as ever, patiently awaiting his composure. Yet this time felt distinct. He seemed unable to regain his calm, and even appeared inclined to persist. Yin Zhizhi nudged him. "Jihua, you are rather heavy." "Indeed, but I relish pressing down on you." "You've worked hard, Zhizhi," he replied, his hands fidgeting. She swiftly grasped his hands, exclaiming, "I haven't blown out the candles or had my cake yet. I haven't made a wish." Her delicate and anxious tone instantaneously restored Jihua's last semblance of reason. Gritting his teeth, he rose, but before he could utter a word, Yin Zhizhi cleverly wriggled out from beneath him. She scampered a considerable distance away, her cheeks flushed as she declared, "You must wait for me to finish my wish. After all, it is my birthday." Still enveloped in guilt, Jihua was taken aback by her words, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. "Zhizhi, do you realize that by saying this, you are consenting for me to continue? Once we proceed, there will be no room for regret." Yin Zhizhi's face reddened further as she retorted boldly, "Why should I regret? Do you think my previous stillness was out of fear of what might happen with you? I was merely shy." Her flustered demeanor was undeniably endearing. Although Jihua still felt discomfort, all his rationality returned, and he smiled gently, nodding with understanding. "Ah, you are merely shy. I comprehend." Indeed, he grasped her sentiment. Yet Yin Zhizhi felt as though she had been teased. Truly, no man could be trusted. They all harbored a mischievous nature. Jihua stood to arrange the candles on the cake, lighting them and dimming the lights. Bathed in the warm glow, he gently remarked, "Happy 34th birthday, Zhizhi, come over and make your wish." Though Jihua appeared calm, Yin Zhizhi sensed an underlying danger at his gaze. Approaching him would be akin to walking into a trap. Gritting her teeth, she reminded herself that she had already donned the ring and expressed everything that needed to be said. There was no turning back now. Moreover, she was curious about the emotional tug-of-war that lay ahead. Taking a deep breath, she walked over and said, "Put the birthday hat on me." "Very well," Jihua replied, circling behind her to place the festive crown upon her head, standing quietly beside her. Yin Zhizhi closed her eyes, silently making her wish. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the sounds of their breathing and the flickering flames of the candles. Time trickled by, and though she had clearly completed her wish, she kept her eyes shut. Jihua leaned in, whispering, "Zhizhi, one must not be too greedy with their wishes." Her eyelashes fluttered. He embraced her, asking, "Now that you have made your wish, does it include me?" Wishes on birthdays must remain unspoken, for voicing them renders them powerless. Yin Zhizhi opened her eyes. "It can be spoken. I will help you realize it." Firmly, she declared, "All right, my birthday wish is to possess you, for you to fall in love with me, and to love me forever." Jihuai's lips curled into a slight smile. "All right, I shall fulfill Xiao Zhizhi's wishes. They are easily attainable." Yin Zhizhi suddenly interjected, "No, they are not easy to achieve at all, but I will strive to do so." In that instant, Jihuai's last semblance of rationality shattered. Yet he did not ponder the peculiarities of her statement. In the dead of night, the two embraced as they drifted into slumber. Within the crimson confines of system space, a youth clad in white ancient garb roused from a reclining position. His mind remained shrouded in familiar emptiness. However, this time, the awakening felt awry. Hours had slipped by. Bailey Xiao San recalled something, swiftly navigating the luminous screen to unveil the scene before him. Before his eyes lay a pitch-black room, where two figures were nestled closely together in sleep. The blanket had slipped slightly, revealing a small patch of red against her neck. Bailey Xiao San froze, his entire being rigid with shock. Before he could comprehend the situation, he observed the once sleeping Yin Zhizhi furrow her brow. Gradually awakening, she opened her eyes to the figure before her, her expression shifting dramatically. A pallor washed over her face, and she retreated in panic, her swift movement inadvertently tugging at her hair, causing her to grimace. Her gaze, filled with terror, coupled with her hasty retreat, triggered a cascade of tears. She clutched the blanket, sobbing uncontrollably. The sound of her frightened cries halted Bailey Xiao San's breath. A sharp pain coursed through his chest. as if his very chip were on the verge of rupture. Ignoring everything else, he attempted to speak to Yin Zhizhi, to soothe her, to assure her that she need not be afraid, that she should not cry. Yet, before he could utter a word, he was engulfed by the familiar darkness and sensation of being drawn away. Baili Xiao San gritted his teeth, determined to hold on, unwilling to abandon her in such a state, but ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. In the room, upon hearing Yin Zhizhi's cries, Ji Huai awakened with a start. His eyes widened at the scene, a rush of pain and anxiety flooding his heart. He reached out. Zhizhi, what is it? Are you unwell? Did I hurt you? Did I frighten you? Panic-stricken, Ji Huai hastily flicked on the light. As the illumination filled the room, the sobbing Yin Zhizhi suddenly flung herself into his embrace, burying her face in his chest. You scared me to death. Please don't go, don't leave. Chapter 54. The manager becomes increasingly unsettled, and, with her voice trembling, Yin Zhizhi clung tightly to Ji Huai, who was filled with both concern and heartache. What's wrong? Why are you crying all of a sudden? I'm here. I haven't left, so please don't be afraid. Ji Huai gently lifted her onto his lap, lowering his gaze to assess her condition. Her eyes were red and swollen. Zhizhi, does your body hurt? Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable? Come now. Loosen your grip. I need to check your health. As Ji Huai gently attempted to ease her hold, she reacted with alarm, her defenses flaring. No, don't check. I want to hold you, she insisted, tightening her embrace. They were intimately close, without even the slightest barrier between them. Ji Huai felt no desire, only an overwhelming sense of worry. Hesitant to pull her hands away, he instead wrapped his arm around her, soothingly caressing her back, offering a gradual comfort, ensuring she felt his presence beside her. After a while, Yin Zhizhi's emotion stabilized. She lowered her head, leaning against him in silence. Ji Huai glanced down to assess her condition and softly inquired, Zhizhi, can you tell me what happened just now? I am right here. I haven't gone anywhere. Please promise me you won't cry anymore. His heart ached at the sight of her tears, causing him distress. She obediently nodded, burying her head in the crook of his neck, murmuring, I had a nightmare where you suddenly disappeared. Ji Huai felt a mix of tenderness and helplessness. Is that why you cried? Come, little Zhizhi, look clearly. I am right here. I haven't gone anywhere. I will never disappear. Yin Zhizhi did not lift her gaze, but leaned against him, responding, I know you haven't disappeared. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? He asked. She nodded. Ji Huai furrowed his brow and reached for a piece of clothing to drape over her. Be good. Can you loosen your grip for a moment? I need to check if you're hurt anywhere. Yin Zhizhi shook her head. I won't let go. Ji Huai refrained from pressing further. It was late, and she was already weary, her emotions having fluctuated dramatically. Soon, she drifted off to sleep. Once she was asleep, Ji Huai carefully examined her body in the dark, relieved to find no issues before he too succumbed to slumber. Baili Xiao San lay on a recliner, gazing at the pitch-black screen, lost in thought. It had been awake for a while, maintaining its stillness. As dawn approached, Ji Huai began to stir. Seizing the moment, Baili Xiao San checked the data of this world. The emotional bond between the leads was at its peak, indicating it was time to depart. That evening, Baili Xiao San announced, Zhizhi, we are about to leave this world. Yin Zhizhi, who was in the bathroom showering, nodded in response and asked in a few days, within a month. All right. The two remained exceptionally quiet. Baili Xiao San had long wished to ask why she had suddenly cried the previous night. Was Ji Huai unkind to her? Was she feeling unwell? However, as a system, despite its connection and uniqueness to its host, it was best not to disrupt this delicate balance. Baili Xiao San suppressed its curiosity. The sound of water ceased as Yin Zhizhi emerged, prompting Baili Xiao San to suppress its gaze and close the screen, retaining only the audio. It heard her intake of breath, indicating pain. In the red space, the young man's eyes dimmed, his lips pressed together as he muted the sound. Yin Zhizhi had worked tirelessly throughout the year. The era of her dominance had commenced, with films and dramas being released one after another, delighting her fans. Just think about it. For the next year or two, Zhizhi will have a continuous stream of works. How blissful. But I feel so sorry for her. Zhizhi, please take care of yourself and rest. You don't have to push yourself so hard. I think I saw Ji Zong's figure in the new movie, posting a picture, asking everyone to help identify. That hand, it's Ji Zong's hand. In the past, one had to diligently seek out sweet moments while shipping other couples. But with the pairing of Yin Zhizhi and Manager Ji, it is an abundance of sweetness. Moreover, this sweetness is genuine, not a mere artificial substitute. The excitement is overwhelming. Calm down, everyone. Let us watch Yin Zhizhi's dramas multiple times. She is certainly striving for awards. There is no need to mention this, as my hand have already performed countless replays, eagerly, for her acting truly deserves it. One afternoon, on Weibo, Yin Zhizhi posted, "V Starry Agent Ji Why, my husband," with a picture of their marriage certificate. Starry Agent Ji Why replied, reposting Yin Zhizhi's Weibo, "My beloved wife," with another picture of their marriage certificate. Am I dreaming? I must still be asleep. Why do my eyes feel so hazy? How could my young eyes be failing me? I feel utterly lost. Congratulations. I can't believe I'm crying from excitement. My hands tremble as I type. Yin Zhizhi and Manager Ji are married, and it all happened so suddenly. They must have just emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau to share this news. Congratulations indeed. Best wishes. Zhizhi, you must find happiness. And Ji, please treat her well. Though I was somewhat prepared for this, my daughter marrying so unexpectedly makes me want to cry. Oh, I'm already crying. The marriage of Yin Zhizhi and Ji Why is explosive news. Major entertainment news outlets barely have time to write their articles. A flurry of journalists hastily penning stories ensures that any piece with the title Yin Zhizhi gets married will garner explosive readership. Some speculate whether Weibo will crash this time. An hour later, it indeed did. The last crash occurred during a movie star's wedding, and there was also one when Yin Zhizhi's mother married. On the road, Ji Why drives, while Yin Zhizhi carefully examines their marriage certificates. The entire internet is ablaze. Yet the two of them appear calm on the surface while their hearts overflow with indescribable joy. Ji Why, we are married. Ji Why smirks. Shall we not change how we address each other? With a smile, Yin Zhizhi sets down the marriage certificate and sweetly calls him husband. My program has filtered your memories. The original host will believe these events are her own experiences. Bailey Xiao-san operates on the screen, while Yin Zhizhi's soul has detached. A youthful girl in a green dress floats in the air. Yin Zhizhi nods. That's good. How many points have I earned for you? Successfully bringing together the male and female leads ensures that they will never part. And we have received full marks for our efforts. Yin Zhizhi feels elated and boasts. System, am I not impressive? You need not worry. I will diligently fulfill my tasks and will never erase my chances. We shall surely accompany each other for a long, long time. Bailey Xiao-san pauses, recalling the initial words spoken when it signed her on. Indeed. Are you only going to say that? Do you want me to praise you? Bailey Xiao-san's tone rose with anticipation. Yin Zhizhi nodded, her eyes brimming with expectation. Bailey Xiao-san instructed, close your eyes. She complied, prepared to hear the system extol her virtues. However, the system's voice announced, you should rest for a while. I will select your next world task. Its voice became increasingly ethereal, and ultimately, Yin Zhizhi succumbed to slumber. As she drifted off, Bailey Xiao-san felt a sense of relief. It needed to review some data and the subsequent developments of this world. In the following narrative, Ji Why and Yin Zhizhi would share a loving relationship, their experiences having been filtered and beautified by the program. The protagonists would perceive all events as their own, leading them to the original storyline where Ji Why and Yin Zhizhi enjoyed a lifetime of love. Ji Why would become the most formidable agent in the country, while Yin Zhizhi would rise to be the youngest best actress, dominating the screen for decades. They would have a son and a daughter, living a fulfilling life together. Confirming that the data and subsequent evaluations posed no issues, Bailey Xiao-san proceeded to shut down. At that moment, it noticed an additional memory packet, a remnant from Ji Why's perspective. The boy hesitated, his fingers hovering over the screen. Instinct warned him that exploring this memory was beyond his capacity to endure. Never mind. Bailey Xiao-san decided to create a special folder to preserve the memory. Let us select her next task world. She surpasses my expectations. A smile graced by Li Xiaosan's face as it meticulously swiped through the options. This one will do. Chapter 55. The Unsettling Heir of a Prominent Family. 1. When Yin Zhizhi regained consciousness, she sensed a void in her mind. She remembered the details of the previous world's task, yet the emotions felt less intense. She recalled the system's previous warning that to prevent her from becoming too attached or affecting future tasks, it would siphon off some of her emotions. Was this the sensation of having emotions withdrawn? Everything seemed unchanged, yet something vital felt amiss. Have you regained your senses? A familiar, melodious voice resounded. It was the system speaking. Yin Zhizhi discovered her essence enveloped in darkness. Where am I? She wondered. This is the soul storage room. I placed your essence here for recuperation while selecting your task world. Li Xiaosan explained succinctly. I have chosen a new world for you. Once you are ready, I will transport you there. I am ready, Yin Zhizhi affirmed with a nod, and in the next moment, a wave of dizziness washed over her. The system's voice echoed once more, you will enter the female protagonist's body, and approximately 1 minute after your entry, you will receive her memories. The male lead in this world is named Jiang Yan. With that, the system's voice faded, and Yin Zhizhi felt her essence solidify as she entered a new body. As her eyes fluttered open, she was greeted by the opulence of a grand banquet hall, where numerous young individuals clad in suits and formal attire mingled, their laughter and chatter filling the air. In this modern society, Yin Zhizhi glanced down at her attire, recognizing the luxurious gown that adorned her. It seemed evident that the protagonist of this world hailed from a well-to-do family. Yin Zhizhi wished to quietly stand aside, patiently awaiting the recollection of this body's memories. However, she was abruptly pulled by a girl who grasped her hand tightly. Zhizhi, can you believe the Jiang family actually brought that illegitimate son to the banquet? Come on, it's bound to be entertaining. The Jiang family? Yin Zhizhi recalled the system mentioning that the male lead was named Jiang Yan. She silently followed the girl. From a distance, she spotted a figure that stood apart from the crowd. A young man, perhaps 19 or 20, clad in a simple suit, quietly stationed in a corner. Many cast glances his way, some filled with curiosity, others laced with disdain. This illegitimate son possessed a rather handsome visage. Surely his mother must have been striking, as only beauty could entice a member of the Jiang family. Li Anren's words dripped with contempt. Yin Zhizhi remained silent, still awaiting her memories. At that moment, several men approached the so-called illegitimate son, one of whom flung red wine at him, but the young man reacted swiftly, dodging the attack. Oh, so you can evade, huh? Quite bold of you, Jiang Yan. Do you even deserve to stand here? Jiang Yan regarded the man with a cold gaze. Brother, we are in public. Causing a scene would reflect poorly on the entire Jiang family. You being here is already a disgrace to the Jiang family. Don't use our family's reputation to threaten me. It is you who should feel ashamed. Don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. Know your place and leave. No one will associate with a bastard like you. After delivering his harsh words, the young man turned to depart. Yin Zhizhi suddenly realized that this individual was indeed the male lead of this world, her mission target. The term illegitimate son? Just then, Jiang Bo, filled with indignation, was about to leave when he turned to see a girl in a gown amidst the crowd. His eyes lit up, and he hurried over. Zhizhi, you've arrived. Why didn't you inform me? I would have come to greet you at the entrance. It was clear that Jiang Bo shared a close relationship with the original Yin Zhizhi. Observing the situation, she felt a foreboding sense of unease. As the day drew to a close, she resolved to update the final chapter, assuring her readers that the story was far from over. This world may conclude, but new realms await, with many more adventures to come. Do you relish the prospect of these new worlds? Good night, and tomorrow I shall provide 2 updates. Chapter 56. The Illegitimate Son of a Wealthy Family. Something seems off, too. Having just belittled the male lead, Jiang Bo now approached her with exuberance. The atmosphere felt increasingly precarious. In that moment, a torrent of memories surged through Yin Zhizhi's mind, signaling the arrival of the original owner's recollections. The original protagonist, known as Yin Zhizhi, is the cherished daughter of the Yin family in City A, basking in affection and luxury. with an elder brother. She has lived a life enveloped in opulence and adoration from a young age. Such a girl, born into privilege, could have enjoyed a lifetime of happiness. Yet fate dealt her a cruel hand. The original protagonist is a reincarnated soul in this world. In her past life, Yin Zhizhi disregarded the warnings of her parents and brother, marrying Li Hao, the brother of her best friend. Li Hao exerted control over Yin Zhizhi, exploiting his position to clandestinely siphon off key personnel from the Yin Corporation, leading the once thriving enterprise into decline. Ultimately, the Yin family faced ruin, and the elder couple succumbed to the overwhelming grief, passing away in quick succession. Her brother was severely injured by unknown assailants, confined to a hospital bed for the rest of his life. In a desperate attempt to visit her brother, Yin Zhizhi was struck by Li Hao's car, and in her final moments, she was saved by the male protagonist, Jiang Yin. Though she did not survive during that fateful night, as Jiang Yin rushed her to the hospital, she felt his warmth against her cold body. Years ago, Jiang Yin, once derided as an illegitimate child, transformed into the powerful figure of the Jiang family, while Jiang Bo, the heir, was sent abroad and never returned. Yin Zhizhi had little interaction with Jiang Yin, yet his act of salvation in her moment of peril left an indelible mark of gratitude in her heart. Recently reborn, she resolved to heed her parents' and brother's advice, vowing to avoid marrying a scoundrel and to support Jiang Yin whenever possible. In the years following his emergence in city, Jiang Yin endured ridicule and humiliation, having absorbed the entirety of the original protagonist's memories. Yin Zhizhi now embodies the heroine of this world, determined to unite herself with a male lead. Her new mission commenced as Jiang Bo approached her briskly. "Zhizhi, didn't Tiyu say you'd arrive later? Why didn't Tiyu let me know you were here?" Jiang Bo and Yin Zhizhi share a childhood bond, their friendship pure and innocent, with Jiang Bo being slightly older. Though his temperament is typical of a wealthy heir, he has always treated Yin Zhizhi with utmost affection, doting on her as a sister. Yin Zhizhi, adopting the original protagonist's languid tone, replied, "I thought there would be traffic, but it seems the roads in city are quite clear today. Now that I'm here, let us go have a drink, but of course, you'll stick to soft drinks." As Jiang Bo extended his hand to lift the hem of her gown, he said, "Come on." Yin Zhizhi felt a twinge of discomfort as she turned to leave, catching a fleeting glimpse of Jiang Yan's gaze. Although he quickly averted his eyes, she was certain he had just looked at her. In the memories of the original protagonist, Jiang Yin had been akin to a transparent figure, his character often criticized and ridiculed by Jiang Bo. Yet, Jiang Yin was an exceptionally capable individual, biding his time and gradually seizing control of the Jiang family, ultimately emerging as a formidable presence in City A, feared by all. This is a quintessential tale of a reborn female protagonist versus a powerful heir from a wealthy family. And Yin Zhizhi silently scoffs at the situation. The girl who had just urged her to attend the theater, Li Anren, caught up with them, saying, "Jiang Ge, please don't be upset. Who would pay attention to someone like Jiang Yin?" Li Anren is the original protagonist's friend, albeit a false one. For it was she who introduced the original protagonist to her brother, Li Hao, which ultimately led to the original protagonist's tragic fate in her past life. Upon hearing the name Jiang Yin, Jiang Bo's temper flared. He could not fathom how Jiang Yin managed to convince their father to allow him to attend such a gathering. It was nothing short of self-degradation. Indeed, he might genuinely believe he is the young master of the Jiang family. "But Jiang Ge, you need not be angry. No one in our circle takes him seriously," Li Anren chirped sweetly. Yin Zhizhi astutely sensed a hint of affection from Li Anren towards Jiang Bo. According to the original protagonist's memories, years later, Li Anren had attempted to seduce Jiang Yin and was subsequently exposed, leading to her enduring months of humiliation and reluctance to venture outside. Jiang Bo remarked disdainfully, "He seeks to make connections at this banquet, but who would be interested in him given his status?" Yin Zhizhi remained silent. It was imperative for her to strategize her approach towards the male protagonist of this world, and engaging in their conversation would not serve her purpose. Noticing Yin Zhizhi's quiet demeanor, Li Anren inquired, "Zhizhi, are you feeling unwell? You seem rather subdued tonight." Yin Zhizhi replied nonchalantly, "I feel a bit dizzy after the long drive." The original protagonist had a dislike for enclosed vehicles, suffering from mild claustrophobia, though those close to her were likely aware of this. Zhizhi, I'll drive you home later. My convertible is quite comfortable for a breeze, Jiangbo offered. That sounds great. Yin Zhizhi responded. Li Anren, smiling, chimed in, Jiangbo, why not take me along? My home is in the same direction as Zhizhi's. Apologies, Anren, but today I'm driving a two-seater and can't accommodate you, Jiangbo replied. His garage boasted numerous sports cars, both four-seaters and two-seaters. But he had chosen to flaunt a two-seater Porsche today, which could only carry one passenger. That's fine, Li Anren's expression momentarily soured, though Jiangbo, the affluent young master, remained oblivious. Yin Zhizhi blinked her eyes, fully understanding the dynamics at play. A corner of the banquet hall was monopolized by a group of affluent youths. Upon their arrival, others seated nearby greeted them. Young Master Jiang, come over here. Zhizhi, your gown is stunning. Is it the latest from Brand C? I heard only one piece arrived, and I didn't expect it would be you who purchased it. Wherever Yin Zhizhi went, she was the center of attention. In her rebirth, the original protagonist's greatest aspiration was to safeguard the Yin family and exact revenge. As she settled into her seat, she seamlessly adopted the original protagonist's character, engaging in conversation with practiced ease. In public, the original protagonist exuded the grace of a noble young lady, appearing languid among acquaintances while displaying a charmingly naive demeanor around close friends. While others indulged in alcoholic beverages, Jiangbo, aware of Yin Zhizhi's alcohol allergy, poured her a refreshing drink instead. A group of individuals engaged in lively conversation while Yin Zhizhi's gaze remained fixed upon Jiang Yin, who had just exited. Rising from her seat, she was met with a query from Li Anren. Where are you going? I need to step outside for some fresh air, Yin Zhizhi replied. Oh, please be careful, Li Anren cautioned. As soon as Yin Zhizhi departed, Li Anren discreetly shifted closer to Jiangbo. Yin Zhizhi observed Jiang Yin making his way to the garden behind the hotel. Adjusting the hem of her gown, she followed him outside. The garden was illuminated by softly glowing street lamps, casting a gentle light that allowed for visibility. From a distance, she discerned two figures. One was Jiang Yin and the other, a man she presumed to be Jiang's father. Xiao Yin, I understand that your identity has burdened you, but at that time, I was unaware of your existence. Regrettably, I cannot clarify your origins now. It took considerable effort to bring you back, as I did not wish for you to be left to fend for yourself. I hope you can get along well with Xiao Bo. He's been spoiled. So as the elder brother, I ask you to be a bit more accommodating, Jiang's father stated with a heavy tone. Jiang Yin replied coolly. Jiang Bo is the elder brother. I realize you resent me for altering your age, but the eldest son must be Jiang Bo. This is an unchangeable fact. Jiang's father insisted, his tone growing more serious. He regarded his eldest son, a product of his premarital romance, believing that chapter of his life was closed. He had married and started a family, only to discover that his former girlfriend had given birth to a child. Jiang Yin was a year older than Jiang Bo, and Jiang's father had initially been reluctant to acknowledge him. However, recognizing Jiang Yan's exceptional intellect and capabilities, he decided to bring him back, hoping he could support Jiang Bo, whose character needed guidance. You need not concern yourself with others' opinions. Your father values you greatly. Xiao Bo is merely sulking. This will pass. You two must learn to coexist harmoniously. Chapter 57. The illegitimate child of a wealthy family. Something is amiss. 3. Jiang Yin remained silent, his expression cold and indifferent. It was laughable. He had always known he was without a father, and his mother was frivolous. Growing up, he had relied on the kindness of others for sustenance, teaching himself programming in high school. In university, he collaborated with friends who shared his interest to develop games, establishing his own studio, which afforded him self-sufficiency. Jiang Yin had meticulously charted his life's course, yet he was blindsided a few months prior when his biological mother sold him off. She had absconded abroad with millions obtained from the sale of her son, likely unaware that the game he developed could fetch a sum in the tens of millions. Reluctant to return to the Jiang family, he found himself forcibly brought back by mercenaries summoned by Jiang's father. Thus, he was compelled to accept the identity of the second young master of the Jiang family, enduring countless disdainful glances over the past few months. Jiang Yin recalled the cruel taunts of neighbors from his childhood. Jiang Yin, you have no father. He abandoned you, and your mother ran off with someone else. You were born out of wedlock. You have no father. Jiang's father struggled to comprehend this son, who, despite being in his early 20s, bore an inexplicable depth. Mr. Jiang has investigated and discovered that his son has been admitted to one of the nation's premier universities. A talent such as this, lost to the outside world, would be better utilized serving the Jiang family. After all, he is his own son and can assist young Bo. Mr. Jiang patted Jiang Yin on the shoulder, saying, do not let tonight's events weigh heavily on your heart. Young Bo is not a bad person, and I will expedite your placement within the company. Given your youth, your position may not be particularly high. One must rely on their own abilities rather than familial ties. Do you understand the intention behind my words? A twinge of discomfort lingered within Jiang Yin. Although he had been aware of the Jiang family's true nature since his arrival, and of the character of this father, there was still a flicker of expectation deep within him, which had dissipated over time. The objective of Mr. Jiang was painfully apparent, prompting a cold smile from Jiang Yin. He replied nonchalantly. All right, do not linger outside for too long. You may go and play with young Bo. His circle consists of peers around your age. Okay, Mr. Jiang departed. Meanwhile, Yin Zhizhi was taken aback. In the original owner's memories, even years later, Jiang Yin had always been recognized as an illegitimate child, perpetually occupying the role of the second young master. She was astonished to learn that Jiang Yin was actually older than Jiang Bo. Age alone does not dictate worth. It remains unclear whether Jiang Yin's mother had intruded upon the Jiang family. However, Yin Zhizhi was disinclined to concern herself with such trivialities. The original owner had hoped to occasionally assist Jiang Yin, while Yin Zhizhi's objective was to win him over. A smile flickered across Yin Zhizhi's eyes as an idea formed in her mind. She glanced down at her champagne-colored high heels and inadvertently kicked a stone. Oh! She gasped softly, quickly covering her mouth and nervously looking up. Jiang Yin turned to see what had caused the noise. Their eyes met through the foliage, and upon realizing she had been spotted, she hurriedly raised her skirt and fled. Jiang Yin frowned. Had someone overheard? Was that young lady from the Yin family? She seemed to be quite close with Jiang Bo. The banquet concluded, and Yin Zhizhi, clutching her purse, followed Jiang Bo outside. I was thinking of driving. I haven't had a drink all night. The wine served tonight was delightful. Just the aroma is intoxicating, Jiang Bo remarked, swinging his car keys. Yin Zhizhi replied, next time, let the driver take you so you can indulge in some wine. Having the driver take me is so mundane. Driving myself is far more enjoyable. Zhizhi, let us escape to the countryside this weekend. I just purchased a new house in the suburbs. The view from the mountaintop is splendid, and driving around the mountains will surely be exhilarating. Jiang Bo adored cars and leisure, but had little interest in studying or managing the business. He held a nominal position as the general manager, but had scarcely set foot in the company, much to Mr. Jiang's frustration. The original owner's memories recalled a similar getaway to a countryside villa, which Jiang Yin would also attend. Yin Zhizhi nodded. Very well. I have no plans for the weekend anyway. Just gonna pick me up. Agreed. In the parking lot, Jiang Bo's supercar stood out among an array of luxury vehicles. With a gentlemanly demeanor, he opened the door for Yin Zhizhi. Once the engine roared to life, the car thundered out of the lot in a spectacular display. On the street outside, a familiar figure came into view. Jiang Yin was standing by the roadside, occasionally glancing at his phone before looking up at the traffic. Jiang Bo pressed the accelerator, propelling the car towards him, and disdainfully remarked, "Are you waiting for the bus or a taxi? Do you not realize that ordinary cars are not permitted here? How uncouth." After delivering this scornful retort, Jiang Bo drove away. Yin Zhizhi inquired, what just happened? Is this a classic scene of a supporting character ridiculing the protagonist? Zhizhi, was my acceleration just now cool? He asked. Did it impress that fool Jiang Yin? Unperturbed by Jiang Bo's words, Jiang Yin had noticed a girl in the passenger seat, Miss Yin from the Yin family. A distant Maybach approached, and Jiang Yin calmly entered the vehicle. Brother Yin, I thought you weren't attending this banquet. What made you change your mind? That suit you're wearing is rather subpar. Anything from your wardrobe would look far better, someone remarked. Jiang Yin closed his eyes and replied, silence. Drive. Brother Yin, We've heard whispers lately. Suddenly, a second young master has emerged from the Jiang family, and his name bears a resemblance to yours. Jiang Yin opened his eyes and said nonchalantly, I am attending the banquet today as the second young master of the Jiang family. We've reached a milestone of 100,000 words in our book. It's time for our debut. The data over the next few days is crucial. Everyone, don't hoard the text. Join in the reading. Let's hope our book achieves remarkable success. Charge ahead. Good night. Sway continues to write another one. In Chapter 58, The Illegitimate Child of a Noble Family. Something is amiss. Jiang Bo returned home after dropping Yin Zhizhi at her doorstep. She observed the disappearing sports car, recalling that Jiang Bo had always been quite unkind to Jiang Yin. Within 6 months, Jiang Yin had firmly established himself within the Jiang group, causing the conflict between him and Jiang Bo to escalate sharply. Eventually, Jiang Bo was sent abroad, allegedly orchestrated by Jiang Yin, who persuaded their father to send Jiang Bo away for studies. Once he was sent off, he was never brought back. While Jiang Yin took control of the entire Jiang family, Jiang Bo treated himself well, while his relationship with Jiang Yin deteriorated. Sighing, Yin Zhizhi entered her home, where only the cook was present. Her parents and brother were preoccupied with business matters. She glanced at the time. It was still not yet 11 o'clock. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. It was a message from Lianren. Zhizhi, is Brother Jiang planning to host a party in the countryside this weekend? Seems like it, she replied. Zhizhi, I'd like to join. Let us go together. In the original memories, it was she who had invited Lianren to hang out. But now it seemed Lianren was taking the initiative, indicating a shift in the storyline. Ask Jiang Bo. He asked the host, and the plans aren't finalized yet. Yin Zhizhi texted back and then set her phone aside. On the other side, Lianren glanced at the messages on her phone, gritting her teeth. She could not fathom why Yin Zhizhi had been so distant lately, especially this evening when they barely exchanged a word. It felt as though something had transpired that she was unaware of. Today, I saw the male lead of the world, Yin Zhizhi remarked while splashing water. Though he donned an ordinary suit and received no attention, his aura was captivating, truly befitting of a leading man. In the crimson-hued space, Bailey Xiaosan lounged lazily on a recliner, listening to her words. Am I to pursue the world's male lead and exact revenge for the original owner? Yin Zhizhi pondered, recalling her task of uniting the world's leading couple. Must it encompass other responsibilities as well? Bailey Xiaosan replied, primarily, you need to focus on the emotional mission. But according to the timeline, these individuals will surely provoke you. You might as well assist the female lead in her quest for vengeance. Ultimately, those memories will be preserved for her. Very well. She shares my name, which seems fateful. I shall extend my assistance. Was this divine intervention, helping her navigate love and revenge after her suffering in the past life? I chose the world's female lead to share your name, she noted. You deliberately selected it, didn't you? It's rather pleasant. I am more accustomed to being called that. Indeed. System, have you manipulated something on my behalf? I feel as though I remember the events of the previous world vividly. Yet something seems amiss. Bailey Xiaosan lowered her gaze and replied softly. I have diminished your emotional investments. In every world, I will weaken your feelings so that when you transition, you will not endure the agony of severance. Nor will you face psychological barriers when embarking on the next mission. Oh, Yin Zhizhi hastily completed her grooming. It was already quite late. System, good night. Good night. The life of a wealthy heiress was both fulfilling and monotonous. Yin Zhizhi either indulged in shopping or attended gatherings with friends. On Friday evening, Jiang Bo called, suggesting an outing to a villa in the countryside for a few days. Zhizhi, make sure to rest early. I'll come and pick you up in the morning. All right. The following morning, Yin Zhizhi discovered that not only Jiang Bo had come to collect her, but also Lianren and Jiang Yin in the back seat. Jiang Yin, clad in a simple sports outfit, appeared akin to a college student, quietly seated in the rear of the sports car. Lianren was also in the back seat, positioning herself as far from Jiang Yin as possible. Jiang Bo exited the car and opened the door. Zhizhi, hop in. I saved the front passenger seat for you, knowing you prefer a good view. Lianren waved. Zhizhi, have you been waiting long? I truly apologize. My family driver is unwell today. and I nearly thought I wouldn't be able to go out. Fortunately, Brother Jiang detoured to pick me up. There was an insinuation in her words. Yet Yin Zhizhi dismissed it, choosing not to respond to Lianren. Instead, she addressed Jiangbo. Are the four of us going together? There are also a few from the Chung family. Don't worry, they're all acquaintances. I've sent them the address. They should arrive by this afternoon. As Yin Zhizhi entered the vehicle, she cast a glance at Jiang Yin, who happened to be gazing back at her. That fleeting moment of eye contact transported them back to the night in the hotel garden when their gazes had intertwined. She was aware of his secret. It was common knowledge that Jiangbo had a penchant for cars. Long ago, he had expressed a desire to purchase a house atop a remote mountain, where he could drive freely and spend the nights there. Now, that dream had finally come to fruition. After a lengthy journey of several hours, they arrived at their destination. And Yin Zhizhi felt the onset of fatigue. Jiangbo remarked, the location of the house is somewhat secluded, but the scenery is splendid. This piece of land belongs to our family. My father intends to develop it into a resort. Yin Zhizhi responded with a glance. That sounds wonderful. We will have another place to enjoy in the future. What kind of entertainment facilities do you prefer? I can ask my father to construct them. Jiangbo spoke with the air of a privileged heir. Lianren quickly interjected, I would love a racetrack. Driving in such an environment would be incredibly enjoyable. Jiangbo's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I share that sentiment. It seems that project is about to commence, and since I hold a position at the company, I will certainly be able to take part in it. We must establish a racetrack. Yin Zhizhi turned to Lianren. Anren, have you obtained your driver's license? I recall you have been preparing for over a year now. Lianren's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Jiangbo nodded in agreement. Anren, to drive on a racetrack, you must possess a license. Jiangbo scanned the vicinity and realized Jiang Yin was nowhere to be found. Where has that fool gone? Yin Zhizhi replied. He's gone inside. Damn it, this is my house. Did I grant him permission to enter? Jiangbo cursed in frustration. I set out today in high spirits, but my father insisted I bring him along. Who want to spend time with him? Yet, my father kept insisting, and I had no choice but to bring him along. Now I feel like he has sullied my home. I should have left him on the roadside. Jiangbo stormed inside, evidently intent on confronting Jiang Yin. Yin Zhizhi followed, but Lianren suddenly obstructed her path. Zhizhi, are you feeling unwell today? Not at all. I feel quite splendid. Is it because Brother Jiang took a detour to pick me up that you are upset? Please don't be angry. Brother Jiang was always meant to fetch you. But Yin Zhizhi interrupted her flow of words. Do you think I would become upset over such a trivial matter? Only you would dwell on something so inconsequential. This is the second time you have mentioned it today. Boasting about such a minor issue twice is rather unbecoming. She unceremoniously exposed Lianren's pretentiousness, offering her no mercy. Lianren was momentarily taken aback, left awkwardly standing in place. As Yin Zhizhi entered the living room, she overheard Jiangbo confronting Jiang Yin. Your room is on the first floor. You're not allowed to go upstairs, understand? I suggest you remain in your room and refrain from coming out unless you wish to be humiliated by all of us. It would only bring disgrace to the Jiang family. Jiangbo was seething with rage. Jiang Yin remained composed as he gazed at the person before him, who was fuming with anger. He replied coolly, I shall not partake in your entertainment activities. You may consider me non-existent. He had brought his laptop to work, harboring no interest in the frivolous amusements of these affluent offspring. What do you mean? Are you disdainful? Jiangbo exclaimed. Let me tell you, if it weren't for, suddenly, a melodious voice interrupted. Yin Zhizhi entered the room. Jiangbo softened slightly. What is the matter? Take me to see the rooms upstairs. Which one will I be staying in tonight? It's all arranged for you. Come, let me show you upstairs. This house was recently renovated, and I designed each room according to your preferences, anticipating future visits with friends. Your room has the best view. I've been good to you, Haven Ti. You'll surely like it. Jiangbo's fondness for Yin Zhizhi was no secret. Yet Jiang Yin couldn't help but feel a twinge of introspection at this contrast. Their families had been close for generations. It was likely that these two would eventually become a couple. What a pity! She was indeed beautiful, yet Jiangbo lacked intellect. After settling in, Jiangbo took Yin Zhizhi and Lianren out for a day of leisure, leaving Jiang Yin alone in the house. They returned in the afternoon, but the friends they had arranged to meet had canceled, citing an engagement that evening. Jiangbo was furious, declaring he would sever ties with those individuals for a year and would not allow them to touch his new car in the future. Yin Zhizhi chuckled. It's all right. They will arrive tomorrow morning. We've had a full day. It's best to rest early. Jiangbo replied, you should freshen up first. We will have dinner shortly. I've arranged for a local villager to come and cook. Their culinary skills should be quite good. Sounds good. The mountain nights fell swiftly. After having sweated from the day's activities, Yin Zhizhi quickly bathed and dressed. Just as she emerged from the bathroom, the lights in the room flickered out, plunging everything into darkness. What is happening? She groped for her phone, attempting to turn on the lights, but to no avail. Had the circuit tripped? Her phone's battery was running low, so she activated the flashlight and descended the stairs. As she did so, she caught sight of a tall figure standing on the staircase, nearly startling her. Jiang Yin? Yes, it is I. Jiang Yin observed her in her thin nightgown, her hair damp. The villa seemed to have experienced a power outage. Though it might just be a tripped circuit, let not be a blackout. My phone is dying, she murmured. Jiang Yin pursed his lips and stated, there is no signal here. Yin Zhizhi glanced at her phone and confirmed it to be true. Earlier that day, while driving around, she had communicated with others without realizing this house had no signal. Jiangbo and Li Anren joined them. This is infuriating. The cook still hasn't arrived. What's going on here? Is it a circuit trip or a blackout? Jiangbo fumed. Jiang Yin pondered for a moment before asking, where is the electric meter? I don't know, Jiangbo replied. Chapter 59. The heir of a wealthy family. Something is amiss, Jiang Yin. Are you unaware of where the electric meter is in your own house? Jiangbo rolled his eyes. How would I know? I wasn't overseeing the renovation, so I have no idea where the electric meter is. Yin Zhizhi, at a loss for words, stood by. Li Anren, filled with trepidation, spoke. We've spent the whole day out, and now our phones are dead. They cannot illuminate for long. Is there anything else we can use for lighting? I don't know, Jiangbo shrugged. It's fine. Whether it's a trip circuit or a power outage, these matters can be addressed tomorrow morning. Right now, our priority is dinner. But the cook has yet to arrive and will likely not come at all. This place is too remote. The restaurant we had lunch at was rather unpalatable, and none of us are satisfied. Li Anren suggested, shall we drive out for a meal? We could also find someone to check on the situation. That won't work. The car is out of fuel, and it consumes a lot of gas. I've already asked them to bring fuel tomorrow. Jiang Yin remained silent throughout, while Yin Zhizhi glanced around and inquired, do we have any snacks? Let us nibble on something tonight and resolve everything in the morning. Yes, there are plenty of snacks and instant noodles in the private room on the first floor. Li Anren lamented, without power, we can't even boil water for the noodles. Jiangbo turned on his phone light to illuminate the space, and they all made their way to the private room. Jiangbo, being playful, had fashioned a bar area within the house. The shelves were laden with fine spirits, and the cabinets were stocked with an array of snacks. Yin Zhizhi switched off her phone. Let us conserve battery and use just one phone for light. Jiangbo looked at Jiang Yin. Use your phone for illumination. Jiang Yin said nothing, merely retrieved his phone, activated the light, and placed it on the table. Jiangbo poured a large bag of snacks onto the table. Help yourselves? Fill your stomachs before heading to bed. This is my first experience with such a situation. To be honest, the darkness and lack of signal is quite frightening. Thankfully, you are here, Brother Jiang, Li Anren said while munching on a small piece of bread. What is so frightening about it? Once we eat well, we can sleep, and everything will be brighter in the morning. Jiangbo replied comfortably, reclining on the sofa, devoid of any worries. Yin Zhizhi noticed that Jiang Yin had not taken any food, remaining still and motionless at the side. Was he not hungry? They had gone out to eat, and he must not have had anything in this house all day. Jiang Yin only wished to retreat to his room with his phone and sleep, regretting having meddled in this affair. Just then, a piece of cheese appeared before him. Yin Zhizhi offered a piece of cheese. Have something to eat. The light from the phone was limited. The room was dimly lit, but in that soft glow, her eyes sparkled. Jiang Yin accepted it. Thank you. One should serve themselves. Must one always rely on others? Jiangbo noticed this exchange. Li Anren, in a teasing tone, remarked, Zhizhi, you truly have a kind nature, being so good to everyone. Do you want some cheese as well? Yin Zhizhi asked with a gentle smile, unaffected by her words. Li Anren felt as though her words had been lightly tossed back to her, prompting her to fall silent. Yin Zhizhi, with her hair damply cascading over her shoulders, was unable to dry it due to the lack of electricity. After hastily finishing her meal, she went upstairs and rubbed her hair with a towel just a little. It was the dead of night, and the system had not appeared today. Accustomed to conversing with the system daily, Yin Zhizhi found herself slightly restless without its melodious voice. Unable to sleep, she diligently recalled the memories of the original owner's experiences during this period, suddenly remembering something of great significance. At midnight, Jiang Yin had ventured out to locate the electric meter, which he discovered in the basement. Armed with a toolbox, he repaired the circuit. Yin Zhizhi glanced at her phone, noting the late hour and that her battery was nearly depleted. Resolutely, she got out of bed and ventured outside. The corridor was shrouded in darkness and a bit chilly. As the temperature in the mountains dropped at night, she descended the stairs, guided by the faint glow of her phone, and upon reaching the first floor, she heard a rustling sound, likely Jiang Yin rummaging for something. "Are you looking for something?" Yin Zhizhi inquired. Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Yin turned to see her standing at the stairway, clad in a nightgown, her hair cascading freely. "I'm looking for the electric meter. At this hour? Are you not sleeping?" "I can't sleep, so I came out to look around." Yin Zhizhi approached him. "I can't sleep either. Let me join you in the search." Jiang Yin, accustomed to solitude, contemplated refusing her company, yet the genuine excitement on Yin Zhizhi's face indicated her sleeplessness. "Fine." Holding his phone as a light source, Jiang Yin meticulously examined the stairway. Typically, the electric meter would be located at the bottom of the stairs. "Is it possible it could be outside?" Yin Zhizhi suggested. "I've checked outside already. It's not there." Oh, the Jiang family's villa was not conventionally decorated. Overall, it was rather haphazard, with the electric meter not placed in its usual position. Jiang Yin's computer and phone were both nearly out of battery, and he was unaccustomed to the absence of power. He figured that since he couldn't sleep, he might as well search. As he listened to the footsteps behind him, a gentle night breeze wafted through the window, carrying with it a hint of fragrance, her scent. This young lady from the Yin family was quite different from others. While most disregarded him, she did not seem to hold any disdain. They often looked down upon illegitimate children, as the upper echelons of society were rife with sordid affairs. Behind seemingly harmonious families lay a murky chaos, always wary of the mistress bringing an illegitimate child through the door. Yet, she did not seem to mind him. And there was that day in the garden. She must have heard everything. Jiang Yin was not the illegitimate child of a mistress. Rather, he was the result of his mother's romantic entanglement, left behind when she became pregnant. With the faintest hint of fragrance lingering in the air, Jiang Yin earnestly searched for the electric meter's location. Yin Zhizhi quietly followed him, occasionally casting curious glances, observing the man beside her. Jiang Yin was keenly aware of her scrutiny. Jiang Yin, perhaps Jiangbo, is not as malicious as you perceive. If you were to share the truth with him, perhaps your relationship would not be so strained. In the quiet corridor, her voice was sweet and soft. It seemed she had long wished to convey these words to him. Jiang Yin turned around. "Did you hear everything that day?" "I apologize. I did not intend to eavesdrop, but I have not disclosed this matter to anyone. I am indifferent to the relationships and atmosphere in this household." After Jiang Yin uttered these words, he resumed searching for the electric meter, clearly reluctant to continue the conversation. Yin Zhizhi shrugged slightly and refrained from pressing the topic further. Jiang Yin's gaze fell upon a closed door. Following his gaze, Yin Zhizhi remarked, "That leads to the basement." Jiangbo mentioned that this house has a large basement yet to be renovated, and he asked what kind of design would be most suitable. Just from that statement, Jiang Yin could envision Jiangbo inquiring of the young lady from the Yin family. "My basement is quite spacious and still unrenovated. Zhizhi, what type of entertainment venue do you think would be appropriate?" Jiangbo, with his temperament, was particularly kind to the young lady from the Yin family. Jiang Yin opened the basement door, which was exceptionally heavy, and the lock seemed to be somewhat faulty. Holding his phone, he shone a light down. The basement was so vast that the phone's beam barely illuminated it. He ventured inside, with Yin Zhizhi cautiously following. A glance at the door caused Yin Zhizhi to gently pull it shut. As the door closed, A pang of discomfort washed over her. The original owner had experienced confinement in an empty classroom during childhood, leading to a slight claustrophobia. However, she managed to overcome it. Found it. Jiang Yin stood deep within the basement, facing the electric meter. Hearing his words, Yin Zhizhi hurried over, delighted. The electric meter is actually in the basement. It's quite good here, as it doesn't affect the aesthetics. Can you ascertain whether it's tripped or if there's a problem? Jiang Yin opened the cover of the electric meter, his dark eyes scrutinizing the interior. It's broken. We just need to fetch a toolbox for repairs. I know where there's a toolbox. It's in the utility room on the first floor. As they reached the door, Jiang Yin pulled on it with force, only to discover it wouldn't budge, regardless of his efforts. Yin Zhizhi asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Jiang Yin ceased his attempts, calmly stating, this door is locked from the inside. No way, locked from the inside? I didn't push the door down before closing it, so it's locked? Jiang Yin felt a sense of helplessness. What misfortune was befalling him this evening? The villa had lost power and signal, and now they were trapped in the basement. Most importantly, the door was quite heavy, and the basement was separated from the activity area on the first floor by a long corridor and staircase. Calling out here would likely go unheard. Jiang Yin decided to wait quietly for rescue. If he were alone, the chances of being found would be slim. But with the young lady from the Yin family accompanying him, he felt reassured. Jiang Bo would undoubtedly come looking for her. Jiang Yin, concerned that the girl might feel frightened, offered a comforting remark. We may have to stay here for a while. When dawn breaks, they will wake up and realize we are missing, and they will come looking for us. Moments later, he noticed a lack of sound from his companion and turned to investigate. To his surprise, he found Yin Zhizhi with her head bowed, her arms wrapped around herself, her body seemingly trembling. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Yin reassured her, you needn't be afraid. Jiang Bo will undoubtedly come for you. I wish I cannot be afraid, but I find it hard to manage. There isn't even a window here, she replied in a barely audible voice, still shaking. Jiang Yin immediately sensed something was amiss. Leaning closer to her, he observed her pale countenance. Despite the chill of the basement, she was sweating. What troubles you? He inquired gently, but she remained silent, her gaze fixed downward. Her hands, clasped together, trembled, whether from cold or fear was unclear. Jiang Yin, having had limited interactions with girls, particularly those from privileged backgrounds, felt uncertain. You needn't fear. We shall be out by morning. Are you cold or merely frightened? He considered shedding his own coat to offer it to her. At that moment, she finally spoke. I dislike this place. There is no light, no windows. I wish to leave now. Jiang Yin instantly comprehended her distress. You are afraid of such an environment? Chapter 60. The illegitimate child of a wealthy family, she seemed genuinely terrified of the surroundings, repeatedly emphasizing the absence of windows, a clear sign of claustrophobia. Jiang Yin frowned slightly. It would be a while before they could leave, and he hoped she would be all right. Is it unbearable? Close your eyes and try not to look around. Even in confinement, Jiang Yin exuded an air of calm, his steady voice imparting a sense of security. In truth, Yin Zhizhi was not excessively uncomfortable, merely experiencing a bit of tightness in her chest and anxiety, but she felt compelled to feign distress. The information provided by the system had taught her that interactions between a lone man and woman could enhance their relationship and foster affection. Men often possess a protective instinct. Raising her head, she admitted, I feel somewhat uneasy, but I can manage. Her complexion had turned notably pale. Jiang Yin promptly removed his coat and offered it to her. Put this on, it's cold here. They were likely to remain in this place for the night, and he noted her frail appearance. Not wishing for her to catch a cold, Yin Zhizhi, not one to be overly sentimental, accepted the coat without hesitation. Thank you. Previously, Jiang Yin had only seen her from a distance a few times. Today marked their first close interaction. His impression of this young lady from the Yin family was quite positive. She was beautiful, polite, and had a good rapport with Jiang Bo. Yet she lacked the ostentatious air of wealth that characterized him. Stay here for a moment. I will see if there is a place to rest within the basement. They could not remain at the entrance indefinitely. The floor was filthy, and he hoped to find something to sit on. Jiang Yin grew up in the bustling streets, and while he had a penchant for cleanliness, he did not fuss excessively when circumstances demanded otherwise. However, the presence of a seemingly delicate young lady beside him made him reluctant to ask her to sit on the dust-laden floor. Shortly, Jiang Yin returned, having discovered a pristine rug, likely purchased by Jiang Bo but left unrolled in the basement. He laid the carpet on the ground near the entrance, remarking, "It is quite clean. Do sit and rest for a while." "Thank you," she replied. Jiang Yin leaned against the wall, while Yin Zhizhi, dressed in her nightgown, sat gracefully against the wall, her hands demurely pressed against her skirt. Although her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, her gaze was fixed upon him. Jiang Yin had not been unfamiliar with being scrutinized by girls, yet none had done so with such audacity as she. A sense of discomfort washed over him, and just as he was about to speak, she broke the silence. "You and Jiang Bo bear a striking resemblance. No wonder Uncle Jiang brought you back without disclosing your identity. Everyone immediately assumed you were his son." Jiang Yin shared a partial resemblance to Jiang Bo. Yet their contrasting temperaments and dispositions rendered the similarity somewhat inconspicuous. "Do we look alike?" "I never noticed," he replied, his tone betraying no discernible emotion. "You may not wish to hear this, but I feel compelled to tell you that one's birth is a matter of the previous generation. You and Jiang Bo are brothers. Perhaps you could attempt to connect." Jiang Bo had long yearned for a sibling, but an unfortunate incident during his mother's childbirth rendered her unable to bear more children. Consequently, Jiang Bo was spoiled as the sole heir of the Jiang family, yet he is not a bad person. Jiang Yin comprehended the intentions of this young lady from the Yin family. She sought to mend the rift between him and Jiang Bo. Nevertheless, he sensed a certain bias in her words towards Jiang Bo. It was only natural, given that she had grown up alongside him. "Miss Yin, the discord does not solely reside on my end. Shall I enumerate the times I have been doused with drinks or shoved and insulted during my 2 months here in the Jiang household?" Jiang Yin replied coolly. "From now on, should I witness any of his misdeeds, I will certainly intervene to prevent him from acting foolishly. You seem to have a close relationship with him. Indeed, he is my best friend. You strike me as an exceptional individual, very astute and formidable. I hope you do not come to blows. Should you engage in conflict, Jiang Bo will certainly find himself at a disadvantage. One would expect him to feel pleased at being complimented for his intellect and prowess. However, Jiang Yin felt no joy. Instead, harboring a tinge of envy towards that foolish Jiang Bo, was this what they refer to as fools having good fortune? Having never experienced protection throughout his life, Jiang Yin remained silent. Yin Zhizhi found herself uncertain of Jiang Yin's thoughts. Yet her immediate concern was to navigate the complexities of his relationship with Jiang Bo. Jiang Bo had treated the original host exceedingly well, and it was clear that the original host would not wish to see Jiang Bo sent abroad by Jiang Yin. If the original host's first instinct upon rebirth was to safeguard her family, then her second inclination would undoubtedly be to protect Jiang Bo. In her previous life, Jiang Bo was sent abroad by Jiang Yin, and no one knew what had become of him, nor was anyone aware of the circumstances surrounding the Jiang family, particularly why Jiang Yin had assumed control. Although their recent conversation yielded little progress, Yin Zhizhi sensed the fluctuations in Jiang Yin's emotions. His upbringing rendered him a sensitive soul, yearning for affection. Yin Zhizhi understood the direction she needed to take in her pursuit. Her complexion was somewhat pallid. She no longer resembled the graceful swan she had been during the day. Now, draped in Jiang Yan's coat, she appeared diminutive and fragile. "Are you afraid of dark, windowless places?" Jiang Yin inquired, puzzled. "Why would you fear such a place?" "Because when I was a child, I was locked in a storage room without windows, and the lights were turned off. It took several hours for someone to find me, and I was terrified. For a long time afterward, I dreaded such environments. But I've managed to cope better as I grew older. Though I've learned to overcome some of my fears, the shadows of that experience still linger within me." Jiang Yin, untroubled by sleep, engaged her in idle chatter. "Was a teacher who found you?" "No, it was my brother. My parents were occupied with work, and when he realized I hadn't returned, he came to the school with a driver to search for me." Jiang Yin recalled meeting Yin's brother at last year's game release event. "I'm feeling a bit tired, Jiang Yin. I'm going to sleep now, and I hope someone will discover us in the morning." "All right, good night," Jiang Yin replied somewhat awkwardly. The The basement was shrouded in darkness, and the temperature continued to drop. Unaccustomed to having someone beside him, Jiang Yin found it difficult to fall asleep. Suddenly, the girl, who had been peacefully resting on the carpet, shifted and rolled closer to him. Jiang Yin was perplexed. In the next moment, she grasped his arm and nestled into his embrace. Yin Zhizhi, I'm so scared, came her muffled voice as she buried her face in his clothing. I want to go home. She trembled, and he could not discern whether it was from the cold or fear. Jiang Yan's body stiffened, pressed against one another. He could feel her warmth. I want to go home, she repeated, her voice quivering with impending tears. It seemed she had been holding back her fears until now. It was only natural to feel frightened when locked away in a basement, especially given her psychological scars. Gently, Jiang Yin stroked her long hair. It's all right. We will be able to leave tomorrow. Don't be afraid. Once we get out, I'll take you home, all right? She remained silent. It won't be long. As soon as dawn breaks, we can leave, and soon you'll be home. Jiang Yin, unfamiliar with comforting others, found himself offering clumsy reassurances. As he spoke, he sensed something amiss. Turning on his phone to cast a faint glow, he glanced at Yin Zhizhi. Was she asleep, or had she never truly awakened? Jiang Yin chuckled softly to himself. Lianren awoke early, reaching for the bedside lamp, only to find it unlit, still devoid of electricity. What a wretched place, where even the power is unreliable. After muttering a curse, she rose to freshen up. The clock indicated it was just past 9. The others should have risen by now. Lianren hoped the 2 young masters of the Chung family would arrive soon with some oil, as she longed to return to the city. Zhizhi, are you awake? She knocked on the door several times, but there was no response from within. Her expression soured. How lazy could one be, still in slumber at such an hour? She approached another room, knocking sweetly. Brother Jiang? Jiang Boguang, bare-chested and bleary-eyed, opened the door, irritation evident in his voice. Why are you calling me so early? Has Cheng Er arrived? They haven't tea come yet. It's already past 9. Brother Jiang, didn't you say you would rise early every day to exercise? I could supervise you. The air on the nearby paths must be splendid in the morning. Let us go for a run, Lianren suggested, her face beaming with enthusiasm. Jiang Bo, fighting off fatigue, replied, not going, not going. He yearned to retreat back to sleep. Lianren grasped his arm. If you don't run, your fine physique will vanish. Let it vanish. Nothing should disturb my sleep, he retorted. Brother Jiang, are you ever going to be considerate? If you say you want to go, then don't, but look at you, dressed in a skirt, made up, and wearing heels. Is this how one prepares for a run? At least wear sportswear next time you invite me, Jiang Bo remarked, his words thoughtless and bold, oblivious to their sting. Lianren's face flushed with embarrassment. She released his arm and stood awkwardly with her head bowed. Jiang Bo, noticing her discomfort, felt a twinge of annoyance and ruffled his hair. Fine. Since you've already disturbed my sleep, I'll change and come out. By the way, has Zhizhi risen? If we're going to run, she should join us. It's rather dull with just 2. I just called for Zhizhi several times, but there was no answer. She probably hasn't gotten up yet. She usually sleeps until noon. That's not true. She has a habit of practicing yoga early. She wouldn't sleep in until now, Jiang Bo asserted, striding towards Yin Zhizhi's room. He knocked on the door. Zhizhi, are you in there? Silence reigned within, and a nagging sense of unease crept over him. Lianren stood by, calling Zhizhi, don't oversleep. Let us go for a run, Zhizhi. Suddenly, Jiang Bo turned and walked away. Lianren was taken aback. What was going on? Moments later, Jiang Bo returned with a set of keys, locating the right one and unlocking the door. To their surprise, the room was empty. Has she gone out? She could at least have informed us. Doesn't she realize we would worry? Lianren speculata, noting that the blanket from the previous night remained untouched, suggesting that Zhizhi had likely not spent the night in her room. Jiang Bo turned and hurried downstairs in search of someone. Lianren called out, Jiang Gij, put on your jacket. It's quite chilly outside. Anren thought to herself that they should search every room, as it was unlikely that Yin Zhizhi would venture out. Zhizhi's languid disposition, combined with the lack of developed scenery in the vicinity, meant there was little to entice her outdoors. However, Lianren soon realized that Zhizhi was missing. How could that be? Recalling the events of the previous night, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Perhaps she had indulged in too many horror films lately. She silently recited the aphorisms of atheists to calm her nerves. The two of them scoured the entire villa, only to discover not only was Zhizhi absent, but Jiang Yin was also nowhere to be found. Jiang Bo's expression darkened. He had brought them here, and now they had vanished. I will go look for them. You stay here and continue searching the villa. Cheng Er and the others will be arriving by noon. Wait for them. Jiang Bo donned a coat and departed. Alone in the villa, Li Anren felt a wave of fear wash over her, accompanied by a nagging sensation that she could hear something. Sitting on the sofa, she found herself lost in idle thoughts, her phone now dead. The sounds around her grew increasingly distinct. Summoning her courage, she rose to investigate the source of the noise, traversing the long corridor until she reached a doorway. The basement? They hadn't found this place while searching earlier. Had they not taken a detour, they would have been unaware of its existence. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock echoed from within, startling Li Anren into a scream. She turned to flee, but was halted by a man's voice. Is someone out there? We're locked inside. Please, open the door. The voice was muffled yet recognizable. It was Jiang Yin. Li Anren was taken aback. The use of "we" indicated that he was not alone. Yin Zhizhi was also confined in the basement with him. The thought brought an involuntary smile to her face as she turned to leave. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin listened intently to the sounds outside, his brow furrowing. He could hear that someone was approaching and even caught the sound of a scream, yet the individual had not opened the door and had walked away. Missing. It seems your dear friend lacks sincerity, he remarked. Yin Zhizhi, who had not rested well the night before, sat on the carpet. Was that her at the door? She asked, piecing together the sounds. The villa housed only the four of them. If it had been Jiang Bo at the door, they would have already been rescued. I'm sorry. It was my fault for locking the door last night. Don't worry. That door was broken anyway. Yin Zhizhi looked at him with curiosity. Li Anren discovered us, but chose not to speak. She might even intentionally steer Jiang Bo away from here. Aren't you afraid we can't get out? That's the very question I wanted to ask you. Aren't you afraid? Her demeanor appeared much improved since last night. In Jiang Yan's mind, a fleeting memory surfaced of last night when she had unconsciously leaned against him while asleep, expressing her fear of wanting to go home. He had comforted her, only to realize that she had not truly awakened. Yin Zhizhi remarked, I'm frightened, yet not overwhelmingly so. Having you here with me makes it less terrifying. We will surely find our way out, for I have great faith in the scent of police dogs. Jiang Yin chuckled at her words, sharing her sentiment. Certainly. Jiang Bo would report their absence if he could not find them. Let us sit and rest. No need to linger by the door, Yin Zhizhi suggested, gesturing to the space beside her. After a short while, Jiang Bo returned, recalling that the villa had an unrenovated basement that they had yet to search. Li Anren was delighted to see him back. Brother Jiang, did you find them? Not yet, Jiang Bo replied, retrieving a key. There's still an untouched basement. Let's go check it out. Li Anren's expression shifted. Is it the basement at the end of the corridor by the staircase? Yes, have you been there? Indeed. I just looked there moments ago. There was no one. As they conversed, Jiang Bo's urgency grew, having searched all morning without success. Where could they possibly be? Did Jiang Yin take Zhizhi away? He hoped nothing untoward had happened to her. Yin Zhizhi would not wander off aimlessly. Jiang Bo's first suspicion was indeed that Jiang Yin had taken her. I must call the police, he decided, taking out his phone. I'll step outside for a signal. We cannot delay any longer. Upon hearing call the police, Li Anren felt a sudden pang of anxiety, for she knew exactly where Jiang Yin and Yin Zhizhi were. Withholding the truth felt akin to causing harm. Wait, she urged. What is it? Speak quickly. Jiang Bo snapped, his irritation palpable. Li Anren, trembling, pointed towards the basement. I just checked there. No one was inside, but I felt there were sounds. The basement door is locked, but I heard something. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You just claimed there was no one. Jiang Bo, infuriated, snatched the keys from the table and hurried towards the basement. He regretted almost leaving based solely on Li Anren's words. Arriving at the basement door, he found it securely shut. In haste, he used the key to unlock it. Calling out, Zhizhi, are you in there? Are you both inside? Upon hearing the door creak open, Jiang Yin instantly opened his eyes. Missing. Jiang Bo has come to find us. Yin Zhizhi, feeling somewhat dazed, blinked awake. Has someone discovered us? Yes, someone is opening the door. The lock on the basement door was broken. Jiangbo inserted the key, but could not turn it. He persistently twisted it back and forth in an attempt to open the door. Jiangbo's voice filtered through the barrier. Zhizhi, are you inside? Jiang Yin? Unable to open the door, he was uncertain whether anyone was present, so he continued to call out. Jiang Yin replied, both of us are inside. Upon hearing this, Jiangbo felt a surge of relief. As long as you're in there, it's fine. I've been looking for you both all morning. Just hang tight while I fix this door. All right, came Zhizhi's response. Jiang Yin stood up and brushed off the non-existent dust from his clothes. Zhizhi attempted to rise as well, but after sitting for several hours, her legs felt weak. She looked at Jiang Yin with pleading eyes. Could you give me a hand? Their time together that evening had brought them closer, and Jiang Yin extended his hand to assist her. The moment their fingers brushed, he felt something amiss. Her palm was icy, yet her face bore a hint of warmth. Are you feeling unwell? He inquired. Zhizhi assessed her condition. Her head felt heavy and she lacked energy, but otherwise, she felt relatively fine. You might have caught a chill, Jiang Yin suggested. The basement temperature had dropped significantly at night. Although she had been close to him while sleeping and was covered with his coat, it was inevitable that she would feel the cold. With a click, the lock finally turned, and Jiangbo pushed the door open. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a man and a woman standing closely together. Jiangbo hurried over. What happened? How did you end up locked in the basement? Were you trapped all night? Zhizhi managed a wry smile. We came to check the electric meter, and the door shut behind us. What were you thinking? Searching for an electric meter at this hour? Such foolishness. In the original narrative, Jiang Yin had found the meter and repaired the entire electrical system. A moment meant to showcase the male lead's brilliance. However, with Zhizhi's presence, the dynamics shifted. Though it appeared they had simply been locked in the basement and had spent the night in disarray. Zhizhi was aware that Jiang Yan's regard for her had certainly increased. The system had been silent the previous night, and she was determined to inquire about her standing with it tonight. She refused to let her night in the basement be in vain. Feeling slightly dizzy, she recognized that she had caught a chill, but she was willing to endure the cost in hopes of gaining favor. Who could have anticipated the basement door would malfunction? Zhizhi waved her hand dismissively. Jiangbo, eyeing Jiang Yin with disdain, exclaimed, "Why didn't you shout for help while you were stuck here?" She couldn't make herself heard. But you, a grown man, couldn't manage it? Jiang Yin shot him a glance, replying coolly, "Do you really think the distance from here to your room is inconsequential? How dare you speak to me like that? I saved you, and you have no gratitude? Zhizhi, let's go. I refuse to associate with someone like this." Jiangbo tugged Zhizhi away. Just then, Li Anren entered, astonished. "How on earth did you end up locked in the basement? The two of you spent the entire night together. Do you think this small carpet can accommodate you both? It is rather perilous. Next time, refrain from venturing out alone in the middle of the night. It will be safer to invite everyone along if you wish to do something." Li Anren found this statement increasingly awkward, as if it implied they had deliberately gone out together. A solitary male and female confined in a basement overnight, sharing such a diminutive carpet. Even Jiangbo, with his thick skin, sensed something amiss. He glared at Li Anren in irritation. "Do you know how to speak? Do not tarnish Zhizhi's reputation. It is just us few here. Let it be. Once outside, do not spread any nonsense." Li Anren was taken aback by Jiangbo's fierce demeanor and, feeling flustered, stammered, "Gij Jiang, I did not mean it that way. I apologize, Zhizhi. I was merely concerned about you both." Jiangbo ignored her, directing a fierce glare at Jiang Yin. "You are not to utter a single word about last night's events. Zhizhi is not someone you can covet, nor shall you sully her reputation. If I hear any whispers, and it comes from your lips, I will ensure you regret it dearly. I will leave you with nothing but a mouthful of teeth to find." Jiangbo's anger was genuine. He was protecting Yin Zhizhi's honor. Yin Zhizhi understood Jiangbo's kindness towards the original owner in various details, but witnessing his fury on her behalf was a warm sensation. She tugged at Jiangbo's arm. "He will not speak of it. Let's go. I'm feeling a bit unwell." Jiang Yan's gaze shifted slightly. "Why did you not mention your discomfort sooner? Come, let us return." It was fortuitous that they had just stepped out, as the two young masters of the Chung family arrived in their car. Jiangbo, have you prepared fine wine and delicacies to welcome your grandfather? Cheng entered the villa, swinging the car keys with a playful grin. Jiangbo's expression darkened. So you finally decided to show up. Quite punctual, are we? Here for lunch? Indeed, the air here is delightful. Shall we have farmhouse cuisine for lunch? Eat your mother's rubbish. Did you bring oil? Cheng noticed the gathering and replied, Of course. I must say, your car is beautiful, but it guzzles fuel. As long as you brought it. Help me fill it up. I wish to drive back to the city now. Jiangbo was reluctant to linger. Wait, I just arrived, and now you want to leave? You did not invite me out for a joyride. You summoned me to deliver fuel, didn't you? I invited you yesterday. You didn't come. Today, you are merely a fuel courier. Jiangbo followed the Chung brothers to tend to the vehicle. Jiang Yin retrieved a toolbox from the storage room and quietly descended to the basement. Yin Zhizhi rested on the sofa. Upon seeing Jiang Yin emerge with the toolbox, she curiously inquired, Did you fix the electric meter? Yes. After Jiangbo was so fierce with you, you still repair the electric meter? Seeing it in disrepair made me somewhat uncomfortable. What a peculiar compulsion. Li Anren sat on the opposite side of the sofa, observing their conversation with ease, noting how natural their interaction was, especially since they had scarcely exchanged words the day prior. Zhizhi, you and Jiang Yin seem to have enjoyed a pleasant evening together. Your relationship appears quite harmonious. Yin Zhizhi. So what are you trying to convey? Jiang Yin has left to return the toolbox to its rightful place. The living room is now occupied solely by the two of them. Li Anren, with a face full of disagreement, stated, Zhizhi, brother Jiang has never liked Jiang Yin. He is merely the son of a mistress, unworthy of standing alongside us. Why maintain such a close relationship with him when brother Jiang treats you so well? Doesn't that seem somewhat ungrateful? No, that is not the implication I intended, Zhizhi. I merely wish to caution you against associating closely with someone like Jiang Yin. Are you not eager for my every action to be intertwined with him? Yin Zhiji's gaze was crystal clear, her eyes seemingly capable of piercing through all facades. Li Anren suddenly found herself unable to meet her gaze. What is happening? Recently, Yin Zhizhi has seemed peculiar, markedly different from her former self. Where once she could be easily swayed with a few words, now she feels as pricking as a porcupine. Li Anren, flustered and angry, retorted, I am looking out for your well-being. How could you think of me in such a manner? You may think of me however you wish. But brother Jiang treats you with such kindness. Do not let his heart grow cold. With that, she prepared to leave. Li Anren felt a twinge of fear towards Yin Zhizhi, sensing that she might be aware of something. Just as she stood and took a few steps, Yin Zhiji's voice rang out from behind. You already knew we were in the basement. Li Anren's body froze. Yin Zhizhi continued. The one who screamed at the door was you. You knew we were in the basement, yet you quietly slipped away. Li Anren felt a chill run down her spine. How could Yin Zhizhi have heard? No. Do you have any proof? You didn't promptly inform Jiangbo that we were in the basement. You did not volunteer that information, did you? Or perhaps you did not wish to tell him, yet found yourself unable to conceal it, ultimately having to bring him to search for us. Li Anren, I possess no concrete evidence to substantiate any of this, but you know in your heart the truth of my words. There is no need for you to feign ignorance. So conceal your ulterior motives. The original host yearned for revenge. In her past life, the Li family devoured the Yin family, and in this lifetime, she would consume the Li family. This was merely the beginning. Li Anren stood awkwardly in place before retreating in embarrassment. Yin Zhizhi turned around to see Jiang Yin standing at a distance. You must have heard everything, right? The last time I overheard your secret. And this time you have overheard my words. Does that mean we are even? Chapter 63. The illegitimate child of a wealthy family. There is something off about him. 9. Jiang Yin recognized that she was not someone to be trifled with. Yet he was taken aback by her utter lack of decorum towards that individual. Jiang Yin approached. How is this even? What you overheard was my secret, while what I heard was merely an ordinary conversation. Yin Zhizhi smiled brightly at him. Why does it seem unfair to you? It is inherently unfair. She had uncovered his secret origins. Jiang Yin took a seat on the nearby sofa. Jiangbo and the others were refueling the car, and it would likely be a while longer. At that moment, someone nearby leaned closer, and with her approach, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Jiang Yin sat upright, maintaining a composed demeanor. Yin Zhizhi inched nearer, speaking in a mysterious tone. If you feel it's unfair, I could share my secret with you. That would level the playing field, wouldn't it? Jiang Yin had no desire to uncover other secrets. But the enigmatic way Yin Zhizhi spoke left his refusal hanging in his throat. She leaned in even closer, her breath warm against his ear. This is a secret known only to me, and now I'm sharing it with you. You will surely find it fair, perhaps even advantageous. Yin Zhizhi continued. My chest has always been an A cup, but suddenly this year, it has grown significantly. In an instant, the man on the sofa sprang up. Yin Zhizhi nearly got bumped in the nose. Without looking back, Jiang Yin hurriedly exited. Yin Zhizhi stared blankly for a few seconds before a mischievous smile crept onto her lips. Jiang Bo, having filled the car with gas, rushed inside. Zhizhi, let us go. We're heading back to the city. All right, Yin Zhizhi replied as she grabbed her bag. Why is your face so red? Are you burning up? Jiang Bo asked with concern. Outside, Jiang Yin listened to the commotion inside, still feeling the warmth lingering on his ears, as if her breath had remained by his side. She must be feverish. Even her exhalations were hot. The group swiftly drove back to the city, while Cheng Er and the others returned Liaren home. Jiang Yin likely intended to accompany Jiang Bo back to the Jiang family, hence he rode in Jiang Bo's car. Jiang Bo remarked, I'm taking Zhizhi to the hospital. You can get out there. If you want to go home, just take a taxi. I'm not your chauffeur. Don't expect me to drive you back. Jiang Yin offered no reply. The car pulled into the hospital parking lot, and the three of them disembarked. Jiang Bo noticed Jiang Yin following and asked, Why are you tagging along? Jiang Yin glanced at the uncomfortable Yin Zhizhi and then at Jiang Bo, who was not particularly amicable, and replied coolly, Do you know how to register? Do you know how to pay? Jiang Bo genuinely did not know. However, he assumed that as long as he had money, the hospital would take care of everything. Jiang Yin clarified, This is a public hospital. There are many patients daily, and you must handle everything yourself. Either wait for the hospital to arrange it, or do it yourself. Jiang Bo, who seldom visited hospitals, was navigating to the best public hospital in the city. Scratching his head, he conceded, All right, you go register and pay. I'll accompany Zhizhi to see the doctor. Okay, Yin Zhizhi said, her pale face adorned with a smile, her eyes reflecting gratitude and a hint of jest. Jiang Yin quickly averted his gaze, avoiding eye contact with her. Although the public hospital was bustling with patients, with two accompanying her, Yin Zhizhi was soon able to consult a doctor. It turned out to be a simple cold. A saline drip would suffice. Jiang Bo remarked, The smell of disinfectant here is quite strong. Should we consider finding a private doctor and just get the medication at home? It is not feasible. My brother is at home today. I informed him that we went out to have fun, and now I have suddenly returned while still undergoing an 4 drip. He would certainly be concerned upon seeing me. Why not come to my house? After all, my father is away on a business trip, and it is just me and this person beside me. Jiang Bo cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yin, who had been bustling around to register and pay fees, remaining quiet and contemplative. Jiang Yin stood to the side, seemingly lost in thought. Yin Zhizhi pondered for a moment. Jiang Bo suggested, Let us go. My home has a room specifically for you, which is quite convenient. If you're still unwell, you can recuperate a few more days at my place. ISNT brother Yin at ease there? Jiang Yin lowered his gaze, quietly listening to their conversation. Yin Zhizhi nodded. All right, then we shall go to your home. Jiang Yin's hand, which held the medical record, trembled slightly as he said, I will go collect the medicine and for solution. Jiang Bo impatiently urged him to hurry. Jiang Bo and Yin Zhizhi waited for him in the parking lot. And soon Jiang Yin appeared with a bag of Yin Zhizhi's medication and the required for solution. The hospital is situated in the city center, and Jiang Bo's residence is also in close proximity to that bustling area, where every inch of land is precious. The community security guard, spotting Jiang Bo's flashy sports car from a distance, promptly opened the gate. Jiang Bo is the favorite child of the Jiang family, having been spoiled since childhood. The entire basement of their home has been converted into a garage for his collection of sports cars. Once parked, there was no need to exit the basement. They simply took the home elevator upstairs. The family doctor had already arrived. Jiangbo said, "Let us go inside for the 4-drip. You surely did not sleep well last night. You can catch up on rest in bed." Upon returning to the Jiang residence, Jiang Yin retreated to his own space. Jiangbo stayed with the doctor until Yin Zhizhi was properly set up for her 4. Yin Zhizhi, feeling quite fatigued, experienced drowsiness from the medication she had just taken, likely compounded by her restless night. She could sleep soundly, knowing the doctor would monitor the 4. Yin Zhizhi slumbered through the afternoon, only to be stirred awake by the sudden sound of a system notification in her mind. How did she end up in such a state of illness? The familiar, melodious voice of the youth echoed. "System, you did not come last night. I could hardly sleep without hearing your voice." Bailey Xiao San felt as though she had turned herself into some sort of mental hypnotist. "I merely did not appear for one night, and you fell ill?" There was no helping it. That basement was exceptionally cold. The basement? Yin Zhizhi recounted the events of the previous day to the system, concluding with eager anticipation. "System, how is it? Quickly check your data. Has the male protagonist's affection for me increased significantly? My efforts in isolating myself in that cold basement must not have been in vain." The boy in white within the system's space remained silent as he slid the screen to reveal the visibly fluctuating affection data. She was well aware that the original host feared enclosed environments, and since she inhabited the original hostess body, she too experienced the fear and discomfort. She was diligently undertaking the task assigned to her, proving to be a host of considerable talent and insight. Bailey Xiaosan divided the data, and her image immediately appeared on screen. Yin Zhizhi lay on the bed, her complexion considerably pale, with a piece of adhesive tape still affixed to the back of her right hand from an intravenous drip. The male protagonist's affection for you unexpectedly surged significantly. I knew it. I even teased him today, mentioning how my bust has developed remarkably this year, which startled him away. Bailey Xiaosan frowned. In Chapter 64, the illegitimate son of a wealthy family, something fell off. Bailey Xiaosan was momentarily taken aback. What had Yin Zhizhi said to the world's male lead? "You are a girl." I know I'm a girl." Bailey Xiaosan felt a headache coming on. "You're not familiar with him. Why would you say such things? I understand it's not entirely appropriate, but it's also quite thrilling and ambiguous. System, you're a male, right? You should comprehend the impact that exchanging such ambiguous secrets has on a man." My tone and expression were perfectly executed, ensuring an increase in affection. The truth is, it indeed rose. To win someone over, one must create shared little secrets laden with romantic tension. Bailey Xiaosan realized that Yin Zhizhi had thoroughly absorbed what she had imparted. When Yin Zhizhi spoke, she bore a hint of pride and flamboyance, accompanied by a mischievous smile, her innocent face betraying a hint of naughtiness, akin to a white dough ball concealing black sesame within. An increase in affection is all that matters. Bailey Xiaosan no longer wished to educate her host. She was well aware that she was a girl and adept at leveraging her own advantages. "System, you're a male, right?" Bailey Xiaosan closed her eyes to rest, no longer watching the screen. "Where were you last night? Why didn't you show up? I waited for you for quite some time. You need not wait for me. Why would you? To chat with you, to report on my daily progress. I am a system, not a chat companion. You need not report your progress daily. I can view the data on my screen myself. You are so heartless, system. Is it so wrong for me to want to share my updates with you?" Bailey Xiaosan remained silent. Yin Zhizhi, unable to hear its voice, sighed inwardly. She turned over, accidentally brushing against the adhesive tape on her hand, causing her to wince. Bailey Xiaosan immediately opened her eyes and gazed at the screen. Yin Zhizhi sat up, raising her hand to inspect it. The tape had come off at some point, and pressure had caused a tiny drop of blood to seep from the puncture wound. Frowning, she wiped away the blood with her thumb. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in her mind. "Have you washed your hands?" Yin Zhizhi opened her palm. "They're quite clean. Use a tissue to wipe them." "Oh, system, this is your first appearance during the day. Will you show up again tonight?" "I do not know." It genuinely did not know, having transitioned to a new world. The male lead's routine in this realm differed from that of the previous one. Only after some time, when the biological clock of the male protagonist in this world becomes clear, can a definitive schedule be established. System, I'm unwell and still feel a bit drowsy. I shall continue to sleep. She tucked herself under the covers and drifted back into slumber, while the curtains in the room were drawn tightly, enveloping the space in darkness and profound silence. In the crimson-hued realm, a youth clad in white lay upon a chaise longue, gazing intently at the floating luminescent screen before him. He stared for an extended period. Upon returning to the Jiang residence, Jiang Yin retreated to his room. After responding to several urgent emails, he quickly freshened up before succumbing to the need for rest. He awoke only in the late afternoon. As he stepped out of his room, he heard the booming voice of Jiang Bo resonating from downstairs. Zhizhi, come down for dinner. How are you feeling now? Has your fever subsided? Yin Zhizhi, adorned in a delicate white home dress, her long black hair cascading freely, sat on the sofa, having received in 4 drip. She felt significantly better. Her body was no longer hot, and though she had not taken her temperature, she assumed the fever had broken. That's good to hear. It has been quite some time since you last visited us. Aunt Chen has prepared your favorite fish head and tofu. Having grown up together, Yin Zhizhi and Jiang Bo shared a close bond, with their families maintaining a tight-knit business partnership. Thus, Yin Zhizhi had her own room in the Jiang household, often staying over as a child and occasionally spending the night even now. The last time the original owner had visited the Jiang family was last year. The cook, who had been with the Jiang family for over a decade, prepared dishes that the original owner adored. The dining table was laden with food, yet only the 2 of them were present. Jiang's mother, unable to accept the presence of such a large son brought home by her husband, though he never acknowledged it, had chosen to travel abroad, not returning for several months. Jiang's father was currently on a business trip to another city. As Jiang Bo took a seat and began to eat, Yin Zhizhi inquired, "Is it just the 2 of us dining?" "Yes, just the 2 of us," Jiang Bo replied. "I'll go call Jiang Yin down." Jiang Bo's expression soured at the suggestion. "Why would you call him? I have no desire to share a table with him." Yin Zhizhi, exasperated, responded, "Jiang Bo, your behavior will not yield any benefits. Beyond your verbal and behavioral exclusion of him, you are incapable of achieving anything else. Rather than being adversarial, why not attempt to coexist harmoniously? Your father has already brought him back. This is an unalterable reality." Jiang Bo's ongoing resentment and attempts to humiliate Jiang Yin would ultimately lead him to no advantage and could even cause him considerable harm. He was not truly foolish, and his countenance darkened in contemplation. At the last banquet, he splashed wine at Jiang Yin, fully aware that his father had secured a position for Jiang Yin within the company and even invited him to the gathering. "I understand your desire to shield me from harm, yet I cannot suppress this indignation. I find it impossible to approach Jiang Yin with tranquility at this moment. Zhizhi, my once harmonious family has suddenly been disrupted by the presence of another individual. I have always recognized my own mediocrity, yet his arrival has filled me with a profound sense of insecurity, leaving me uncertain about my next steps. Jiang Bo has known since childhood that he lacks the aptitude for business. He has always been cognizant of his own shortcomings, unlike Brother Yin, who manages a company at such a young age. Jiang Bo does not harbor resentment towards himself, nor does he impose unrealistic expectations. He has even entertained the audacious thought that, should his father grow too old to manage the company, he might sell it or hire someone to oversee operations. For the Jiang family's wealth is sufficient for him to live comfortably for a lifetime. As the sole son of the Jiang family, everything belongs to him. However, Jiang Yin's emergence, his exceptional qualities, and the emphasis placed on him by their father, who arranged for Jiang Yin to join the company within a mere 2 months, have deeply unsettled Jiang Bo. The optimistic Jiang Bo wore a solemn expression, prompting Yin Zhizhi to gently place her hand over his on the table. "Perhaps the situation is not as dire as you perceive, Jiang Bo. Do not dwell on such thoughts and temper your temper. Anger may bring fleeting satisfaction, but will not alter the circumstances. Jiang Yin is not a simple individual. He may prove to be quite formidable." Jiang Yin, relieved that he did not descend the stairs, wondered if Yin Zhizhi was attempting to reason with Jiang Bo because she could not find common ground with him. She feared that her words might somehow disadvantage Jiang Bo. Although Jiang Yin harbored a grudge, he had no intention of stooping to quarrel with someone as foolish as Jiang Bo. His grievances were directed elsewhere. As Jiang Yin observed the scene below, he listened to her soft, soothing words directed at Jiang Bo, her fair hand resting upon his. A twinge of envy stirred within him, a sentiment he had not felt since childhood. Upon maturing, he had abandoned envy in favor of striving for his own aspirations. Yet now, he found himself envious of Jiang Bo. When he first arrived at this household, he held a flicker of hope for that individual, only to have his expectations shattered. He envied Jiang Bo's paternal affection and the protection he received. In this moment, he also envied Jiang Bo's delightful companionship. Yin Zhizhi had managed to console Jiang Bo, who felt a flush of embarrassment, fearing his image had been tarnished. He turned away, pouting, and exclaimed, "Auntie, please summon that scoundrel Jiang Yin to join us for dinner." The aunt, who had been listening from a distance, smiled and replied, "I will fetch the second young master right away." Jiang Yin promptly retreated to his room. The aunt called for him, "Second young master, dinner is ready." Jiang Yin opened the door and replied, "Yes, I understand." Jiang Bo, disinterested in waiting for Jiang Yin, began to eat with his chopsticks, urging Yin Zhizhi to join him. She sipped her tea without touching her food. Eventually, Jiang Yin descended, taking a seat at a distance. Jiang Bo remarked, "It's quite rude that he didn't come down at mealtime on his own and needed the aunt to call him." Yin Zhizhi, it is impossible to silence Jiang Bo. He simply has a penchant for banter. Jiang Yin remained indifferent, showing no concern for his words. The three of them dining together was surprisingly harmonious. Yin Zhizhi intended to stay at the Jiang residence for a while, as proximity breeds intimacy. She felt the need to inform her family of her absence. Yin Zhizhi sent a message to her parents, then called her elder brother, Yin Mu. In their conversation, she subtly cautioned Yin Mu to be wary of the Li family. Although Yin Mu did not fully comprehend his sister's words, he chose to remember them. The Li family had been seeking to expand their international market and was actively searching for partnerships. Initially, Yin Mu was inclined to collaborate, but now he realized he needed to scrutinize the Li family's contract carefully. In the dead of night, Yin Zhizhi felt thirsty. With no refreshments in her room, she descended the stairs for water. Upon exiting her room, she spotted a figure standing on the staircase. Startled, she exclaimed, "Do you enjoy standing at the staircase at night?" Jiang Yin responded, "I came down for water. Did I frighten you? My apologies." His apology lacked sincerity. Yin Zhizhi tossed her hair and asked, "Why don't you turn on the lights?" "No need for lights. I can see well enough," he replied. "I cannot see," she retorted, raising her hand to switch on the corridor light. The instant the light illuminated the space, Jiang Yin found it somewhat blinding. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered that the most dazzling sight was Yin Zhizhi's exposed, porcelain skin. In the dim light, he had only noticed her wearing a spaghetti strap nightgown, but now, with the light casting upon her bare shoulders and collarbone, her fair skin glimmered conspicuously. Beneath her dress, she was certainly not wearing anything. "My chest has always been an A cup, but this year it suddenly grew and quite vigorously flashed through his mind, recalling her secret." Jiang Yin was acutely aware that he should avert his gaze, yet he could not resist stealing a glance. Yin Zhizhi remained oblivious to his stare, even playfully brushing her hair aside, further accentuating her collarbone. "The food was overly salty tonight. I'm going downstairs for water. It's quite late. Remember to rest early," she declared, passing by him on her way downstairs. As she walked past, the fragrance of her body wash and hair wafted through the air. For the first time, Jiang Yin realized that girls could possess such an alluring scent. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Jiang Yin did not return to his room, but instead turned and followed her downstairs. "What brings you down again?" she inquired. "The food was salty tonight. I'm fetching a pot of water from my room," he replied. In the stillness of the night, the two of them found themselves in the kitchen boiling water. Jiang Yin remarked, "There's only one kettle. Let me prepare your water first." Yin Zhizhi did not refuse, lightly activating the smart kettle. The atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar as the young man and woman shared the kitchen late at night. Yin Zhizhi leaned against the counter, crossing her arms, unable to resist stealing glances at him. "What are you staring at?" she asked. "Just admiring your beauty," he answered. Jiang Yin suddenly recalled that she had mentioned her resemblance to Jiang Bo, which must have been a compliment to his looks. This thought stirred a sense of displeasure within her, In her eyes, Jiang Bo was undoubtedly perfect. She must perceive his arrival at the Jiang family as an attempt to vie for the family fortune, which is why she had reminded Jiang Bo of those words during dinner. Jiang Bo was foolish while she was astute, always considering his interests. With just the two of us here, your intense gaze may lead me to misinterpret your intentions. Miss Yin would surely not wish to be misunderstood by someone like me. The words held a sharp edge. His upbringing had indeed shaped his sensitive nature. Yin Zhizhi inquired, "Someone like you?" The statement carried a hint of ambiguity, as if she were belittling herself. A flame of indignation flickered within Jiang Yan. He recognized the source of his anger, jealousy, and envy. It seemed that there truly existed individuals who could genuinely care for another, consistently upholding their virtues. How he envied that lad, Jiang Bo. In the midst of their conversation, the electric kettle had already boiled the water. Jiang Yin approached, poured the water into another kettle, and then offered it to Yin Zhizhi. "Your water is ready." Yet, she did not reach out to accept it. "Do you wish to chase me away? Why the sudden anger? I trust one did not speak amiss." Indeed, she had not erred in her words. It was his own ignoble heart that was at fault. Jiang Yin, clutching the kettle, turned and departed. Yin Zhizhi watched his swift retreat, furrowing her brow slightly until his figure vanished, allowing her to relax. She grimaced, internally conversing with her current self. "I seriously suspect that in a past life, Jiang Yin saved you out of some affection. He has always envied and resented Jiang Bo, perhaps even held expectations that you would treat him as you do Jiang Bo. But how could that be? The friendship between the original host and Jiang Bo was not something easily intruded upon, and in her previous life, she had stood by Jiang Bo's side. Had it not been for Jiang Yin providing warmth as the original host faced her demise, she would not have noticed him upon her rebirth. Jiang Yan's recent anger only confirmed Yin Zhizhi's suspicions. She had deliberately expressed her admiration for Jiang Bo in Jiang Yan's presence. The more he envied, the more he would be consumed by jealousy, even imagining that he could receive the same treatment she afforded Jiang Bo. This strategic endeavor had only just begun. Yin Zhizhi brewed a kettle of water and sipped a few mouthfuls before retiring upstairs to sleep. After waiting for over an hour without the system's appearance, she concluded that it would not manifest that night. When dawn broke, the system finally emerged, and upon sensing some activity in her mind, her drowsiness evaporated. "System, good morning." Baili Xiao San had just awakened, momentarily bewildered. How could Yin Zhizhi be so perceptive, detecting so swiftly whether it had returned to the space? "Yes, system. Why is your timing so unpredictable in this world? I can hardly guess when you will awaken." Customized. Waking is contingent upon fate. Baili Xiao San lied without a quiver. In the original narrative, it was foretold that Jiang Yin would rescue the original protagonist in his past life. Does he harbor feelings for her? Baili Xiao San, somewhat intrigued by this sudden inquiry, recognized that as the host, she indeed had the right to pose such questions to the system. As she navigated the interface, she remarked, "Well, it cannot be classified as love. Yet there is certainly a sense of affection." Yin Zhizhi nodded in agreement. "That confirms my final conjecture." What did you deduce?" "I shall not disclose that." Typically forthright, Yin Zhizhi's sudden reticence left Baili Xiao San feeling somewhat vexed. Meanwhile, the screen displayed an image of Yin Zhizhi clad in a delicate camisole, one strap having slipped down, revealing her shoulders and collarbone. She lay nestled in the blankets, a smile adorning her face, reminiscent of youthful infatuation, as if pondering the world's male protagonists. "It appears your progress from last night was quite fruitful," Baili Xiao San noted. "Indeed, I have affirmed my inner thoughts and discerned how to win his affection. Jiang Yin is truly a person of restraint and subtlety. He adorns himself with talent and a formidable exterior, while his inner self remains a mystery." "I shall retire for the night." The system's cold voice interrupted her musings, and immediately silence enveloped her mind. Yin Zhizhi was taken aback. It was the first time the system had announced its slumber to her. "System, are you there? You just spoke 6 words to me, and now, after barely 10 minutes, you choose to sleep? Were you a sloth in your past life?" Since that evening, Jiang Yin emerged from his room solely during meal times, remaining secluded otherwise. Jiang Bo, eager to confront him, found himself unable to locate him. Recalling Yin Zhizhi's words, Jiang Bo tempered his demeanor slightly. Nevertheless, upon seeing Jiang Yin, a visceral urge to challenge him surged within him. As Jiang Yin descended for lunch, Jiang Bo lounged in his chair, observing him with a disdainful air. "You are invariably the last to join us at the table, making it seem as though we are all waiting on you. Jiang Yin, could you display a modicum of courtesy?" Jiang Yin glanced at the chopsticks that Jiang Bo had used. "Haven't you already begun your meal?" "Of course I have. Do you truly expect me to wait for you?" Jiang Yin replied. "There's no need to wait for me this evening," he added nonchalantly. "Who the hell is waiting for you?" "I have to go to the company this afternoon," Jiang Bo retorted. Jiang Yin's expression grew indifferent, a sudden realization dawning on Jiang Bo. Yes, his father had arranged for him to join the company, and the onboarding process was already complete. At that moment, Jiang Yin's phone rang, prompting him to rise and step outside to take the call. "Yes, all right, I will head to the company now." With that, Jiang Yin departed, leaving the dining table enveloped in silence, and Jiang Bo's expression darkened. Yin Zhizhi offered him consolation. "He is going to the company, and you can go as well." "Are you not the manager there?" Jiang Bo grimaced. "Indeed, the general manager, with no tasks to oversee. Even without work, you can still visit the company. You must ensure that others remember the Jiang family has a young master. Indeed, if I do not make an appearance, others might assume that my father is indifferent to me, his eldest son. I shall also go to the company. Jiang Yin is merely an ordinary supervisor, while I hold the title of general manager." Suddenly, Jiang Bo reached an epiphany. Seeing Jiang Bo invigorated, Yin Zhizhi felt relieved. "Just make your presence known at the company. Do not attempt to suppress him with your position, as it may stir controversy. I have a strong inclination to undermine him, yet I feel it would diminish my worth. I cannot allow the company to perceive me as incapable and impulsive." In that moment, Yin Zhizhi felt a sense of pride akin to witnessing her child's growth. Jiang Bo's realization was commendable. The two engaged in a light-hearted rivalry. "Zhizhi, accompany me to the company. My office is quite spacious, and the afternoon tea is delightful." Yin Zhizhi was reluctant to go, yet she pondered the necessity of keeping an eye on this troublesome individual, ensuring he does not clash with Jiang Yin. "Let's go." Jiang Yin indeed received a call, but it was not from anyone within Jiang's company. Rather, it was from a collaborator in game programming that he had developed. Nevertheless, he too was headed to Jiang Group. He took a taxi to the company, using the journey to rest his eyes. He had not eaten lunch, though he could have easily finished his meal beforehand. However, he had just witnessed Yin Zhizhi serve Jiang Bo his favorite dishes at the dining table. Chapter 66. The Unusual Air of the Aristocracy. 12. Having just entered the workforce, Jiang Yin proceeded to fill out paperwork and seek out someone to transition his responsibilities upon his arrival at Jiang Group. His position was that of a supervisor in a small department, with a workload that was neither extensive nor particularly challenging. As a supervisor in a minor department, he did not possess a private office, yet his workspace was relatively spacious, unlike the cramped quarters of other employees. Having endured hardships, Jiang Yin did not harbor particular grievances about such arrangements. Seated at his workstation, he scrutinized his tasks. Truth be told, he was initially resistant to joining the company, unwilling to engage in such thankless labor. Yet, that very morning, he had called that old man and acquiesced to the job offer. The old man believed that Jiang Yin's acceptance meant he would assist Jiang Bo. Conversely, Jiang Yin's motivation for entering the company stemmed from a desire to seize what was not rightfully his. The new supervisor was indeed the second young master of the Jiang family, and he bore a striking resemblance to the eldest, as expected of siblings. "Hush, you're not planning to quit, are you? If the eldest master hears you speak thus, he will surely dismiss you. Who does not know that the second young master is marginalized by the eldest? The latter does not acknowledge this brother, and if he were to overhear someone remarking on their resemblance, it would be catastrophic. No worries. The eldest master rarely comes to the company, so he won't hear us." There was a hint of curiosity. Despite being the second young master, why was he assigned such a minor role? He wasn't even granted the title of a major department supervisor. It was as though he had been cast into obscurity. Who knows? Nevertheless, his ability to secure a position must indicate some cunning. Perhaps he will soon find himself in a different role altogether. The intricacies of aristocratic feuds are ever present. The young heir's ability to secure a position in the company has already demonstrated his foothold within the Jiang family, though the future remains uncertain. Jiang Yin possesses keen hearing. He is fully aware of the whispers surrounding him, yet he chooses to remain indifferent. The responsibilities of supervisor are effortlessly managed by him. Suddenly, a message from a studio interrupts his thoughts. Jiang Ge, a returning expatriate, wishes to invest in our new game and would like to meet you to discuss equity. Their game studio is a dark horse within the industry, attracting investors, yet the creation of a quality game demands substantial financial resources, a fact Jiang Yin does not overlook. Tonight seems feasible for a meeting, he replies. Very well, I shall make the arrangements. Jiang Ge, you haven't visited the studio in several days. Will you be coming by today? Jiang Yin responds, I'm occupied today, but I will come this weekend. I have scheduled interviews with the prospective concept artists, then to review their designs. Supervisor, here are the files of our department's employees. A voice suddenly interjects. A shy female employee clad in professional attire timidly presents a document to him. Jiang Yin silences his phone and places it on the table. Supervisor, I am Lily, and I have been with the company for over a year. If there is anything you require, please feel free to ask. Jiang Yin barely lifts his gaze, leaving the young woman feeling slightly awkward as she departs. Muffled laughter echoes from nearby. Although the young heir is a bastard, he is still a scion of a distinguished family, and his striking resemblance to a celebrity only heightens the allure for Lily, who is eager to gain his attention. But alas, he remains indifferent. In the general manager's office, Yin Zhizhi is engrossed in a game, while Jiang Bo sits beside her, bored. Zhizhi, why didn't you invite me to join your game? I'm utterly bored, he complains. It's a new game I downloaded, different from the one we played before. You could still invite me to play this one, Zhizhi. You're no longer my little fairy who clung to me. Jiang Bo teases, but he refrains from cursing. His humor shines through. Yin Zhizhi looks up. General manager, it's working hours. I have no real job to attend to. I'm merely a figurehead, Jiang Bo retorts, pulling out his phone. Shall we head to the bar tonight? It's been ages since our last visit. Yin Zhizhi, still focused on her game, replies, since you decided to show up at the company, why not pay a visit to the board members and request some work? No, I'd rather avoid those uncles. I would prefer watching you play than engaging in tedious small talk. Visiting them won't cost you anything, and while you're at it, you could ask for some tasks. After all, you've studied finance abroad and can handle the general work. Jiang Bo is not truly dim-witted. Yin Zhizhi's recent words serve as reminders. He has always been laid back, and although his father once urged him to take up a position at the company, that pressure has since lifted, allowing Jiang Bo to continue his leisurely existence. However, the growing sense of urgency has stirred within him. Fine, I'm bored anyway. I'll pay a visit to the board members. Meanwhile, Yin Zhizhi remains seriously engrossed in her game, which is the latest release from Jiang Yin's studio, currently in its beta testing phase, and she has painstakingly acquired an access code. After playing around, Yin Zhizhi descended to the largest pantry in the company, a favorite spot for employees from various departments to enjoy tea and brew coffee. She hoped to chance upon Jiang Yin while waiting for her coffee, passing the time with a game on her phone. Miss Yin? Someone recognized her and greeted her, to which she responded with a charming smile befitting her status. Others, unfamiliar with her, were merely curious about the audacity of someone indulging in games during work hours, particularly a young woman adorned in designer brands, leaving them to wonder about the authenticity of her attire. Jiang Yin entered the pantry to brew his coffee, and upon arrival, he heard the familiar sound of his game's opening theme. His gaze instinctively searched for the source, landing on a figure seated in the corner, absorbed in her game. Her coffee likely cold by now. What was she doing in the company? Accompanying Jiang Bo? Silently, he approached and stood behind her, glimpsing her phone screen. Her fingers were delicate and fair, adorned with nail art that was quite pleasing to the eye. She was playing the very game from his studio, and, judging by her account level, it seemed she was a novice. Don't hit me. I'm going to die, she murmured anxiously, seemingly in a precarious situation in the game. In her desperation, she began tapping the screen erratically. Jiang Yin frowned and instinctively tapped a skill, causing the game to crash. Yin Zhizhi jumped, turning around. "What are you doing? How did you sneak up on me?" "You died," he replied. Yin Zhizhi was momentarily stunned, only realizing that her character had perished while she was conversing with him. Jiang Yin had merely assisted in crashing the game. She was still very much in danger. Accepting her defeat, she swiftly exited the game and looked at him with keen interest. "Aren't you supposed to be working? Sneaking up on me while I play? Are you that idle? I just arrived. How do you know about this game? Do you have a beta account?" "There are no accounts available right now. I don't have an account. I just couldn't resist helping when I saw your character was about to die. Apologies, but I must return to work." Initially, Jiang Yin perceived Miss Yin as a beautiful heiress from a wealthy family, but after she indiscreetly revealed her secrets, he began to see her as someone not to be trifled with. "What are you saying? That I would bite?" It was she who seemed capable of biting, he thought. Holding his coffee, he prepared to leave when her voice called out to him. "Why are you avoiding me? Have I given you any reason to dislike me?" No. He hadn't found her disagreeable. In fact, he was drawn to her, wishing for her to engage him more, to cast her gaze upon him longer. Yet, Jiang Yin was acutely aware of the barriers that lay between them, differences in background, the presence of Jiang Bo, and the divide of their two families. He simply wished to tread his own path, avoiding entanglements with her. "It's good to know I haven't given you cause to dislike me. Since you said there's nothing, I'll take your word for it. Please, don't avoid me in the future." Jiang Yin gave a vague acknowledgement and departed. Yin Zhizhi ascended the stairs, her phone in hand, having forgotten the cup of Tool coffee. Upon returning to Jiang Bo's office, he arrived shortly thereafter, brimming with excitement. "Zhizhi, I'm so glad I took your advice and met with the board. Do you know what they said? They praised me, claiming I've grown taller and more handsome. But most importantly, they recognized my ambition and even assigned me work. I'm no longer just a nominal manager. The feeling of being acknowledged and valued is exhilarating. It is a sensation altogether different from the thrill of driving a car or being with a model." Observing his elation, Yin Zhizhi felt a sense of joy as well. Though she had anticipated this outcome, as long as Jiang Bo was actively engaged in his work, even if it was not particularly remarkable, his presence would ensure that Jiang Yin could not easily marginalize him. Jiang Bo worked passionately throughout the afternoon and left the office with a beaming smile. "Zhizhi, let us go find that rascal Jiang Yin for some fun. Are you going to bully him again?" "How can it be termed bullying? I am merely overseeing my responsibilities as general manager." Eagerly, Jiang Bo inquired about Jiang Yin's office location and dragged Yin Zhizhi along. However, they found his workspace empty, devoid of any sign of him. On their way home, Jiang Bo grumbled, "Jiang Yin is far too arrogant, leaving early on his first day." Yin Zhizhi, seated in the passenger seat, chuckled and interjected, "He didn't leave early. He left right on time. He departed faster than I did as general manager. That constitutes early leaving." "Zhizhi, don't defend him. Are you on my side or his?" "I remain neutral. Brother, I've wasted my affection on you since high school." The original owner had gradually stopped calling Jiang Bo brother and now primarily addressed him by his name. After a day of work, it was time to unwind. "Let's go to a bar and have some fun." Yin Zhizhi was speechless. He had only worked for a mere 2 hours. Li Hao had just returned from studying abroad, and, as the eldest son of the Li family, he sought to establish his reputation domestically. The most effective strategy was to invest in a project with guaranteed returns. Li Hao identified a well-known dark horse studio in the country and aimed to invest in their game. He was taken aback to find the studio's head so remarkably youthful. "General Jiang, you appear quite young. Truly impressive. Here's my business card." Jiang Yin took the card and glanced at it, recognizing the group name, the Li family of... Wasn't he that the family of Lianren? Were they siblings? Suddenly, he felt less inclined to engage in collaboration. "Hello, General Jiang. I have just returned from abroad and have been moved by many aspects of your studio's game. I understand you are still seeking funding, and I hope we can work together." Chapter 67. The illegitimate child of a wealthy family. Something seems off. 13. Jiang Yin was not lacking in investors for this project. He had only come to meet Li Hao out of a desire for abundance. 5 million was far too meager for the development of a game. Jiang Yin also understood the reason behind this wealthy heir's desire to invest. He merely sought to have his name associated with it. The games produced by a studio are not merely a means to enhance one's credentials. Jiang Yin gracefully declined Li Hao's proposal. Initially, Li Hao, perceiving their similar ages, believed that negotiating this matter would be straightforward. He was taken aback by the rejection. Feeling awkward, he pressed on, "Mr. Jiang, would you truly not reconsider? Was my investment too modest? I have just returned to the country, and these funds are entirely my own. I could persuade my family's company to invest. I could guarantee at least this amount." Li Hao gestured a figure of 5, signifying 50 million. Upon mentioning his family, a newfound confidence surged within him. Notably, his business card had drawn Jiang Yan's gaze for a couple of seconds earlier. While the Li family in a city may not rank among the elite, they are undoubtedly one of the emerging affluent families. However, Jiang Yan remained unmoved by Li Hao's reference to his lineage. "Young Master Li, you may be mistaken. This is not an issue of funding. I sincerely apologize, but on our way here, our studio has already finalized the necessary funding. We have completed our financial preparations en route. Furthermore, as I had scheduled this meeting, I cannot retract my commitment midway." From the outset, it was clear that collaboration was not in the cards. A wave of defeat washed over Li Hao, and his smile began to fade. He regretted not having communicated the funding details to the responsible party earlier. There was no need for a face-to-face meeting, and he felt he had squandered an opportunity. "I greatly appreciate your admiration for our Studio S game development, but regrettably, our funding project is already complete. I hope we can collaborate in the future if fate allows," Jiang Yin stated before rising to depart. As Jiang Yin moved to exit, Li Hao finally reacted, "Mr. Jiang, wait. Although our collaboration did not materialize, I would very much like to cultivate a friendship with you. Might I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? I have prior engagements this evening." Li Hao awkwardly chuckled, "Then perhaps another time. Well, I must take my leave. Please, young Master Li, feel free to do as you wish." With that, Jiang Yin strode out, and the driver brought the car around. Watching Jiang Yin depart, Li Hao clenched his teeth in frustration. How infuriating. It's merely a small studio. What audacity. Just a group of naive recent graduates creating some trivial endeavor. Do they truly believe they can go far? One day, they will be begging me for investment. What, Mr. Jiang? Just a young upstart. The surname Jiang is quite respectable, but alas, he has not been born into fortune. He's just a lowly player. At that moment, his phone rang, and irritated, Li Hao answered, "Hello? Brother, did the collaboration succeed? Come celebrate at KA Bar." Success? Nonsense. What's wrong? Failure. Don't be upset. It's just a game project. There are plenty of such studios in the country. You wouldn't understand. You're just a woman. My brother is busy right now. Don't bother me. Li Anren felt a twinge of grievance after being scolded by her brother. Yet she did not forget to articulate the purpose of her call. "Don't hang up just yet. Come to the KA Bar. Yin Zhizhi is there. Didn't Mom mention to you during our last call that as long as you marry Yin Zhizhi, the Li family will no longer face challenges in expanding our market?" Hearing this, Li Hao felt a sense of discomfort. What did it mean that he would marry Yin Zhizhi? As if he were merely a man living off his wife's fortune? "Brother Jiang, where shall I take you now?" "Just drive ahead for now," Jiang Yin replied. Feeling a throbbing headache, he was uncertain of his destination. Previously, he wished to feel unnecessary within the Jiang family. Now, he realized he indeed was superfluous. In truth, he could easily leave the Jiang family and refrain from involving himself in anything. His life would be splendid, regardless of the Jiang family's wealth or otherwise. The recent upheavals had taken a toll on him. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror. "Brother Jiang, the private investigator has located your mother's residence." "Do not tell me," he replied, uninterested in this information. It held no significance for him anymore. A person capable of selling her own son could hardly be deemed a mother, and he had relinquished all expectations of her. The driver had accompanied Jiang Yin for several years, regularly driving him to school and his studio, thus he was well aware of the recent events. "Return to the Jiang residence." "Understood," the driver said, making a U-turn. Buzz. Jiang Yin's phone vibrated. An unfamiliar number was calling. Annoyed, he dismissed the call. Moments later, the same number rang again, and upon answering, he was taken aback by the voice on the other end. Yin Zhizhi's gentle voice came through. "Why did you hang up? I didn't realize it was you calling. Now that you know, Remember to say my number. All right. The driver couldn't help but perk up his ears. What kind of person called that made Brother Jiang so obedient? What do you need from me? On the other end, the noise was quite loud, with Jiang Bo's voice and several unfamiliar voices mingling in the background. The cacophony suggested she was at a bar. Jiang Yin, what are you doing? Do you have time to come and have fun with us? I'm at KA bar, waiting for you. Beep, the call ended abruptly. Jiang Yin stared at his phone in a daze. The driver tentatively asked Brother Jiang, should we continue back to the Jiang residence or head to KA? Jiang Bo pushed aside a nearby female model and approached Yin Zhizhi. Inviting Jiang Yin over is just inviting him to be bullied. It? I could try not to bully him, but others here won't be so accepting. People in our circle despise illegitimate children, especially those who have suffered at the hands of their fathers, who bring outsiders back to compete violently. Yin Zhizhi blinked her eyes. Brother, you will protect your younger brother, right? Jiang Bo had not heard Yin Zhizhi call him brother for many years. When he suddenly heard her utter that word, he felt himself soften. Zhizhi, you know just how to manipulate me. After all, we are family. You ought to protect the dignity of the Jiang family, she remarked. Jiang Bo lifted a glass of red wine nearby and took a hearty sip, followed by a heavy sigh. Yin Zhizhi smiled, knowing that her words had penetrated his heart. Jiang Yin encountered heavy traffic on the road, arriving later than expected. Upon exiting the car, he stated, you may return to rest. There's no need for you to pick me up. As the vehicle departed, Jiang Yin entered the bar, where he inquired at the front desk to ascertain the room number occupied by Yin Zhizhi and her companions. Li Anren, descending to meet her brother, was taken aback to see Jiang Yin. She cast a disdainful glance at him, incredulous that he dared to join their gathering. It seemed the evening promised some entertainment. When Li Anren emerged without finding anyone, she was about to call when Li Hao walked in through the main entrance. Brother, why are you so late? She questioned. I was stuck in traffic during rush hour. If you hadn't arrived soon, I feared Yin Zhizhi would retreat to her beauty sleep. Hurry, there's bound to be some excitement. Li Anren urged as she pulled Li Hao along. Curious, Li Hao inquired, what excitement? You wouldn't know from abroad. But the Jiang family unexpectedly brought back a love child 2 months ago. Jiang Bo and he are like oil and water. They always quarrel upon encountering each other. Just now, I saw that love child enter, so tonight should be quite a spectacle. At the mention of love child, Li Hao's reaction was one of disdain and even anger. Their family also had a love child, but their father had yet to dare bring him home. Li Anren led Li Hao upstairs, pushing open the door to their private room where the thunderous sound of rock music filled the air. A group of wealthy heirs reveled, accompanied by several attractive female models pouring drinks and dealing cards. Among the crowd, one figure stood out distinctly. Yin Zhizhi, quietly seated, absorbed in her phone, starkly contrasting with the revelry around her. While others indulged in alcohol, she sipped on juice. You needn't be introduced. You've already spotted Yin Zhizhi. Stop staring. There's nothing to gawk at, Li Anren remarked, feeling a twinge of discomfort as she noticed her brother's fascination. Li Hao averted his gaze, but then caught sight of someone familiar. How recognizable! He mused, stepping closer for a better look. Wasn't that the general manager Jiang, with whom he had discussed a partnership just half an hour ago? He was also part of their circle, yet Li Hao was unfamiliar with him. Was he from a newly emerged family? Li Hao. Oh, I almost didn't recognize you. If it weren't for Anren standing beside you, I might not have dared to acknowledge you. You become quite the handsome gentleman since childhood. A wealthy young man approached, holding a drink. Li Hao recognized him as well, and the two began to exchange pleasantries. Li Anren pulled Li Hao away, saying, Come on, there are some vacant seats over there. The so-called empty spots were right next to Yin Zhizhi. Brother Jiang, Brother Cheng, Zhizhi, allow me to introduce you to my elder brother, whom you all may have met during our childhood. He has just returned from abroad. Cheng Er, filled with enthusiasm, handed over a glass of wine, inquiring, It has been many years since we last met. Is this visit to our homeland a temporary one, or will you be residing here permanently? I shall be based here henceforth, Li Hao replied, all the while casting a discreet glance at the silent man in the distance. The studio's owner, Jiang Yin, was aware of Li Hao's scrutiny, but felt no apprehension of being exposed. It appeared that Li Hao had no intention of unmasking him, yet he was undoubtedly assessing Jiang Yan's identity. Brother, let us converse while seated. You can take this spot. There is space available here, Li Anren suggested, deliberately gesturing towards a seat next to Yin Zhizhi. Li Hao smiled as he settled into the chair, positioning himself closely. The others remained oblivious to the subtle tension, while Yin Zhizhi cast a casual glance at her skirt, adjusting it slightly. Jiang Yin, I didn't summon you here to serve as a pillar. Could you not find a seat instead of obstructing the way? Jiang Bo remarked, attempting to soften his tone, though it still lacked warmth. At this moment, Li Hao confirmed Jiang Yan's identity. Indeed, he was a Jiang. The revelation only heightened Li Hao's disdain. He felt embarrassed about the posture he had adopted during their earlier negotiation, questioning Jiang Yan's worthiness of the title President Jiang. After all, he was merely a love child, establishing a studio that was hardly impressive. Yet, the thought of acquiring that very studio was enticing. Li Hao donned a gentle smile, inching closer to Yin Zhizhi and patting the seat beside him, inviting her to sit. However, in a twist of fate, his movement inadvertently caused Yin Zhizhi's skirt to be caught beneath him. As she instinctively reached to adjust her skirt, preparing to stand with a cold demeanor, she was unexpectedly grasped by two hands, those of Jiang Bo and Jiang Yin, who had both approached her. With a hint of irritation, Jiang Bo remarked, "Is the private room too cramped? Must we cling together? Zhizhi, come sit beside me." Jiang Yan's palm felt warm as he held onto Yin Zhizhi's arm, both men protective of her. Li Hao was taken aback by their vigorous reaction, astonished that both Jiang Bo and Jiang Yin had come to Yin Zhizhi's aid simultaneously. Li Anren, too, felt her brother had overstepped, utilizing his usual charm, typically reserved for foreign women, on Yin Zhizhi. She had intended to caution him. Aware of Jiang Bo's fondness for Yin Zhizhi, which was no secret among their circle. "Brother, you are sitting on Zhizhi's skirt," Li Anren interjected hastily. Li Hao quickly seized the opportunity to extricate himself from the situation, his voice soft and apologetic. "My sincerest apologies, I did not notice." Just when he thought the moment might pass, Li Hao unexpectedly lifted two glasses of wine, presenting one to Yin Zhizhi while retaining the other for himself. "Miss Yin, I hope you can forgive my earlier indiscretion. I shall punish myself with a drink." Jiang Bo remarked, "Why are you punishing yourself with a drink when you could simply offer one to Zhizhi? It makes no sense." You entered and immediately clung to her. "Did you not notice the vacant seats around you?" Jiang Bo was known for his forthrightness, never mincing words, and his sharp tongue spared no one. It was evident to any discerning observer that Li Hao was attempting to flirt with Yin Zhizhi, and in a bar filled with the cacophony of revelry and the scent of alcohol, some men tend to linger around women, even going so far as to offer them drinks as a means of seduction. Such behavior might be tolerable in others, but directed at a young lady of Yin Zhizhi's stature, it drew derisive glances from the surrounding gentlemen. Li Hao had never encountered someone so lacking in tact, and he wondered why Jiang Bo was so protective of Yin Zhizhi. Jiang Yin leaned in and inquired, "Shall we leave?" Yin Zhizhi paused, realizing that her discomfort was evident. The raucous atmosphere and the mingling sense of various spirits were quite unbearable for someone who disliked drinking. She had long wished to depart. "Yes, let us go home," Jiang Yin replied. "Jiang Bo, Zhizhi wishes to leave." "Understood." Jiang Bo shot a fierce glare at Li Hao. "Do not employ such tactics again. Do not cling to our Zhizhi. Li Anren, keep your brother in check." With that, Jiang Bo donned his jacket and departed. As Jiang Yin passed by Li Hao, he inadvertently bumped into the table, causing the drink he had just poured for Yin Zhizhi to spill all over Li Hao's trousers. Li Hao sprang up, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" "I apologize. It was unintentional." "You clearly did that on purpose," Li Hao retorted, incredulous. Jiang Yin furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating the accusation, then countered, "Was it intentional? Isn't it obvious?" Jiang Yin nodded and then grabbed the bottle from the table, dousing Li Hao's face with its contents, leaving him in utter disarray. This time, it was deliberate. Yin Zhizhi was taken aback by the scene. Jiang Yin had always concealed his brilliance, enduring numerous overreaches by Jiang Bo without resistance. It was assumed that he would only reveal such assertiveness when taking charge of the Jiang family business, yet he exhibited it this very evening. Jiang Bo was likewise astonished, then burst into laughter. "Well done, Jiang Yin. I wanted to splash him when he offered that drink to Zhizhi. If he wishes to pursue women, he should do so elsewhere. Does he not know that sitting near a lady's skirt is unbecoming? Li Hao protested. You are all being excessive. Li Anren intervened. Brother, let us go. Cheng Er added. All right, Li Xiao. I'll take you to change your clothes. There are plenty of female models and princesses around. Do not entertain any designs on Miss Yin. Merely sitting close is one thing, but to sit on her skirt is quite another. Jiangbo has always been protective of his sister. You're just asking for trouble. Let us go. Cheng Er's words were muddled yet persuasive as he ushered Li Hao away. Upon exiting the bar, Yin Zhizhi immediately felt the air was considerably fresher. Yin Zhizhi, you two have offended the Li family. Jiangbo, offended or not, it makes no difference. Our family has no business dealings with theirs, so there is no need for cordiality. My father has no intentions of engaging in business with them. It seems they are quite eager to collaborate with us. Jiang Yin stood silently beside them. Suddenly, Jiangbo recalled. Zhizhi, you should refrain from playing with Li Anren. I used to think nothing of it when I often brought her along, believing your relationship was harmonious. However, the more I ponder it, the stranger it seems. Last time, when you were locked in the basement, she claimed to have checked it out and insisted there was no one there, and I nearly believed her. Today, she deliberately brought her brother along. I noticed the look she gave him. Yin Zhizhi regarded Jiangbo with increasing curiosity. Is it not wonderful to have such a good brother nearby? Why did the previous incarnation of the original host end up with Li Hao? Upon seeing Jiang Yin, Yin Zhizhi understood. Oh, in the past, Jiangbo was at odds with Jiang Yin. The memories of the original host revealed that their interactions were never peaceful. Especially after Jiang Yin entered the company, Jiangbo became increasingly anxious about his position. Jiang Yin, Jiangbo, hand me the keys. Since you've been drinking, I shall drive. Jiangbo, who are you calling? You should address me as elder brother, you know? I was just about to speak of you inside. Chapter 69. The illegitimate child of a wealthy family. Something is amiss. 15. Address you as elder brother? Jiangbo would never acknowledge Jiang Yan's existence at this moment. That phrase was merely a manifestation of masculine rivalry. Yin Zhizhi, aware of Jiang Yan's secret lineage, was keenly interested in observing Jiang Yan's reaction. Jiangbo implored, are you going to call him elder brother? Jiang Yin could not ignore the bemusement in Yin Zhizhi's gaze. Jiangbo was tossing the keys in his hand, while Jiang Yan's eyes conveyed a silent message. You cannot drive after drinking. I will take the wheel. Unwilling to call me brother. Yet I certainly do not wish to recognize you as my younger brother. Jiangbo tossed the sports car keys to him. Do you know how to drive? Take care. Don't scratch or damage my treasure. Yin Zhizhi, it's fine. He is very skilled. How do you know? Jiangbo was skeptical. Yin Zhizhi, just a guess. Jiang Yin took the driver's seat while Yin Zhizhi slid into the passenger position. Once Jiangbo settled into the back seat, he felt an oddity. Why does it seem as though I am the superfluous one here? Jiang Yin glanced at the reflection of Jiangbo's sullen expression in the rearview mirror, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Yin Zhizhi turned back. I must sit in the front. I'm not accustomed to the back. All right, I know. I've picked you up before, and I am aware of your preferences. Jiang Yin silently fastened his seatbelt, the sound of their conversation filling his ears. Jiangbo exhibited no foul mood in front of Yin Zhizhi, while she appeared particularly relaxed in his presence. Do you need to go anywhere else? Jiang Yin interjected. No, just take me home, Yin Zhizhi replied languidly. Jiang Yan's driving skills were indeed impressive as he navigated the road swiftly and steadily. Upon returning home, Jiangbo retrieved the car keys and couldn't resist boasting. Isn't my car a joy to drive? It feels incredible, doesn't it? I wish you could have one like this. But alas, they're unavailable domestically. Jiang Yin remained silent. As Jiangbo ascended the stairs, Yin Zhizhi turned to Jiang Yin, who lingered nearby. Thank you for today. But you should have splashed him with wine. He'll come after you for that. I'm not afraid of trouble. That's good to hear. Today, your audacity in dousing someone with wine truly astonished me. Yin Zhizhi replied with a smile. Jiang Yin, puzzled, questioned, do you think I wouldn't dare to do such a thing? It's not that you lack courage. Rather, you appear quite restrained in my eyes. In the past, when Jiangbo splashed wine on you, you never retaliated. I find you remarkably tolerant. Why did you break that restraint today? Jiang Yin was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the reason. Throughout his life, he had always been the type to endure, suppressing all emotions, whether joy or yearning. He preferred to quietly pursue his desires. Yet today, he acted impulsively, starkly contrasting his usual demeanor. Why the silence? Are you hesitant to respond? Or did you not know how to? Hesitant? She perceived something. What could possibly make him hesitant? With a playful smile, Yin Zhizhi stepped closer, whispering in his ear, "You cannot admit that you were protecting me. Your actions today mirrored those of Jiang Bo, and I must say, it brings me joy. Thank you." Even after Yin Zhizhi disappeared upstairs, Jiang Yin remained in a daze, her breath lingering on his neck. He raised a hand to touch his neck, contemplating. If Jiang Bo can bring you happiness, so can I. Might you treat me with the same affection you show him? Chapter 70. The illegitimate child of a wealthy family. Something's off. 16. The three of them had not dined out, and the housekeeper prepared a sumptuous meal, calling them down to eat. Surprisingly, the dinner was rather harmonious. After eating, they didn't rush back to their rooms. Jiang Bo occupied the living room with a video game, and Zhizhi played on her phone nearby, while Jiang Yin sat with a tablet, diligently working on some spreadsheets. Yin Zhizhi glanced over. "Are you working on company tasks?" "Yes." Jiang Bo, hearing the exchange, looked up. As a mere department head, "Are you truly that busy? Do you have so much work that you need to bring home?" "Just some trivial matters." Jiang Bo leaned in to take a look. It was merely some company data, nothing of great significance, yet tedious and fragmented. "Does this require a supervisor's attention? Don't you have anyone under you?" Jiang Yin remained silent, focusing intently on his task. Jiang Bo scoffed and resumed his game. Satisfied with their amicable interaction, Yin Zhizhi stood up. "What drinks would you like?" Jiang Bo replied, "Fruit wine." Jiang Yin looked at Yin Zhizhi with a hint of confusion. She urged him, "What would you like to drink? I'll fetch it for you." It is not uncommon for Yin Zhizhi to bring drinks to Jiang Bo, but this time she accompanied him, filling Jiang Yin with an indescribable joy. Jiang Yin quickly said, "Soda water." "All right," Yin Zhizhi replied as she headed to the kitchen, which housed an enormous refrigerator brimming with various beverages. She retrieved the drinks they desired. As Jiang Bo was engrossed in his game, Yin Zhizhi placed his drink beside him. Jiang Yin took a sip of soda, his eyes still fixed on the spreadsheet on the computer, yet his thoughts had wandered far away. The three of them lingered in the living room quite late into the night. Yin Zhizhi, still recovering from a cold, felt a bit drowsy and decided to retire upstairs, with Jiang Yin following closely behind. In the middle of the night, the housekeeper spotted Jiang Bo still playing games and reminded him, "Young master, why are you still awake? Don't take your youth for granted. Staying up late will eventually harm your health." "I'll sleep after this round." "No need to rush me," Jiang Bo replied. "Are you going to the company tomorrow? If so, I'll prepare breakfast early. It's best to eat it while it's hot." Jiang Bo pondered briefly. "Yes, I need to go." Knowing he had to go to the company, he decided not to play games too late and directly spoke into his microphone. "I'm going to sleep. You all continue." "Wait, Jiang Bo. We haven't finished this round yet. Don't leave." "Damn it. You're quitting in the middle of the game." Jiang Bo, uninterested in their complaints, hung up the phone. The next morning, Jiang Yin rose early, dressed neatly, and prepared to head to the company. Suddenly, the housekeeper called out, "Second young master, breakfast is ready. Please eat before you go to the company." Due to Jiang Bo's penchant for sleeping in, the housekeeper had grown accustomed to preparing breakfast later so that he could enjoy it fresh. Since moving to the Jiang family, Jiang Yin had mostly eaten breakfast outside. However, today breakfast was prepared early, and, seeing he had time, he headed to the dining room. There were soup dumplings, cake slices, and an array of Cantonese dim sum awaiting him. Jiang Yin sat down to enjoy a quiet meal. Outside, Jiang Bo's voice echoed, "Damn it, I regret this. Why did I have to go to the company?" Following closely was Yin Zhizhi's voice, "You're already awake, so stop complaining. Just have some breakfast. And you want tea? Feel tired. Zhizhi, girls should get their beauty sleep. Let us not go to the company. Let us just sleep. I'm a girl, so going back to sleep is fine, but what about you? Do you also need beauty sleep?" Yin Zhizhi and Jiang Bo entered, the latter clearly uncomfortable with the early hour, appearing rather disheveled. Upon seeing Jiang Yin, Yin Zhizhi greeted him with a smile. You're up quite early. Are you heading to the company? Yes, Jiang Yin replied. Can we ride with you? Jiang Bo can't drive like this. Chapter 71. The illegitimate child of the wealthy. Something feels off, 17. They're going to the company? Jiang Yin thought that Jiang Bo's decision to go to the company yesterday was a fleeting whim, but it turned out he was determined to go to work. Yin Zhizhi was following him as well. Their bond was indeed commendable. Of course, Jiang Yin agreed. Yin Zhizhi sat beside Jiang Yin, enjoying breakfast. She suggested, why don't we commute to the office together, every day? We could save fuel by not driving 2 cars. Jiang Bo disagreed, asserting no. I relished the sensation of driving. Yin Zhizhi playfully fed him a bun, saying, of course you need to drive. Do you think Jiang Yin is a chauffeur? He drives in the morning, and you return in the afternoon. All right then. Jiang Bo felt fortunate just to be able to rise early. Driving seemed implausible, as he feared he might doze off mid-journey. Jiang Yin silently observed their exchange, but harbored no objections. It was pleasant to maintain a good rapport with Jiang Bo. No one relishes a tumultuous life, and Jiang Yin preferred tranquility. Yin Zhizhi had been advanced in school since childhood and graduated from university last year. She was now idly at home. The offspring of affluent families often have myriad choices. Yin Zhizhi had an older brother, and the family affairs did not require her oversight. Her only obligation was to pursue her own happiness and discover her aspirations, with her family wholeheartedly supportive. Soon, Jiang Yin finished his breakfast, multitasking by responding to messages from his studio while waiting for them. Yin Zhizhi took a sip of soy milk and remarked, have you really finished eating? Jiang Yin, you seem a bit thinner. Jiang Yin was taller than Jiang Bo, yet his weight did not match his brother's. He had always possessed a lean physique, which he did not perceive as detrimental, for he was indeed healthy. However, upon hearing Yin Zhizhi's comment about his weight, he felt an uncharacteristic impulse to eat more and gain some weight. He suppressed this urge, reminding himself not to lose his sense of self due to such trivial demands. He yearned for Yin Zhizhi to treat him with the same fondness she showed Jiang Bo, yet he knew he must not overtly express this desire, as such matters cannot be forced. Noticing Jiang Yin had ceased eating, Yin Zhizhi inquired, really, are you full? She scrutinized his expression, but unfortunately, Jiang Yin was a reserved individual. Truth be told, had it not been for his previous emotional fluctuations, she would have found it challenging to discern his inner thoughts. Nevertheless, she resolved to take her time. From that day forth, the 3 of them began to commute together daily, and Yin Zhizhi's cold had subsided during her stay at Jiang's residence. They traveled to the office in one vehicle, entering and exiting together, which astonished the company employees. Wasn't he, it said, that the eldest and second sons were at odds? Didn't he miss Yin look down on illegitimate offspring? This was discord? This was disdain? The eldest was conversing with the second, even smiling. It resembled a fraternal bond. You misinterpret, an uninformed bystander remarked. Jiang Yin merely drives the eldest. Each morning, he humbly chauffeurs the eldest and Miss Yin to the office. Are you blind? In the evening, it's the eldest who drives. They alternate. Various discussions ensued, culminating in the conclusion that the eldest and second sons were not at odds as rumored. Their relationship appeared quite amicable. Rest assured, Director Jiang Xiaobo has been coming to the office daily. He works diligently and maintains a commendable attitude. The other directors of the company informed Jiang's father about Jiang Bo's situation during his overseas business trip. Jiang's father felt a sense of relief, realizing that it was likely his decision to bring Jiang Yin back that motivated Jiang Bo to strive harder. It seemed that bringing Jiang Yin back had been the right choice. By the way, how has Jiang Yin been during this time? He has been punctual in coming to the company every day, and the reports he has produced are quite impressive, showcasing the intellect of a talented individual. It seemed a bit beneath him to hold the position of a junior supervisor. Well, I will arrange everything upon my return to the country. At the Jiang family villa, the 3 of them had just returned from work, and the housekeeper was inquiring about their dinner preferences. Yin Zhizhi said, please prepare an extra dish of bamboo shoots. My elder brother will be coming over soon. The housekeeper nodded and headed to the kitchen. Jiang Bo asked, Inge will be coming? Yes. I have been staying at your home for a week now. My brother is here to take me back. As Jiang Yin prepared to ascend the stairs, he paused momentarily, suppressing his gaze before continuing upward. Chapter 72. The illegitimate son of a wealthy family. Something feels off. 18. Yin Zhizhi had been residing in the Jiang household for a week, and Yin Mu sensed something unusual about his sister, prompting his visit. The siblings, Yin Mu and Yin Zhizhi, bore a striking resemblance to each other, akin to a female and male version of the same person. Yin Mu was a gentle gentleman, exuding a refreshing aura, yet he was also a decisive force in the business realm. After concluding a meeting in the afternoon, Yin Mu drove to the Jiang residence. Upon hearing the sound of a car in the courtyard, Jiang Bo knew that Yin Ge had arrived. He and Yin Zhizhi went to greet him. Yin Mu stepped out of the car in a gray suit, and Yin Zhizhi approached him, saying, "Brother, did you just come from the company?" "Yes, Zhizhi." "Have you gained some weight during this time? Have you been enjoying yourself with Xiao Bo?" Yin Zhizhi wrapped her arms around Yin Mu's. "I have indeed gained some weight. Please don't mention it, or I will feel compelled to diet." "Yin Ge, come inside quickly. Have dinner before heading back. The housekeeper has prepared your favorite bamboo shoots," Jiang Bo remarked. "Why is Xiao Bo dressed so formally?" Yin Mu noticed that Jiang Bo's attire was different from his usual style. Jiang Bo proudly replied, "I just returned from the company." Yin Zhizhi could hardly bear to look at Jiang Bo. His demeanor seemed to demand compliments, as if his expression read, "Hurry up and praise me. I'm impressive, aren't I? I have a job at the company now." Yin Mu chuckled knowingly. "Xiao Bo has grown up. Is managing the company becoming second nature to you?" Yin Zhizhi interjected, "He is only handling peripheral tasks. He is not truly managing the company." Jiang Bo feigned maturity, nodding. "It's going well. I'm gradually getting used to it." As they entered the living room, Jiang Yin descended the stairs just in time for dinner. Upon seeing the person who bore a striking resemblance to Yin Zhizhi, he recognized her brother, Yin Mu, the young master of the Yin family. Jiang Yin had previously caught a distant glimpse of Yin Mu at a game launch event. Yin Mu also recognized Jiang Yin, the so-called illegitimate son of the Jiang family. With a smile, he greeted hello. Jiang Yin responded calmly. "Yin Ge." Yin Mu scrutinized Jiang Yin carefully. This second young master proved far more formidable than he had anticipated. Calm and composed, he radiated an aura of complexity. "Zhizhi, after dinner, accompany me home. Our parents haven't seen you in a week." "All right. Even if you don't come today, I will call you to fetch me," Zhizhi replied. Yin Mu chuckled. "I thought you might have forgotten to return home in the midst of your revelry." Jiang Yin remained quietly absorbed in his meal, oblivious to the slight melancholy that had settled over him. Zhizhi followed Yin Mu back home. Jiang Bo glanced at himself and Jiang Yin, remarking, once Zhizhi left, the atmosphere suddenly felt tranquil. "Tomorrow, it will be just the two of us at the office." Indeed, as Yin Mu drove, Zhizhi, seated in the passenger seat, inquired, "Do we have any business collaborations with the Li family? We haven't collaborated previously. There's a recent proposal for partnership, but I declined. I took your advice to be cautious about dealings with the Li family. They likely assumed we lacked legal counsel and inserted some ambiguous clauses into the contract, showing no genuine intent for collaboration, which is why I dismissed the proposal entirely. That's wise. We must remain vigilant. Our companies dominate a significant portion of the market. The Li family will likely resort to underhanded tactics in their quest for advancement. It's best to steer clear of them." Yin Mu pondered. "What prompted you to suddenly caution me about the Li family? Have you developed an interest in company affairs?" "Zhizhi, you've graduated. Have you considered joining the company? The eldest son of the Li family has returned. I encountered him at a bar recently and sensed his ambition. He deliberately invaded my personal space, and I, feeling petty, harbored resentment, not wanting our family to collaborate with his," Zhizhi playfully remarked. Yin Mu smiled faintly, while his sister did bear grudges. Her concerns were not solely rooted in such trivial matters. Yet, he refrained from probing further. "I have no desire to manage the company. I wish to invest my money." Avoiding excessive mental strain while reaping dividends annually, Zhizhi declared, "Oh, what do you intend to invest in? Game development or esports clubs?" Yin Mu nodded. "That's a commendable ambition. Pursue it. If funds run low or you require guidance, do not hesitate to consult me." "Thank you, brother. You are truly kind." The good guy card never goes out of style. Later that night, Bai Li Xiao-san awoke to find Zhizhi absent from the Jiang family's bedroom, the original owner's private quarters. You returned home? System, you truly awakened late. I was nearly asleep, Zhizhi replied, her eyes drooping and her voice nasally. Yes, I returned home. The art of strategy necessitates balance. Constant proximity must be tempered with occasional distance. Hence, I return home today. I suspect Jiang Yin will be thinking of me long into the night before he finds rest. Chapter 73. The illegitimate child of a wealthy family. Something is amiss. 19. Bai Li Xiao-san glanced at the time. It was just past 3 in the morning. The male protagonist indeed took a long time to fall asleep, whereas he usually awoke around midnight. Zhizhi struggled to keep her eyes open, leaving Bai Li Xiao-san puzzled by her persistence in remaining awake. Aren't you going to sleep? She spoke with a nasal, muffled voice, saying, I heard your voice. I'm going to sleep now. Bai Li Xiao-san was taken aback. Was she enduring sleeplessness just to hear her own voice? Why, Yin Zhizhi? Why must you listen to my voice before you can sleep? The response was a profound silence, for Yin Zhizhi had already succumbed to slumber, utterly exhausted. Bai Li Xiao-san arose from the recliner, staring blankly at the serene visage on the screen, gradually raising a hand to gently touch it. The moment her fingers grazed the screen, her body trembled slightly. Bai Li Xiao-san was bewildered, and then, tentatively, she touched the screen again, causing her face to flush. With a wave of her hand, she made the screen vanish, leaving her blushing and stiffly seated in the boundless expanse of crimson. From today onward, you are officially activated from a pod. You are the pinnacle of the space station system, maintaining the data of 3,000 worlds with an efficiency that far surpasses that of ordinary systems. Although you're a system, you possess a soul akin to that of a true human. The screen is your core and the most vital part of your being. It is imperative to protect it, and it should not be casually touched by others. Bai Li Xiao-san had not fully understood why the doctor had emphasized the importance of the screen until now. She realized that it was indeed the essence of her human form. Just moments ago, her understanding deepened. Bai Li Xiao-san no longer wished to see her screen, much less touch it. In a daze, the system lingered. System, good morning, are you there? Yin Zhizhi, just awakened, tentatively called out, but as expected, no response came. The system had fallen asleep again. Zhizhi, why are you up so early? Yinmu noticed her sister emerging from her room. She usually preferred to rise well into the afternoon. I thought about how long it's been since I shared breakfast with you and Mom and Dad. So I got up. Yinmu chuckled. There's no need for that. We can have dinner together in the evening just the same. Oh, I'm already up, Yin Zhizhi replied as she descended the stairs. Her parents had just returned from a stroll in the yard, their bond remaining strong after years of marriage. Always venturing out as a pair. Dad, Mom, she greeted. Zhizhi, why are you up so early? Is the sun rising in the west? Teased her mother. The family sat together for breakfast, with Yin Fu and Yin Mu discussing business matters while Yin Zhizhi listened in. Zhizhi, why did you suddenly stay at Xiao Bo's house for a week? Mom, is it strange for me to stay at Jiang Bo's? Haven't I done so since childhood? Are you asking about Jiang Yin? He is quite well. He and Jiang Bo are getting along splendidly. Getting along splendidly? But wasn't there a quarrel at the banquet just half a month ago? Jiang Bo's temperament was somewhat stubborn, and initial friction had led to inevitable disputes. However, as evidenced by their last encounter, they had not quarreled, and after spending some time together, their relationship had indeed become harmonious. Jiang Yin was not the greedy type who would fight over inheritance upon entering the door. It is not merely about fighting for family assets upon entering the door. Suddenly, Mother Yin recalled something and leaned in to whisper, Zhizhi, do you have a boy you like? Are there any young men you enjoy spending time with? As the 3rd chapter concluded, I express my gratitude to the esteemed master for urging the update. Henceforth, there will be no need to send gifts. Such gestures are costly and consume time. Chapter 74. The illegitimate son of a wealthy family. Something seems off. 20. When posed with such a question, Yin Zhizhi playfully sidestepped it. If I were to be in a relationship, I certainly would not hide it from you. Yinmu interjected. So that means you are not dating anyone at the moment? Yin father chimed in. It's quite peculiar that our Zhizhi, being so beautiful, has yet to enter a relationship. Yin Zhizhi too felt a sense of curiosity. Perhaps the original owner lacked emotional intelligence and had never experienced love, and when she did, it was with a scoundrel like Li Hao. It was only after her rebirth that she came to her senses. Where are you going after work if you're not heading home? Jiang Bo came to find Jiang Yin to return together, but the latter stated he had matters to attend to and would not be going back today. Jiang Yin replied nonchalantly, I have some other matters to deal with. You can go back by yourself. Fine. Jiang Bo was too indifferent to concern himself with Jiang Yin, preferring to drive home alone, as it had been a while since he last indulged in some thrilling driving. After exiting the company, Jiang Yin walked for a short while, and a car awaited him by the roadside. Upon entering, he instructed the driver, drive faster. Suddenly, a temporary meeting was called at the studio, and as a principal creator, Jiang Yin was required to attend. Fortunately, the studio was not far from there, and he arrived within 10 minutes. Jiang Yin had not returned to the studio in half a month. Typically, he managed affairs from his computer, communicating with his assistant only for significant matters. The meeting lasted for over 2 hours, and by the time Jiang Yin emerged from the studio, night had fallen. He pondered whether to return to the Jiang family home or his own apartment when unexpectedly, a familiar figure approached. This area was a commercial zone, bustling with numerous companies nearby. Coincidentally, Li Hao was in the vicinity for a collaboration discussion and happened to spot Jiang Yin. Upon first seeing Jiang Yin, Li Hao's expression was one of disdain, but upon noticing Jiang Yin's formal attire and recalling that the game studio was located within this building, he greeted him. Jiang Yin, is it? Or should I refer to you as young Master Jiang? Is there something you need? Jiang Yin replied, his dark eyes casting a dispassionate glance at Li Hao. Li Hao continued, I heard you established a game studio. Does the Jiang family know of your position as Jiang Zong? TSK, truly a hero in youth. Jiang Zong, I genuinely wish to collaborate with you. I am eager to have my name associated with your esteemed company's game. I have extensive connections overseas in this field, and I presume your game aspires to launch beyond the domestic market. We can indeed work together. You lack a collaborative attitude, and you have not instilled in me any desire to collaborate. Furthermore, you possess nothing that would entice me to consider partnership. Jiang Yin decisively refuted him thrice. Li Hao, frustrated, retorted, you, an illegitimate child of dubious repute, should you have your identity exposed, the stock price of your studio would plummet. Jiang Yin smiled. Then go ahead and spill it. Do you think the Jiang family would still allow me to be their illegitimate son if they knew I had such a studio? I thank you in advance for clarifying my position. Li Hao's expression stiffened. If the Jiang family were aware of Jiang Yan's capabilities, they would have eagerly sought to acknowledge him as their own by now. At that point, he would be the legitimate second son. If you wish to collaborate with others, you must demonstrate your attitude and sincerity. The Li family, with such an approach, is destined to decline. Jiang Yin, unwilling to engage in further argument, bypassed him and departed. Li Hao's mockery fell flat, leaving him with a simmering frustration. That evening, Jiang Yin chose not to return to the Jiang family, but instead went back to his apartment. It had been a long time since he had been there. This apartment, purchased with his first earnings, was not particularly large, yet it exuded a sense of home that he cherished. Sitting on the sofa, he surveyed his surroundings. Yin Zhizhi, he softly murmured her name, the person he yearned for. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was a call from Yin Zhizhi. Jiang Yin swiftly answered. What is the matter? Are you with Jiang Bo right now? Upon hearing Jiang Bo's name, Jiang Yin felt a twinge of discomfort. Why was she never mentioning him? It was indeed a foolish notion on his part. As an adopted second son, he could never compete with the deep bond forged between Jiang Bo and her since childhood. Why didn't he go back to the Jiang family today? I'm not with him. That makes sense. Jiang Bo's car broke down, and after he called me, his phone died. I have no idea how he is now. She was worried about Jiang Bo. Jiang Yin grabbed his jacket. I'll drive over to check on him. Wait, don't you have other things to do? I just finished my tasks. Chapter 75. The illegitimate son of a wealthy family. Something is off. 21. Yin Zhizhi was taken aback that Jiang Yin readily agreed to find Jiang Bo. It seemed his inner void was more profound than she had imagined. The more one lacks, the more fervently one desires. Yin Zhizhi changed her clothes and stepped outside. Her brother, Yin Mu noticed her leaving and inquired, "Where are you going at this hour?" Jiangbo's car broke down, and his phone is dead. "I'm going to see what's going on." "Zhizhi, do you like Jiangbo?" Yin Mu blurted out, uncertain of his own words. Knowing the two had been close since childhood, Yin Zhizhi paused, smiling, "Brother, Jiangbo and I share a pure friendship. I have someone else I like now." "Who is it?" "You didn't tell Mom and Dad during dinner. Can you share with your brother?" "I can't. That person and I haven't established a relationship yet. I just have a crush." "All right. When the time comes, make sure to tell me first. Now go check on Xiaobo and be careful on the road." "Okay." The original owner and Jiangbo, indeed, shared a pure friendship. Jiangbo had even confided in the original owner about his preferences, expressing his attraction to curvaceous and fiery women. As Jiang Yin drove away, he felt a pang of regret. Had he been too overt in his feelings? His eagerness to assist Jiang Bo felt somewhat premature. Their relationship had not yet reached such intimacy, especially not with her. It was entirely one-sided on his part. Nevertheless, he decided to dismiss these thoughts. Jiang Yin drove towards Jiang's residence, navigating a route they typically took after work, entirely elevated on an overpass. Experiencing a breakdown there would indeed be quite troublesome, compounded by the fact that his phone had run out of battery. The night air was slightly chilly, and from a distance he spotted a parked vehicle. As he approached, he confirmed it was Jiangbo's car. Jiang Yin pulled over and walked closer, only to find Jiangbo asleep inside. He knocked on the window. Jiangbo stirred awake. "Who is it?" Jiang Yin opened the car door. "It's me. Are you really going to sleep here? This is an overpass. Aren't you afraid of getting hit?" "What a morbid thought. This overpass is quite long. I can walk down. I called Zhizhi. She'll be on her way." Jiang Yin couldn't help but laugh at Jiangbo's stubbornness, though it also frustrated him that Jiangbo unconditionally trusted Yin Zhizhi. Yet, he had not misplaced his faith. She sent me to pick you up. Come on. I'll drive you home. The tow truck will arrive shortly." Jiang Yin took out his phone to contact the towing company. "No, I need to see it towed. This is my prized possession. What if they scratch it? There's no paint to repair it here. Are you really going to wait here for an hour?" "An hour is manageable." Jiang Yin marveled at Jiangbo's attachment to his car and glanced at the vehicle. What seems to be the issue? It suddenly stalled in one T-start. Jiang Yin retrieved his toolbox from his car to examine Jiangbo's vehicle. Jiangbo was astonished. "You can repair cars?" "Yes. I did some odd jobs at a repair shop in middle school." His nonchalant remark intrigued Jiangbo, who had grown up in affluence. "You can fix a luxury car just from doing odd jobs? Maybe you shouldn't touch it. You might make it worse. Can you really repair it?" Seeing Jiang Yin effortlessly open the hood, it was evident he possessed some knowledge. When Yin Zhizhi arrived, she found Jiangbo smiling broadly around Jiang Yin. "Jiang Yin, you arrived first. How is his car? Did you call for a tow?" Jiang Yin packed away his tools. His car doesn't have any major issues. "It's already fixed. You repaired it?" "Yes." "Zhizhi, he is incredible. This is a new sports car, and he actually understands it, fixing it in no time." Jiangbo looked at Jiang Yin with admiration. He only knew how to enjoy driving, but had no idea how to handle the mechanics. Jiang Yin kept his head down, organizing his toolbox, his ears tuned to her voice. Jiangbo thought fixing cars was impressive. How would a young lady from a wealthy family perceive it? Very impressive. Just 3 simple words, devoid of any negative connotations, perhaps a compliment or admiration. Jiangbo excitedly examined his car. Yin Zhizhi approached Jiang Yin. "You came to pick him up right after the call, and now you're fixing his car. What about the distance between you two?" "During this period, his demeanor towards me has been quite favorable. I reciprocate according to how others treat me. There is no need for you to overthink it." "Is that so? Yet, it appears you are offering more in return." Only a brother could be compelled to venture out late at night upon receiving a phone call. They are indeed brothers by blood, yet the rift between them arose due to circumstances from the previous generation. Jiang Yin fell silent once more. Whenever he finds himself at a loss for words, he prefers to withdraw into silence. Yin Zhizhi noticed that his fingers were somewhat dirty, likely from recently working on a car. She retrieved a packet of wet wipes from her bag and offered it to him, saying, "Your hands are too handsome to be sullied." Jiang Yin accepted the wet wipes, his gaze lingering on his fingers. "Are they handsome?" He glanced at Yin Zhizi's hands. Her fingers were pale and slender, exuding a softness that made them truly beautiful. His own fingers bore calluses, rendering them rather unsightly. After hastily cleaning his hands, he deliberately averted them from view. Zhizhi, it's unsafe for you to drive alone. Why not stay at my place tonight? Jiangbo suggested. Jiang Yin stood quietly beside them, and upon noticing him, Jiangbo added, since you managed to come here, I assume your tasks are complete. Shall we return together? Jiang Yin remained silent. Yin Zhizhi jingled her car keys, saying, I drove my brother's car here. He needs it for work tomorrow, so I must drive it back. My brother isn't limited to just one vehicle. I just returned from your home, and now you want me to stay longer? My mother has already started inquiring about whether I have someone I like, and I expect she will continue to ask. Once it becomes too bothersome, I'll immediately seek refuge with you. Very well. With that, Yin Zhizhi drove away. Jiangbo turned to Jiang Yin. I have other matters to attend to. I want to be heading back. Jiang Yin got into his car and swiftly drove off. Jiangbo, puzzled, wondered, is he in such a hurry? He was just dawdling and not responding moments ago. However, considering that Jiang Yin had come to the house without causing any disturbances, had not engaged in any disputes, and had even helped him with the car late at night, perhaps they could strive for a harmonious relationship moving forward. This time, Jiangbo truly let go. Having more friends is beneficial, especially when they are brothers by blood. Yet, this tranquility was shattered a few days later. Father, why? Jiang Yin had only just entered the company, and within a few days, why had he assigned a new project to him? He was merely a supervisor, while I am the general manager. On the first day of Jiang Guohao's return, he went straight to the company and convened an urgent meeting. The government had released a parcel of land for bidding, and several companies were vying for it. This was a substantial project that could lead to fame if completed successfully. Jiangbo listened intently during the meeting, eager to participate, but was taken aback when his father, in front of numerous shareholders, directly entrusted the project to Jiang Yin, granting him full authority and excluding Jiangbo entirely. He managed to suppress his frustration during the meeting, but once back in his office, he erupted. Father, did you even consider my feelings when you assigned him that project? Do you know how everyone in the conference room regarded me? With mockery, as if I were the illegitimate child. Jiang Guohao looked at Jiangbo with eagerness, feeling a sense of delight as Jiangbo had never shown concern for the company's affairs before. Xiaobo, didn't your father assign you other projects? Don't be anxious. You have plenty of work ahead of you. Your father has great expectations for you. What do you mean by those projects? They are merely tasks that others have already completed. I am just tidying up the ends. Even a fool knows how to tie up loose ends. Accomplishing this brings me no sense of achievement. I do not wish to usurp anyone's credit. Let those who initiated the projects conclude them. Xiaobo, how can you say that about claiming credit? Those project conclusions require meticulous effort, and you need this kind of experience. If I need experience, then give me the land bidding project. Impossible. You are not capable. Not capable? Indeed, in your eyes, I am utterly incapable. I cannot compare to Jiang Yin, which is why you chose to bring him back. Isn't. You might as well promote him. How can a supervisor handle such a significant project? Just give him my managerial position, and I shall not return to the company again. Jiangbo vented his frustration loudly and stormed out. By chance, he encountered Jiang Yin at the door. The once tolerable sight of him now irked Jiangbo. Second young master, impressive. Congratulations. Unlike before, Jiangbo refrained from a tirade, leaving behind only these sarcastic remarks, gritting his teeth. Jiang Yin frowned slightly, but said nothing. Inside, Jiang Guohao called out, Xiao Yin, come in. I have something to discuss with you. The land bidding involves not only the Jiang family, but other companies as well, including the Yin family. And the bidding is set to occur in a week. Jiang Yin returned to the Jiang residence late, only to discover that Jiangbo had not come home. It was evident where Jiangbo had gone. He was seeking out Yin Zhizhi. A flicker of unease crossed Jiang Yan's mind. He worried about what Jiangbo might say to Yin Zhizhi. Would their harmonious interactions during this period all come crashing down? At the Yin residence, Jiangbo and Yin Zhizhi were engrossed in a video game in the living room, while Yin Mu worked nearby, listening to their conversation. Zhizhi, I misjudged Jiang Yin. He has been lurking in the shadows. I once thought my father disliked him, but now I feel his standing has surpassed mine. If that project were given to you, you would be overwhelmed with pressure. I know I cannot handle it, but at least let me participate. They directly dismissed me without even offering me a chance. Inmu looked up and asked, "So, is Jiang Yin the one bidding for your family?" "Yes, Brother Yin. He is someone who has just begun to engage with company projects. He surely cannot compete with you. Brother Yin, you must secure this project. I want to witness Jiang Yan's failure and let my father regret his decision." Jiang Bo furiously manipulated the game controller. Yin Zhizhi was momentarily at a loss for words. Inmu chuckled and asked, "Are you really not planning to go home?" A slightly rough chapter. I encourage everyone to leave comments. Let us take a look at a short video created out of love. Any support, including small gifts, would greatly benefit Sway Sway. Revitalized and ready to update. I adore you all. Chapter 76. The illegitimate child of a wealthy family. Something is off. 22. Why return? What purpose would it serve? To witness their father-son camaraderie? Yin Zhizhi felt a headache coming on. She had painstakingly worked to ease their relationship, although it had not reverted to the past. The current dynamic between the two was far from ideal. "Fine. If you refuse to go back, I shall arrange for a guest room for you. Do remember to rest early." Yin Zhizhi ascended the stairs. Inmu caught up. "Zhizhi, how well do you know Jiangyan?" The land released by the government is prime real estate, attracting many eager eyes, and Inmu is also keen on acquiring it. He is aware of the bidding teams from other companies and their potential, yet Jiang Yin remains an enigma. Despite being a newcomer in this circle for just a few months, Inmu recalled his last impression of him. He was no ordinary individual. "I know quite a bit. Jiang Yin is exceptionally capable and adept at concealing his true self." With such capabilities and guile, Inmu glanced downstairs at Jiang Bo, who was engrossed in gaming. If this continues, Jiang Yin might very well become the heir. However, Uncle Jiang does not seem fond of Jiang Yin. Not fond? Then why grant him this project? Inmu was puzzled. Yin Zhizhi pondered briefly before responding. While he may not like the person, he certainly appreciates his abilities. This bidding opportunity is likely a test from Uncle Jiang. "Brother, what are our chances of success?" "I'm uncertain, as there are too many variables at play." "I believe in you, brother. Just give it your all." Inmu smiled knowingly, by the way. The Li family is also participating in the bidding and has invested heavily in hiring foreign experts for their proposal. Their team's capabilities far exceed those of other companies, making them formidable opponents. Yin Zhizhi frowned. Since the scoundrel Li Hao returned home, he has been utterly inactive. Moreover, the incident at the last private gathering, where he mocked her, has led to his ridicule and rejection within Circle. The Li family's company has stagnated. Their hefty investment in foreign teams for this bidding indicates their desire to seize the lucrative opportunity, aiming to elevate their company and gain fame. In her past life, the Li family rose to prominence solely due to marrying the original owner and collaborating with her family, ultimately leading to the assimilation of the Yin family. By severing ties with the Li family and obstructing their business dealings, Yin Zhizhi would naturally prevent them from thriving as they did in her previous life. As for this bidding, the Li family has engaged foreign teams. Late at night, the system emerged. According to the original owner's memories, Jiang Yin secured this bidding. The current trajectory should not alter that fact. Li Shaoxin glanced at the data analysis. This plot exemplifies the protagonist's halo. There will be no changes. Then that is settled. The Li family's substantial investment will go to waste, though it is unfortunate for Inmu's efforts during this time. In the crimson space, the young man in white gazed at the luminous screen before him, swiftly shutting it off. With a sense of shame, Li Shaoxin closed his eyes in irritation. "System, why have you gone silent?" The voice of Yin Zhizhi echoed. Li Shaoxin illuminated the screen once more, assuring himself that it was merely the work database and not to overthink. Lazily reclining back into his chair, he noted, "The male protagonist harbors a profound fondness for you. You may consider advancing to the next step." "Yes, I have a fair understanding of his psyche, and I too wish to progress with him. Should I take the initiative to flirt or engage in casual conversation before perhaps holding hands?" According to the original host character assessment, she was a young lady not accustomed to being forward. However, after her rebirth, she shed many of her inhibitions, choosing instead to seize the moment. Very well. I shall begin to flirt with him. With such a high favorability rating, progress should be swift. Having finished soaking, Yin Zhizhi rose to wrap herself in a bathrobe. It's already 1 in the morning. Why are you still bathing? Baili Xiao-san had been eager to ask since waking, as she often chose to converse with him during her baths. In her previous life, it was understandable, given that the male protagonist's biological clock rested around 11, while she would bathe and sleep during that time frame. In this world, however, the male protagonist's rhythm had shifted to the early hours, and so had Yin Zhizhi's bathing schedule. With a smile, she replied, I am indulging in a medicinal bath. It's best before sleep. Since I'm going to bed late today, naturally, my bath will be later as well. It felt somewhat contrived. Good night. I shall be a rough year tomorrow. A little broken bowl atop my head. Chapter 77. The illegitimate child of the aristocracy. Something seems off. 23. Though Baili Xiao-san sensed something amiss, he did not dwell on Yin Zhizhi's behavior, satisfied that she was a compliant host diligently fulfilling her tasks. Yin Zhizhi stood before the mirror, tending to her skin while they engaged in light conversation. As long as you don't marry into the Li family, they will eventually falter. Other companies will inevitably consume them, Baili Xiao-san remarked lazily. Their downfall may be somewhat lenient on them. Perhaps by entering this body, I have not only inherited the original host's memories, but also her resentment and anger, albeit I can control it. As long as you can control it, that suffices. Our task is merely to unite the male and female protagonists of this world. If you are not averse to the trouble, you may intervene in other matters if the opportunity arises. If not, it's inconsequential. Once our mission is complete, the female protagonist will awaken and forge her own path. The system had merely brought Yin Zhizhi to facilitate the union of the world as protagonists, not to replicate or fulfill the significant events of the female protagonist's life. I see it has arrived. Indeed, Yin Zhizhi removed her face mask, revealing skin as delicate and luminous as porcelain. Such softness, a mere pinch would leave a blush. Remarkably tender. System, I truly enjoy being human. Upon hearing her lament, Baili Xiao-san instinctively remarked, do you not enjoy standing still in one place, basking in the sun, feeling the breeze, and enduring the rain? System, how do you know my past preferences? Yin Zhizhi inquired, puzzled. The system hesitated for a moment, responding in a tone that was neither too enthusiastic nor too indifferent. Vines are also a type of tree spirit. Do not all tree spirits share such inclinations? Generally, plant-based creatures are quite serene, devoid of desires, and their most cherished activities consist of standing in the sunlight during the day, feeling the evening breeze, and bathing in moonlight at night to absorb the essence of nature, living quietly each day. Your perception of tree spirits must be mistaken. There are various kinds. While most tree spirits are not fond of movement, many of us vines are quite the opposite, relishing the act of extending our branches skyward. Why do you say you enjoy being human? Baili Xiao-san subtly redirected the conversation. Because being human is wonderful. One can roam freely, witness a myriad of landscapes and people, and hear a plethora of intricate sounds. As a creature, I have been rooted in one spot for thousands of years, confined to the earth, with my sights and sounds limited. Over time, it becomes rather tedious. I know how many blades of grass lie beneath my feet and how many leaves adorn the tree I climb. I thought you were not bored, Baili Xiao-san remarked, his gaze deep and his thoughts drifting far away. Boredom, indeed, is a tolerable sort of monotony. Yet having experienced human existence and seen so much, I find little desire to return to my former life. You have signed a contract. Returning is not an option. Your original form has perished in flames. Upon mentioning the fire, Yin Zhizhi's expression shifted. Baili Xiao-san anticipated her to continue her chatter. But after a minute of silence, she remained quiet. What is it? He asked, looking up at the screen, where Yin Zhizhi was focused on applying a hand mask. Her expression obscured, yet he sensed her discontent. What has caused your mood to sour mid-conversation? He recalled the saying, a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. She donned transparent gloves, each finger coated with hand cream, and gently massaged her hands, fingers intertwined. The original owner was a wealthy heiress, skilled in self-care from a young age, and Yin Zhizhi had also learned numerous skincare techniques during her previous life as a celebrity. Each of her movements was remarkably precise. The bathroom was enveloped in silence. After a span of about 10 minutes, Yin Zhizhi removed her gloves and turned on the faucet to wash her hands. Amidst the sound of running water, she remarked, "One reason I enjoy being human is that if a fire approaches, I can run. As a rooted plant, I can only stand and be consumed by the flames." Bai Li Shaosan's heart sank, for he understood the source of her unhappiness. He ought not to have mentioned her original form. He was never one to offer comfort, and so he quietly observed her on the screen, remaining vigilant until she fell asleep before shutting down. Jiang Bo, in a fit of anger, left home, a development Jiang Guohao had not anticipated. However, Jiang Guohao chose to remain uninvolved for the time being, and Jiang Bo would not face any danger while at the Yin residence. "Xiao Yin, this is your opportunity to prove yourself to the company. You must not disappoint me. Securing this project is crucial for your standing within the organization. Jiang Bo has merely been sulking these past few days. Do not take it to heart, for he is your younger brother, and you both must support each other in the future. Although Jiang Yin is his son, the company is not solely under Jiang Guohao's autocratic rule. To elevate Jiang Yin, he must demonstrate tangible achievements." After listening to Jiang Yin's report, Jiang Guohao repeatedly emphasized the importance of brotherhood. Jiang Yin remained silent, merely absorbing his words. As long as Jiang Guohao was present, Jiang Yin would inevitably hear such sentiments each day. All of his efforts were dedicated to paving the way for Jiang Bo, hoping he had safeguarded the Jiang family's assets. "All right, you may go back now. While planning is important, do remember to rest," he said, insincerely. At that moment, Jiang Yin turned, his gaze icy and indifferent. "Good day, Manager Jiang." Employees would greet Jiang Yin voluntarily upon encountering him. The entire company's attitude towards Jiang Yin had undergone a remarkable transformation. This second young master was no ordinary individual. His tactics were impressive, leaving the eldest brother in a state of bewilderment. Upon Jiang's return, he had secured a major project, effectively forcing the eldest brother to depart from the company. This second young master was poised to become the future young master of the Jiang family. Jiang Yin worked diligently until dusk before leaving the office. The Jiang residence was desolate, and the presence of that detestable old man made him reluctant to return. As he prepared to head to his apartment, his phone rang. It was a call from Yin Zhizhi. "Jiang Yin, would you like to join us for camping at Jiaoshan? Many people are here." The sound of sports cars could be heard in the background. Jiaoshan, located on the outskirts of City A, was renowned for its winding roads, frequented by affluent youths who reveled in racing their luxury vehicles. It was needless to say that Jiang Bo was likely among them. "I think not. Don't you wish to resolve the conflict with Jiang Bo? He isn't truly angry with you. His frustration lies with Uncle Jiang's biased perspective. Are you inviting me to join for fun, or do you want me to reconcile with him?" Jiang Yan's voice was low, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. However, Yin Zhizhi sensed his irritation and smiled as she replied, "I genuinely want to invite you over. It's been several days since we last saw each other." The implication of missing him lingered in her unspoken words. Jiang Yan's mind momentarily blanked for a few seconds as he feigned calmness in his response. "It will take me over an hour to get there." "That's all right. Come on over. We're having a barbecue tonight." "All right, I will." At Jiaoshan, sports cars raced along the winding mountain roads, their engines roaring in a cacophony. Yin Zhizhi sat at the campsite, engrossed in a video game. "Zhizhi, shall we take a walk by the river? It's dark and I don't want to go." "If you do, just be careful not to stray too close to the water's edge." Yin Zhizhi continued to play her game with utmost concentration. A group of girls strolled along the riverbank. A sports car circled the mountains and parked in a lot from which Jiang Bo emerged, coinciding with the return of several other sports cars. Xing'er disembarked, followed by Li Anren, who appeared somewhat disoriented. "You all drive so fast. Could you please slow down next time? It's quite dangerous." Chang'er shrugged. "I consider my driving to be relatively slow. It can get much faster. We were merely enjoying a leisurely drive in the mountains, not racing." Jiang Bo suggested, "Shall we have a bet later? I won't play if it exceeds 500,000 a round. My allowance has been running low recently." Cheng raised his hands in exasperation. How could you spend your allowance so quickly before the month is even over? Last week, when you went to work at the company, I lost over 2 million racing with others. As he spoke, his voice nearly broke with emotion. With a modest sum at home, boys have a penchant for cars, which is why they often come here to race. Merely driving along the roads lacks excitement. So they devised various games, such as racing, with stakes ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands per round. You must be joking. Losing over 2 million suggests you finished in the bottom ranks. How have your driving skills deteriorated so? It's not my driving skills. They introduced new variations, racing with female models. It's absurd. The model I chose screamed throughout the race, causing my ears to ache. I was afraid of flipping the car, so I slowed down and ended up losing. Leanne, feeling ignored as the two conversed, suppressed her frustration. She was unaware of what Yin Zhizhi had discussed with Jiangbo, but he had not sought her company in recent times, and now that they finally met, he neglected her. She had joined Cheng car for the mountain drive out of disappointment. Yin Zhizhi glanced up, questioning, "How come you're back so soon?" Cheng replied, "We couldn't bear to leave you alone at the campsite, so we returned after a couple of laps to satisfy our cravings." Jiangbo scoffed, "Such a mouth. Zhizhi, aren't you cold in that dress? There are plenty of mosquitoes in the mountains. I suggest you wear pants instead." Leanne approached, asking, "Did you bring any extra clothes? If not, I can lend you something. There's a mosquito repellent nearby that works quite well," Yin Zhizhi remarked nonchalantly. With a fire pit nearby, she felt no chill. "When are we having the barbecue?" "I'm starting to feel a bit hungry," Jiangbo inquired. Leanne responded, "If you're hungry, you can start grilling now. Later, we can all gather for a barbecue to create a better atmosphere." Jiangbo nodded in agreement. Before long, others returned, filling the campsite with lively chatter. Half of the parking lot was filled with various luxury cars, while the other half hosted their campsite, dotted with tents. In the center, a fire pit was set up as everyone began preparing for the barbecue. Suddenly, another vehicle approached from the mountain, a black BMW. Curiosity stirred among the group. Who could that be? This model isn't suitable for racing. The group of us should be complete now. No one else is coming, right? Yin Zhizhi spoke up. "I invited a friend over." "Missing S friend, then that S fine." Jiang Yin parked the car, and, as he stepped out, many were taken aback at the sight of him. Jiang Yin? The second young master Jiang is a friend of Miss Yin? It was well known that Miss Yin shared a particularly close bond with the eldest young master Jiang. And the connection between him and this second young master sparked a mixture of curiosity and intrigue among the onlookers. Jiangbo immediately wore a displeased expression, but since it was Zhizhi's invitation, he refrained from reacting. Cheng, however, was quite familiar and called out, "Second young master Jiang, over here. There's a free spot for you to sit." Jiang Yin approached and sat down directly beside Yin Zhizhi. "Am I late?" "Not at all. Your timing is perfect, as we were just about to start the barbecue." Jiang Yin glanced at the fresh ingredients on the grill. "What would you like to eat?" "I'll help you cook." Yin Zhizhi was slightly surprised at his eagerness. Thus, she felt no hesitation in her request. Chicken wings and squid. The barbecue grill was large, allowing everyone to cook whatever they desired. Jiang Yin quietly assisted with the cooking. Jiangbo felt that Jiang Yin had adopted a rather sycophantic demeanor upon arrival, helping Zhizhi cook, which only solidified his suspicions. "Humph, not pleased, are you? You don't like him being here?" Yin Zhizhi's voice reached his ears. Jiangbo pouted. "Do I really strike you as such a petty person?" "No, so you're not angry or dislike him being here." "The squid is ready," Jiang Yin announced, as he took a disposable plate and served the grilled squid to her. "Thank you." Yin Zhizhi beamed with joy. Her sudden radiant smile momentarily captivated Jiang Yin, who cautioned her to be careful as it was still hot. "Yes, don't just cook for me. You should eat as well. You didn't have dinner before coming, did you?" "No, I had just left the office when you called." "How exhausting. My brother is busy with that bidding project too, and often returns home late." She was aware of his work commitments, suggesting that Jiangbo had shared details with her. Jiang Yin remarked, "The chicken wings will be ready soon. Is there anything else you'd like?" "Just cook as you wish. I have no dietary restrictions." "I want lamb." "Jiang Yin." Jiangbo suddenly interjected, speaking with an authoritative tone. Jiang Yin glanced at Jiangbo, I don't know how to grill lamb. You can cook chicken wings and squid, but you can't manage lamb? I can't. You. Never mind, I'll do it myself. Jiang Bo felt both frustrated and dejected. I offer you a way out, and you refuse. Jiang Yin was in good spirits, cooking for Yin Zhizhi while also enjoying plenty himself. The campsite had ample tents, and Jiang Yan's unexpected visit could be accommodated. Late into the night, many ventured to the mountaintop to gaze at the stars. Yin Zhizhi, uninterested in such activities, chose to play games and sleep at the campsite. Jiang Yin was also preparing to return to the tent when someone obstructed his path. Li Hao sat at a distance this evening, their communication almost non-existent. Yet now he took the initiative to approach Jiang Yin. President Jiang has surprisingly entrusted the bidding project to you. Is there something you wish to discuss? Li Hao smiled. Please do not regard me with such suspicion. I come to you with genuine intentions for collaboration. I acknowledge my past biases against you. I hope you will not hold it against me. There is nothing between us that warrants collaboration, Jiang Yin replied firmly. On the contrary, how could there be nothing? Although we are both vying for the same piece of land, we could potentially join forces to eliminate other formidable competitors, leaving just the two of us to compete fairly. What do you think? Is that so? Good night. Oh, wait. Good morning, he said, as the night wore on and exhaustion set in, prompting him to seek rest. Notification. On the 112th, Sui has taken leave. The two books by Air and Xiao San will not be updated. Please check back tomorrow on the 3rd. Chapter 78. The illegitimate child of a wealthy family. Something is amiss. 24. You're not my ideal partner, nor do I wish to collaborate with you. Jiang Yin categorically rejected him. He had never entertained the notion of employing such underhanded tactics to undermine competing companies. Even if he did, he would not choose to partner with Li Hao, who failed to impress him. If he were to consider collaboration, it would be with the Yin family, particularly with Yin Zhizhi's brother. Jiang Yin retreated to his tent. Li Hao, left with nothing, felt a surge of anger and confusion. Was he somehow fated to clash with the city? Since his return, nothing had gone smoothly. The company had reached a bottleneck. If a viable partnership or project could not be found, the Li family would inevitably face decline. Brother, what were you just discussing? Li Anren inquired curiously as she approached. What concern is it of yours being a girl? Li Hao replied irritably before turning to leave. Li Anren's expression darkened. Her brother did not regard her as a true sister. Ultimately, she felt like nothing more than a pawn in a marriage arrangement. She had overheard her parents discussing plans to marry her off to the son of a nouveau riche family, a prospect she despised. Since her teenage years, she had aspired to forge a better future for herself. Her goal was Jiang Bo, yet he remained oblivious to her feelings. She realized that if things continued this way, she would inevitably be sacrificed in a marriage arrangement. Fully aware of her family's recent circumstances, she understood that a union might soon be demanded of her. With a troubled expression, Li Anren returned to her tent, retrieving an item from her bag. She had impulsively purchased this medication, initially believing she would never muster the courage to use it. However, tonight presented a prime opportunity, with many from their circle present. Most had gone up the mountain to stargaze, leaving only a few in the camp. Jiang Bo and Cheng Er had gone out to have fun, while Yin Zhizhi, clad in her nightgown, found herself unable to sleep. Venturing outside, she noticed Jiang Yin's tent pitched beside hers. Jiang Yin, she called, and he emerged, still dressed in the same clothes he had worn upon arrival, indicating he was not yet ready for rest. As Jiang Yin emerged, he was immediately greeted by the sight of a pair of snow-white legs adorned in a nightgown worn by Yin Zhizhi. What is the matter? Are you able to sleep? I find myself rather restless, he inquired. Yin Zhizhi approached him, asking, May I take a look inside your tent? Of course, he replied. However, instead of merely peering inside, Yin Zhizhi stepped into the tent directly. Your tent is quite warm. It feels even cozier than mine, she remarked. Though they were in identical tents, Jiang Yin remained silent, his mind racing with various conjectures. After all, her entering his tent clad in sleepwear felt exceedingly intimate. While her presence in Jiang Bo's tent could be rationalized, her closeness to him brought him an undeniable sense of joy. He relished her actions, hoping she would be even more affectionate towards him than she was with Jiang Bo. Zhizhi, he attempted to call her name. They just provided me with 2 thin quilts, so I'm not cold. If you're feeling chilly, you could take one to cover yourself. You have 2 quilts? They treat you rather well. Yet there still seems to be some lingering resentment. Jiang Yin, have you ever considered clearing your name? The stigma of being a bastard is quite unpleasant. People tend to despise such children, born from affairs that disrupt families. Strictly speaking, Jiang Yin does not fit that description, yet he bears the burden of such a title, which is rather disheartening. We are all young. If we could put aside our grievances, we could very well enjoy each other's company. Jiang Bo, unaware of the truth, could accept Jiang Yin. So what are the others? Clear my name? He echoed. Indeed, one cannot remain labeled a bastard forever, living under the shadow of misunderstanding and contempt. I don't care about these things, Jiang Yin replied earnestly, for he had never desired to integrate into this social circle, and thus he remained indifferent to others' opinions. Upon hearing his words, Yin Zhizhi finally grasped the situation. The memories of the original owner revealed that Jiang Yin had never explained his birth. Behind closed doors, he was looked down upon, referred to as a bastard. It was only after he ascended to power in the Jiang family that such whispers diminished. Yet the label of bastard remained a part of his past. Indifference is one thing, the title is another. Reputation holds great significance. Jiang Yin contemplated for a moment, gazing at her intently. Do you wish for me to clarify the situation? If that is your desire, I shall do so. Desire? Clarifying would indeed bring you numerous benefits. You would gain acceptance and recognition, free from unfriendly glances. Once Jiang Bo learns the truth, he would no longer ostracize you. While he does not exclude you now, the revelation would compel him to call you older brother, and that is quite amusing, she chuckled, unable to suppress her smile. A warm light flickered in Jiang Yan's eyes as he smiled back. That does sound rather delightful. Just imagining Jiang Bo's expression upon realizing he must address you as older brother makes me chuckle. For the past few months, I have refrained from calling him older brother. Is this your last bit of stubbornness as the elder brother? She understood Jiang Yan's nature. He was not one to easily concede. He had never referred to Jiang Guahao as father, nor had he ever called Jiang Bo older brother. The two sat within the confines of the tent, engaged in their conversation. Yin Zhizhi sat upon Jiang Yan's sleeping bag, while Jiang Yan, cross-legged beside her, appeared akin to a university student in his shirt, having shed his suit jacket. The two engaged in delightful conversation, transitioning from the topic of Jiang Yan's reputation rehabilitation to the recent competitive projects among various companies, ultimately arriving at Yin Zhizhi's aspiration to invest in a game. Jiang Yin was taken aback to learn that the venture she wished to fund was, in fact, his own game studio. I have heard that the studio's review process is quite intricate. I wonder if I will succeed in my investment, Yin Zhizhi remarked. She noted that there were many interested in investing in the game, which was already completed and currently in internal testing, suggesting that it might be too late to invest at this juncture. Jiang Yin, with a profound gaze, seemed lost in thought. After a few moments, he replied, I have a friend who works at that studio. I can inquire about some insider information for you. You have a friend there? That's splendid. I would greatly appreciate your assistance, she responded, her joy palpable. Jiang Yin felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, nearly agreeing to the investment on the spot. He made a concerted effort to steady his emotions. Remain composed. One must adhere to proper procedures and not appear overly eager. After an extensive conversation, fatigue began to settle in, and she exhibited signs of weariness. Jiang Yin inquired, Are you feeling tired? A bit, she admitted. It is quite late. Do you need to return to the city tomorrow? Jiang Yin had to leave early for work, and as Yin Zhizhi exited his tent, she spotted Li Anren lurking near her own. Sensing something amiss, she asked, What are you doing standing there? Nothing. Is it forbidden for anyone to stand by your tent? Li Anren responded, feigning nonchalance. It's late, and I require rest. Please keep your distance from my tent, Yin Zhizhi insisted, recalling the previous incident that had soured their relationship after being confined in the basement. Typically, Li Anren would have retorted further, but feeling guilty, she hurriedly departed. As Yin Zhizhi observed her retreating figure, an unsettling feeling crept over her. She unzipped her tent to peek inside and sniff the air. It seemed all was well. Adjacent to her was Jiang Bo's tent, which remained unoccupied as he was still stargazing on the mountain. Given Lianren's usual attentiveness towards Jiangbo, Yin Zhizhi decided to inspect his tent as well. Upon doing so, she discovered something significant. The moment she unzipped the tent, a peculiar fragrance wafted out. Although her essence had entered a human form, she retained the heightened senses of her previous existence, allowing her to detect aromas imperceptible to ordinary humans. Upon catching the scent, she instinctively covered her mouth and nose. There were drugs inside. Without needing to discern further, she understood precisely what it was. Jiangbo could not remain in this tent. Standing still for a moment, a thought flashed through her mind. Yin Zhizhi turned to seek out Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin? The tent's zipper was pulled from the inside, and Jiang Yin stepped out. "What is the matter?" he inquired. He was clad in long trousers, yet the buttons of his shirt were all undone, revealing the contours of his abdomen. What magnificent physique! Yin Zhizhi glanced at him. "Jiangbo's tent is uninhabitable. Someone has drugged it." "How do you know? Are you all right?" Jiang Yin noticed her cheeks were slightly flushed. "I'm fine. I managed to hold my breath just in time. Jiangbo hasn't returned yet, but I saw Lianren sneaking around, which lead me to believe she is responsible." "What do you intend to do?" Yin Zhizhi pondered for a moment. "We definitely cannot allow Jiangbo to stay in that tent. Let us drive up the mountain to find him, bring several tents and blankets, and seek another camping spot, ensuring we are not together with them." Jiang Yin understood her concern that something might happen to Jiangbo during the night. He quite liked the idea of the three of them staying elsewhere. If it were just the two of them, it would be even better, though such thoughts remained unvoiced. After a quick tidying up, Jiang Yin headed to the car. The road led directly to the mountaintop viewpoint for stargazing, making it exceedingly convenient without the need for a single step on foot. Inside the car, Jiang Yin observed Yin Zhizhi, who gazed pensively out the window. "Are you worried about Jiangbo?" he asked. "Not overly so. Jiangbo is not foolish, just surprised that someone would resort to such underhanded tactics. It's rather despicable. The Li family has been on the decline lately, and it's easy to imagine Lianren harboring such thoughts and motives," Jiang Yin analyzed. "I believe that being at a disadvantage does not justify using such means. In fact, I admire you, for to me, your life seems to be one of adversity. Yet you persevere. I appreciate individuals like you." The simple and straightforward compliments, admiration, appreciation, affection, were all present. Jiang Yin's heart raced. He could hear his own heartbeat. If someone else had praised him in such a manner, he would not have reacted so intensely, but it was precisely the person he yearned for who was doing so. The feeling of being acknowledged by someone he cherished was exquisite. "I am delighted to receive your recognition, Zhizhi. I admire and like you as well. You do not view me through a tainted lens like others do." When Jiang Yin uttered those 4 words of admiration and affection, he conveyed a deeper meaning within his heart, though he knew she could not perceive it. The sensation of confessing his feelings was delightful. Yet it was perhaps fortunate that she remained oblivious. This distance alone filled him with immense joy. The feeling of unrequited love is not bitter. Anyone who has harbored such feelings knows that it is, in fact, beautiful. Yin Zhizhi turned back and smiled, saying, "Have you considered that I don't need to look at you through a distorted lens? Perhaps it's because I overheard your background that day in the garden. Why dwell on such thoughts? I simply trust my feelings. You make me feel very comfortable." In an instant, both shared a knowing smile. Yin Zhizhi glanced at the blankets on the back seat. "You should inform Jiangbo about the drugs in the tent. Do you not fear that he might cause a scene?" "Not at all. Although Jiangbo appears easily provoked, he seldom stirs trouble when faced with real issues. Do remind him to remain vigilant. If Lianren has struck once, she may well do so again. We cannot always be there to assist Jiangbo. He must learn to be cautious himself." Jiang Yin tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his gaze darkening and his tone turning somber. "I envy the bond you two share." Yin Zhizhi turned to observe his crestfallen expression and leaned closer, smiling as she said, "Do you truly believe our relationship is poor? I consider you an important person, yet you think otherwise." If one were to reflect carefully on Yin Zhizhi's words from earlier that evening, it would become apparent that she was subtly drawing closer and hinting at intimacy. However, Jiang Yin was oblivious to this. The mention of being an important person had left him dazed. What began as Jiang Yan's disappointment had now turned into Yin Zhizi's playful retort. Of course not. Our relationship is quite good. Merely good? You hold significant importance to me as well. Unconsciously, he uttered this under her influence. Instantly, the atmosphere within the car shifted to one of subtle tension, igniting the previously mundane air. Jiang Yan only then realized the implications of his words. At the stargazing platform, late at night, while others had descended for camping, 3 tents remained atop the mountain. That night, the trio found it difficult to sleep. Jiang Bo was aware that his tent had been tampered with, leaving him agitated and disgusted. Jiang Yan, too, was restless, unable to sleep as thoughts of his own spoken words replayed in his mind. Yin Zhizhi awaited the system, and just before dawn, it finally appeared. Yin Zhizhi yawned, her eyes misty. System, you need not bid me good night. Soon you may wish me good morning. Bali Xiao San, upon appearing, was met with her complaints. I told you not to wait for me. I may not be here every night. I simply wanted to wait for you. Fatigued, yet determined, she spoke to it. Her voice soft and slightly hoarse, a sound that was undeniably alluring. Bali Xiao San regarded Yin Zhizi's face, recognizing that such a host was indeed well suited for captivating others, exuding an inherent charm to attract males. Bali Xiao San averted his gaze. Good night. You may sleep upon hearing my voice. I shall not sleep. I must rise soon to return home. Indeed, dawn approaches, and soon the male lead will awaken. A sense of unnamed agitation stirred within by Li Xiao San. System, Jiang Yan expressed his admiration and affection for me, declaring that I am significant in his heart. Oh, have you established a romantic relationship then? Such sentiments typically arise only after solidifying a bond. Not all. Li Xiao San's expression darkened. To utter such words without a defined relationship? What a cad. Merely fishing for your attention. I have reciprocated those sentiments as well. Yin Zhizhi chuckled. Why am I not labeled a femme fatale? I too am fishing for him. Chapter 80. The illegitimate child of a noble family. Something seems off. 26. Originally, Yin Zhizhi was utterly exhausted, yet she suddenly felt invigorated. System, could you please refrain from being silent? After an extended pause, she began to think that the system might not respond. Just then, a melodious, youthful voice emerged. Fishing well. The strategy system host should be this way. Yin Zhizhi nearly thought she had misheard, blinking several times. System, you are quite double standard. Good night. Bali Xiao San had no desire to converse further. The dawn was approaching. What good was saying good night when she wouldn't sleep? Bali Xiao San helplessly replied, Then you may continue to stay awake. I must retire for the night. No, you just come out for a short while. System, please stay and chat with me. I'm not a chat companion. You've already told me that at least 10 times, yet every time I speak to you, you still respond. I answer you out of the service nature of the system. Then continue to serve me, dear system. Yin Zhizhi turned over, wedging the blanket between her legs, lying on her side. The white-clad youth within the red space paused momentarily. What would you have me discuss with you? She was quite familiar with the various aspects of this world's plot. It seemed there was little to converse about. Talk about yourself. Discuss work matters? What is there to talk about? Bali Xiao San lazily reclined. This lounge chair, purchased with hundreds of thousands of points, was indeed comfortable. It preferred lounging over standing or sitting. What about you? System, do you truly lack a name? Perhaps you have a code? A high-level robot, like you, should have a production serial number akin to those in sci-fi movies. I am quite curious about your serial number. I could call you by it. System feels rather distant. She wished to bridge the gap between them. Bali Xiao San had imparted a wealth of knowledge to Yin Zhizhi, yet this knowledge was confined to the 3,000 worlds. The cultural thought of this world encompassed more than just the 3,000. Outside of it lay a parallel realm known as the space station. Bali Xiao San hailed from the space station. The space station was not part of the 3,000 worlds. It served as their guardian. Daily, it deployed countless systems into the 3,000 worlds to maintain data balance. Bali Xiao San was among those deployed, but it was a special grade system, the chief system for specialized development. It bore no serial number. Only a name, Bali Xiao San. I do not have a serial number. Ah, neither a serial number nor a name? System, how about I give you a name? You call me Zhizhi, and I wish to call you by your name as well. Thus, we would have endearing names for each other. Cough, cough. Bali Shaosan was caught off guard and sat up. Endearing names are not used in such a manner. What is wrong with endearing names between a host and a system? Yin Zhizhi innocently inquired. Bailey Shaosan suddenly comprehended that affectionate nicknames are not merely limited descriptors. They can also encapsulate the intimate addresses shared among family and friends. System, what characters do you prefer? Allow me to bestow upon you a name that incorporates your favorite elements. I have no preferences. Please refrain from naming me. Bailey Shaosan harbored doubts about Yin Zhizhi's taste. What if she conjured an unappealing name? System, system, system. If you persist, I shall mute your voice, she retorted. As dawn approached, she advised, get some rest. Oomph. Yin Zhizhi withdrew her legs into the warmth of the quilt, cocooning herself snugly, leaving not even a strand of hair exposed. Are you upset? Bailey Shaosan experienced a headache. It had never encountered such a host. Previously, it had been a system of a different attribute, communicating minimally with its hosts, merely issuing tasks in a mechanical tone. However, after being recalled to the space station and undergoing program modifications, it transformed into its current task-oriented form. Yin Zhizhi was its first host post-transformation, necessitating an unprecedented level of interaction. In the past, the hosts executed tasks independently. Now, they collaborated. Yin Zhizhi, Bailey Shaosan called softly. Yin Zhizhi remained motionless under the quilt. Still vexed, Bailey Shaosan directed its display to the quilt's interior, observing Yin Zhizhi seemingly asleep beneath the covers. Are you going to sleep? Yin Zhizhi's eyelashes fluttered, clearly feigning slumber. A demon and a system lingered in silence. As dawn neared, Bailey Shaosan discerned that Yin Zhizhi had merely kept her eyes closed, not genuinely asleep. So you're still angry? Just as Bailey Shaosan opened its mouth to speak, an overwhelming wave of fatigue engulfed it. The world's male lead was awakening. No. Yin Zhizhi, I am calling. The youth's voice abruptly ceased. Yin Zhizhi opened her eyes, a look of confusion crossing her face. System, what were you just saying? What did you call me? Were you about to reveal your name? A profound silence ensued. The bewilderment in Yin Zhizhi's expression dissipated, replaced by a fleeting glimmer of disappointment before she closed her eyes once more, slipping back into slumber. At the break of day, all three bore the weight of dark circles under their eyes. Jiang Yin donned yesterday's suit, now creased, eager to return and change into formal attire before heading to the office. Jiang Bo yawned. Last night's events left me nauseated. I couldn't sleep a wink. Zhizhi, why do you have such severe dark circles? The tent was uncomfortable. I simply couldn't rest. It was indeed rather uncomfortable. I had hoped to linger here for a couple more days, but alas, let us return and catch up on sleep. Jiang Bo rummaged through the tent until he found his car keys. Jiang Bo, are you heading back today? Jiang Yin inquired. Jiang Bo replied with a calm demeanor. I shall not return. I will go back when I feel the desire to do so. You are not a minor. Do not resort to such evasive tactics when faced with challenges. Whom are you addressing with that tone? Am I your elder brother, or are you mine? Huh. Yin Zhizhi could not suppress her laughter. If the conversation continued in this manner, it would likely escalate into an argument. And the sudden eruption of laughter from Yin Zhizhi caught everyone off guard. Jiang Bo glanced at the beaming Yin Zhizhi. My apologies, I did not intend to laugh. I merely wished to prevent any quarrel between you two. You seem to harmonize so well. After all, you are brothers, so let's not bicker. I have no intention of arguing with him. It would be beneath me. Jiang Yin interjected, come back home. If you stay out, others might think I've forced you out. There have been whispers around the company suggesting you've fallen from grace. Who dares to say I've been ousted? What nonsense! Where do these rumors even originate? Yang Boritorti Tengredi. I can already imagine the script they are concocting, portraying me as a stray dog. Are they going to claim I've been thrown out by my father as well? Today, I am returning home. I will reside there daily. I still need to go to the office. Zhizhi, you may take my car home. I will ride with Jiang Yin to the company. I'm going to the office today. Jiang Yin, once we arrive, walk behind me and call me manager loudly, understood? Jiang Yin, Yin Zhizhi, this foolish boy. Jiang Bo is not one to jest. He means every word he says. A set of car keys was thrust into Yin Zhizi's hands, and like a bandit, Jiang Bo commandeered Jiang Yin's seat, insisting on being driven to the office. It was both exasperating and amusing. Thus, the two vehicles indeed descended together. Yin Zhizhi had initially planned to watch a play, but after a sleepless night and an early morning drive back to the city, she was too fatigued and decided that a beauty sleep was of paramount importance. Today, a remarkable phenomenon occurred at Jiang's company. It was deemed remarkable because, to everyone's astonishment, the two young masters, who were previously at odds, appeared in perfect harmony within the office. They walked side by side, with the elder occasionally turning to engage the younger in conversation. Though the latter's expressions were few, he did respond. They entered the company together and boarded the same elevator. Their rapport seemed commendable. Wasn't it said that the two had quarreled? Wasn't it rumored that the elder had resigned? Hadn't it been claimed that he was expelled from his home? Inside the elevator, Jiang Bo grew irate. I told you to walk behind me. Just now. You failed to call me manager. That was intentional, wasn't it? Jiang Yin replied. You were moving too slowly. I inadvertently mashed your pace. All right. Then why didn't you address me as manager? How you explain that? Jiang Bo retorted. I have been promoted. To the chief executive officer of the entire bidding project. Jiang Yin's position far surpassed that of Jiang Bo, the idle manager. Yin Zhizhi was jolted awake by the vibration of her phone. Someone was calling. Groggily, she reached for her phone and saw it was a girl from the socialite circle. Someone she often mingled with at gatherings. Hello, Zhizhi. Something major has happened. The young lady wore an expression of incredulous astonishment. What happened? Did you descend the mountain early this morning and not notice? It was simply shocking, Li Anren engaging in such activities at the campsite, and in the tent of young master, Jiang no less. Yin Zhizhi, regaining her composure, began to grasp the unfolding situation. The tent belonging to Jiang Bo, equipped with medicine, had remained untouched. Who is that man? She inquired. I am not familiar with him. He was summoned by that group of boys. But surely he is not as affluent as Li Anren's family. Everyone was astonished this morning, and it dawned on me that you did not spend the night at the campsite. That young man mistakenly entered young Master Zhang's tent. This is undoubtedly the most bizarre incident I have encountered this year. It feels utterly peculiar. In any case, Li Anren has suffered a social demise. The entirety of the camping crowd consists of the affluent second generation from a city, and now that her actions are known to all, her reputation is utterly tarnished. Yin Zhizhi had not anticipated such a turn of events. One can only say she is reaping what she has sown. Good night, she added, sway. Continue with your endeavors over there. Do not wait. Rise early to observe. A small, broken bowl chimed. Ding, ding, ding. Sway wishes to generate love and desires small gifts. Chapter 81. The illegitimate child of a wealthy family. Something is amiss. 27. Li Anren unexpectedly found herself entangled with someone. A situation she could not possibly articulate, even if she had 10 mouths. Moreover, this incident spread throughout the circle within a mere day, reaching even the ears of the Li family. Li Anren was taken back home and confined. A tempest ensued. After work, Jiang Bo still chose to stay at Yin Zhizhi's residence. His reluctance to return home stemmed not from Jiang Yin, but rather from his father. Jiang Bo felt there was no significant discord between himself and Jiang Yin. Rather, it was an unspoken conflict with his father. Jiang's mother had been traveling for several months, and if she were to learn that he had not returned home, it was uncertain whether she would rush back immediately. Yin Zhizhi handed Jiang Bo a drink. Not only had Jiang Bo chosen not to return home, but Jiang Yin had also arrived at her house. In this conversation, Jiang Yin opted for silence. Listening to their exchanges, Jiang Bo sighed. My mother has never liked my father. Such is the nature of a marriage born of alliance. If they were to divorce, I would not be surprised. They will not divorce, but it seems my mother will not be returning home either. Yin Zhizhi, drawing from the original owner's memories, recognized that Jiang Bo's mother was a formidable woman, one who could not tolerate the notion of her husband silently bringing home such a large child. She also feared being ridiculed by other women for having a child born out of wedlock enter the household, which is why she chose to embark on her travels. Jiang Yin remarked, Once the bidding project is completed, I will move out. I do not favor that house. I possess my own property. He had not intended to involve himself in these matters, yet unexpectedly found acceptance from Jiang Bo. Jiang Bo turned his head. What do you mean by moving out? You, a freshly graduated university student, are rather impoverished. Your property is not some dilapidated place in the old district, is it? Certainly not. Let us not discuss this further. As long as you two do not quarrel, nothing could disrupt your lives. Yin Zhizhi interjected appropriately. I have heard that the Li family is planning a marriage alliance, with Lianren set to wed that man. Jiang Bo, suddenly intrigued, remarked, "It's fortunate that Zhizhi noticed something amiss. Otherwise, I might have been the one forced into marriage. I am not ready to settle down just yet, and the thought of her schemes is utterly revolting. I shall forever bear the scars of this experience." Jiang Yin cautioned, "Be mindful. Without Lianren, there may very well be others. Not every situation can be uncovered by Zhizhi." I acknowledged, "I shall certainly be vigilant in the future, for I, Jiang Deshao, am quite the prize." Yin Zhizhi scoffed. "A prize? You seem rather proud of that." Upon returning, Yin Mu found the trio engrossed in a game in the living room. It was not surprising to see Jiang Bo and Zhizhi playing, but Jiang Yin, dressed in formal attire, was also participating. "I'm trapped. Come save me," Zhizhi exclaimed, exhausted and dropping her game console. Leaning back, she miscalculated and ended up sliding against Jiang Yin's shoulder. He stiffened momentarily before relaxing, saying, "Stay still. I'll come to your rescue." "All right," she replied, remaining there, intently focused on the game. Jiang Bo was engaged in a fierce battle, declaring, "Wait, once I finish this, I'll join you." The three of them shared a harmonious moment. Yin Mu observed their positions and the distance between them, adjusting his glasses slightly, and spoke. "So you're all here. Why not stay for dinner? Is there anything you particularly enjoy? I'll ask the aunt to prepare it." Zhizhi turned to her brother. "They'll all be staying here tonight, and likely for several days. The aunt knows what Jiang Bo likes, and Jiang Yin prefers steamed base. He has a taste for lighter flavors." "Jiang Yin, how did you end up hitting the wall?" Jiang Bo rushed over to find Jiang Yin indeed colliding with the wall. Jiang Yin replied nonchalantly, "I pressed the wrong button. With Zhizhi's parents away on a business trip, it was just the young ones for dinner." As Zhizhi took her seat, Jiang Yin immediately pulled out the chair beside her. Observing this, Jiang Bo chose to sit on the opposite side, next to Yin Mu. "Jiang Yin, I've heard you are in charge of your company's bidding project?" Yin Mu inquired. "Indeed, I have full responsibility," Jiang Yin responded. "Having competed for so many years, I have a good understanding of your company's work team, and I believe my chances are quite favorable. However, I know very little about you," Yin Mu said with a smile. Jiang Yin humbly replied, "Brother Yin, your successful bidding cases are numerous, and I feel quite pressured this time. You graduated from university, a top student, and you're only a few years younger than I. I eagerly await your proposal." Yin Mu remarked. That night, Jiang Yin could not indulge in games as Jiang Bo and Zhizhi did. He had work to attend to. However, instead of retreating to his room, he took a seat on the sofa with his laptop, occasionally glancing at their gameplay. At 10 o'clock, Yin Mu emerged from his study. As he descended the stairs for water, he was met with this scene, leaving him in deep contemplation, especially during dinner. It became evident that Jiang Yin frequently observed Zhizhi. They all treated her with kindness. However, Jiang Bo was the boisterous type, while Jiang Yin exhibited a more cautious and concealed demeanor. Is this indicative of his personality? Yet it seems not. Yin Mu, confused, reminded them to retire early as he ascended the stairs. At 11 o'clock, the three finally returned to their rooms to rest. Upon entering his room, Jiang Yin realized he had forgotten his charging cable downstairs. He descended to retrieve it and unexpectedly encountered Yin Mu emerging from the study. "Brother Yin, why are you still awake at this hour?" Jiang Yin inquired. Yin Mu, adjusting his glasses, replied, "Those involved in this bidding process have been unable to sleep before midnight lately." "Indeed, but Brother Yin should also remember to take care of himself." Jiang Yin, a man of great courtesy, responded, "You are quite right." Yin Mu chuckled lightly. "Are you busy at the moment? Would you like to join me for a drink downstairs?" Jiang Yin still had some matters to attend to, yet he acquiesced, sure. The two gentlemen found themselves at the bar late at night, engaging in conversation over drinks. With the presence of a bar in the home, It was apparent that Yin Mu was quite adept at selecting and mixing beverages. Jiang Yin began to converse in a manner that catered to Yin Mu's interests, and their dialogue flowed seamlessly. Xiao Yin, seeing how well you get along with Zhizhi and Jiang Bo puts me at ease. Zhizhi hasn't he caused you any trouble, has she? Yin Mu suddenly inquired. Not at all. Zhizhi is not that sort of person. She has treated me very well and even helped to mediate the relationship between Jiang Bo and me. At the mention of Yin Zhizhi, a softness enveloped Jiang Yan's features. Yin Mu felt a sense of validation regarding his speculation. Xiao Yan, what kind of person do you believe Zhizhi to be? This question appeared simple, yet was rather complex to answer. Jiang Yin recognized that Yin Mu had indeed been waiting to engage him in conversation over drinks, and the true purpose of this discussion had now emerged. Jiang Yin did not deliberately conceal anything, stating, Zhizhi is a perceptive individual. She does not easily harbor prejudices against others. Moreover, she possesses a warm disposition, treating people with kindness and sincerity. Yin Mu nodded slightly, appreciating the authenticity and high regard in Jiang Yan's assessment. He could practically ascertain that Jiang Yin harbored feelings for his sister, though the depth of those feelings remained elusive. It is getting late. You have work at the company tomorrow, so you should rest early, Yin Mu suggested. You too, Brother Yin, Jiang Yin replied. After returning to his room, Jiang Yin exhaled in relief, reflecting on the words he had just spoken, reassured that nothing had been amiss. While he dared not entertain overly ambitious thoughts, he genuinely hoped to leave a favorable impression on Yin Zhizhi's elder brother. Li Hao scrutinized the proposal in his hands. While it was commendable, it lacked a distinctive flair. Such a proposal would not guarantee victory in a bidding war. You expect me to invest $1 million for this? Revise it. Mr. Li, time is of the essence, and there is no opportunity left to revise the proposal. We must present ourselves at the venue tomorrow. The more we discuss it, the more agitated Li Hao becomes, and his urgency escalates. This evening, everyone is required to work overtime, even if a new proposal cannot be devised. Enhancements to the existing one must be made. The office has been vacated by everyone, leaving Li Hao in a state of frustration. Seated in his chair, this is not acceptable. We cannot possibly compete with the Yin family, and I wonder how Jiang Yin is faring. These two are our most formidable rivals. If they abstain from the bidding, then perhaps there is a chance for us to secure that land. It is imperative to devise a strategy to prevent their participation in the bidding process. We must arrive at the venue by 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Early in the morning, Jiang Bo rises to prepare for his departure. He has been invited to partake in a car race. Yin Zhizhi, yawning, interjects, please do not go out. The smog today renders visibility in the mountains nearly non-existent. Today, the stakes are 100,000 per race. And since my father has withheld any pocket money during our Cold War, I find myself in need of funds. Typically, breakfast is a gathering of 4, but today, being the date of the bidding project, Yin Mu and Jiang Yin have already left for the company, leaving only the two of them at home. Yin Zhizhi intends to remain in bed. Zhizhi, come with me. They have asked me to bring you along. After the race, there will be a gathering for dinner. It is not unusual for everyone to play and dine together. I prefer to stay. I am tired and wish to wait for my brother and Jiang Yin to return to inquire who secured the project. We can celebrate with a lavish meal at home. There is no contradiction. We can have lunch together, race in the afternoon, and return in the evening to celebrate. I sincerely hope that Brother Yin wins the project. Yin Zhizhi chuckles. Why is that? Previously, you were upset with Jiang Yin and did not wish for his success. Now that your relationship has improved, why do you still not wish for him to succeed? In comparison, my relationship with Brother Yin is more amicable. Jiang Bo scoffs momentarily before asserting. Jiang Yin is merely a recent graduate. Although his alma mater is prestigious, Brother Yin is no slouch either. He studied at university ranked among the top 3 in the world. With Brother Yin's years of management experience, there is no way he could be inferior to Jiang Yin. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. If Yin Zhizhi were unaware of the script, she might even think that Yin Mu would win the bid. However, this narrative is designed to showcase the protagonist's brilliance, and within the plot, it is indeed Jiang Yin who emerges victorious. What expression is that? Zhizhi, are you not confident in stating that your own brother can secure the project? I am not expressing any bias. I simply prefer not to jump to conclusions before events unfold. Let us wager 10,000 yuan. I bet on Brother Yin's victory. 10,000 is rather modest for a wager. Very well, let it be a playful bet. I shall wager on Jiang Yin. Jiang Bo smirks. You certainly exhibit a bias. It has been quite evident that you treat Jiang Yin with more favor than me lately. Since you are betting on my brother, I have no choice but to wager on Jiang Yin. How is that indicative of bias? Zhizhi, will you accompany me to the race? All right. Yin Zhizhi had grown weary of debating with him. Jiang Bo was destined to lose, as she was well aware of the unfolding narrative, which brought her amusement. At the company, Jiang Yin entered the meeting room to finalize the proposal. After the meeting concluded, several individuals descended the stairs to find a vehicle awaiting them, ready to transport them to the bidding event. Jiang Yin reclined in the back seat of the car, closing his eyes to rest. Having scarcely slept the previous night and having risen early for work. Mr. Jiang, we have half an hour until we reach the venue. You may take a moment to rest. I will notify you upon our arrival, his assistant remarked. Jiang Yin replied, continuing to rest his eyes. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Jiang Bo. What would he want? As soon as he answered, a scream pierced through the line. Jiang Yin's expression shifted. Who are you? Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I wish to inform you, young Master Jiang, that should your team appear at the bidding event, you will witness the body of Jiang de Xiao tonight. Given how much Mr. Jiang cherishes his eldest son, I trust he will not hold you accountable for withdrawing from this bidding. However, should you allow your pursuit of this bid to result in Jiang de Xiao's demise, I am certain Mr. Jiang will ensure you are promptly dismissed. The voice of the assailant was hoarse, reminiscent of someone who had endured countless hardships. Incapable of such a threatening act, undoubtedly a desperate individual. Jiang Yin gripped his phone in silence. Little Jiang, you must be on your way to the venue now. Correct? I implore you not to go. The moment you appear, we will execute Jiang Bo. As the assailant spoke, it seemed he kicked Jiang Bo, who immediately emitted a cry of pain. Jiang Bo. Suddenly, a woman's voice called out his name over the phone. Though her voice was faint and drowned out by Jiang Bo's cries, Jiang Yin recognized her immediately. His tone shifted dramatically. Who else have you kidnapped? Oh, how perceptive you are, young Master Jiang. We have also taken Miss Yin. I wonder what your relationship with her is, but I'm certain you are acquainted. Do not harm them. The consequences will be dire. Jiang Yin's voice turned frigid. We have no intention of causing harm. We merely wish for them to sit for a while. As long as you refrain from attending the venue, everything is negotiable. Do not entertain any false hopes. The moment your team appears, we will execute the plan. And remember, do not contact the authorities. The assailant abruptly ended the call. Though the assistant could not hear the conversation, he noticed Jiang Yin suddenly open his eyes, and the fragmented words he uttered indicated that something was amiss. Mr. Jiang, what has happened? Pull over, Jiang Yin commanded. Although the assistant was puzzled, he obediently instructed the driver to stop the car at the roadside. Mr. Jiang, it is already 2 o'clock, and it will take half an hour to arrive. We must not linger here too long. As the team is expected to gather at 3 o'clock for the bidding, the assistant urged. Follow my instructions. If anything goes awry, I will bear the responsibility. Jiang Yin replied coolly. Jiang Yin stepped aside, holding his phone to call Yin Mu. Upon connection, Yin Mu inquired, You received the call as well, didn't you? Jiang Bo has been kidnapped. Jiang Yan's eyes flickered with a fierce glint. It appeared that Zhizhi had also fallen victim to the same fate. Yin Mu, filled with urgency, expressed his frustration. Who would resort to such underhanded tactics? Instead of engaging in fair competition, they prefer these despicable methods. What kind of cutthroat business battles haven't we witnessed? There are deep-seated traps, as well as blatant violations of legal boundaries. Such actions are the most direct and terrifying. Yin Mu continued, It must be the competitors. They are undoubtedly at the venue now. The moment we appear, Jiang Bo and Zhizhi will be in jeopardy. We must alert the authorities. I have already notified the police, Jiang Yin responded. Brother Yin, you need to wait near the venue for my call. In an instant, Yin Mu grasped his intent. They could not appear at the venue, but could remain in its vicinity. If news of Jiang Bo and Yin Zhizhi's rescue emerged, they could swiftly enter the venue. I have lost my competitive spirit. My only desire is for my sister's safety, Yin declared, contemplating abandoning the competition. Brother Yin, giving up means allowing them to succeed. You have no leads. Your presence there would be futile. Stay nearby and await my news. Yin chuckled wryly. You two lack any leads. Your presence would be equally unhelpful. Why not join me near the venue? Have you truly given up? Yes, I have relinquished my pursuit. Although I currently possess no clues or updates, I must seek them out. Brother Yin, rest assured, I will exert every effort, and I will inform you at the earliest opportunity once Zhizhi is safe. This was not a time for idle chatter, and Yin swiftly made a decision. All right, if you trust me, send me your proposal, and I will take it along to wait outside the venue. Indeed, that is an excellent idea. Jiang Yin forwarded his company's proposal to Yin, placing his faith in him. Meanwhile, the bewildered employees, having been abruptly halted, grew anxious. President Jiang, if we do not head to the venue soon, it will be too late. Why have you ordered us to stop? Another chimed in, President Jiang. The chairman is inquiring about our whereabouts. Jiang Yin replied succinctly, we cannot go to the venue. Jiang Bo has been kidnapped. No one from our team can appear there. With just a few words, the employees, seasoned experts well-versed in numerous bidding projects, swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Several of them appeared visibly shaken. What do we do now, President Jiang? I will personally explain the situation to the board. You are to remain here and absolutely must not go to the venue. After delivering this directive, Jiang Yin grabbed his laptop and turned to leave. Crossing a street, he spotted a Qian waiting for him. Jiang Yin opened the door and entered the vehicle. Brother Jiang, you called me here in such haste. Thankfully, I was nearby. Where are we headed? Jiang Yin settled into the back seat and quickly opened his laptop to search for information. The younger brother observed the tense expression on his face as his fingers swiftly danced across the computer keyboard. Realizing that something significant might be unfolding, he silently awaited his words. Jiang Yin had traced the location of the recent phone call to an abandoned car lot on the outskirts of the eastern city. Very well. Jiang Yin transmitted this information to the police. Shortly thereafter, a call came in from the authorities. Mr. Jiang, do you intend to proceed to the scene now? Yes. We have just confirmed that this location indeed corresponds to where the call originated. The police were almost simultaneously on site, astonished that Jiang Yin had managed to ascertain the location ahead of them, leaving them curious about his method of discovery. Mr. Jiang, you are closer to the site and may arrive there sooner. Please remain calm and do not act independently. Our elite officers will be arriving shortly. Thank you, please expedite. After hanging up, Jiang Yin turned to the younger brother, instructing, drive faster, take the elevated road. Understood. The younger brother sensed the urgency of the situation. The Qian ascended the elevated road, which lacked traffic signals and congestion. Given the proximity, they reached the outskirts in just over 20 minutes. The Eastern District was a vast expanse of deserted electronics factories and car lots, desolate in appearance. Initially, the road was sandy, kicking up dust as they drove, but it soon transitioned to grassland, the vehicle crushing the foliage beneath it. The condition of the road steadily deteriorated until it was nearly invisible. The Qian came to a halt. Brother Jiang, the navigation indicates that we can go no further. The road ahead is obstructed by grass, and the vehicle cannot proceed. Jiang Yin opened the car door and stepped out. Where are you going? Stay put, do not follow, and do not speak. With that, Jiang Yin departed. The younger brother wished to follow but feared causing trouble for Jiang Yin, so he remained behind. Is it rough? Good night. Oh no, I forgot to knock on my small, shabby bowl. Bring out my ancestral antique bowl. Hurry up, let's watch the video. Click for love. A little gift would be even more delightful. May you always be adorable. Chapter 83. The illegitimate child of a wealthy family. Something seems amiss. 29. Within the abandoned car lot. Jiang Bo had sustained an arm injury and was bound to a chair, while Yin Zhizhi was merely tied at the hands, seated on the ground. Perhaps the assailants deemed the young lady of wealth to be harmless. The criminals had just finished a conversation with Jiang Yin and Yin. This was a tremendous windfall. They certainly intended to extort a significant sum afterward, for these two hailed from the upper echelons of society. The four assailants chuckled among themselves. The employer did not specify how we should proceed after this. He only instructed us to keep Mr. Jiang and Ms. Yin occupied. Are they not at our disposal? How much do you think we should extort? Several million? Brother, you're thinking too small. Then what amount do you propose? I've never encountered such matters. At least 50 million to start. 100 million. 100 million it is. Let us toast to our 100 million. One of them picked up a can of beer from the ground and offered it to his accomplice. It is better to refrain from drinking. Let us indulge in a hearty celebration once this task is accomplished. It is merely beer. After all, courage is often found in the depths of a bottle. We must contemplate our strategy for extortion. Jiang Bo's arm was grazed by a knife during his capture, and he had just been kicked by one of the assailants, causing blood to seep from his arm. Yin Zhizhi sat beside him on the ground, glancing up at Jiang Bo, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Jiang Bo was taken aback. How could Zhizhi still smile in such dire circumstances? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, his gaze fell upon her hands. She had freed herself. Why had she managed to do that? Yin Zhizhi feigned fear as she pressed against Jiang Bo, whispering, I've cut the ropes binding your feet. Stand up with all your strength, and the ropes will snap. All right, Jiang Bo replied. Yin Zhizhi moved quietly while the four bandits were engrossed in their grandiose plans, oblivious to the unfolding events. She glanced at the time on Jiang Bo's wristwatch. There was still time. As the assailants conferred, a phone suddenly rang. It was a call from their employer, likely inquiring about their progress. The speaker answered, a broad smile adorning his face as he assured, Rest assured, we have already made the call. The hostages are safely in our possession. They would not dare appear at the venue. Yes, regarding the subsequent deposit. The call ended. The group huddled closer, eager to hear the outcome. So, has the deposit arrived? One inquired. The remaining 1 million will be in our account after 3 o'clock. I still don't trust these wealthy individuals. The conversation was recorded, and he wouldn't dare deny it. Our leader is indeed clever. 1 million, can you imagine? What a foolish excitement. Kidnapping these two will yield us even more wealth. As the one holding the phone spoke, a stick suddenly struck him forcefully on the back of his head, causing his phone to clatter to the ground. Yin Zhizhi swiftly rolled over, snatching the phone and stowing it away, wielding a sturdy stick she had found in the abandoned factory. The sudden turn of events startled the assailants. Before they could comprehend how the heiress had managed to free herself, Yin Zhizhi swung the stick fiercely, her attacks seemingly chaotic yet landing precisely on target. Jiang Bo stood with determination, the ropes binding his feet snapping as he charged forward, toppling two of the assailants with a single, powerful motion. The chair he used as a weapon shattered under the impact. Seizing the moment, Yin Zhizhi struck the two incapacitated men with the stick, rendering them unconscious. Jiang Bo, slightly unsteady, was pulled along by Yin Zhizhi as they fled. She targeted their heads and legs specifically, ensuring they were incapacitated without losing speed. As she deftly unbound Jiang Bo, he, pale yet exhilarated, could not help but laugh. This is incredibly thrilling. Yin Zhizhi chuckled softly in response, choosing to remain silent. Two individuals deliberately veered into a dense thicket, avoiding the main road, gradually distancing themselves from two pursuing thugs. Jiang Bo could not help but mock. How unprofessional. Next time, when you attempt to abduct someone of my stature, do enlist a professional team, will you? These are merely petty thugs. Enough with the banter. Let us run further and find a place to hide, Yin Zhizhi urged, pulling him deeper into the foliage. Eventually, they reached a thicket, confident they had evaded their pursuers. Yin Zhizhi produced the phone she had just snatched. Aside from the brief moments of confrontation, she had been vigilant, ensuring the device did not go to sleep during their escape. Thankfully, it remained active. Jiang Bo and her phone had been confiscated by the assailants. Yin Zhizhi accessed the phone and input Yin Mu's number. He likely assumed it was a call from the kidnappers, as he answered swiftly with a cold tone, I can comply with any demands, just do not harm my sister. Brother, she responded, a sudden silence enveloping the conversation. Yin Zhizhi continued with a smile, it's me. There are only a few minutes left before the bidding commences. You must head to the venue immediately. Jiang Bo and I have escaped. We are safe. I seized the thug's phone, which they just used to contact their employer. It contains call logs and even recordings. Brother, you need to go to the bidding. Once you complete the project, There will be a second round waiting for you to investigate who orchestrated this. Her voice was not loud, yet every word was crystal clear. Laced with an undercurrent of anger, she was furious. No one relishes being kidnapped. As she left home that day, she sensed something amiss. She and Jiang Bo were being followed. Racing through the outskirts posed risks, so they did not take the chance and ended up being captured. By the time they were seized, Yin Zhizhi had surmised the motive behind their abduction. It was undoubtedly related to the bidding that day. Who could stoop to such despicable acts? She was uncertain of the perpetrator's identity, though several faces flitted through her mind. Resolutely, she decided to turn the tables and seize the opportunity to escape, as there was still time before the bidding began. Hearing his sister's voice eased Yin Mu's heart somewhat, though concern persisted. Where are you now? I have alerted the police. They are en route to the abandoned lot and should arrive in about 10 minutes. We are hiding in the woods adjacent to the lot, brother. Stop talking and tell me where you are. I'm waiting outside the venue for news. Jiang, Yin has gone to find you. Yin Zhizhi was taken aback. Jiang Yin had come? Initially surprised, she soon realized that this would alter the expected course of events. If Jiang Yin did not attend, how would the Jiang family handle the bidding? Brother, hurry to the venue. I am counting on you to help me seek vengeance. She urged him on. Yang Bodimarkt. Brother Yin, we escaped in a race against time, fearing you might miss the bidding. Jiang Yin cannot attend. At the very least, you must go. Yin smiled. All right. Do take care. The expansive abandoned car lot loomed large as Jiang Yin searched swiftly, finally spotting a van in a secluded corner. Cautiously, he entered, only to discover two unconscious individuals, alongside severed ropes and shattered chairs, with signs of a struggle evident. What on earth transpired? A palpable sense of panic gripped Jiang Yin as he scrutinized the footprints on the ground, hastening his pursuit. From a distance, he noticed an injured man searching for something, a knife clutched tightly in his hand. It was evident without a doubt that he was a thug. Jiang Yin unfastened his cufflinks and strode forward decisively. Who are you? This is no place for leisure. The thug, taken aback by Jiang Yin's imposing presence, hesitated. Jiang Yin swiftly kicked the knife from the man's grasp and landed a punch squarely on his face. We're the people you kidnapped. Chapter 84. The illegitimate child of a wealthy family. Something feels off. 30. The thug, dazed from a blow, finally realized that this fierce young man was there to rescue someone. Jiang Yin, oblivious to Yin Zhizhi and Jiang Bo spiraling into near panic, seized the man by his collar. Where have you imprisoned them? They escaped. What did they run to? I don't know. They knocked out my accomplice and fled into the woods. I searched for ages but couldn't find them. Jiang Yin's expression darkened as he knocked the man unconscious, then turned towards the direction the thug indicated the woods lay. Just then, his phone rang. It was Yin Mu calling. Brother Yin, Jiang Yin, Zhizhi and Jiang Bo have escaped. Don't worry too much. Where are you now? Are you hurrying back to the venue? With just over 20 minutes until the bidding commenced, it would be ideal if Jiang Yin could return, thwarting the schemes of those villainous individuals. Brother Yin, how do you know they've escaped? Did they inform you of their location? Jiang Yin pressed, focusing intently on the details. He had no intention of leaving. He had forfeited the bidding, only yearning to find them and witness their safety with his own eyes. Zhizhi snatched the thug's phone, and once safe, she called to inform me that they were hiding in the woods east of the abandoned car lot. All right, I understand. Jiang Yin, are you truly not planning to return? Brother Yin, aren't you bringing my plan? I won't be going back. Very well. Though Jiang Yan's voice appeared calm, Yin Mu could acutely sense his anxiety, a worry not directed at Jiang Bo, but rather for his own sister. Even having heard her declare her safety, Yin Mu remained uneasy. After all, he had not witnessed it firsthand. Yet, knowing Jiang Yin was so concerned for Zhizhi, so fervently striving to find her, eased Yin Mu's worries considerably. Yin Mu attentively perused the proposal that Jiang Yin had sent him, discerning its essence. He was determined to personally present this plan, exerting every effort to convey Jiang Yan's intended message comprehensively. Regardless of which party ultimately secured this collaboration, it would be a testament to the diligent pursuit of their endeavors. After Jiang Yin ended the call, he immediately dialed the kidnapper's number. Yin Mu had just mentioned that Zhizhi had obtained the kidnapper's phone. Alongside his concern, A flicker of discontent lingered within him. Why had she not contacted him immediately to assure him of her safety upon acquiring the phone? Yet, it was understandable. One side was a brother. In the woods, Zhizhi, this number must belong to Jiang Yan. Jiang Bo was unaware of Jiang Yan's number. Nor did Yin Zhizhi know it. The original owner had only memorized the numbers of their family. The two could only sift through the call records of the kidnapper. Having just confirmed Jiang Yan's number, before she could even press dial, that very number rang through. Yin Zhizhi quickly answered, and before she could utter a word, the man's voice came through. "Where are you? I'm searching for you in the woods." Previously, he had managed to maintain his composure, but the moment the call connected, Jiang Yan's voice trembled. Listening to his strained yet trembling tone, Yin Zhizhi was momentarily taken aback until Jiang Bo gently nudged her, prompting her to respond. "I'm walking forward. You should see a hillside. We're in the bushes beneath that slope." "All right, I'll be there shortly. Be careful. There are 2 kidnappers searching for us. I've knocked one out, but there is still another." Jiang Yan's sudden appearance astonished Yin Zhizhi. After all, the storyline had shifted, and this unexpected turn left her at a loss for words. "Stay hidden and don't come out unless you hear my voice." Seeing Yin Zhizhi appear somewhat dazed, Jiang Bo simply replied, "Understood. You take care as well." The call ended. With a smile, Jiang Bo nudged Yin Zhizhi. "Jiang, Yin showing up here means he won't have time to return to the venue. Zhizhi, I won our bet this time." Though Jiang Bo's thoughts were scattered, he was no fool. He could still recall their wager. Yes, you won. I'll transfer you the money when we get back." "No need. Consider this an early New Year's red envelope from your brother. But it's still autumn. Isn't the New Year's red envelope a bit premature? And besides, this envelope is rather modest." Yin Zhizhi glanced down at Jiang Bo's arm, which, though free of blood, bore stains on his sleeves and clothing that were quite alarming. Jiang Bo had never been so injured before. "I told you not to act impulsively. Resisting only leads to injury and disadvantage." The kidnappers had intercepted Jiang Bo's vehicle, and before he exited, Yin Zhizhi had cautioned him against impulsiveness and to adapt to the situation. Yet, upon seeing the knife in the assailant's hand, Jiang Bo had still attempted to charge forward, resulting in a wound. When faced with such circumstances, one often clings to the hope of breaking free. There's hope, yet not through a direct confrontation. Fortunately, they're not the type of reckless individuals. Yin Zhizhi examined the injury on his arm, a flesh wound, thankfully not affecting the bone, but this cut will undoubtedly require stitches. "Can you really tell that?" she inquired nonchalantly, raising her gaze. Jiang Bo was momentarily rendered speechless by her innocent expression. "Zhizhi, have you been attending self-defense classes? Does attending classes with you as a child count?" Jiang Bo recalled his youthful obsession with martial arts films, during which he enrolled in various martial arts courses, dragging the delicate Yin Zhizhi along. However, the older sister was reluctant, and after a few sessions, she disappeared from his sight. "I was just flailing about with a stick. If I truly knew martial arts, we wouldn't be in such a predicament," Yin Zhizhi remarked. Although she possessed martial prowess, her greatest skill lay in her ability to strike out at others. Even in her vine-like form, she adeptly wielded her tendrils to ward off those who sought to consume her leaves or nest in her branches. By the time she reached 100 years, she had cultivated a soul doppelganger, allowing her spirit to roam while her physical form remained stationary. Over the century, she had gleaned much wisdom. Previously, she had comfortably avoided any treacherous situations, but today, necessity had forced her to reveal a fragment of her capabilities. She assured herself that her recent display of aggression, though a tad feral, would not betray her martial skills. "I think the one in distress is me, not you. Your skirt is merely dusted with a bit of dirt, yet after running for half a day, you still resemble a fairy," Jiang Bo teased, his words sweetened by humor. Moreover, Jiang Bo now sat directly on the ground while Yin Zhizhi found a clean stone to perch upon, maintaining her poise and elegance. "Why hasn't Jiang Yin arrived yet? Have we truly run so far?" Yin Zhizhi pondered. "Let's wait patiently. We have indeed covered quite a distance. The situation was urgent, and with someone pursuing us, we hastily ran this far." Jiang Yin, aware that another person lingered in the woods, had been vigilant while searching, yet he encountered no one along the way. Perhaps that individual had ventured in another direction. Upon spotting the slope Yin Zhizhi had mentioned, Jiang Yin stood atop it, gazing down at a vast expanse of trees. Zhizhi, he called softly. Here, we're over here. Jiang Bo stood, waving, and Yin Zhizhi also rose to reveal herself. Jiang Yan's eyes flickered with urgency as he hurried down. You needn't come down. We can ascend instead, Yin Zhizhi said, lifting her skirt as she began her climb. Descending was easy, but ascending proved challenging. The soil beneath her feet was loose, and she steadied herself against a nearby tree. Be careful. That tree beside you has thorns, Jiang Bo warned. In just a few strides, Jiang Yin had descended the slope and reached out to grasp Yin Zhizhi's hand. The moment their hands made contact, both froze, the atmosphere growing somewhat peculiar. Jiang Yan's voice lowered. I'll help you up. All right. Jiang Yin held her hand firmly, never releasing it throughout the ascent, practically guiding Yin Zhizhi upward. Jiang Yin, did you encounter anyone on the way? There was someone who kept pursuing us from behind. I didn't see anyone. He probably went in another direction. Are we in any danger with just the three of us? Jiang Bo expressed his concern. Yin Zhizhi chuckled lightly, saying, Are the three of us unable to handle just one? Jiang Yin's gaze remained fixed on Yin Zhizhi, and he discerned no hint of fear in her expression. She was unperturbed even in the face of her captors. In his mind flashed the image of the two unconscious kidnappers in the abandoned factory amidst the chaos. She felt no fear, yet he was engulfed in it. Overwhelming terror. Yin Zhizhi slightly furrowed her brow, feeling pain from his grip on her wrist. Jiang Yin. His eyes bore into hers, filled with an abundance of palpable emotions, causing her to feel somewhat guilty under his gaze. Buzz. Fortunately, Jiang Yan's phone rang. It was the special police notifying him of their arrival. However, upon reaching the scene, the special police only found 3 unconscious criminals, and the kidnapped individual was missing, as was Jiang Yin. Thankfully, Jiang Yin managed to connect the call. He explained the situation to the special police and informed them that one individual was still at large. After hanging up, he turned to Jiang Bo. You should exit the woods first and provide a statement to the officers. They need your description of the fugitive. All right, I'll head out first. You all take your time, Jiang Bo replied, still aching from his arm. The thought of assisting the police in apprehending the assailant that harmed him filled him with excitement. Let them face justice for their actions. Once Jiang Bo left, only the two of them remained in the forest. Jiang Yin's intention to have a private conversation was unmistakable. He had something to say to her. However, after what felt like an eternity of silence, he merely continued to gaze at her without uttering a word. Yin Zhizhi, bewildered, glanced back. Jiang Yin, what are you? Before she could finish her sentence, the man suddenly embraced her. Jiang Yin held her tightly, as though he wished to merge her into himself. In his embrace, he finally felt her presence. She was safe. Zhizhi, do you know how terrified I was throughout the journey? I was so worried about you. I know you care about me. I'm fine now, so please don't worry. You don't understand. You only know that I'm concerned about you. But you don't realize how deeply I worry for you. Most of all, Yin Zhizhi pressed against his chest, hearing the rhythm of his heartbeat and feeling his breath brush against her face. The forest was eerily quiet, with only the faint rustling of leaves as the wind passed through. His heartbeat was rapid and strong. Jiang Yin, you're quite strange. Would you dislike this peculiar version of me? Of course not. I could never dislike you, no matter how you are, Yin Zhizhi replied hastily. Jiang Yin loosened his hold slightly and looked down at her face. Then, will you like me? This question transcended mere affection. He knew she understood its deeper meaning. Out came the little broken bowl, marking yet another day filled with earnest effort. Good night, it's time to sleep. Recently, my daily routine has been severely disrupted, leaving me in a state of confusion. Chapter 85. The illegitimate child of a wealthy family. Something's amiss, 31. Do you like me? This question caught her off guard, leaving Yin Zhizhi momentarily stunned, her ears and face gradually turning crimson. Jiang Yin, determined not to give her a chance to evade, held her waist firmly, asking, will you come like me? Zhizhi, I like you. His declaration was unequivocal. Jiang Yin did not wish to stifle his feelings. He adored her, and yearned for her attention, desiring her affection in return. She was blushing furiously. "I am Jiang Yin. How much do you like me?" "Today." "Upon learning of your abduction, nothing could have deterred me from coming here. Before I saw you, I was in utter disarray. Upon seeing you, I was still filled with dread. I worried about your safety, concerned about your well-being. If only I could be by your side at all times, I would prevent you from ever being harmed." Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with her image. "I like you dearly. Long ago, I wished for your attention, hoped you would notice me, and desire to converse with me. I am content with our current relationship, yet I know I yearn for more. Human nature is insatiable. Once one has desires, deeper desires inevitably arise." He cherished the present state, yet found it lacking. Jiang Yin unabashedly poured out his heart, even if his words were somewhat daunting. "I envy Jiangbo, envy the bond you share with him. Yin Zhizhi, I like you. I hope you can notice me more and speak with me more often." This sentiment was the crux of what he had longed to express, but had hesitated to voice. Yin Zhizhi gazed into his eyes, which harbored profound emotions. "I have feelings for you. I don't dislike you, and may even harbor some affection, but I am not yet at your level of emotion." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin felt no disappointment. Rather, he was elated. "It's all right. As long as you have a hint of liking for me, I will strive to make you like me more. I hope that after hearing my words today, you won't distance yourself from me, and we can continue to interact as usual. We can take our time. My affection for you remains unchanged. Whenever you come to like me, please let me know, all right?" His confession did not necessarily require an affirmative response. It was merely an expression of his feelings, not contingent upon receiving a reply. Even the current response was sufficient to satisfy him. Jiang Yin slightly relaxed his grip on her. "Are you hurt anywhere? Do you feel unwell?" "No." Yin Zhiji's face was still flushed. She needed a moment to collect herself. Jiang Yin created some distance, but did not release her hand, holding onto it gently. "Shall we go outside?" At the abandoned car factory, several police cars were parked in the open area, while 3 subdued assailants were already handcuffed and being escorted away. Jiang Bo was recounting the events to the police as Jiang Yin and Yin Zhizhi approached. "Another individual remains at large, and the police have already entered the mountains with their search dogs," Jiang Bo remarked. Yin Zhizhi handed her phone to him, saying, "Please give this to the police. It contains call records, and that criminal mentioned he had recorded something." Jiang Bo understood and took the phone, continuing his communication with the officers. Yin Zhizhi observed his hand and urged, "Wait, you should go to the hospital now. Leave the subsequent matters to me." He replied, "It's fine. My hand isn't bleeding anymore and doesn't hurt. This minor issue won't take much time. I'll head to the hospital shortly." Without a word, Jiang Yin reached out and took the phone from Jiang Bo's hand, striding directly to the police car. Jiang Bo barely grasped the situation. "He had taken my responsibility. He is concerned for you. Once Jiang Yin arrives, entrust the matter to him. Come, I will accompany you to the hospital." Yin Zhizhi felt a pang of pain looking at Jiang Bo's arm. Despite his injuries from the earlier altercation, he had remained remarkably stoic, not uttering a word of pain. After exchanging pleasantries with Jiang Yin, I took Jiang Bo to the hospital while leaving the matters here to Jiang Yin. Meanwhile, Yin Mu was delivering 2 proposals at the bidding conference. Jiang Bo's injury had not affected the bone, but the gash was considerable, requiring 20 stitches. Although anesthesia was administered during the stitching, the sensation of flesh being torn was enough to make anyone wince, and Yin Zhizhi frowned in discomfort beside him. Jiang Bo grimaced but remained silent. Once the stitches were completed, Jiang Bo's arm bore a long, serpentine scar. "How unsightly," Yin Zhizhi remarked. "I heard there's an excellent imported ointment for scars. I'll buy it for you in advance." However, Jiang Bo paid no mind to the scar, even reaching out to touch the stitches, declaring, "It's quite beautiful. This scar tells a story, a symbol of manhood." "How juvenile." Yin Zhizhi and Jiang Bo returned to the Yin residence to rest, both appearing somewhat disheveled. Upon arriving home, they showered and changed clothes. Before long, Yin Mu and Jiang Yin returned in succession. Jiang Yin, having come back from the police station, bore good news. They had identified the person behind the hired thugs. It was Li Hao, who believed our families posed a threat to him, thus devising this scheme to hinder us from attending the conference, Jiang Yin explained. Yin Mu's expression darkened. Jiang Bo spat in disdain. What a petty man. Yin Mu continued. Li Hao was apprehended by the police immediately after leaving the conference. He will face legal proceedings, and this time, the evidence is irrefutable. The Li family will not recover. Previously, the Li family had been on a downward trajectory, but now, having offended us, they were on a swift descent into ruin. Yin Zhizhi remarked, now that we know who the perpetrator is, we only need to await the final outcome. Thankfully, neither Jiang Bo nor I were harmed. Brother, please tell us how the bidding went. Imu chuckled lightly. Why are you so concerned about this matter? Jiang Bo responded, because I wagered with Zhizhi on who would secure this project. The stakes were 100,000. Both Jiang Yin and Yin Mu expressed curiosity about their bets. Jiang Bo remarked, of course, I am supporting Brother Yin, while Zhizhi is backing Jiang Yin. Jiang Yan's eyes flickered as he turned his gaze toward the person beside him. Yin Zhizhi sensed his attention and recalled his confession in the woods, causing her ears to flush with warmth. She quickly interjected, Brother, what was the outcome of the bidding? Yin Mu glanced at Jiang Yin and replied in a gentle tone. Jiang Yan's proposal has received approval from the government officials. The Jiang family has secured the land. Jiang Bo expressed his astonishment. But Jiang Yin, didn't he even attend the site? Didn't he forego the bid because of us? Jiang Yin interjected, I may not have been present, but my proposal was delivered to the site. I owe thanks to my brother for delivering a flawless presentation on my behalf. Yin Mu added, you are also saving lives. I believe my speech could have been more polished. This proposal is fundamentally yours. You are its true expert. Yin Zhizhi proclaimed, that means I won. Jiang Yan's dark eyes glimmered with a smile. This piece of land cannot be developed by a single company. We will need partners, Brother Yin. We have much close collaboration ahead. That evening, the four gathered at home for a grand feast to celebrate their safety and Jiang Yan's acquisition of the land. Yin Mu even brought out his cherished wine to entertain them. Though Jiang Bo often appeared carefree, he was, after all, a scion of a prestigious family, and he could discern the vintage and type of wine with a single sip. He engaged in conversation with Yin Mu about the wine, while Jiang Yin attended to Yin Zhizhi, pouring her a drink. You are allergic to alcohol, so you can only have this. Previously, only family and Jiang Bo were aware of her allergy, but now Jiang Yin also showed concern. Having secured that proposal, Uncle Jiang will surely regard you with renewed respect, and your future interactions should improve. I do not expect to cultivate a close relationship with him. Maintaining our current rapport suffices. Jiang Yin currently accepted only Jiang Bo. Jiang Yin, are you going to be busy from now on? Yes, I will indeed be occupied, but I still have time for dinner with you. May I stay at your home for a while? He wished to reside at the Yin family home, where Jiang Bo was also staying. Yin Zhizhi could see what was on his mind through his eyes. Intentionally, she said, don't you have your own house? Previously, Jiang Yin had mentioned not residing at the Jiang family home, claiming he had his own place. My house is quite small, dilapidated, and very remote. It's inconvenient for work. Jiang Yin lied without a hint of embarrassment. Yin Zhizhi chose not to expose him. All right, given our close relationship, you are more than welcome to stay at my house. Although the confession in the woods did not yield the desired response, their bond had grown closer. The world's male protagonist held a high regard for her, yet her feelings for him still required further strengthening. Li Xiao San analyzed the data and stated, your affection for him needs to be elevated further to ensure that their relationship remains solid after our departure. Today, his actions profoundly moved me. I indeed harbor feelings for him, yet I require a period of reflection. Jiang Yan's valiant act of rescuing a damsel in distress has significantly enhanced my fondness for him. Although we are not yet in a relationship, we are both cautiously exploring one another. Once our affections reach a certain threshold, everything will naturally fall into place. Presently, we are in a phase of ambiguity. Yin Zhizhi, in high spirits, hums a cheerful melody as she playfully blows a handful of bubbles forward. Is she truly this elated? Indeed, her joy is palpable. Li Xiao San reclines on a lounge chair, silently observing the visuals on the screen. System, must I marry him before departing? With a strong bond and a marriage, the protagonists are assuredly destined to remain together. Li Xiao San scrolls through the data displayed on the screen. I am uncertain. The decision rests with you. Your response is rather unprofessional. Should you not provide a definitive course of action? Must you adhere to my every word? Of course. When we entered into our contract, you stated that I must follow your directives. A host as obedient and understanding as you is surely a rarity for any system. Bailey shouts and glances at the progression of the plot. Zhizhi, let us maximize our affection before we proceed. Is it too much? Chapter 86. The illegitimate child of a wealthy family. Something seems off. 32. Very well, once our affection reaches its peak, do inform me. Indeed, it will certainly notify her in due time. Having enjoyed her bath sufficiently, Yin Zhizhi rises to wash away the bubbles and dons her nightgown. Sitting before her vanity, she meticulously applies a facial mask, her delicate shoulders and collarbone, adorned by the spaghetti straps of her nightwear, fully exposed. Bailey Shaosan casts a casual glance at the screen. System, yes. Are you truly unwilling to allow me to bestow a name upon you? I long to possess a term of endearment between us, for the generic system feels too impersonal. Yet again, this topic resurfaces. Why has she become so fixated on naming it lately? Bailey Shaosan nearly revealed its name previously, driven by impulse. Fortunately, it remained unspoken. Each system's name is designated by its creators. Most systems lack names, possessing only identification numbers. Only those of exceptional development are granted names. Bailey Shaosan's name was bestowed by its creator. It is a premier development system from the space station, crafted from the finest materials available. It boasts superior specifications, setting it apart from other systems. Having a name and an identity within the space station, it functions as a system yet resembles a human in some respects. The name Shaosan, seemingly innocuous, carries the connotation of a mistress, which is precisely why Bailey Shaosan refrains from introducing itself by name to its host. Previously, it performed tasks of different attributes without necessitating communication with the host. Thus, she had never encountered such a situation before. Yin Zhizhi still held onto the hope of a term of endearment that belonged solely to them. Bailey Shaosan remarked, the term system can also serve as a term of affection. Are there many systems like you? Yin Zhizhi pouted and retorted, if there were numerous systems, they would all be referred to as system. How can system possibly be a term of endearment? Why was she so stubborn? Just moments ago, it seemed that Yin Zhizhi's obedient demeanor was the very essence that all systems yearn for in a host. You can call me whatever you wish. Do you consent to me giving you a name? I do not agree. System. System. What are you doing? Yin Zhizhi gently tapped her cheek and said, forget it. I've been calling you system for so long. Now I suddenly find system to be quite evocative. As long as I feel it is a term of endearment in my heart, then it is indeed a term of affection. Term of endearment. Term of endearment. Bailey Shaosan found this phrase rather peculiar. Was it her understanding of the term that was too narrow? Just when she thought the topic had concluded and that Yin Zhizhi would let it go, unexpectedly she inquired, system, why is it that when you signed the contract with me, you manifested in your true form, yet you have not appeared since we established this contract? Why should I appear? Because I wish to see you. I do not wish to show myself. Were it not for the system's melodious voice, Yin Zhizhi would have ignored it entirely. A fleeting image of a tall figure clad in white, holding an oil paper umbrella, appeared in her mind as the system walked through the rain. System, I believe our relationship is quite good. I have never provoked you. We coexist harmoniously, and I hold great affection for you. We will continue to share our time together in the future. After laying the groundwork, Yin Zhizhi finally stated her main point. Why can't we speak face to face? If you were merely a signal, just a machine, that would be one thing. But you possess a physical form. You can appear outside. Bailey Shaosan saw through her thoughts clearly, yet Yin Zhizhi showed no hesitation in revealing her intentions. Initially, she sought to extract its name. Now, she yearned for its manifestation. Bailey Shaosan found it amusing. So curious about your own system? Curious? I am indeed curious about you. You wish to meet me so badly? Yes, exceptionally so. I desire a meeting without the oil paper umbrella concealing your face. If that is possible, Bailey Shaosan, elongating his words, ultimately delivered a decisive response. Dream on. Yin Zhizhi pouted and fell silent. System, you are incorrigible. Bailey Shaosan's mood visibly brightened. Originally feeling somewhat downcast, their spirits soared. Jiang Yin had settled into the Yin residence, perhaps having secured the bidding project, allowing him to relax completely. For the first half of the month, he had toiled tirelessly over this project, but now he could finally enjoy a restful slumber. Awakening from a dreamless night, he felt invigorated and descended the stairs for a morning jog. Jiangbo and Yin Zhizhi were still indulging in their slumber. During his morning jog, Jiang Yinqing encountered the equally early-rising Yin Mu. Although I have a gym at home, I still prefer to run in the neighborhood every morning. Yin Mu remarked, "You're up quite early. Shall we run together?" "Sure," Jiang Yinqing replied. The two conversed about the development of a particular piece of land as they ran. Yin Mu had been quite impressed upon seeing Jiang Yinqing's proposal the day before, regarding him with newfound respect. This admiration was not solely due to his professional capabilities. There was also another matter that piqued his interest. "Thanks to you yesterday, you treated Zhizhi exceptionally well," Yin Mu noted appreciatively. Jiang Yinqing gradually slowed his pace and met Yin Mu's gaze. "Brother, do you have feelings for my sister?" Yin Mu was eager to hear him speak those words. "Yes, I like Zhizhi. I confessed her yesterday." Did Zhizhi agree? It was merely a confession. Nothing more. The essence of a confession is to reveal one's feelings and intentions, paving the way for the establishment of a romantic relationship. Yet he had not progressed further. Jiang Yinqing chuckled softly. "I confessed too early." Zhizhi did not say much. "You two may not be in a relationship yet," and Zhizhi may not have said much, but her demeanor during dinner yesterday indicated that she likes you, Yin Mu asserted, demonstrating his understanding of his sister. He hoped Jiang Yinqing would not be disheartened. "Indeed, our relationship has improved. I believe Zhizhi's affection for me remains. It is merely a matter of time before we enter a romantic relationship." However, Yin Mu felt compelled to address a practical concern. "Although our family is quite open-minded and Zhizhi does not view people through a biased lens, Jiang Yinqing, you must consider your identity. I do not wish for outsiders to perceive Zhizhi as marrying an illegitimate child." The term illegitimate child carries a negative connotation. While it was not Jiang Yinqing's fault, Yin Mu hoped he could dispel this stigma or at least overshadow it. Although Yin Mu admired Jiang Yinqing as an elder brother, he wished to protect his sister from any potential distress. Upon hearing Yin Mu's words, Jiang Yinqing felt no anger. Instead, he was filled with joy. "Brother Yin's acceptance of me is truly heartening." He felt embraced. With youthful enthusiasm, he exclaimed, "Brother, within 6 months, I will erase this stigma completely. I will ensure that Zhizhi suffers not even a hint of hardship." Chapter 87. The Illegitimate Child of the Aristocracy. Something is amiss. 33. At Jiang Group. News of Jiang Yinqing securing the government land had spread throughout the company, solidifying his position as the executive president responsible for its development. No one dared to challenge his authority. Jiang Guohao sensed that he was aging. His heart had been deteriorating, compounded by the absence of his beloved son, who had also moved out. Amidst his work, Jiang Guohao inquired, "Where are you living now? If you're not fond of the rooms at home, feel free to choose anyone, and I can have a designer come over to renovate it for you." Initially, he had merely brought him home casually, assigning him an ordinary room. However, now Jiang Yin has begun to perceive the disparity in his treatment. Jiang Yin had originally intended to sever ties with the Jiang family after completing his dealings with the land in his possession, as he had his own gaming studio and could thrive independently. Yet, thinking of Yin Zhizhi, he resolved to establish his position within the Jiang family and to conduct himself with integrity in this circle. "I have a house outside and shall not return to reside here anymore. Where do you currently live?" "The Yin family," with a resounding slap of the documents. Jiang Guohao remarked, "Both of you have moved into someone else's residence, displaying remarkable audacity. You shall return tonight and bring Jiangbo with you." That last statement was undoubtedly his true intention. Mr. Jiangbo is now an adult. He possesses his own thoughts. You wouldn't resort to summoning a few mercenaries to bring him back, would you? If you wish for him to return, you should speak to him directly. Jiang Yin glanced at his watch. "It's time for me to leave. I still need to visit the court as the matters regarding the Li family remain unresolved." With that, he turned and departed. Jiang Guohao stared in shock at his retreating figure, incredulous at how increasingly uncontrollable Jiang Yin seemed. Nevertheless, Jiang Yan's proposals had garnered considerable approval from numerous government officials at the conference, and during the recent transitions, he had showcased his numerous talents. It was now impossible to replace him or reclaim the power he held. Jiang Guohao could only console himself with the thought that, after all, he was his biological son and, regardless of circumstances, remained aligned with the Jiang family. Yin Zhizhi encouraged Jiang Bo to invest alongside her. As a relatively unremarkable second-generation wealthy individual, his most prudent course of action was indeed investment, particularly in ventures with guaranteed returns, allowing money to generate more wealth, ensuring a life free from financial woes. Jiang Bo, too, was reluctant to take up a position in the company. Aware of his limitations, he recognized that his capabilities were easily replaceable by others, unlike Jiang Yan, whose unique skills rendered him indispensable within the company. Yin Zhizhi and Jiang Bo engaged in conversation throughout the day, and Jiang Bo felt compelled to take action rather than merely relying on inherited wealth. Over the years, he had managed to save a considerable sum, though he had not touched it, continuing to spend the allowance provided by Jiang Guohao. Isn't this the game you started playing recently? Do you really hold it in such high regard? Yang Bo inquired. It's exceptional. This game will undoubtedly thrive in the domestic market, and the developers are targeting markets beyond just our country. It is a game poised for global reach, with limitless potential. Very well, I shall invest some money in it as well. Should we go to the studio to sign the contract? Of course we must. We will go together and coordinate. You cannot merely invest and then disengage. With his hands clasped behind his head, Jiang Bo reclined on the sofa. Having invested such a substantial sum, I will certainly be involved. I'm not worried about the studio being a mere facade. In truth, Jiang Bo had many ideas. He was also considering investments in esports clubs, racing teams, and other ventures with which he was familiar. As Yin Mu returned home from work, he listened to their conversation and offered some insights. Jiang Yin came back quite late, just in time for dinner as darkness fell. At the dining table, Jiang Bo proudly raised his chin and recounted the discussions he had with Yin Zhizhi earlier that day. Jiang Yin listened as they expressed their desire to invest in a game. Jiang Yin, didn't you mention that you have a friend who works at that studio? Could you assist us in contacting the higher-ups? Yin Zhizhi inquired. Jiang Yan's deep, ink-colored eyes grew pensive as he replied. Last time I asked on your behalf. This weekend you can go directly to the studio's headquarters. I will provide you with the contact details. Someone will be there to assist you. Good. Jiang Bo suddenly interjected. You actually know such impressive people? Good night, someone remarked. This world is coming to an end. What would you like to see in the next one? Jiang Yin remained silent. Jiang Bo quickly reassured himself. Well, you attend an internationally prestigious university, so it's only natural that you'd know some remarkable seniors and friends. Jiang Yin, Yin Zhizhi, the woman who masters the script, found this amusing. Was Jiang Yin willingly dropping his facade? Or would he choose not to intervene when the time came? Honestly, she was rather eager for Jiang Bo to discover Jiang Yan's excellence. Jiang Yan's willingness to allow both of them to invest was a clear indication of favoritism and privilege. The dynamic between Jiang Yin and Jiang Bo had transformed dramatically in just a few months. Though they had grown up together, the bond of blood was indeed remarkable. They bore a striking resemblance, and sitting together, they clearly looked like brothers. Jiang Bo and Yin Zhizhi stepped into the realm of affluent second-generation investors. Although they still awakened naturally each day, they made it a point to research the market, seeking out promising ventures. Jiang Bo began to take things seriously, sitting in the living room with his laptop for an entire day. Yin Zhizhi initially thought he was playing games, but upon closer inspection, she discovered he was researching foreign companies. What are you looking at? She asked. I'm interested in emerging industries. I like to check things out, he replied. Upon seeing that he was browsing information on foreign companies, Yin Zhizhi couldn't help but think of the original plot, where Jiang Bo was exiled abroad by Jiang Yin. Don't stay up too late. Get some rest. We have to visit the game studio tomorrow. All right. Jiang Yin had worked late and missed dinner. By the time he returned, it was already past 9 in the evening, and he was not alone. Jiang Guohao accompanied him. Jiang Yin entered with a cold demeanor, striding through the door without acknowledging Jiang Guohao, who followed behind. With Yin Zhizhi's parents absent and Yin Mu still at the company, Only the three young individuals remained at home. As Jiang Guohao stepped inside, he spotted Jiang Bo in the living room. Jiang Bo, engrossed in his computer, did not look up but spoke as he continued browsing. Jiang Yin, why are you so late? I have a question for you regarding the new energy in automobiles. Jiang Bo quickly lifted his gaze and furrowed his brow upon recognizing the visitor. Father, what brings you here? Do you really need to ask how I arrived? Do you even remember your surname or where you reside? You have not returned home for several days, Jiang Guohao replied, his expression grave and his voice tinged with anger. Jiang Bo detested being addressed in such a manner. Why should I return home, father? Are you truly unaware? Jiang Bo believed he had done nothing wrong. I have consistently reserved your position for you. If you merely fulfill the responsibilities assigned to you, you could secure larger projects and earn a promotion. Father, is the project you assigned to me one befitting a manager? Those tasks could easily be handled by any ordinary employee. Do you still fail to understand why I refuse to come home? Seeing the impending argument, Jiang Yin prepared to withdraw, wishing to avoid their conflict. Just as he stepped onto the staircase, Jiang Guohao abruptly commanded, Jiang Yin, take him back with you. Jiang Yin turned back. Jiang Bo, growing anxious, retorted, do you truly believe he can bring me back? He is your son, not your subordinate. Jiang Guohao had only witnessed arguments between Jiang Bo and Jiang Yin, and Jiang Bo had never acknowledged Jiang Yin as his brother. At that moment, Yin Zhizhi descended the stairs, having overheard the commotion. Uncle Jiang, I apologize for not realizing your arrival. Allow me to brew a pot of tea. Please have a seat for a moment. Jiang Guohao's face instantly brightened with the warmth of a senior relative. Zhizhi, there is no need for you to trouble yourself. I must take my leave now, as I am here to escort these two. They seem to think themselves still children, having overstayed their welcome in your home. I will not return, Jiang Bo interjected defiantly. Jiang Guohao's smile faltered immediately. Jiang Yin, with a slight frown, remarked, Mr. Jiang, this is someone else's home. If there are matters to discuss, it would be best to arrange a time to meet elsewhere.